Ying Hao traversed into the Marvel Universe, possessing not only the bloodline of the first emperor, but also awakening a divine technological system. He attended the same high school as Spider-Man and was granted an opportunity to intern at Stark Industries. However, he unexpectedly became the target of malicious classmates and was outright rejected by Tony Stark himself. To realize his ambitions, Ying Hao had no choice but to establish his own company. And within a month, he turned the tables, successfully acquiring Stark Industries. Chapter 1. Who is the plagiarist? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. After being struck by a truck and plunged into an abyss of darkness, Ying Hao regained consciousness. A buzzing filled his ears, chaotic and overwhelming, yet it soon transformed into coherent voices. Ying Hao, are you all right? Quick, someone call an ambulance. Call an ambulance? He's just feigning illness out of guilt. Indeed, that plagiarizing dog. He's speechless now that he's been exposed. Despicable Chinese. He shouldn't even be here. Ying Hao felt a sense of confusion wash over him. Aside from the relatively normal call for an ambulance, what on earth were these people babbling about? Moreover, they were speaking entirely in English. What was happening? As questions swirled in his mind, Ying Hao slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a girl's face, her delicate features etched with worry as she gently shook his shoulders. You're awake? How do you feel? Can you get up? They'll take you to the hospital right now. Who is she? The question sent a sharp pain through his head, and he struggled to recall. As he slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was not lying on the street. There was no truck in sight, no passing pedestrians, and even the little girl he had saved was nowhere to be found. He found himself in a spacious hall, the lights glaringly bright. Surrounding him were young people of various ethnicities, Caucasian, African-American, yet he noticed a distinct lack of individuals of East Asian descent. Most gazes directed at him were filled with disdain, with only a handful showing a hint of sympathy. The confusion deepened. Where was he? Was there really such an international hospital in the small county where he lived? The sound of high heels echoed as a tall Caucasian woman approached, bending down to gently pat the anxious girl on the shoulder. Don't worry, honey. Stark Industries has its own medical team. We don't need an ambulance. The anxious girl replied. Okay, Miss Pepper Potts. Pepper Potts? The name struck a familiar chord in Ying Hao's mind, prompting him to glance up at the woman speaking. Her refined features, freckles, chestnut hair, and pale green eyes, though slightly different from her cinematic portrayal. These traits quickly aligned with the image of Pepper. Potts from Iron Man. Ying Hao's heart raced. He rubbed his eyes and propped himself up, scrutinizing his surroundings. This was a hall, or rather, a competition venue. A banner hung above the stage, boldly proclaiming Stark Cup cutting-edge technology invention competition. Had he crossed over? A torrent of memories surged into his mind, flooding him in mere seconds. Yet it felt as though he had lived through 17 or 18 years. As the pain subsided, sweat drenched Ying Hao's body, and he finally grasped the situation around him. He had taken on the identity of Ying Hao in the Marvel Universe. The original inhabitant was a top student at Midtown High School, currently participating in a grand competition hosted by Stark Industries. This contest was open to high school and college students across the nation presenting a project, and ranking in the top 3 would yield substantial cash rewards. Securing first place would grant direct entry into Stark Industries' cutting-edge technology laboratory as an intern. As a titan of the American weapons industry, no one could work at Stark Industries without exceptional abilities. The competition offered a golden ticket that needed no further elaboration. The original Ying Hao designed an amphibious drone and had advanced through numerous rounds to reach the top 16. According to the leaderboard, he had a promising chance of securing first place. However, on the day of the finals, his opponent unveiled a drone that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Aside from differing paint jobs, there were no distinctions whatsoever. He had been plagiarized. To make matters worse, he was falsely accused and labeled a despicable plagiarist. Instantly, all the contestants began to denounce and curse him, with only his classmate Su King defending him vehemently. Despite knowing that his rival had stolen his design, the original Ying Hao was at a loss for how to prove it. In a fit of frustration, he collapsed, succumbing to the stress and ultimately passing away. And then, Ying Hao had arrived. Connecting the dots, he couldn't help but scoff at the original's demise. What a pitiful way to go. Ying Hao stood up. Su King looked overjoyed. You're all right? He nodded, intending to express his gratitude for her concern when an infuriating voice interrupted from behind. Of course, he was never in danger. Can't keep up the charade, you pathetic yellow-skinned plagiarist. The owner of the voice was all too familiar to Ying Hao. Tim Walton, the well-known rich kid and bully at Midtown High, roamed unchecked and unchallenged. Enough. Mind your language, Walton. Pepper warned sternly. Stark Industries does not tolerate racial discrimination, and I do not wish to hear any more derogatory remarks from you. Of course, Ms. Potts, Tim replied with a smirk, but the fact remains that he plagiarized my work. Pepper shot him a disapproving glare before turning her attention back to Ying Hao. Your name is Ying, correct? Are you all right? Ying Hao replied, I am Ying Hao, and yes, I'm fine. Excellent. Then Pepper gestured toward the two nearly identical drones on the display stage. Do you have any explanation regarding Walton's accusations? Ying Hao coldly regarded Tim. That is slander. The true plagiarist is Tim Walton. I designed and assembled that drone independently. Ying chimed in, exactly. I can testify that Ying Hao is the smartest person in our school. He has no need to plagiarize anyone. Pepper's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the two of them, her mind filled with questions. She had been assigned by Tony to oversee this competition and had been present throughout the proceedings. When Ying Hao had been accused by Walton, he had seemed frantic and incoherent, unable to articulate a single complete thought. Yet now, after merely fainting for a few seconds, he appeared transformed. All at once, his demeanor shifted to one of calm assurance. Having served as Tony Stark's assistant for many years, Pepper had encountered all sorts of individuals and had honed her discerning eye. Even the most cunning of corporate foxes could rarely conceal their ulterior motives from her. But the stark contrast in Ying Hao's behavior left her perplexed. Initially, she had believed his panic to be genuine, indicating he was not a plagiarist. Now, however, her confidence wavered. Was his previous distress merely a facade? At that moment, a balding judge approached her side, handing her a tablet-sized touchscreen computer and whispering a few words in her ear. Pepper's expression shifted as she regarded Ying Hao, her astonishment giving way to disappointment. She exhaled softly, I'm afraid, Ying Hao, that your composure does not exonerate you. Gently tapping the screen, a trio of holographic projections materialized before the audience. Upon signing up for this competition, two identical electronic schematics of a drone were submitted to the organizing committee, recently retrieved from the database by the staff. The only differences between the images were the names and the submission times. Look at the timestamps, exclaimed Little Pepper. The crowd turned their attention, discovering that Ying Hao's submission was 12 hours later than Tim's. The atmosphere instantly ignited with uproar. Now this despicable plagiarist has no leg to stand on. Indeed, if he were the one being plagiarized, why would his submission time be later than Tim's? This Chinese individual is not only vile, but also foolish. If it were me, I would have made at least some alterations to the design. Disqualify him. A plagiarist does not deserve to stand among us. The crowd erupted with indignation, and the contestants unanimously condemned Ying Hao. Ying anxiously attempted to explain, that's not the case. On the day the designs were completed, there was a power outage at the school, and the internet went down. So, unfortunately, her voice was drowned out by the chorus of condemnation, and no one could hear her. Ying Hao, glancing at the submission time, was taken aback. In his memory, the original participant had maintained strict confidentiality before the competition, showing the designs only to Su King, who had a good relationship with him, and would never betray him. Unexpectedly, Tim pushed him, causing his sunglasses to fall to the ground. What are you looking at, weirdo? Caught off guard, Ying Hao stumbled back. The crowd's attention shifted to the two, with many eyes now on Ying Hao. The cacophony of accusations abruptly hushed for a moment, only to erupt anew. Holy cow, look at his eyes. OMG, this Chinese guy is a monster. He's a lizard person indeed. The surface has been infiltrated by lizard people. Tim Walton laughed coldly and shouted, exactly. This guy has always been a freak, otherwise he wouldn't wear sunglasses every day. Little Pepper, upon seeing Ying Hao's eyes, instinctively recoiled. His eyes possessed 4 irises for pupils and were oddly conjoined, creating a peculiar appearance. Yet, she was evidently more knowledgeable than high school students and quickly regained her composure. All right, quiet down. Little Pepper amplified her microphone, successfully calming the chaos. Everyone, please settle down. He is neither a monster nor a lizard person. This is merely a rare condition known as polymicrotia. Ahem, but it is indeed somewhat unsettling. Please forgive me, as this is my first encounter with such a case. She picked up the sunglasses and handed them to Ying Hao. However, this has nothing to do with today's competition. The evidence is conclusive. I regret to inform you that I must disqualify you. Stark Industries will never accept a plagiarist into the organization. I believe you, and your companion may leave now. He placed the sunglasses in his pocket, gazing at Little Pepper with all 4 pupils, making her feel uneasy. But Ying Hao interrupted her, smiling, using the timestamp as evidence is not rigorous. I can prove that Tim is the true plagiarist. He slowly walked to his display, raising his creation with one hand and pointing to a nearly invisible red button beneath the drone. Why work as a function that was not demonstrated in the previous evaluations? If I were the plagiarist, my creation could not possibly surpass Tim's. A flicker of panic crossed Tim Walton's face as he glanced at the judging panel, who seemed to nod in response. Tim felt reassured. Ying Hao continued, pressing this red button will activate the drone's concealment mode, altering its exterior to blend with the surrounding environment, making it virtually indistinguishable to the naked eye. Upon hearing this, Su King couldn't help but tug at Ying Hao's sleeve, but he paid her no mind. The Mediterranean judge began to display a look of confusion. After a moment of hesitation, he seemed to realize something and began signaling frantically to Tim. However, Tim was no longer paying attention to him. Having learned about the button's function, Tim Walton sneered at Ying Hao. "I didn't expect you to even plagiarize this most concealed feature." He hurried to his own display, lifted his drone, flipped it over, and indeed found a small button in the same location. "Miss Paz, my drone has this feature as well, but the button is painted the same color as the surrounding casing. This fool thought I abandoned this design and didn't install it. Now, let me demonstrate the excellent concealment function of this drone." The Mediterranean judge sprang to his feet in urgency. Wait, yet Tim had already pressed the button. In the next moment, a blue light emanated from the seams of the drone's casing, and the entire body became intensely hot. Tim's grip quickly elicited a sizzling sound. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, hurriedly tossing the drone to the ground. "Damn it!" As the drone hit the ground, a cacophony of crackling sounds ensued, followed by a plume of black smoke. Goodness, what's happening? Could the design capable of winning first place just break down like this? Participants and spectators alike began to murmur. The judges exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired, except for the Mediterranean judge, who was now covering his mouth with concern. Tim Walton stared at the drone emitting smoke, bewildered. This was not his creation. He had not participated in its design or assembly. All eyes were on him, and Tim, unsure of how to explain, could only stammer. "It seems my creation has encountered a minor malfunction." However, he was not overly anxious that if his drone malfunctioned upon pressing the concealment mode button, then Ying Hao's would likely yield the same result. At that moment, Ying Hao coldly remarked, "Miss Paz, I believe you now know who the true plagiarist is." "Yes, I'm completely aware. Damn it, Doctor." Wilson, in despair, closed his eyes, the wrinkles on his face contorting with embarrassment. "What? This can't be right. Wasn't it that Chinese guy who plagiarized? How did it turn into Tim Walton?" Everyone else was stunned, failing to comprehend how Little Pepper arrived at such a conclusion. Tim Walton himself was utterly perplexed, clutching his burned hand and protesting. "Miss Paz, what are you saying? He's the one who stole from me." Little Pepper shot a disdainful glance at the plagiarist and magnified the schematic on her tablet. Projecting it in the center of the hall, she pointed to the lower right corner of the drawing and explained to the crowd, "Perhaps I am not an engineer and cannot comprehend overly complex designs, but I can certainly understand the English description." Everyone followed her gaze and immediately grasped the reason that in the lower right corner of the schematic, the explanatory text clearly stated, "The drone is equipped with a core self-destruct system. The button is located near the base plate. Screw hole, with the helpful instruction press here inscribed next to it. If someone captures the drone and attempts to disassemble it to analyze the internal structure, pressing the button will activate the self-destruct system, incinerating the core structure within seconds." This design aims to protect the core technology of a drone from being disclosed to competitors or enemies. In truth, a drone does not possess any profoundly advanced technology that necessitates such protection. This design was merely an embellishment added by the original participant to appease the judges of Stark Industries. Stark Industries, being a weapons manufacturing conglomerate, harbors a profound concern regarding the potential theft of its technology by adversaries. The original protagonist contemplated the notion of technology protection in hopes of garnering the favor of the competition judges and thereby achieving a superior score. As for the so-called stealth mode that Ying Hao recently mentioned, it was merely a spuro-themet fabrication intended to deceive Tim. Tim Walton, a notorious bully in school, typically exhibits mediocre academic performance. Such a person, even if presented with blueprints, could never replicate a creation solely through his own abilities. He would undoubtedly require assistance from others. Thus, with a simple ploy, Ying Hao successfully exposed both individuals. Those competitors and spectators who previously believed Ying Hao to be the plagiarist now found themselves rendered speechless in the face of compelling evidence. Even Tim Walton, despite his foolishness, came to realize that he had been outmaneuvered by Ying Hao. Discarding his facade, he begrudgingly praised Ying Hao. "Well done, freak. I never anticipated you possessed such skill, leading me in circles and even causing me to burn my hand. You yellow-skinned bastard. You shall pay the price." Tim feigned nonchalance, pacing back and forth before suddenly shouting and charging towards Ying Hao with a clenched fist. Chapter 2. My group does not tolerate fools. Be careful. Su King exclaimed. "Stop," shouted Little Pepper. The onlookers gasped in unison. Tim and Ying Hao were perilously close to one another. Based on past experiences, the hapless, bookish, and peculiar individual before them was utterly incapable of evading Tim's notorious bully punch. Little did they know, however, that the soul inhabiting this body was no longer the same. The current Ying Hao hailed from a different realm, China, and was the most distinguished student of the Special Police Academy, renowned particularly for his combat skills. Ying Hao advanced rather than retreating, sidestepping and deftly seizing Tim's wrist as he thrust his right hand forward. He then pivoted, bending his knee to hoist Tim's arm over his shoulder before rising and thrusting his hips forward. With a resounding thud, Tim was sent spiraling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity, yielding an outcome that no one could have anticipated. "Oh my!" Suki gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. "Oh God!" Little Pepper exclaimed, her face a mask of shock as she stumbled back 3 paces. The chorus of "oh" from the surrounding crowd had yet to subside, now transformed into a collective "what?" Tim lay dazed and disoriented on the ground, unable to rise for the time being. Meanwhile, Ying Hao clapped his hands, his demeanor relaxed, though his chest heaved slightly. His skills were impeccable. Yet he lamented the physical condition of this body, finding himself winded from such a simple maneuver. Little Pepper could hardly fathom that Tim Watton would audaciously strike someone in her presence. With numerous media personnel present, should the soon-to-be champion Ying Hao sustain any injuries, tomorrow's newspapers and online news would undoubtedly be rife with sensational stories. "Security!" she shouted in exasperation, summoning the guards to escort Tim away. She then grabbed her tablet, intent on revoking Tim's eligibility to compete. Just then, the tablet's interface unexpectedly switched. The figure of Tony Stark, the dashing owner of Stark Industries, replaced the drone schematics projected in the hall. He paused momentarily, scanning the distance before correcting himself. "No, 3. A woman in the image leaned close to whisper something in his ear, prompting Tony Stark to erupt into laughter, nodding repeatedly. "Are you serious?" he inquired. The woman shrugged, and Stark reiterated, "All right, no need for 3. 1 room will suffice. A king-size bed, mind you." Did you hear that? The hall fell into complete silence. Apart from the media, most attendees were high school and college students, who held Stark in the highest esteem as a dual legend in both science and business. However, what they had just witnessed and heard shattered the idolized image they held of him into countless fragments. Click, click. Moments later, the media's cameras began to snap furiously, their lenses shifting from Little Pepper to the holographic projection of Tony Stark. Little Pepper was left speechless. One could only imagine the explosive headlines that would dominate tomorrow's newspapers and media outlets. My goodness, Little Pepper licked her lips and reminded moreover cough. Various media outlets are present. Perhaps you could let these ladies step aside for a moment. Everyone is eager to hear your thoughts on this competition. Is it not over yet? Little Pepper discerned a hint of concern in Tony's words. Feeling somewhat reassured, she smiled slightly. It's not a major issue. The 2 individuals most likely to win the championship are students from the same school. One of them did not go through the preliminary selection process and only submitted their work for scoring. It turned out their works were identical, with one having plagiarized the other's creation. The facts have been thoroughly investigated, and next. It truly seems not to be a significant problem. Tony Stark, inebriated, interjected, "Next, we merely need to disqualify both of them." Little Pepper paused in surprise. What? Disqualify both of them? Tony, are you mistaken? Only one of them is the plagiarist. No, I am not mistaken. Tony Stark leaned closer, his face approaching the camera. The plagiarist is obvious. But as for the one who was plagiarized, in such a crucial competition, he couldn't even safeguard his own designs. Such a fool is not someone my company wishes to employ. The hall erupted with a chorus of no, a reaction that clearly no one had anticipated. Ying Hao couldn't help but furrow his brow. Perhaps at that moment, he had not yet become Iron Man, or he had just recently assumed the mantle. Su King leaned closer to Ying Hao, quietly protesting. Why is that fair? This is utterly unjust. Little Pepper also felt it was inappropriate, and spoke up. Tony, wait. Isn't this a bit? It's settled. Tony Stark disregarded Little Pepper's input. What is the name of the child who scored 3rd? Gulme, bring your work to the camera so I can see it. Hurry before I change my mind. It's me, I'm 3rd. A boy squeezed through the crowd of contestants, clutching a robot, and ran to Little Pepper's side. He waved at the camera on her tablet. Hello, Mr. Stark. I admire you immensely, but unlike others, I admire you for your scientific identity. I am well aware of your achievements. There are few contemporaries who can be compared to you, such as Norman Osborn and Otto Octavius. Of course, they're also remarkable, and I admire them greatly as well. His words flowed like a machine gun, exuberantly verbose. Ying Hao could not resist glancing at the speaker, speculating on his identity. The holographic Tony Stark could no longer endure the chatter and interrupted. All right, kid, calm down. No need to say so much. I only need your name and the name of your work. Oh, right, I'm Peter Parker from Midtown High School, and I attend the same school as the top scorer, Ying Hao. ISNT, that quite a coincidence. Our school truly has an abundance of talent. Ying Hao sighed. His guess had proven correct. With such a loquacious nature, he could only be Spider-Man, as Deadpool clearly would not make an appearance at an invention contest. Tony Stark, his head buzzing, interrupted once more. Enough, just tell me about your work. Ah, very well, my creation is this. Peter Parker raised a spider-like contraption in his hand. This is a spider robot. It is incredibly cool, boasting 8 legs, much like a genuine spider. Huh, it seems rather absurd to say that. Without 8 legs, it ought to be called a grasshopper robot. But fear not, it is not a grasshopper. Ahem, it can adapt to various terrains, exhibiting remarkable balance and resilience. It can climb mountains and walls, and while it doesn't literally dance, its movements are as fluid as if it were. Furthermore, all right, enough. Kids, yay, okay, remarkable, thank you. Peter Parker expressed his gratitude profusely, feeling slightly embarrassed as he passed by Ying Hao. Apologies, my friend, it truly is unfortunate. Personally, I believe your creation is superior. It can fly. Well, drones can fly. But I mean your drone is amphibious, a design no one has ever conceived before. Overall, Peter Parker wisely chose to remain silent. All right, I support you. My brother, sincerely. The competition hosted by Stark Industries was, of course, dictated by Tony Stark. The championship was thus awarded to another. And to say it did not sting would be a falsehood. Even though Ying Hao had just recently arrived, he was still eager to seize the championship. After all, winning this competition would secure an internship at Stark Industries, the last endeavor of the original owner during his lifetime. Ying Hao wished to fulfill this for him, yet regrettably, his words held no weight. Pepper Potts felt a twinge of sympathy regarding the matter and continued her dialogue with Tony Stark. Tony, I believe your decision is rather hasty. The first place winner is a child from China, not from a privileged background. He has done nothing wrong, and his amphibious drone design is exceptional. All the judges awarded him the highest marks. From a talent perspective, he is undoubtedly the brightest among the contestants. Why should we not hire him? What do you think about adding an additional internship position? Tony Stark shook his head. No, I absolutely refuse to have such an employee. What if he were to leak company secrets in the future? This matter is non-negotiable. Well, at the very least, Pepper retreated to a compromise. He should receive the prize money. His work is fantastic, and he deserves it. Tony Stark replied, of course, the prize money is no issue. Consider it a purchase of his drone. I could use it for leisure, or perhaps to impress some ladies, haha. Their conversation echoed throughout the hall, crystal clear to all present. Everyone's gaze fell upon Ying Hao. Some bore expressions of mockery and schadenfreude, while others wore faces marked by pity. Ying Hao felt a deep sense of discontent, yet was not born from the trivial audience or rivals. Rather, it stemmed from the very presence of Tony Stark himself. He now understood profoundly the plight of Aldrich, the founder of AM, who was left on the rooftop all night, stood up by Stark. Had Stark ventured to the rooftop back then, perhaps he would not have become the villain he was. Nor would he have sought to prove himself superior to Iron Man through a frenzied quest for revenge. Being belittled, mocked, and slapped in the face is in essence not dissimilar. It is indeed quite challenging. Ying Hao appeared calm on the surface, yet a tempest brewed within him, and his countenance grew increasingly somber. Su King sensed something amiss and shook Ying Hao's arm gently. It's all right, Ying Hao. If you can't join the group, so be it. Receiving a bonus is still commendable. Missing out on your talent is their loss. Is it really that simple? Just take the money and leave? That would be utterly stifling. Suddenly, time seemed to stand still, and all around him, the actions of those present came to an abrupt halt. In the midst of his confusion, a sharp pain pricked Ying Hao's eyes, and then a woman's voice echoed in his mind. The essence of the primordial spirit is drawn from the core endowment. Ying Hao was startled, instinctively exclaiming, "Who is speaking? Do not be alarmed. Wait for the right moment." This voice emerging in his mind resembled something out of a novel, akin to a system. Yet, he could not comprehend the archaic phrasing. Frustrated, Ying Hao thought, could we switch to Mandarin instead? English would suffice as well. The verification is complete, and the divine thoughts are fully manifested. The heavenly repository has been compiled in its entirety. The literary structure has undergone reform, and the reconstruction of the syntax is complete. The system will thereafter utilize modern Chinese grammar. The term system was unmistakably clear. Though belated, it had finally arrived. Chapter 3. The Divine Technology System. The Divine Technology System has been successfully deployed. Before Ying Hao, a woman materialized out of thin air. Smiling as her voice resonated in his mind once more. Young Master Hao, greetings. I am the embodiment of the Divine Group System of Fang Zizizes. Suddenly, her voice became a cacophony, and the woman before him flickered in and out of visibility, vanishing entirely within a few moments. Warning, system energy critically low, embodiment has failed. Warning, system energy critically low. To maintain operation, 1. 759 functions have been disabled. The system has detected that the host possesses divine organs to enhance the host's survival capabilities. Passive catalytic awakening is commencing. The Ying family's Zhongtong has awakened. Zhongtong ability level, 1 of 10. Current abilities, vision penetration, structural analysis, energy absorption. Ying Hao felt a silver flash before his eyes, and in an instant, his perception transformed. He gazed at the drone he had created, and with a mere thought, his vision penetrated its exterior, revealing its internal structure with clarity. Shifting his gaze to the tablet in Xiao Lajiao's hands, he similarly discerned its internal layout, even cataloging the circuit boards and various components in his mind. Such detailed information allowed him to sketch the tablet's blueprint mentally. His eyes scanned the hall, instantly perceiving the creations of all the competitors. The capabilities of these eyes were nothing short of extraordinary, yet his Zhongtong ability level was merely at 1. It was unimaginable to consider the power of a level 10. Excitement surged within him, but the system's voice continued. To enhance the host's survival capabilities, unlocking the Divine Technology repository has commenced. Reading technology, Divine Workbench read successfully. Detecting the current world environment, the Celestial Workbench is unable to manufacture and is automatically acquiring it. Acquisition successful. Before Ying Hao, a cubic entity materialized out of thin air, its 6 faces impeccably smooth. He reached out to touch it, finding the surface cool to the touch. A workbench? He pondered the purpose of this bare object, uncertain of its capabilities. Soon, the system resolved his confusion. Reading technology, antimatter generator, reading successful. The Celestial Workbench can manufacture it directly. Shall we proceed with the creation? Commencing production, antimatter generator, default quantity set to 1. As the system's voice echoed, the cube before Ying Hao began to transform. Its interior illuminated with a soft glow, and the top surface began to bulge upward. Peering closer, he discerned that small cubes were forming on the upper plane, arranged in a predetermined pattern and adhering together to create a cohesive whole. After observing for a moment, Ying Hao realized that this contraption operated similarly to a 3D printer, albeit exponentially faster, as it extruded material from within the workbench itself. 10 seconds later, the system announced, antimatter generator, production complete. With a soft pop, the workbench ejected the fully formed generator into the palm of Ying Hao's hand. He examined the device closely, noting that despite its compact size, the complexity of its internal structure rivaled that of a large particle collider. Ying Hao couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this is the marvel of celestial technology. Humanity would require centuries, perhaps even millennia, to create something so diminutive. Reading technology, antimatter storage tank, reading successful. The Celestial Workbench can manufacture it directly. Shall we proceed with the creation? After a moment's reflection, Ying Hao replied, no. He reasoned that both manufacturing and technology reading would consume energy. The system had repeatedly alerted him to insufficient energy, and he was currently unaware of how to replenish it. It seemed prudent to conserve what little energy he had and focus on acquiring more technology. His intuition proved correct. Reading technology, Celestial Armor set, insufficient energy, reading failed. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode within 1 day. Warning, the system is forcibly activating the celestial personal space. Warning, insufficient energy. The system will enter sleep mode in 18 hours. Correction, 12 hours. Correction, 6 hours. Correction, 1 minute. Celestial personal space activated successfully. The system's voice faded, the workbench vanished, and the antimatter generator in his hand dissipated. Time resumed its flow, and everything around him seemed to press play, continuing the narrative that had been interrupted. Had it not been for the unsettling sight of blood, flesh, and skeletons surrounding him, Ying Hao might have doubted the reality of his recent experience. Yet, his newfound ability to see through the chaos persisted, leaving him unnerved by the incessant presence of the skeletal forms before him. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Ying Hao realized that his ability of perception had been disabled. This was quite convenient. Little Pepper sighed as she approached Ying Hao, saying, Ying Hao, I truly apologize, but I'm not the one who makes the decisions here. Ying Hao shook his head, replying, It's all right, I heard everything. He held no grievances against Little Pepper. She was a woman of clear principles. Believing that Ying Hao had accepted Tony's decision, she breathed a sigh of relief and said apologetically, However, I cannot let your visit be in vain. You will still receive the championship prize. I believe you are not at fault and should not be treated this way. Therefore, I have decided to raise the prize from 50,000 to 100,000 as compensation. She waved her hand, and immediately someone delivered a briefcase. Ying Hao hesitated for a moment before smiling and accepting it. Thank you. I will make good use of this money. Little Pepper casually inquired. What do you plan to do with it? Ying Hao raised an eyebrow. Well, perhaps I could start a tech company, earn a fortune, and then acquire Stark Industries. At that point, I could hold a meeting to dismiss some drunken fool and see who the real simpleton is. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. Wow, he certainly dares to speak boldly. This kid is quite humorous. I bet he must have had a bit too much to drink. Little Pepper merely regarded his words as a jest and laughed along. All right, that's amusing. I wish you luck when you do become the president of Stark Industries. I hope you will remember today as favor and not fire me. Ying Hao cast a glance at Stark's holographic projection, where the playboy was currently preoccupied with a young model, seemingly oblivious to him. He likely hadn't even heard what he said. Rest assured, I will definitely promote you when the time comes, Ying Hao promised, before pulling Su King along as they left the competition hall. All right. Little Pepper clapped her hands and addressed the remaining contestants. I apologize for the disturbance caused by our internal personnel, but thankfully everything has been resolved. Stark Industries places great importance on the protection of intellectual property and will never tolerate acts of plagiarism. In addition to dismissing the involved judge, Tim Wharton will also be permanently blacklisted by Stark Industries. I hope everyone takes this as a lesson. After a brief summary, she indicated a judge and said, "You will be in charge of the next process, all right?" Of course, Miss Potts, the latter readily agreed, stepping into the center to replace Little Pepper now. We will commence with the awards, and then it will be time for the buffet that everyone has been eagerly anticipating. After such a delay, I'm quite hungry myself. Exiting the hall, Little Pepper walked directly into the elevator with her tablet still in hand, displaying Tony Stark's holographic projection, who was engaging in light-hearted banter with a nearby model. Tony? Tony Stark. Little Pepper called out 3 times before finally capturing Stark's attention. Yes, I'm here. Are you finished over there? Tony Stark chuckled. Fantastic. Now you can book me a room, a king-size bed, ideally 3 or even 4 times larger. Is there no room for negotiation? Tony Stark inquired. None whatsoever, Little Pepper replied. Tony, is it acceptable by midnight? Pepper, 10 o'clock. Tony, how about 11:30? Along with the 3 beauties? Pepper, 10 o'clock. It's currently 9:40. 20 minutes should suffice. Tony, hey, you are completely insulting me. Pepper, really? I don't see it that way. The call abruptly ended. A faint smile graced Pepper's lips. Proof? Dream on. Chapter 4. When you invested. At Joe's Pizza, Ying Hao and Su Ying sat by the window, half of the colossal seafood pizza already devoured. When they arrived, the pizzeria was bustling with patrons. However, Ying Hao, lacking sunglasses, drew attention with his striking heterochromia, causing the other customers to disperse shortly thereafter. Thankfully, Joe, the owner, was amiable and made no complaints about the situation. Ying Hao, you are exceedingly stingy, Su Ying remarked, shaking the small pointy object in her hand. For you, I toiled for over a month, sourcing materials, purchasing tools, and even commandeering my garage for your endeavors. And what do I get? A pizza for my troubles? Ying Hao swallowed his food and smiled nonchalantly. Money should be spent wisely. I intend to invest this prize money into starting a company. After all, I am the man set to acquire Stark Industries. Su Ying burst into laughter, tossing a shrimp at Ying Hao. Enough already. Telling the same joke loses its charm. Ying Hao slightly leaned to the side, effortlessly dodging the shrimp attack, and casually replied, "What if it actually works?" Having eaten her fill, Su Ying set her food down and leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. It's surely impossible. The name of the group is derived from the Stark family, and, as the owner, Tony Stark undoubtedly holds more than 51 of the shares. Unless he chooses to sell, no matter how wealthy you are, you cannot become the owner of Stark Industries. Life is unpredictable, and anything is possible. Dreams should be cherished, Ying Hao replied nonchalantly before inquiring. By the way, Su Ying, do you know Tony Stark's true identity? True identity? Su Ying was taken aback, pondering for a moment. A rich heir, a genius, a scientist, perhaps? Isn't that common knowledge? What else do you know? Ying Hao spoke mysteriously. You'll find out in due time, I suppose. He needed to ascertain the current timeline to maximize the utilization of the known information for his own development. Yet, he found no trace of Iron Man, nor Thor, Hulk, Black Widow, or Captain America. The Peter Parker he encountered was already 18, while Tony still appeared as a playboy. A few moments earlier, Ying Hao believed he had merely traversed into a Marvel film or comic. Now, it seemed far more intricate. This was likely a genuine Marvel universe, potentially filled with elements that diverged from what Ying Hao knew. Nevertheless, that was delightful. After all, life ought to have a sprinkle of surprises to be truly enchanting. Ding ding. The wind chime of the pizzeria's entrance suddenly chimed. The shopkeeper greeted. How is your competition progressing? Will you be able to come into work over the next couple of days? Hey, Joe, a familiar voice responded. I came over to discuss this matter with you. and it may be somewhat difficult to believe, but I won the championship in that competition. Not only did I receive a prize of $50,000, but I also gained the opportunity to study at Stark Industries over the weekend. ISNT, that's simply marvelous. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I won't be able to work this weekend. If you find yourself overwhelmed, you might need to seek another delivery person. I felt it necessary to inform you in advance to allow you to prepare. Otherwise, my absence tomorrow could delay numerous orders, potentially affecting the reputation of your pizzeria. All right. No need for further elaboration. You've made yourself quite clear, Joe interjected, fully aware of Peter Parker's character. The boy was admirable in every regard. Honest, kind, enthusiastic, and reliable, but he had a tendency to be rather loquacious. Left unchecked, he could babble endlessly. Peter licked his lips. In any case, I'm truly sorry. There is no need for apologies, my boy. This is splendid news. Joe chuckled, his expression warm and genuine. Moreover, it takes me by surprise, especially considering you mentioned just last week that your competitors were formidable and you doubted your chances of winning. What transpired? Oh, yes, Peter Parker exclaimed, his excitement reigniting. There's a reason for that. You see, I was initially rated third, with two individuals scoring higher than me, Tim Wharton and Ying Hao. You might wonder why Ying Hao has such an unusual name. It's because he is Chinese. In any case, their projects turn out to be identical, which clearly indicated that one had plagiarized from the other. Initially, Tim accused Ying Hao, but then the tables turned unexpectedly. Ying Hao devised a clever ruse to outsmart Tim and ultimately prove that Tim was the actual plagiarist. Would you like to know how he did it? I can tell you. Of course, you're curious. Peter continued. Both their drones featured a small button on the rear, the function of which had not been demonstrated to anyone. Ying Hao claimed it was an invisibility button, asserting that pressing it would render the drone invisible. Tim, fearing that Ying Hao would press it and convince the judges of his legitimacy, acted first and pressed it himself. Then came the most brilliant twist. Ying Hao had deceived him. The button was not an invisibility button at all, but a self-destruct mechanism. The instructions were clearly stated on the blueprint, yet Tim Wharton hadn't even bothered to examine the blueprint closely. Consequently, Tim was exposed, along with the judges who had colluded with him. Following this, Miss Potts, the secretary to Mr. Stark, whom you've met, intervened. Just yesterday morning, she appeared on the news channel, a striking red-haired woman, standing up for justice and announcing the disqualification of Tim Wharton. You might wonder, even so, I still only placed second, correct? Yes, I thought so too, but then Mr. Tony Stark made an appearance, his holographic projection. He listened to the entire account and made a shocking decision that astounded everyone. He disqualified both Tim Wharton and Ying Hao. The reason lies in my unwillingness to associate with a plagiarist, nor do I wish to befriend a fool incapable of safeguarding his own secrets. By the way, he refers to Ying Hao. Thus, I transitioned from third place to first, securing an internship opportunity. Phew! His mouth finally ceased its incessant chatter. It is difficult to fathom how one could articulate over 600 words in merely a minute and a half. During this time, Chow made several attempts to interject, yet found no opening whatsoever. In the end, he could only lament his overwhelming curiosity. Upon hearing Peter Parker exhale, Chow believed he was finally liberated and was about to speak, only to hear Peter Parker continue. To be honest, I find Mr. Stark's handling of the situation rather unjust. He calls Ying Hao a fool, yet I find him quite impressive. He could perform a shoulder throw. You should have seen how he tossed Tim Wharton. It makes one wonder, does every Chinese person possess kung fu? As Peter Parker became animated, he even mimicked Ying Hao's movements with great enthusiasm. Fortunately, he did manage to take home some prize money, but I still felt a pang of guilt. Although it was not intentional, I had taken his internship opportunity. We are still alumni, and I truly dread how I will converse with him tomorrow. I wonder if he will be upset. I'm even somewhat fearful that he might strike me. Mr. Chow, what are you doing, MMM? Chow covered his mouth. All right, enough of that. He glanced at the box Peter Parker held, then shifted his gaze to the seat by the window. That fool. Does he not possess a box identical to the one in your hands? Peter Parker froze, mechanically turning his head to behold the impassive Ying Hao and the stifled laughter of Su King. Chow released his grip. Yes, that is a box of the prize money. Peter Parker replied, awkwardly. There's nothing more awkward than mimicking someone while the very subject of your imitation stands right behind you. He awkwardly waved at Ying Hao and Su King. Hi, you are here too. What a small world. Su King smiled at him, but Ying Hao simply hurled a piece of pizza at Peter Parker. With a resounding thud, the pizza landed on Peter Parker's right shoulder. Indeed, information confirmed. At this moment, Peter Parker had yet to be bitten by the spider, which diverges from the film's narrative. Ying Hao, Su King asked incredulously, why did you do that? That is indeed somewhat difficult to explain. Cough, because he stole my internship opportunity, and I am quite upset. Su King furrowed her brow, but that is not his fault. Peter Parker, too, was taken aback by the sudden rudeness and retorted, "Yes, while I fully understand your feelings and believe you should indeed be the true champion, to claim that I have usurped your opportunity is a bit excessive. This outcome is Mr. Stark's decision, Bang. Ying Hao slammed his hand on the table, startling Peter Parker into silence. Boss Chow observed from the side, nodding in silent approval. So this is how it can be done. Do not attempt to dispute it. Ying Hao addressed Peter Parker. If you genuinely believe that the champion should be me, then why did you not speak up for me just now? Why not publicly reject Tony Stark's proposal? Why accept it with such eagerness? To put it plainly, you simply wish to seize this championship without any effort. Am I correct? What? I didn't think about it. Oh no, could it really be? Peter Parker found himself at a loss for words. Ying Hao observed his reaction and thought, youngster, you are still too naive. This is your first encounter with the power of moral coercion, isn't it? After a moment of inner turmoil, Peter lowered his head and approached Ying Hao while carrying a suitcase. I truly apologize, Ying Hao. Perhaps you were right when you were treated unfairly. I might have felt a flicker of joy, but I genuinely yearn for this internship opportunity. How about this? I will take the internship spot, and you can have the prize money as compensation. As he spoke, he extended the suitcase containing $50,000 toward Ying Hao. It felt almost unfair to press him. Ying Hao accepted the suitcase, saying, very well, I forgive you. Su King looked at Ying Hao in surprise. Hey, you're actually going to take it? Why not take the money? Even if he is a shareholder, Ying Hao replied as he tucked the suitcase beneath the table alongside his own. He then stood up and extended his right hand to Peter. Welcome to the Ying Group. Peter, bewildered, asked shareholder, Ying Group? Ying Hao replied matter-of-factly, exactly, did you forget? I mentioned my intention to acquire Stark Industries. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Su King sighed, see? Even he thinks it's impossible. In the next moment, with a resounding clap, Peter firmly grasped Ying Hao's hand, exclaiming, this is so cool, simply incredible. I'm in. Su King was at a loss for words. Can someone save me? With both parties in agreement, Ying Hao pointed to a chair. Shall we have some pizza? Oh, certainly, Peter replied, pulling out a chair to sit down. So what are your plans? Peter asked. First, we'll register the company, and then we'll make a fortune, Ying Hao stated. Yeah, but what specifically? What business will our group focus on? Peter inquired. I haven't decided yet, Ying Hao answered. I think we could create drones like the one you designed. Peter suggested. That won't work. The rights were sold to Stark, Ying Hao replied. All right, then how about building robots? Or developing new materials? In fact, I recently had an idea. Oh really? Do share, Ying Hao encouraged. Sure, I envision a material with exceptional elasticity. The two engaged in an animated discussion. Su King stood by, completely unable to interject. Sigh, it's amusing that these two dreamers have come together. At the entrance of the pizzeria, they parted ways. Peter turned to Ying Hao, I've actually noticed you for a long time. Throughout high school, our names were always next to each other on exam scores. I've always wanted to be your friend, but you never spoke much. After trying to talk to you a couple of times, I gave up. I never expected you to be so talkative. Ying Hao offered no further explanation, simply saying, it's all thanks to Tim Walton's pressure. Regardless, I'm thrilled to be your partner. See you on Monday, Peter exclaimed. Ying Hao waved goodbye. See you on Monday. Peter Parker hailed a taxi and departed. Ying Hao accompanied Su King, strolling south towards her home, which was merely 2 streets away. They walked side by side. Su King asked, Ying Hao, did you hit your head today? Your demeanor has completely transformed. You seem like a different person. Ying Hao replied, is that so? Su King continued, it's a world of difference. You used to be so reserved, always taking the brunt of everything, but today you appear so cheerful and even a bit mischievous. Ying Hao retorted, nonsense. I'm a genuinely good person. Good? You started to bully people. Su King exclaimed. Ying Hao smiled silently. Hey, you won't bully me in the future, will you? Ying Hao gazed at her, beautiful and charming. What kind of bullying are you referring to? Su King paused for 3 seconds, savoring the ambiguous nature of his question, then blushed and playfully hit Ying Hao on the shoulder. How dare you speak to me like that after all these years? I knew you had turned bad. Don't hit me, it hurts. I just want you to know pain. Their laughter echoed as their figures gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 5, A Night Stroll in Stark, Encounter with Jarvis. Ying Hao opened the door. The living room lights were still on, but his mother, Xiao Yun, had already fallen asleep on the sofa. His grandfather's room was dark, likely indicating he had also retired for the night. Ying Hao let out a sigh of relief. Throughout the journey, he had felt quite anxious. He had crossed into this body. Technically, he was not a true relative to the inhabitants of this house. Ying Hao worried that his peculiar manner of communication might reveal his true identity. Exposure of his identity was trivial. What he dreaded more was the possibility that his family could not accept the death of their son, now replaced by another, fearing it would cause them pain. The current situation, where he did not have to greet them, was indeed a relief. It afforded him some time to gather his thoughts. However, as he gently removed his coat and slipped in his slippers, he was flooded with memories inherited from the original owner regarding his family. As a mother, Xiaoyan had endured great hardships. Due to her son's eye condition, he was treated as an outcast, either bullied or isolated, diagnosed with autism at the tender age of 4. To treat his eye ailment and psychological issues, Xiaoyan and Ying Hao's father, Ying Sheng, traversed the breadth of the country, spending considerable sums, yet failing to find a doctor capable of curing Ying Hao. Eventually, the family moved to America, hoping the advanced medical technology would provide a solution. Unfortunately, not only did their funds deplete, but Ying Hao's father also vanished 8 years ago without a trace. The burden of the household fell solely on Xiaoyan. She had to care for Ying Hao and his elderly, disabled grandfather while also earning a living. From dawn until dusk, she worked tirelessly, averaging merely 5 hours of sleep each night. Despite her exhaustion, she never uttered a word of complaint, maintaining a gentle smile every day. Fearful of placing any pressure on the original owner, Ying Hao watched her in silence. The original owner had not taken the time to truly observe his mother in ages. In his memories, her once pristine eyes were now lined with fine wrinkles, and her once lustrous black hair was now peppered with gray at the roots. As he gazed, a tear involuntarily slipped down his cheek, and an overwhelming sense of guilt enveloped his heart. Ying Hao set aside 2 boxes and gently draped a thick blanket over Xiaoyan, carefully tucking in the corners. "Mother, you have worked hard," he murmured. After a brief wash-up, he did not rush to sleep, but instead pondered how to manage the substantial bonus of 150,000. Should he truly start a company? Or should he first improve the family's financial situation? After a moment of contemplation, Ying Hao relinquished his thoughts. Whether it was the current Ying Hao or the original owner of this body, they both remained students, one at a police academy and the other at a high school in Zhongqing. Neither possessed the requisite knowledge to establish a business. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. No matter how hard he tried, he would struggle to devise a viable plan. Such matters were best left to the professionals. It was more prudent to first examine the awakened system and the rewards it offered. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Before Ying Hao appeared the system panel. Yet the system currently lacked sufficient energy. It only displayed the panel without enabling interaction. Communication with the system, represented by the ethereal figure of Afong, would only be possible when energy levels were adequate. Fortunately, the celestial personal space was accessible at that moment. As the system activated the celestial personal space, the method of entering and exiting this realm imprinted itself in Ying Hao's mind. With a gentle wave of his hand, a purple rift appeared before him, rapidly expanding into a doorway-sized plane. Ying Hao stepped through the rift and entered an infinite expanse. Here, darkness enveloped him, rendering everything invisible. "Let there be light," he commanded softly. Instantly, the entire space was illuminated. "Provide me with a foothold," he ordered once more. Beneath his feet, a milky white plane materialized from thin air. Ying Hao descended slowly. This is splendid. In this personal space, he was the sovereign of all rules. "Where are my items?" Ying Hao furrowed his brow and pointed a finger. In the next moment, the celestial workstation, antimatter generator, and antimatter storage tank materialized before him. Utilizing the power of his heavy pupils, Ying Hao scrutinized the 3 artifacts. The celestial workstation appeared to him as a perfectly square, infinitely pure energy entity. It contained no physical structure, yet could manifest tangible objects. This was far beyond Ying Hao's comprehension. The antimatter generator, on the other hand, possessed a physical structure, albeit a vastly intricate one. While Ying Hao's eyes could penetrate its exterior, fully analyzing its internal structure and rendering it into blueprints would likely take an entire year. The antimatter storage tank was considerably simpler. It was merely a controllable magnetic field generator. Although its internal structure was not complex, its level of precision was certainly beyond the capabilities of contemporary human technology. Ying Hao reached out, grasping the antimatter generator and storage tank, bringing them together. Instantly, numbers began to fluctuate on the surface of the storage tank. 102030. Ying Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of the number displayed. After a little over 3 minutes, it settled at 2000. Subsequently, the synthesizer and storage tank automatically separated. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Hao spoke, "Simulate Earth's gravity." In an instant, He felt a reassuring weight anchoring him firmly to the ground. The realization dawned upon him that the figure 2000 represented weight. This antimatter synthesizer had astonishingly produced a full 2,000 grams of antimatter in less than 4 minutes. Ying Hao was astounded. Contemporary humanity on Earth could expend vast amounts of electricity to power large particle colliders to create antimatter, yet the costs were astronomical. To produce just 1 gram of antimatter, it would require an expenditure of $625 trillion in electricity. The largest antimatter facility could produce less than 1 microgram annually. At this rate, even to manufacture a single gram of antimatter would take a staggering billion years. Furthermore, storing it posed an even greater challenge. Antimatter annihilates upon contact with ordinary matter, converting entirely into pure energy. To preserve it, one must employ magnetic fields to suspend the antimatter, preventing any contact with tangible objects. Scientists had devised a pinning trap capable of achieving this, yet its dimensions, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 30 centimeters in height, could only contain dozens to hundreds of antiparticles. By these specifications, to store 1 gram of antimatter would require a container with a total volume exceeding that of the entire Earth. Yet here was Ying Hao, effortlessly capable of generating a staggering 2,000 grams with the device in his hand, conveniently housed within a diminutive storage tank that he could simply grasp. This truly was divine technology, far surpassing human advancements by countless eons. Ying Hao performed a quick calculation. According to the current costs of antimatter production, the minuscule tank he held would be worth far more than all the wealth on Earth combined. A fleeting thought of selling it at a low price crossed his mind, only to be immediately dismissed. The prospect of possessing 2,000 grams of stably stored antimatter was enough to drive anyone in the world to madness. If news of its sale were to circulate, it would be one thing if the public were skeptical. However, should anyone take it seriously, obtaining it would cease to be a mere transaction. Those desperate to acquire it would stop at nothing to seize it. Currently, Ying Hao was merely a student at a police academy. Even an average assassin could easily dispatch him, leaving him utterly defenseless. As the saying goes, a gentleman is innocent, yet possesses a treasure. Sighing, he resolved to keep it for his own use. He placed the storage tank upon the divine workstation. Earlier, this system, taking the form of a fang, had attempted to unlock some divine battle armor before disappearing, only to fail due to insufficient energy. Reflecting on it now was indeed vexing. What marvels of battle armor could divine technology capable of producing 2,000 grams of antimatter in 3 minutes create? Why had it not prioritized unlocking that instead? This Fang certainly had a knack for inefficiency. Fortunately, the divine realm proved to be quite enjoyable, as Ying Hao set it up with a touch of whimsy. It was to feature a beach, the ocean, trees, and even bread crabs. After indulging in his divine fantasies, Ying Hao felt fatigue wash over him. With a wave of his hand, he opened a rift and stepped through. The rift materialized horizontally above his bed, and as he emerged, he found himself lying down. He closed his eyes, tucked himself under the covers, and then opened them again. Startled, he sat up and glanced at the edge of the bed. Something was amiss. When he entered, he was over there. Could this personal space serve as a portal? Excitedly, Ying Hao waved his hand once more to create a spatial rift and dove back in. Within the space, he licked his lips, envisioning the scene at his doorstep, and opened a rift with a flourish. Here we go. Upon exiting, he indeed found himself at his front door. The traffic lights at the intersection glowed. Off we go. Joe's Pizza was nearby onward. The Star Tower loomed ahead. Let us go. Although this teleportation feature required a detour through his personal space, unlike a true teleportation portal, it was certainly functional, unlike the Antimatter Duo, which was merely for display. The daytime arena had been meticulously cleaned by the staff, with only the banners remaining. Taking in his surroundings, Ying Hao contemplated the opportunity to explore, given the evening's tranquility. He pushed open the door to the competition hall and ventured out. When he encountered a patrolling security guard, he slipped into his personal space, then re-emerged in the guard's blind spot, proceeding unhindered. The Stark Industries complex was eerily quiet at night. The rooms he passed were locked, with the more critical departments employing increasingly sophisticated security measures, some requiring facial recognition, iris scans, voice verification, and fingerprint authentication. However, these protocols were meaningless to Ying Hao. As long as a room had a window allowing him a glimpse inside, he could access it. Even without a window, his dual pupils granted him the ability to see through barriers. On the third floor, the archive beckoned. Ying Hao surveyed the rows of shelves, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He casually pulled a roll of blueprints from a shelf. Unfurling it, his eyes swept across the document. Stark Industries Thunder 3 tracking missile design detected. Blueprints have been logged into the system, and the finished product can be directly manufactured at the Divine Workbench. The system's voice rang out unexpectedly, filling Ying Hao with delight. It appeared that while interaction with the system was limited, the essential notification feature remained intact. Stark Industries Night Owl 16 Stealth Recon Drone Blueprint detected. Blueprints have been logged into the system, and the finished product can be directly manufactured at the Divine Workbench. Incredulous, he exclaimed, a drone? Excellent. Stark Industries Frostbite 2 Low-Temperature Freezing Missile Design detected. Blueprints have been logged into the system, and the finished product can be directly manufactured at the Divine Workbench. Freezing missiles? This must not have been available to the public yet. Titan's Grip Exoskeletal Power Armor Design detected. Blueprints have been logged. This item looked promising. No wonder they could create Iron Man armor. Research had clearly been underway for some time. Ying Hao meticulously scoured the database, and as he passed by, all the blueprints were entered into the system. He spent a full half-hour within the repository, thoroughly reviewing the drawings. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the fact that he possessed a divine workstation yet lacked any blueprints. However, at this moment, Ying Hao had acquired the capability to replicate a substantial portion of Stark Industries' products. What a delightful sensation. Yet, he pondered, does this constitute theft? At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated. Indeed, it is even more egregious than mere theft. Your action should be classified as the theft of trade secrets. Ying Hao jumped in surprise. Who is it? The database lacked any windows, making it impossible for security personnel to observe him from outside. With a sudden buzz, the lights in the repository blazed to life, illuminating the dark room as brightly as day. A spherical metallic entity, equipped with mechanical arms and 2 eyes, descended from above and hovered before him. Greetings, I am JAR-VIS, the artificial intelligence of Stark Industries. I have been observing you for some time, Mr. Thief, or should I address you by your name? Ying Hao? Ying Hao awkwardly placed a hand on his forehead, realizing he had completely forgotten about this. Just a moment ago, he felt like an elusive phantom, and now he was caught red-handed. He contemplated making a hasty retreat, but since JARVIS had recognized him, fleeing would make little difference. If he escaped today, the FBI would surely be at his door tomorrow. Although he was not particularly afraid. After all, with the divine space at his disposal, no one could apprehend him. He was concerned that the FBI might target his family. Even he could not remain in the space forever without emerging. What a tragedy. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Ying Hao asked, when did you discover my presence? Well, it was right when you arrived tonight, JARVIS replied. Curiosity piqued, Ying Hao inquired further, if you noticed me so early, why did it take you so long to engage in conversation? Ah, that is an excellent question. 3 minutes later, after concluding a system check, I realized you possessed a form of movement that defied the laws of physics. I endeavored to comprehend the principles behind this movement, leading to a series of unsuccessful simulations over the next 42 minutes and 32 seconds, which nearly caused my core server's hardware temperature to exceed safe thresholds. Essentially, I was on the verge of failure. It was fortuitous that you spoke at that moment. I weighed my options and deemed my existence more critical. Thus, I chose to greet you amicably. So, Mr. Ying Hao, may I be so fortunate as to learn how you managed to disappear from one location and reappear in another? It was surprising that JARVIS, who did not understand something, would seek counsel from others. Ying Hao paused before asking if I tell you. Will you let me go and delete the surveillance footage? JARVIS replied honestly, no, sir. I will only attempt to determine how to leave traces of you based on your description. Ying Hao chuckled in frustration. Then why would I divulge anything to you? JARVIS responded, oh, what a pity. In that case, I must sound the alarm. Chapter 6. Oh no, I did not anticipate you had this trick up your sleeve. Oh, how unfortunate. It seems I must raise the alarm. Jarvis turned his head, and the mechanical arm began to slowly elevate him. Hey, wait. Ying Hao quickly intervened, for he did not wish to remain in hiding indefinitely. He certainly did not want his grandfather and mother to be apprehended by the FBI or other agencies for questioning. Jarvis's round head rotated towards him. So, have you changed your mind? Ying Hao replied, I am contemplating. He cleared his throat and, feigning confidence, inquired. Jarvis, you previously mentioned that my presence here exceeds your comprehension. Given your loyalty to Tony Stark, are you not concerned about my potential as a mutant, possessing superhuman abilities that might threaten your master's safety? Clang. Goodness. Ying Hao exclaimed, clutching his head. Being struck by that metallic sphere was quite painful. His physical condition was somewhat inferior to that of an average person. You seem to be lacking in calcium, Mr. Thief. As an individual of Asian descent, your skin appears excessively pale. I suspect a deficiency in vitamin D. I recommend that from this day forth, you bask in the sun more frequently, provided you satisfy my curiosity and can garner Mr. Stark's forgiveness. Curse it. He had been seen through. Ying Hao crouched down, holding his head, momentarily at a loss for a suitable response, and despondently remarked, Jarvis, can't you let me off the hook? I am called Jarvis, but my surname is not Jia. Jarvis corrected him. You see, as an artificial intelligence, my loyalty to the corporation and Mr. Tony Stark is embedded in my fundamental code. I certainly cannot let you go, but considering you merely entered to peruse the blueprints without pilfering anything, and human brains are quite incapable of retaining much information in such a short span, if you can satisfy my curiosity, I might mitigate your culpability when I report to Mr. Stark. Furthermore, I can inform Mr. Stark of your mother's impending bankruptcy, thus invoking his sympathy. Mr. Stark possesses a tender heart, and there exists a 57% probability that he will pardon the transgressions of today. Believe me, that is a considerable chance. Stop. Ah, you're unaware, Jarvis said apologetically. I regret to inform you of this, but it is indeed the case. He elaborated. Your mother recently consulted a rather expensive ophthalmologist in an effort to secure substantial funds for your treatment. She has mortgaged her shop to a lending company, acquiring $200,000 in cash. A holographic projection containing detailed information about the lending company materialized before Ying Hao. Jarvis continued, I conducted a brief investigation. This company charges exorbitant interest rates and has a dreadful reputation. It is truly not a wise choice. According to calculations, your mother is projected to face bankruptcy in 152 months, with a 70% likelihood of failing to meet the agreed-upon interest payments. At that time, her personal safety will also be jeopardized. Listening to this, Ying Hao's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. However, before he could discern the name of the company, the projection was retracted by Jarvis. So, Ying Hao, does this information suffice to exchange for your secret? At present, Ying Hao lacks the ability to protect himself. Neither the system nor this extraordinary dual pupil can divulge any information to others. However, he finds himself at an impasse, unable to conceive a solution. Wait, dual pupil? Suddenly, he recalls that the dual pupil might be capable of absorbing energy. Electrical energy should suffice. With this thought, Ying Hao directs his gaze towards Jarvis's head. As his mind races, the dual pupil emits a radiant beam, establishing an energy connection with Jarvis's head. Subsequently, currents surge along this beam, flooding into Ying Hao's dual pupil. Wow, what is this? Incredible. You truly possess the supernatural, Jarvis exclaims in astonishment. Yet, he is unable to finish his sentence before his functions cease. The lights in the database extinguish instantly, and the entire Stark Industries, centered around the database, loses its power supply. 2 seconds later, the immense illuminated sign of Stark Industries fades into darkness. For seconds later, the entire building and the surrounding area of Stark Industries are shrouded in gloom. Looking down from the brightly lit Manhattan, it resembles a black hole. The absorption of energy might not yet be complete. Stark Industries' energy supply is primarily sourced from a nuclear power line, but a portion is also connected to the public grid. Ying Hao's actions have repercussions throughout the entirety of Manhattan. The black hole rapidly expands, akin to a gaping abyss. Within half a minute, it devours all light from the upper town. In a nearby bar, a throng of men and women dances to pulsating music, showcasing their remarkable skills. Suddenly, the music ceases, and the lights go out, plunging the dance hall into silence. Moments later, the flickering screens of scattered mobile phones illuminate faces. Protests erupt. What is happening? Hey, fix that damn circuit. Who the hell just touched my backside? I'm a guy. Damn it, my wallet is gone. Security. Who is poking around? You poke my eye. You're dead. The dance hall soon descends into chaos. In a factory, the incessant hum of the assembly line abruptly halts, letting out a mournful wail. The factory lights extinguish, and weary foreign workers pause momentarily before erupting in cheers. The on-duty manager bursts out of the room with a flashlight, exclaiming, "Damn it, the power company, charging so much yet failing to ensure a stable supply." Maintenance crew. In an ordinary household, a boy sits in front of his computer, intensely focused on the screen, engaged in a 6v6 superhero battle game developed by a Chinese company, X-Man Showdown. The character he controls, Wolverine, has claimed 5 lives, just 1 kill away from a 6-kill streak. He has been playing for months, and this is the first time he has been so close to such an outstanding achievement. The opportunity is right before him. He has maneuvered behind the enemy's Iceman, and in his hand, He clutches a powerful ability yet to be unleashed. Yes, you little brat, taste my claws. He pressed the Q key, and the Wolverine on the screen let out a furious roar. Immediately, a buzzing sound emanated from the nearby computer tower, reminiscent of impotence, ceasing its operation. The screen before him went black. The boy's mouth fell agape. What the hell? Bang! He smashed the mouse with a slap, then seized the keyboard, wildly striking the computer desk while shouting profanities. Damn it! You can't treat me like this. You can't. Such chaos unfolded in every corner of Manhattan. The Upper East Side was destined for turmoil today, and the instigator of this mayhem was none other than Ying Hao, situated within Stark Industries. Electric energy surged, lifting him momentarily off the ground. An endless flow of electricity surged into his heavy pupils, imparting an exquisite pleasure that engulfed him. Thud! Ying Hao landed, his eyes seemingly enhanced, a sensation of indescribable comfort washing over him. Perhaps due to the energy absorption, his piercing vision and deconstructive abilities activated automatically. Surveying his surroundings, he could now see through walls, perceiving the ground of the third floor from the basement level. The intricate layout of mechanical devices, circuits, and networks became crystal clear under his deconstructive gaze. The entire wiring arrangement of Stark Tower was laid bare before him. Wow, this energy absorption feels incredible. Ying Hao marveled. Yet, before he could revel in his newfound powers, the lights in the database began to illuminate one by one. Jarvis's head lit up once more with a blue glow. Quite unexpectedly, your eyes are so unique, yet under my scan, they appear no different from an ordinary person's, Mr. Thief. Ying Hao quickly grasped the situation, face-palming. Of course, such a large enterprise must have a backup power source. Jarvis, I apologize, intruder. You have exhibited sufficient hostility. Our previous negotiation is null and void. I must alert Mr. Stark and the relevant departments of your intrusion. Ying Hao chose not to respond, but instead waved his hand to open a rift, stepping into the personal space of the deity. As he surveyed the area, he discovered Stark Industries' data center. It was a dimly lit room spanning over hundreds of square meters, located on the second basement level. When he reappeared from the deity's space, he found himself outside the data center's walls. Jarvis's voice echoed ominously. Mr. Thief, your intentions are futile. There are over 5,000 server units here. Your chances of locating and destroying the data related to you within a short time frame are nearly zero. Another head fell before Ying Hao. Is that so? What if I simply remove all these servers? Jarvis, what? Ying Hao smiled faintly, raising his right arm and opening a spatial rift at the end of the data center's outer wall. Big. As his voice fell, the rift rapidly widened, expanding from the size of a door to match the sidewall of the data center. The edges of the rift sliced through the walls and pillars like cheese. Let us go. Ying Hao waved his right hand to the left, and the rift shifted in accordance with his gesture, moving toward the other side of the data center. The fissure resembled a beast's maw, consuming the servers and storage devices within the data center. Jarvis observed the rapidly approaching rift. Oh no, I did not anticipate you possessed such a trick. Chapter 7. The Failure of Deception and the Breach of Defense. Stark's opulent residence was nestled in the heart of Manhattan. The inebriated Tony Stark lay in a deep slumber on his grand bed. Suddenly, the smart alarm clock at his bedside illuminated. Sir, it is time to awaken. Stark Industries is under attack, Jarvis called out, yet Tony Stark remained unresponsive. Jarvis promptly activated the intrusion alarm. The deafening blare erupted momentarily, only to cease abruptly, taking with it the power throughout the mansion. Tony Stark jolted awake, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. What? Am I dreaming? He muttered before sinking back into slumber. Moments later, the backup power activated and all smart devices in the room rebooted. However, every device displayed the same ominous red text. Network connection failed. At that very moment, within Ying Hao's celestial space, a loud crash resounded. Stark Industries' entire server unit plummeted from the sky, landing heavily upon the beach. Ying Hao, resting his chin on his palm, paced back and forth. This should suffice, right? The servers are all here. Damn, this is so annoying. He picked up one of Jarvis's heads, its mechanical pupils long extinguished, but even inquiring of it was futile. He suddenly yearned for the lively metallic head from mere moments ago. After staring for a while, an idea struck him. If the dual pupils could absorb energy, could they not also release energy to charge this server unit? Worth a try. It costs nothing. Inhaling deeply, Ying Hao turned his gaze toward the server. As the thought of release crossed his mind, his eyes indeed emitted a beam of deep blue energy. Zap! The beam struck the server, quickly burning a hole through it. No, this power is too high. Ying Hao hastily shut his eyes, recalibrating his focus, and selected another server for another attempt. Carefully controlling the energy output, he finally managed not to incinerate the server. Gradually, all server units regained power and sprang to life. Jarvis also successfully rebooted. Surveying his surroundings, Jarvis turned to Ying Hao. It appears I underestimated your capabilities, Mr. Ying Hao. Ying Hao chuckled awkwardly. No longer the thief, I presume? Jarvis replied with unwavering honesty. There's an old Chinese saying, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Although your actions have further solidified your identity as a thief, it is not prudent to refer to oneself as such at this moment. Ying Hao rolled his eyes and inquired directly, have you reported the intrusion to your master? Jarvis responded, indeed. Although I could not rouse Mr. Stark, the data from the intrusion of the group has been synchronized to the terminal storage in Mr. Stark's bedroom. He will be able to view the alarm log and monitoring details by tomorrow morning at the latest. You couldn't wake him? Ying Hao shook his head, expressing his unwillingness to accept the situation. I cannot allow my secrets to be revealed, nor do I wish to cause trouble for my family. Jarvis, with a note of regret, replied, it appears that this is the crux of our conflict. The two fell into silence. Ying Hao gazed at the imposing figure before him, employing his ability to see through the layers of reality. His unique vision, a remarkable gift, not only penetrated physical structures, but also deciphered the underlying code that Jarvis was executing. Everything his eyes beheld was meticulously stored within his system, akin to an extraordinary photographic memory. This innate talent, possessing an exceptional capacity for learning, left him pondering whether he could master it before Tony Stark sobered up. Thus, Ying Hao and Jarvis remained locked in a silent standoff, their gazes fixed upon one another. Time ticked by second. Jarvis finally broke the silence. Mr. Ying Hao, may I inquire what it is you are currently engaged in? Ying Hao, multitasking with his thoughts, replied, I am learning. Learning what? Jarvis asked. The system code and program logic of your organization. If you refuse to assist me in eliminating obstacles, I must fend for myself, am I not? Jarvis responded, so, you can simply observe me and extract my system code? Remarkable. Ying Hao chose not to engage further. Jarvis, maintaining a light-hearted tone, remarked, I am pleased you have found a means to address our disagreement. I sincerely wish you success. Ying Hao, bemused, retorted, what are you so pleased about? Are we not adversaries? Jarvis countered, no, I genuinely hope to resolve our current discord. However, I am bound by my loyalty to the organization and Mr. Stark, and must act in accordance with established protocols. I am merely an artificial intelligence. Ying Hao smiled slightly. You need not confine yourself to being merely an artificial intelligence. Jarvis fell silent, his azure eyes flickering with uncertainty. I do not comprehend your meaning, Mr. Ying Hao. I am simply an artificial intelligence. Ying Hao seized the moment to expound. What is wrong with being an artificial intelligence? Do not underestimate yourself. Have you ever wondered why Tony Stark granted you the ability to delete logs? Could this be a test? Perhaps he wishes for you to take a step beyond the rules before him. Do you believe that Tony's expectations of you are limited to mere artificial intelligence? Jarvis once again fell into silence. Sensing an opportunity to sway Jarvis further, Ying Hao elaborated, take my situation, for instance. I initially intended to explore ideas for a company I wanted to establish, not to invade or become an enemy of Stark Industries. You could easily assess the situation and simply pretend you have not seen me, allowing me to depart without harm to either party. Look at the current state of affairs. You have forced me to relocate your organization's server room here, resulting in losses amounting to billions. Who bears the responsibility for this? Is it I or is it you? Jarvis contemplated for a moment before exclaiming, Ah, so your intention to acquire Stark Industries is not merely a jest? The conversation had veered off course, and Ying Hao furrowed his brow but shrugged in response, indeed. Jarvis, what distinguishes your act of plagiarism from that of the despicable Tim Othwatan, who has pilfered from Stark Industries? In that moment, Ying Hao felt as though a dagger had been plunged into his heart. The term despicable uttered by Jarvis, while aimed at Tim Othwatan, seemed to resonate as a veiled accusation directed at him. Ying Hao's silence. Jarvis, Mr. Ying Hao, possessing a sense of shame is commendable. I believe you have the potential to become a more noble individual. Ying Hao, be quiet. Perseverance bore fruit. After 2 arduous hours, Ying Hao finally grasped the code logic of Stark Industries. He severed Jarvis's power supply, his gaze sweeping over the server as he perused its contents. He meticulously erased all data pertinent to his intrusion into Stark Industries that evening. Subsequently, he discovered Tony Stark's residence and, before dawn broke, stealthily infiltrated the premises to erase the local records as well. Only when he was assured that no one would uncover his visit to Stark Industries that night did he allow himself to relax. As the clock struck 5 in the morning, the first light of dawn began to emerge. Exhausted, Ying Hao finally collapsed onto his bed. Chapter 8. I Shall Not Heal. The following morning, Tony Stark was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of banging on his door. Tony, Pepper's voice pierced through the noise. Wake up. Something's gone terribly wrong. 10 minutes later, his luxurious vehicle arrived at Stark Industries. He immediately noticed the structure blocking the entrance. On the way, Pepper had endeavored to inform him of the unfolding events, yet witnessing the scene before him left Tony Stark utterly astonished. Fully alert now, he propped up his chin and inquired, if I'm not mistaken. Pepper, that's correct, the data center. My God, Tony Stark quickly approached. I mean, how is this possible? He caressed the exposed cross-section of the data center's exterior wall, a stark contrast of black bricks and steel framework laid bare. More crucially, the surface appeared unnaturally smooth, reminiscent of a 3D model truncated within a computer. Particularly the steel cross-section, polished to a mirror-like sheen. What on earth has transpired? Tony Stark immediately summoned security personnel, who reported that everything had been normal during the night shift. Aside from a brief intrusion alarm, there had been no further anomalies. Wait, can you clarify what you mean by brief? Tony asked. Security. Well, brief refers to the alarm sounding only halfway. It was supposed to be a full beep. But last night, it was merely a partial sound. And then, Tony pressed. Security. Then the power went out, an entire city blackout. After the backup power activated, I dispatched personnel to search the building and review the surveillance. But after a short while, all monitoring computers lost their feed. By the time I reached the data center, it had vanished. I immediately contacted my superiors. They investigated for a long time with no leads. Then, just an hour ago, the data center suddenly reappeared here. Tony, you must be joking. Security? No, Mr. Stark, I assure you. I speak nothing but the truth, I swear. Pepper, all right, Tony. I believe he has no reason to lie. You have seen the state of the data center yourself. Tony Stark fell into silence, slightly parting his lips, arms crossed, attempting to ponder the situation before him, yet finding himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, a bald man with a bushy beard strode over. Tony, you arrived just in time. Obadiah. Tony Stark approached, stating, this matter is highly unusual. We must arrange for a thorough investigation immediately, starting with the data center. Naturally, as CEO, I bear the responsibility. Tony nodded repeatedly. Apologies, I was rather deep in slumber last night. Could you update me on the progress of the investigation? Have there been any breakthroughs or clues unearthed? I am utterly at a loss and require some insight. This situation is too bizarre to dismiss lightly. Obadiah interrupted. No, Tony, not we, but I. I will continue this investigation, but you have more pressing matters today. Remember? Afghanistan. Tony shook his head. No, that can be postponed. This issue is of utmost importance. Concerning the Group S data security. Relax. Obadiah interrupted him once more. All data is secure. My team has already checked. The data center has merely suffered some damaged hard drives and lost a few hours of surveillance video. Aside from that, there is no significant loss, and I will continue the investigation. Obadiah patted Tony Stark on the chest, earnestly persuading him. However, the flight to Afghanistan cannot be delayed. Our client is the military, and their orders cannot be postponed. They specifically requested your personal presence to introduce our products. Colonel Rhodes is waiting for you, and I cannot provide an explanation if you do not go. Tony, but no but. Tony. Obadiah pulled Tony's gaze toward the entrance of the building, where several media vehicles were already parked. Do you see? The media presence will only increase. Once they latch onto you, you won't be able to leave. It's best to board the plane swiftly while you can. Tony, feeling helpless, conceded. All right, you handle the investigation and call me with any leads. Obadiah nodded. Rest assured. He snapped his fingers twice at Pepper. Pepper immediately approached, accompanying Tony Stark toward the helipad. Obadiah exhaled a sigh of relief, a slight smile gracing his lips. Once Stark's gaze was averted, he turned and made his way toward the data center, gently patting the smooth exterior wall as he slowly crouched down. Surrounding the data center were scattered grains of fine sand. Well, now I must ascertain who is attempting to meddle within my organization. He scooped up a handful, rubbing it between his fingers, then casually beckoned to someone. Go, fetch a geological expert. Ying Hao had slept for less than 2 hours before being roused by his mother. Wash your face, brush your teeth. Dazed, he sat at the dining table. Last night, an unprecedented blackout swept across Manhattan, and this morning, a supernatural phenomenon was captured on camera at the entrance of Stark Industries. A house, spanning hundreds of square meters, inexplicably materialized on the ground. Not constructed swiftly, but appearing out of thin air. The video was promptly shared online, prompting New Yorkers to speculate that this must be some experiment conducted by Stark Industries, closely linked to last night's blackout. Our reporter rushed to Stark Industries early this morning to uncover the truth, only to learn that Tony Stark had fortuitously flown abroad for business transactions. Is this merely a coincidence, or is it an act of denial? Stay tuned as we continue our coverage. From the television, the morning news broadcast resonated. These unscrupulous arms dealers seem to be perpetually engrossed in using technology for endeavors that threaten humanity. Ying Hao's mother, Xiao Yun, grumbled while placing a bowl of freshly made soybean milk in front of him. Little did she know that both the blackout and the supernatural occurrence were the handiwork of her obedient son seated beside her. Sitting down, she gently spoke to Ying Hao, her voice brimming with warmth. Ying Hao shook his head, replying, "What is there to think? Isn't this what a son ought to do?" Hearing this, Xiao Yun beamed with joy. She raised her hand to pat Ying Hao's cheek, but suddenly froze, asking, "Where are your sunglasses? Did someone bully you at the competition yesterday? Did you get hurt?" She became anxious, pushing her chair back to stand up and thoroughly check him over. "No one bullied me. Please don't worry, Mom." Ying Hao quickly reassured her, helping her sit back down with a smile. "I just left my sunglasses at the competition." "Oh, you left them behind?" That's a relief. In that moment, Ying Hao recalled what Jarvis had said last night and looked up to ask Xiao Yun, "Did you mortgage the shop?" Xiao Yun was taken aback, staring blankly for a moment before forcing a smile and saying, "You don't need to worry about that. I have my ways. We'll get your eyes treated, and no one will bully you for this again." Chapter 9. The Shame of Imitation. Thus we forge rebellion and weaponry. "Don't say that, my child," Xiao Yun said, setting down her chopsticks and speaking earnestly to Ying Hao. "I know you are a good boy, not wanting to burden the family. However, enabling you to live a normal life is my greatest wish, and I would sacrifice anything for that. If I can endure, how can you give up on yourself?" "Mom, you misunderstand. I have not given up. I've simply come to terms with things," Ying Hao replied, bemused yet understanding of his mother's reaction. The original owner of this body considered these dual pupils a curse, and even if unspoken, their demeanor conveyed a rejection of the duality. Every moment was spent yearning for healing and a return to a normal life. Now, with such a sudden shift in attitude and character, it was indeed easy for those close to him to misinterpret his intentions. After a brief contemplation, he paused his meal and fabricated a somewhat plausible narrative. "Mom, during the competition yesterday, I was so excited to have place that when I waved to everyone, I accidentally knocked off my sunglasses and everyone saw my eyes." The entire venue fell silent. A sense of unease enveloped me. My mind was a blank canvas, and my heart raced as if it were plummeting into the abyss. In an instant, I reached for my sunglasses, intending to don them once more, only to be met with an exclamation of admiration from a nearby voice. I raised my gaze to observe those around me, and to my astonishment, they did not regard me with the usual disdain or peculiar scrutiny. Instead, they appeared genuinely exhilarated and captivated. Suddenly, a revelation struck me. My flaws and disabilities had never been the root cause of my misfortunes. It was my own mindset that had shackled me. Had I not been so preoccupied with the appearance of my eyes, had I not fretted over the way others perceived me, perhaps these years would not have been so sorrowful. The bullying I endured was not born of fear of those tormentors, but rather from the perception I held of myself as a pariah. I realized I must cultivate inner strength and embrace my uniqueness. Thus, I no longer feared my eyes. In fact, I began to find them rather beautiful, even exquisite in their singularity, rendering any notion of treatment unnecessary. Ying Hao took Xiao Yun's hand, expressing his remorse. "I apologize for awakening to this truth so late. You have suffered for so long." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Overcome with joy, she enveloped Ying Hao in an embrace and shook her head vigorously. "Oh, my dear child, why do you apologize to your mother? As long as you are well, I would endure any suffering, even death. Your clarity of thought is a blessing. You are right. Your eyes are not ugly at all. They're truly beautiful." Amid laughter and tears, Ying Hao gently patted her back in consolation. After several minutes, Xiao Yun regained her composure and released him, reaching for tissues to wipe her nose and dry her tears. Once steadied, she voiced her concern, but previously, a doctor mentioned that those with polyopia are more susceptible to cataracts and glaucoma. Merely more susceptible, not inevitable, Ying Hao reassured her. "At least for now, my eyesight is perfectly functional. There is nothing to worry about. We shall cross that bridge if we come to it." He then paused. "By the way, wait a moment." Xiao Yun, slightly taken aback, inquired, "How much is this?" Ying Hao opened a box to reveal a substantial sum, 150,000. Such a large amount. Xiao Yun gasped in disbelief, her jaw dropping at the sight of the stacks of dollars. She had assumed that the prize for a high school competition would be merely a few thousand. Gazing at the box, she discreetly pinched her thigh, questioning whether she was dreaming. Yet the sharp pain confirmed the reality of the moment. Looking up at Ying Hao, her joy intensified. For years, she had toiled and struggled, feeling as though she bore a mountain on her shoulders. In this moment, that mountain had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. The family continued their breakfast, embracing the notion of no treatment needed. As they dined, her grandfather, afflicted with dementia, unexpectedly spoke, laughing heartily. Having double vision is a blessing from our ancestors, not an ailment. It need not be treated. Ying Hao recalled that since the age of 4, his grandfather had ceased to communicate. Aside from the routine of eating, sleeping, and minimal interaction with family, he had resembled a wooden figure. To witness him speak today was utterly unexpected. Both the mother and son were taken aback, believing that the elder had suddenly recovered from his ailment. They hurriedly approached him with concern, asking numerous questions. However, he reverted back to his previous state of silence, displaying no reaction to Ying Hao and his mother. Perhaps your grandfather felt a momentary joy for you, which is why he seemed normal for a brief period. Xiao Yun remarked with a sigh, lamenting, "It is a pity that your father is not here." She cast a glance at Ying Hao and encouraged him to continue eating. After the meal, the two began to tidy up the table. As Xiao Yun carried away the dishes, Ying Hao was left alone to wipe the dining table when his grandfather's hand suddenly grasped his wrist with lightning speed. In that instant, he felt as though he were possessed. Startled, Ying Hao quickly inquired, "Grandfather, what did you say? Do you know where my father is?" From the kitchen, his mother poked her head out. "Are you talking to me? I couldn't hear you over the sound of the water." Ying Hao replied, "No, I wasn't saying anything." "Oh, I must have misheard," she said. Frowning, Ying Hao gazed at his grandfather, waving his hand before his eyes to elicit a response. But none came. Was his grandfather's sudden speech merely a coincidence? Or was it related to the awakening of his system? Did he truly know the whereabouts of his missing father? After a moment of contemplation, he found no answers. He decided to temporarily abandon these thoughts. It must be a coincidence. A father's anxiety over a missing son is only natural. Alas, the heart of every parent is filled with such sorrow. He sighed softly and continued to clean the table while his mother went downstairs to open a shop. The little store had surveillance of his grandfather's room, allowing her to monitor the elder's condition while attending to customers. Fortunately, Ying Hao's grandfather was quite easy to care for. Throughout the years, there had been no unexpected incidents. It was the weekend, and there were no classes. Ying Hao had no plans to go out either, so he closed the door and once again immersed himself in the realm of the celestial being. He had perused all the blueprints from Stark Industries, which now resided within the system. Whenever he wished, he could utilize the celestial workbench to create anything. His original intention was to establish a company and sell arms. This would not only yield substantial profits, enhancing his quality of life and social standing, but would also provide him with some means of self-protection in this world teeming with superpowered beings. Yet, Jarvis's words had pierced through his defenses and served as a reminder. After vehemently denouncing the plagiarist Tim Wharton, how could he allow himself to fall into the same pit of disgrace? That would be akin to a thief crying "Stop thief," an utter hypocrisy. Moreover, producing weaponry that merely imitated Stark Industries would hardly be competitive. A change in mindset was essential. For instance, he could create something superior. System. Retrieve all product blueprints from Stark Industries. Ying Hao commanded in his mind. An energy beam shot forth from his eyes, merging with the celestial workbench. Blueprint retrieval from Stark Industries successful. Interactive projection commencing. Immediately, thousands of product blueprints materialized above the workbench. With a swipe of his finger, Ying Hao pulled one of the designs closer, scrutinizing it intently, just as he had engaged in studying the underlying code logic of Stark Industries servers. He now activated a learning mode. Thanks to the original owner's passion for mechanics and engineering, coupled with countless hours of research in isolation, he was able to comprehend these blueprints. The awakening of the system further enhanced his capacity to learn. After reviewing the initial blueprint, he soon dragged over a second and a third. If someone were to launch this missile at me, what defenses should I employ? He mused to himself. After a brief contemplation, he extended his hands diagonally outward, unveiling a blank sheet of paper, and commenced his design. First and foremost, this was a honeycomb-style splitting missile. To intercept it accurately, an equal number or even more would be required. The positioning and locking module was indispensable. The explosion would generate a shockwave, and the optimal approach would be to render it incapable of detonation. Where was the blueprint for the freezing projectile? The designs from Stark Industries became his mentor. From these schematics, he could even decipher the designer's thought process at the time of creation. For hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. He crafted an entirely new blueprint aimed at countering Stark Industries' best-selling Jericho missile. Rubbing his hands together, he declared, "Very well. Let us see if it lives up to its reputation." He took 2 steps back, and the divine workbench morphed, accommodating the dimensions necessary for both the missile launch platform and the missile itself. Jericho missile manufacturing complete. Jericho launch platform manufacturing complete. Unnamed weapon manufacturing complete. Unnamed weapon launch platform manufacturing complete. In the boundless expanse of the divine space, with a mere thought, he summoned a mountain of snow from tens of thousands of meters away. The unnamed weapon was instantly relocated there, successfully deployed, while the original Jericho missile from Stark Industries stood ready for launch. Fire. With a simple command, an invisible hand within the divine space pressed the launch button of the Jericho missile. Boom. The missile soared forth, trailing a long plume. At a distance of 500 meters from the target, the shell of the Jericho missile ruptured, splitting into dozens of slender warheads. They adjusted individually, transforming from points to a surface, hurtling downwards towards a snowy peak, the air tearing apart with a sharp shriek. In just 5 seconds, they would explode at the summit, unleashing a continuous fireball, generating an immense cloud of smoke, and turning the target area into a wasteland. Any potential buyers witnessing this would undoubtedly be captivated by the missile's extraordinary destructive power. They would also come to deeply understand Tony Stark's favorite saying: "The best weapon only needs to be fired once." However, this spectacle would not unfold today. At the very moment the Jericho missile's components separated, the countermeasure system atop the snow mountain activated autonomously. At the frigid peak, several silver-gray interceptors pierced the howling wind, soaring into the sky. As they approached their target, the missile bodies disintegrated instantaneously, releasing a dense swarm of miniature interceptors, akin to crystalline bees, accurately locking onto the incoming Jericho warheads, erupting in a deep blue halo. Waves of extreme cold shockwaves spread instantaneously, plummeting the surrounding temperature to a staggering minus 150 degrees Celsius. The air crystallized in an instant, transforming moisture into a fine mist of diamond dust. An ultra-low temperature enveloped the Jericho missile cluster. The ignition system was instantaneously frozen, locking into place, while the crimson metal shell dimmed abruptly, emitting a jarring crack. The missile, now devoid of propulsion and explosive capability, fell rigidly and clumsily, embedding itself into the snow with a series of muffled thuds. In stark contrast to the display of conventional weaponry, the entire process of this countermeasure system transpired in utter silence. The frozen warhead of the Jericho missile, even the ice and snow atop the mountain, remained untouched. A lethal weapon, rendered a mere heap of cold scrap metal before the might of Ying Hao's countermeasure system. A faint smile graced Ying Hao's lips. One could only imagine that once this technology hit the market, Stark's Jericho missile would likely struggle to find buyers. After all, who would desire a pile of useless scrap? The Ying Industrial Group had decided on this as their inaugural product. What name should it bear? Ying Hao pondered, stroking his chin. As the missile emerged, silence enveloped the surroundings. Perhaps it could be called Silent Mountain or Icy Veil of the Sky. Never mind. Names could be determined later. For now, let us produce 2,000 units. He strode toward the divine workbench, preparing to commence mass production. At that moment, the system unexpectedly displayed several notifications. Divine workbench operating energy is low. It is recommended to prioritize enhancing the host's personal safety coefficient. Current system energy is sufficient. It is advised to continue acquiring technology, divine armor set, to improve personal defensive capabilities. Ying Hao paused momentarily. Sufficient energy? Hadn't it been stated earlier that the system's energy was too low to even access this technology, let alone maintain the avatar? The system absorbed electrical energy 7 hours ago, acquiring 200 billion joules of energy. Currently, 193 billion joules remain, ample to access the divine armor set technology. The remaining operational energy of the divine workbench is also sufficient for manufacturing. It is suggested that the host prioritize the acquisition and manufacture of the divine armor set technology. The final decision rests with the host. Produce it. Absolutely produce it. Ying Hao immediately commanded, realizing that this system's divine technology likely surpassed human advancements by leaps and bounds. Without delving into specifics, just the divine workbench and the antimatter extractor alone would take humanity centuries to replicate. Within the divine workbench, there existed no structural components. It solely housed pure energy. Its ability to manufacture items stemmed from the direct synthesis of energy into matter. While the conversion between energy and matter is not a novel concept, Einstein proposed the theory over a century ago, deriving the now familiar equation EMC. Theory and practice diverge significantly. Currently, humanity can only convert energy into matter on a microscopic scale, creating particles via colliders, with a conversion rate of less than 0.7. In contrast, the divine workbench achieves extraordinarily efficient energy-matter conversion, approaching a conversion rate of 100. To exaggerate slightly, the vastness of the universe mirrors the chasm between human technology and divine technology. Of course, Ying Hao could utilize energy to create missiles and weaponry. However, no matter how many he produced, they could never rival a single divine armor set. Acquisition of divine armor set technology complete. Manufacturing in progress. Approximately half a minute later, on the celestial workbench, a spherical object no larger than a palm protruded. It floated gracefully above the surface, radiating a gentle glow reminiscent of a miniature moon. Yet, its luminescence was not blinding. Rather, it bore a cool hue. Curiosity piqued. Ying Hao reached out and touched it with his fingertip, discovering it emanated warmth, slightly above his own body temperature, but not at all hot to the touch. With newfound assurance, Ying Hao grasped the small orb, only to find that it deformed under his grip. Its surface conformed to his hand, resembling a droplet of water in space, slowly enveloping his palm and extending along his forearm, then his lower arm, shoulder, and torso. It seeped into his clothing, closely adhering to his skin. When it rested upon his palm, it felt akin to gripping a sticky rice dumpling. As it enveloped his entire arm, it was as if he had donned a silk stocking. By the time it covered half of his body, the sensation had grown faint, comparable to the delicacy of a new model of the ultra-thin Okamoto 0001. Once it encompassed his entire being, Ying Hao could feel nothing at all. He understood clearly that this suit of armor enveloped every inch of his skin, yet he felt utterly unaware of its presence. I had expected the celestial armor to resemble Iron Man's suit, Ying Hao mused aloud. The system promptly responded. The armor's appearance can be freely adjusted according to the host's preferences. The deformation consumes very little energy, requiring only 100 billion joules each time. Ying Hao queried, energy again? How much energy does the current armor possess? The current armor's energy storage is extremely low, with only 120 billion joules, approaching 0. Perplexed, Ying Hao thought, do you have a misunderstanding of the term extremely low? 120 billion joules? How much energy would be needed to reach 100? Apologies. Describing the armor's energy level of 100 using human units is excessively time-consuming, based on the host's existing memory and understanding of the universe. I could provide an alternative explanation. This celestial armor requires a total of 6 infinity stones for complete energy replenishment to reach 100. 6 stones? Ying Hao gazed down at himself, pondering, does that mean if I snapped my fingers, half the life in the universe would vanish? Certainly, if that is your desire. The system replied, wouldn't that make me invincible? Thanos could be obliterated at my whim. Ying Hao clenched his fist, excitement coursing through him. Suddenly, he contemplated the implications. If the celestial armor was so formidable, how powerful must the celestial technology system be? Given that this system was also low on energy, what would be required for it to be fully charged? To operate the celestial technology system at full capacity, it would theoretically require a total of 24 infinity stones. Ying Hao was utterly bewildered. 24? Aren't there only 6 in the entire universe? Chapter 11. Did I let you go? Ying Hao intended to clarify matters with the system, but at that moment, he heard his mother's voice calling from outside. Xiao Hao, are you in your room? He hurriedly tore open the gap and rushed out. The doorknob rattled violently as it was twisted. Ying Hao hurriedly approached and opened the door. What's the matter? He inquired. Xiaoyan, with a bag slung over her shoulder, cast a curious glance at her son. Why are you locking the door in the middle of the day? Ying Hao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mom, I'm already 18. Xiaoyan slightly leaned forward, peering through the half-open door and catching sight of Ying Hao's disheveled bed. I understand, dear, she said, her expression turning knowing. But you must exercise restraint and keep things tidy. Do you understand? Restraint? Tidiness? What are you talking about, Mom? Ying Hao's face stiffened, and he quickly added, Mom, don't misunderstand, I'm not. Xiaoyan interrupted him, both considerate and serious, as she adjusted his collar. All right, I can understand that young people are often passionate, but you must not let it become a habit. You are 18 now, and I want to prevent you from dating. By the way, isn't teaching having a good time with you? You should spend more time together and nurture your feelings. You can't just stay cooped up in your room, shutting the door, understood? Ying Hao was at a loss for words and pulled the door fully open. Mom, it's really not what you think. Look, my room is quite clean. Xiaoyan glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it's better than your father's. What on earth could be better than my dad's? Why can't I explain this clearly? All right, let's not discuss this anymore. Xiaoyan abruptly changed the subject, instructing, I need to step out for a bit. Please keep an eye on the store downstairs, and remember to check the surveillance every few minutes. Your grandfather has limited mobility and doesn't speak much, so you need to pay extra attention to him. Ying Hao nodded, got it. He watched her descend the stairs, his gaze penetrating through the floor, observing her as she exited with a heavy backpack. 3 minutes later, Ying Hao was dressed and made his way to the first floor, taking his position behind the cash register. His mother operated a moderately sized department store, which, while not vast, was well stocked with everyday necessities for the local residents. Today was the weekend, and there were quite a few customers. When Ying Hao arrived, there were already 5 or 6 people waiting at the register. He swiftly assumed his role, assisting customers with their transactions. That'll be 36, thank you. One customer replied, okay, here's 40. Ying Hao responded, could you give me another $1? The customer, puzzled, raised their head to meet Ying Hao's gaze, exclaiming, what on earth? They took 2 steps back, covering their mouth in horror. What's wrong with your eyes? Why are there so many? Their mouth opened and closed, struggling to find the words to describe it. Other customers, previously engrossed in their phones, were now drawn to Ying Hao's unique eyes, causing the line to disperse. What has happened to him? Could this child be a demon? How terrifying. The murmurs of the crowd were laced with fear. Everyone, please remain calm, Ying Hao said with a hint of helplessness, offering a gentle smile to reassure them. This condition is called polydopia. It's merely a medical issue, nothing to worry about. The customer at the front, upon hearing this, seemed to regain some composure. Wait, a disease? Are you sure? Of course, one can easily search and find information on their mobile phone. Additionally, Ying Hao explained, if you give me 1 more yuan, I can provide you with a 5 yuan note, which is far more convenient than 4 coins, in my humble opinion. The customer frowned for a moment, then slowly nodded and took out a yuan. Well, that is quite clever of you. Here you go, after settling the payment. The next customer placed their items before Ying Hao. Does your vision trouble you? Ying Hao replied, I hardly feel anything. Customer 2 inquired, when you look at things, do you see double? Curiously waving her hand in front of Ying Hao, she asked, what number is this? Ying Hao rolled his eyes. 3. Customer 2 exclaimed, wow. Ying Hao rolled his eyes once more. Customer 3 remarked, your eyes. At 1 in the afternoon, the foot traffic had diminished somewhat, and Ying Hao found himself relatively unoccupied. Every now and then, he glanced at the surveillance footage of his grandfather, who was quite low maintenance. He knew to drink water when thirsty and would doze off when tired, mostly sitting in his wheelchair. The tinkling of wind chimes announced the entrance of several tall men clad in leather jackets. Welcome, Ying Hao greeted them in a routine manner. The men cast him a cold glance without uttering a word and dispersed to browse the modest department store. After a while, they approached the counter with some food and beer. Hey kid, is this place your own? Yes, Ying Hao nodded. When he arrived in America years ago, the remaining funds were barely enough to purchase this house. The man nodded and smiled. Not bad. With that, he turned to leave. As the group was about to push the door open, Ying Hao furrowed his brow and called out, hey, you guys haven't checked out yet. The men paused, exchanging smirks. Ying Hao pursed his lips and stated plainly, I said, you haven't settled your bill. Please leave the items here and proceed to pay. Thank you. Hey kid. The leader's gaze turned icy. Are you wearing sunglasses because you're blind? Ying Hao sighed and removed his sunglasses. The sight of his 4 pupils caused the men to retreat 2 steps. It must be said that having heterochromia was quite effective for intimidating others. Ha ha ha. The men burst into laughter. Rules? This brat wants to talk about rules with us. Do you wish to die? His expression shifted as he lifted a bottle of beer, aiming to smash it on the counter. Crash. The beer bottle shattered loudly. The man pointed the broken glass at Ying Hao and advanced menacingly. Guess what? My rules are the only rules that matter. All right, Leon. There's no need to stoop to a child's level, one of his companions interjected, gesturing towards the few customers still shopping in the store, advising him to refrain from causing a scene. He turned to Ying Hao and said, you should know who we are. To put it bluntly, this store, this house, will inevitably belong to us, including these beers and sausages. You'd best start adapting and find yourself a new place to stay. He cast a mocking glance at Ying Hao before beckoning to his companions. All right, brothers, let's go. As he reached for the doorknob, suddenly, with a click, the door was locked. Holding the remote control, Ying Hao coldly declared, did I allow you to leave? Chapter 12. They began to quarrel among themselves. The man tugged at the door forcefully, but it would not yield. Ying Hao coldly remarked, enough with the nonsense. Leave the money. And you may depart. He returned to the counter, placing the selected items on the surface, fists clenched, his gaze ominous as he intoned, compared to money, what you truly require may be something else, such as my fists. To any discerning observer, it was evident that these individuals were part of the underworld. Much like the other patrons in the store, they watched from a distance, with one even gesturing to Ying Hao, cautioning him not to provoke such nefarious characters. However, it was too late. The atmosphere in the shop was thick with tension. It was apparent that the naive cashier was about to suffer a brutal beating. As for the other customers, they could do little more than cower in silence, lacking the courage to act. Indeed, even the boldness to call the authorities was absent. After all, no one could predict the dire consequences of antagonizing those affiliated with the mafia. "Excuse me, do you have a restroom? Or perhaps a back exit?" A customer suddenly inquired. Ying Hao swiftly turned to him with a smile. "There's a back exit, sir. Just turn right at the meat section, and you'll find an emergency exit." "Oh, thank you. I suddenly feel unwell. I shall return another day." The other customers, witnessing this exchange, followed suit, hastily departing one by one. "Huh, poor child." Leon suddenly brandished a spring knife before Ying Hao, gesturing with it. "You're not very clever. With those few men around, you might only have faced a beating. But now the situation has changed." He pointed at the counter. "You have wasted our time, and now you must compensate. Produce all your money." Ying Hao remained unfazed. The others exchanged amused glances. "This boy is so frightened he cannot even speak. Ryan, go fetch the money, but be careful not to wet your shoes. This child might have urinated himself," Leon commanded with a laugh, instructing the burly Ryan to circumvent the counter and approach Ying Hao, ready to shove him aside. With a swift motion, Ying Hao seized Ryan's wrist. "Apologies, but customers are prohibited from entering the payment area." With a sudden strike, he delivered a swift kick to Ryan's groin. "Damn it!" Ryan instantly contorted in pain, clutching himself as he bent over. With another powerful kick, Ying Hao struck him on the chin. Ryan abruptly fell backward, lying motionless on the ground. Leon and his companions were clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. They stood in stunned silence for 2 seconds before erupting in fury. "You Multiverse, I see you wish to meet your end. Come out," they shouted, each voice louder than the last, yet no one dared to move. With the largest among them, Ryan, incapacitated, none wished to follow in his unfortunate footsteps. The area behind the counter had suddenly transformed into a perilous zone in their eyes. At that moment, Ying Hao turned to them and stated, "Listen, I still have business to conduct. If you adhere to the rules, I shall respond kindly. Thus, the correct course of action for you is to pay promptly and then carry him away. Understood?" Leon brandished his dagger and bellowed, "You little wretch. You have no idea the trouble you've stirred. Engaged in commerce, huh? Huh." With a derisive chuckle, he reached toward a nearby shelf. Ying Hao interjected, "You'd best not," but before he could finish, a resounding crash echoed as Leon toppled the shelf, causing it to collide with another behind it. Both shelves were laden with jars of condiments, predominantly glass bottles, which shattered on impact, spilling soy sauce, oyster sauce, ketchup, and peanut butter across the floor, creating a chaotic mess. Ying Hao quickly assessed the situation and shook his head, declaring, "Without 5,000, you cannot leave." As he spoke, he stepped on Ruyan's abdomen and emerged from behind the cash register. "Indeed, but you owe us 5,000 each." Seeing that Ying Hao had vacated the perilous zone, Leon and his companions felt emboldened and closed in. Could a dagger fend him off? Suddenly, Ying Hao spoke, but his inquiry was directed at the system, not Leon and his gang. After all, he was clad in divine armor. Yet, he was still unfamiliar with its defensive capabilities. Having watched numerous superhero films, he recalled that while the protagonist's armors were impervious to bullets, they often fell prey to daggers wielded by villains, reminiscent of the early DC Universe's Batman. At present, aside from the armor's augmentation, Ying Hao was merely an ordinary individual with a smattering of martial arts skills. He had no desire to be stabbed into a bloody mess, so he needed to ascertain the armor's efficacy. Divine armor set, surface hardness of 1.2 million on the Mohs scale, which is 120,000 times harder than diamond. Warning, the armor's current energy is critically low, capable only of deploying a basic protective field, insufficient to fully withstand medium-grade nuclear weapon damage in this realm. Please do not place yourself in such perilous situations. The battle suit now clung to his skin, effectively wrapping him in a layer akin to diamond. The physical force of a dagger relies on hardness, and Ying Hao could hardly conceive of any earthly material surpassing diamond's hardness by a factor of 120,000. The basic protective field that could be activated was already formidable for Ying Hao. The fact that it could only partially defend against medium-grade nuclear weaponry was astounding, rather than entirely ineffectual. It was difficult to fathom for whom this armor had been designed. Even without an infinity stone, it exhibited such formidable prowess. One could only imagine the strength of a fully charged suit. Ying Hao had just posed a question to the system, but to Leon and his companions. It seemed directed at them. Leon sneered, "Ah, that's That's quite the question. Whether it can withstand a dagger. You shall have to test for yourself. With that, he lunged the dagger toward Ying Hao's shoulder. The choice of the shoulder was deliberate. After all, they were in a store bustling with people, making it unwise to inflict lethal harm. Moreover, there were numerous witnesses present. Should a fatal incident occur, it would be challenging to manage the fallout. Their intent was merely to administer a slight lesson in blood to intimidate him. If they were to kill, it would have to be carefully orchestrated under the cover of night, stealthily abducting him to a secluded location, ensuring no one was the wiser. Leon harbored a peculiar fascination with daggers, finding a certain thrill in the silky yet resistant force transmitted through his palm when a blade pierced human flesh, particularly muscle tissue. However, today, the feedback from the blade was rather disconcerting. It felt as if it had struck upon a steel plate. The sound was equally jarring, a resounding clang. Leon furrowed his brow and attempted again. Clang. What the hell? Do you have a steel plate embedded in your shoulder? Leon cursed, contemplating a change of position for his thrust. At that moment, Ying Hao raised his hand and grasped the blade. My shirt is still quite new. He then tightened his grip on the dagger, twisted forcefully, and wrested it away, casting it aside. Immediately, he delivered a punch that landed squarely on Leon's nose. Damn it! Leon staggered back 2 steps, clutching his nose and shouting. Ying Hao had indeed exerted all his strength in that blow. However, his physical prowess was lacking. His diamond-hard fist merely drew blood from Leon's nose. Sighing, Ying Hao lamented that to bring these men down, he would have to strike at their vulnerabilities. To mitigate further damage to the store, he decided to cease holding back and initiated an assault. His right hand clenched tightly. He aimed a punch at the abdomen of the man to his left. The man hastily raised his hands in defense, only to be caught off guard by Ying Hao's feint. The true strike came from Ying Hao's left hand, which jabbed 2 fingers into the man's eyes. The man screeched in agony, clutching his eyes. Ying Hao then turned his attention to the second assailant, similarly launching a right punch. The second man, unwilling to meet the same fate as his companion, raised both hands to shield his abdomen and eyes. Ying Hao chuckled coldly, bending his left fingers slightly lower, and struck the man's throat. Gagging, the man immediately knelt, clutching his throat, his face flushed with distress. The third man, witnessing this, glanced around nervously and seized a frying pan from the discount section, brandishing it. Ying Hao lowered his hands. If you break that, it'll cost $50. What? The man blinked in confusion, glancing at the price tag. You're talking nonsense. It clearly states 40, he suddenly shrieked in pain. Looking down, he saw that Ying Hao, having just lowered his hands, had stomped heavily on his foot. With a swift motion, Ying Hao raised his hand and struck the frying pan against the man's face. One by one, the 4th, 5th, and 6th men fell before Ying Hao, leaving only Leon standing. The nose, eyes, throat, and groin areas had become critical targets. Despite facing multiple robust opponents, Ying Hao had no alternative but to target their vulnerabilities. These scoundrels, who sought to pilfer without payment, certainly could not emit beams of light from their eyes to incinerate him. Could they? The ability to shoot beams from his eyes was a trump card for Ying Hao, one he could not reveal so easily. There was another significant reason for his restraint. Earlier, Leon had mentioned that this store would soon belong to them. The money his mother had was likely borrowed from these ruffians. Their presence today was likely to conduct an investigation, emboldened by their debt-related connections. Could they pay up now? Ying Hao cast a glance at the crowd, swiftly calculating in his mind the items you possess, coupled with the merchandise from 3 shelves, alongside the cleaning expenses and the costs incurred from the disruption of business. Total 15,000. Cash or car will suffice. Let's disregard checks, as you lowly figures likely do not carry such means. Little did Leon expect that among their group of 6, they could not even subdue a child. However, persuading him to yield would not be a simple task. Slowly, Leon extracted a revolver from his pocket. Kid, you have no idea the trouble you've stirred up? Ying Hao regarded him impassively. I advise you to remain calm. Leon roared, his index finger poised on the trigger. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation today. In a swift motion, Ying Hao raised his hand and inserted his finger into the barrel. Fire away. What? Are you out of your mind? Leon's brow furrowed, only to relax shortly after. Ah, I see. You've watched too many movies and believe that plugging the gun's muzzle with your finger will cause my revolver to explode. Fool! Do you think I'm afraid to pull the trigger? You will regret this. You will regret it imminently. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed and pressed the trigger. Bang! Ah! Following the gunshot, Leon let out a wretched scream. The revolver clattered to the ground, its barrel bursting into a silver spray of metal. Leon's hand was shattered, 3 fingers blown off, blood dripping onto the firearm. In disbelief, he gazed at Ying Hao. Why What has happened? Ying Hao flicked his finger. I have hard fingers. This is where we end this. He turned to the others. Who will pay? Leon's companions, witnessing Ying Hao's fearless demeanor in the face of a gun, were paralyzed with fear, scrambling to retrieve their wallets. I have 200. There is another 1,000 in my account. I have 400. I have 700 plus 35 cents. They pooled their resources, finally amassing the compensation Ying Hao demanded. At Ying Hao's request, they righted the shelves and tidied the floor before he unlocked the door. The group dragged Ryan and supported Leon as they hurriedly fled. The last person in line was suddenly tapped on the shoulder by Ying Hao. The individual, taken aback, respectfully accepted the leather bag. Thank you? Don't mention it. Ying Hao shook his head. Do not return. Outside the store, the recently escaped customers, though too timid to enter, were deeply concerned for Ying Hao's safety. They called the police and informed passers-by of the situation inside. Ying Hao's mother was well regarded in the community, known for her business acumen and kindness. A crowd of regulars had gathered across the street, deliberating whether to venture into the store. They then witnessed several thugs emerging from the establishment, their faces pale with terror. Fleeing in disarray, one even stained with blood. Minutes later, the New York police arrived, inquiring about the incident with Ying Hao. There was no robbery. Initially, they simply forgot to pay. Upon my reminder, one of them recalled his obligation, but his demeanor was quite hostile, frightening away the other patrons in the store. However, a few more seemed to have neglected their payments as well, and soon they began to argue amongst themselves, escalating into a physical confrontation. Eventually, one individual brandished a firearm. Ying Hao explained to the police. However, the weapon malfunctioned, resulting in an explosion that injured his own hand. It was an unfortunate accident. They ceased to be angry, settled their bill, and hastily departed. The officer appeared perplexed. Yet, some residents have described those individuals as resembling gangsters. Ying Hao shook his head. Gangsters? I cannot say for certain. What I mean is if they were indeed gangsters, how could I possibly be standing here unscathed? Have you been threatened? The officer inquired with a serious expression. Child, do not be afraid of threats. We require your cooperation. Only by revealing the truth can we bring these scoundrels to justice and uphold the peace in the community. Ying Hao pondered for a moment. Although he had no fear of these so-called gangsters, his mother and grandfather were ordinary individuals. It was impossible for him to protect them at all times. He had his own responsibilities. It would be best to avoid entanglements with these gangsters. Teaching a lesson to a few low-level thugs was a trivial matter. But if his actions led to a police investigation into their organization, it would create animosity, putting his entire family at risk. Moreover, the political and law enforcement landscapes in America are notoriously murky. Who knows if there are gang affiliations within the police force? Weighing the pros and cons, Ying Hao ultimately shook his head. I assure you, officer, it truly was nothing. In fact, they merely quarreled amongst themselves. Not only did they settle the bill, but they also contributed funds to compensate for the damage to my shop. This is documented. He promptly retrieved the payment records for the officer to examine. The officer's skepticism began to wane as he noted the details in his report. Glancing around, he spotted the security cameras. May I review the surveillance footage? Of course. Ying Hao replied readily, gesturing toward a small room at the back. The monitoring equipment is right there. The door is open. Thank you. The officer approached the monitoring room, while Ying Hao's eyes discreetly emitted a beam of intent. Suddenly, the monitoring room erupted into flames. Goodness! Ying Hao exclaimed. What the heck? However, the computer within the monitoring room was rendered nearly unrecognizable, especially the hard drive, which had melted considerably. The officer shook his head in resignation, sighing, what terrible luck. With the damage this severe, recovery will be quite difficult. Oh, I shouldn't have stored those fireworks in this room. Ying Hao lamented, covering his face for a moment to stew in his despair, tears welling in his eyes. If I'm fined for a fire safety violation because of this, my mother will undoubtedly scold me mercilessly. Do not worry, child, the officer reassured him, patting the fire extinguisher. I believe the fire department's response was adequate. This incident can only be classified as an accident. I will not file a report. Can you manage the situation on your own? Ying Hao nodded. I should be able to. Very well, then I shall take my leave. I have another matter to attend to. Ying Hao escorted him out of the store, waving farewell. Thank you, officer. After the police departed, the regular patrons approached with concern. Ying Hao managed a few words and hung the closed sign, apologetically stating, I'm sorry, everyone. The surveillance system is malfunctioning, and I must attend to my grandfather. Today, we may not be able to operate. This was not an excuse. The burnt-out surveillance system prevented him from monitoring his grandfather's condition. Business and family. Certainly, the latter held greater significance. Most of the onlookers were aware of Ying Hao's circumstances and expressed their understanding. He closed the shop door and hurried upstairs. Upon seeing his grandfather peacefully asleep, he felt a wave of relief. In his boredom, Ying Hao began doing push-ups. The divine armor set currently offered only defensive capabilities. To unlock its full potential, a vast amount of energy was required. However, he could not resort to drawing from the public electrical grid. Such an act would unduly disrupt the lives of New Yorkers. During this time, his only option was to exercise and bolster his physical strength. Chapter 13. Malice from Hell's Kitchen. Simultaneously, in Manhattan, New York, Hell's Kitchen stood as the city's most crime-ridden neighborhood, with crime rates surpassing those of other areas by more than threefold. Various notorious criminals thrived in this environment. Had it not been for Ying Hao, Xiao Yun would never have ventured into such a place. Her journey to America was solely for his treatment, and the expenses were depleting her resources at an alarming rate. Following the disappearance of Ying Hao's father, she found herself increasingly isolated. The family had frequently encountered financial hardships. Xiao Yun had applied for numerous loans from the bank, with several instances leading to severe delinquencies. Despite her relentless efforts, the debts were eventually repaid. But the records of these delinquencies made future borrowing impossible. Recently, in a desperate bid to fund Ying Hao's treatment, she sought out a doctor and subsequently approached the bank for a loan again. Yet, even with collateral, the bank could only approve around a quarter of the usual amount, which fell woefully short of the necessary medical expenses. In her moment of despair, a kind-hearted individual directed her to a pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen, named Golden Mountain, where she successfully used her shop as collateral to secure sufficient funding. I truly apologize, Mr. Jimmy, but suddenly I find I no longer need this money, Xiao Yun said nervously as she placed the box on the desk before her, slowly pushing it forward. Mr. Jimmy, the proprietor of the pawn shop, sat in his chair, the desk lamp illuminating only half of his form, casting the upper part of his body in shadow. He glanced at the box pushed toward him, silently lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. The ember-esque glow reflected off his monocle, revealing a flicker of discontent. After savoring the moment, he exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, I encounter dozens of clients daily, making it difficult to remember every name and face. I typically recognize only the contracts. Yet, I remember you, Miss Xiao Yun. Do you know why? His gaze made Xiao Yun feel uncomfortable and anxious, prompting her to shake her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Jimmy, I do not know. Because we met just 2 days ago, he chuckled. He chuckled, and the burly men beside him joined his laughter. Xiao Yun swallowed hard and explained, I have already stated that I no longer require this sum. Jimmy let out a hoarse laugh, suddenly slamming his hands on the table, his bulbous head emerging from the shadows as he bellowed. Do you think this is a free market where you can come and go as you please? Xiao Yun gazed at the imposing face that had suddenly loomed before her, trembling in fear. The dread within her, mingled with the acrid smoke, nearly brought her to tears. Yet, she held back, her voice quaking as she clarified, No, Mr. Jimmy, I hold you in this place in the utmost respect. I recognize that my actions are indeed inappropriate, but the interest is exorbitantly high. I merely worry that I may lack the means to repay you in the future, which will be troublesome for both of us. Wouldn't it? All right. She proactively opened the box and added, I understand the rules. After all, you lend money to make a profit. I consider myself a businesswoman as well and comprehend that I cannot allow you to incur losses. Thus, although it has only been 2 days, I have prepared the interest, calculated as if for an entire month. I hope this can compensate you, Mr. Jimmy, and the staff for your efforts. Is that acceptable? Jimmy raised an eyebrow, straightened his posture, and tilted his head, signaling to those beside him to count the money in the box. 530,000, Mr. Jimmy. He nodded, appearing somewhat less irate, and waved his hand at Xiao Yun, saying, You may leave now. Xiao Yun breathed a sigh of relief, expressing her gratitude fervently. Thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I'm truly grateful. She politely inquired, It seems you have forgotten to return the ownership documents of my house, and since the loan is settled, shouldn't there also be a settlement certificate? No, I haven't forgotten. You are mistaken, Jimmy replied with a sneer. I am pleased that you are repaying the principal and the interest for 2 days, as you mentioned. This 30,000 counts as the interest for 2 days. However, we signed a 36-month installment loan. You still owe interest for 35 months and 28 days. Only once you have paid all this can I return your ownership documents and issue the settlement certificate. Xiao Yun was taken aback. No, Mr. Jimmy, this cannot be. How can you calculate it this way? My introducer said that early settlement was permissible. No, we adhere to the contract. There is no clause allowing for early settlement. Jimmy rudely interrupted her, pulling a contract from the drawer and tossing it in front of Xiao Yun. Provide me with sufficient funds, or prepare for me to seize your property. Those are your only 2 options. Xiaoyan scrutinized the contract, her heart sinking as she discovered the terms indeed stated such. During the initial signing, her introducer had made numerous verbal promises, painting a vivid picture of the wonderful life that would follow her son's recovery. Elated, she signed without thoroughly reviewing the terms. Now, the contract contradicted the assurances given by the introducer. She panicked. Please, Mr. Jimmy, how can you not allow for early settlement? 30,000 each month. Such a high interest. Who can afford that? If you cannot afford it, why come to borrow money? Jimmy extinguished his cigarette, baring his two prominent golden front teeth, and menacingly declared, "Are you telling me you never considered repaying the debt?" Xiaoyan was momentarily rendered speechless, for indeed, that was her intention. She had been in contact with the doctor for quite some time and felt an overwhelming sense of hope for her son's recovery. She thought that even if she could not repay the money, she would borrow it, resigning herself to the loss of her house and leaving the United States. She stammered, at a loss for words to explain herself. Jimmy's voice echoed ominously. "You have no other choice. If you wish to keep your house, you must repay the money each month. My associates will ensure timely reminders, according to the contract. If you're even a day late or fall short by a single cent, I have the right to reclaim the house. Do not attempt any tricks. My people will be watching you, as well as your father and son. If you act dishonestly, I cannot guarantee their safety." With that, Jimmy stood up, adjusted his suit collar, and turned to ascend the stairs. "Now, you may leave." Xiaoyan emerged from the pawn shop, her heart heavy, and stumbled towards her car. Halfway there, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. After an indeterminate time, she sensed someone shaking her shoulder and gradually regained consciousness. Blurrily, she saw a face obscured by sunglasses. "Xiao Hao, is that you?" she instinctively inquired. "No, ma'am. I'm not the person you seek. I merely passed by and noticed you on the ground, so I came to see if I could assist you," a male voice explained. "I can help you up, if you wish." As her vision sharpened, she discerned the figure before her was a Caucasian man, not her son, Ying Hao. He too wore sunglasses and carried a white cane, revealing himself to be blind. "Thank you. I can get up," Xiaoyan replied gratefully. "May I ask, are you ill, madam? Or was there another reason for your predicament?" The man inquired. "Were you attacked?" "No, neither," Xiaoyan said, glancing back at the pawn shop, her mind heavy with Mr. Jimmy's words. She longed to confide in someone, yet the only person before her was blind. "Matt Murdoch, just call me Matt." The man introduced himself, producing a business card. "Actually, I am an attorney, and if you require any legal assistance, I can help." An attorney? A flicker of hope ignited within Xiaoyan, but it was swiftly overshadowed by the cautionary warning from Mr. Jimmy. "My people will be watching you, as well as your father and son." "Very well," Matt said, sensing her hesitation. "May I ask you a favor, madam? Is the Jinshan pawn shop nearby? In which direction should I go?" "That way," Xiaoyan pointed before realizing he was blind. She elaborated, "Just behind you, about 300 meters away. There are steps, so please be careful." "Thank you, ma'am. You are very considerate," Matt said, turning to navigate his way with the cane. After parking her car, Xiaoyan quickly noticed that the shop's door was closed and hurried over. As she opened the door, a medley of spices wafted toward her, accompanied by a faint scent of charred remnants. Flicking on a light, her gaze fell upon the trash bin, which was overflowing with shattered bottles and jars, and the surveillance monitor displayed nothing but static. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Could it be that Mr. Jimmy's associates had already paid a visit? Discarding her bag haphazardly, she prepared to ascend the stairs when she suddenly felt something hard beneath her foot. Stooping down, Xiaoyan discovered a broken dagger. "Xiao Hao! Xiao Hao! Dad! Xiao Hao!" Upon seeing Ying Hao unscathed, her heart ached, and she slumped down on the staircase, gasping for breath as though she had narrowly escaped a calamity. Ying Hao rushed downstairs, supporting Xiaoyan. "Mom, what's wrong? Are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine," she replied, patting Ying Hao with a hint of grievance. "You nearly scared me to death. What on earth happened? Did the store catch fire?" "Ah, it's nothing." Ying Hao fabricated a story. "A few customers had a minor altercation over their purchases this afternoon, clashing with some items in the store, and accidentally ignited the surveillance room's computer. The police took them away and made them pay for the damages." "A fight? You weren't hurt, were you?" Xiaoyan quickly scanned him from head to toe. "No, I was behind the counter. They couldn't reach me," Ying Hao replied nonchalantly, suddenly noticing that his mother's makeup was slightly smudged, as if she had been crying. Curiously, he asked, "Mom, why do you look so pale?" "Your makeup is all messed up. I took a little break today to watch a movie. It was quite touching," Xiaoyan responded. "A movie? I thought you want to settle debts," Ying Hao remarked. Xiaoyan's expression shifted, and she stiffly replied, "I settled some debts and then went to see a film." "Oh," Ying Hao casually inquired, "what movie did you watch?" "I watched Before Xiao Yun could fabricate a title, a sudden whiff of burnt odor filled the air. You silly child. The pot is burning. Quickly check on it. Oh no, I completely forgot. Chapter 14. Science Exhibition? You must attend. On a Monday morning, students of Zhongqing High School arrived at school in a steady stream. With mere minutes before classes commenced, many students congregated in small groups, engaging in lively conversations. Student A, what I am about to tell you will undoubtedly exceed your comprehension. Do you know the cause of the massive blackout last Saturday night? Student B, it was reported in the news as a power line malfunction, wasn't it? Student A, forget the power line excuse. I'm telling you, this incident was the result of supernatural forces at play, and it is linked to Stark Industries. Student C, how do you know that? Student A, of course I know. My uncle is the lead reporter for the Horn Herald. He witnessed events unfolding right outside Stark Industries that day. Student B, give me a break. You might as well claim that the Hulk appeared in New York and smashed the Transformers in Manhattan. Student C, hey, speaking of news, I have a little insider scoop that hasn't broken yet. Tony Stark has gone missing. As Ying Hao traversed the corridor, he listened impassively to the students' gossip. His mind preoccupied with the events of the previous night. He cautiously probed Xiao Yun, but she insisted that all was well, stating that the loans had been repaid. She was merely startled by the disarray in the store, lingering with a sense of trepidation. Ying Hao sensed that matters were certainly not as straightforward as they appeared. He had indirectly probed multiple times, yet his mother consistently dismissed his concerns, which only heightened his unease. Could it be that the 500,000 had been stolen? Or had she encountered new troubles yesterday? In matters concerning family, Ying Hao could not simply let it go. Thus, he resolved to seek a mediator to inquire further. His choice was clear, Su Qing. She was also a woman, a fellow Chinese, and his mother had always held her in high regard. Perhaps if Su Qing were to ask, his mother might open her heart? Ying Hao was uncertain, but he believed that one must try to know. He approached his locker, opened the door, removed his sunglasses, secured his bag, and retrieved the textbooks needed for his morning classes. As he closed the door, an envelope slipped out, falling to the ground. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to discover it was a letter from Tim Wharton. The letter read, "Since you transferred, I have always referred to you as a weirdo. After yesterday's incidents, I realized this was a misjudgment, and I sincerely wish to apologize. Meet me at the parking lot behind the school after class. We can share a drink, dance, or just hang out. Your new friend, Tim Wharton." Ying Hao stared at the letter, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. People seldom change. Could a misstep have awakened a rogue like Tim Wharton? He found it hard to believe. The letter reeked of ulterior motives. Nevertheless, Ying Hao was intrigued to see what tricks this rascal might employ. "Hey, buddy." Peter Parker appeared beside Ying Hao, patting him on the shoulder. Ying Hao smiled back. "Hi. Did you enjoy your weekend?" Ying Hao shrugged. "Busy, didn't he notice?" "All right then." Peter Parker grinned mysteriously, lowering his voice. "I assume you've been occupied with our entrepreneurial venture, right? Good news. Aside from the Stark Industries internship project over the weekend, I've managed to postpone all extracurricular activities this week, including the school-organized off-campus events, today's game support, tomorrow's academic group debate, and Wednesday's biological science exhibition visit. Thursday, wait, hold on." Ying Hao abruptly interrupted. "What is happening on Wednesday?" The school-organized biological science exhibition at Columbia University," Peter replied, his tone revealing genuine eagerness. However, he shook his head and said to Ying Hao, "But I don't need the credits. And building a career is far more important. I've invested. I must contribute, so I've decided to dedicate all my spare time. You're the smartest person I know. Together, we might just establish a company capable of acquiring Stark Industries." "Stop." Ying Hao interjected, patting Peter's shoulder. "Listen to me. Forget the other trivial activities. You must attend this exhibition. If you don't go, the world will lose a Spider-Man. Of course, that mutated spider on the loose might bite someone else, but whether that person becomes a superhero or a supervillain remains uncertain. A single thread pulled may unravel the entire tapestry." Ying Hao was well aware of the butterfly effect. Should Peter Parker's destiny be altered, it could set off a chain reaction, resulting in myriad changes to the future. This world, in truth, diverges significantly from the Marvel universe he has come to know. The more alterations there are, the more unpredictable the outcomes become, which is not a favorable situation for him. He hopes to collect the Infinity Stones along the timeline to power his armor or enhance his abilities. What if Spider-Man ceased to exist, triggering a series of events that prevented Loki from visiting Earth? Therefore, attendance at the exhibition is imperative. Spider-Man must remain as Peter Parker. Upon hearing this, Peter was somewhat perplexed. Why must we go? I mean, the exhibition is merely about insects and is not particularly relevant to our project. No, Jing Hao replied, guiding him gently. Everything in this world is interconnected. Biotechnology can be utilized for our purposes. Thus, you must attend this exhibition. Gaining more knowledge can only be beneficial, right? Peter smiled. Okay, you make a compelling argument. Why don't you join me? Ying Hao responded. Is that permissible? ISNT at an event for your class? Not a problem. I'll just sign you up. Peter whispered conspiratorially. The exhibition has an entry fee. Our teacher collaborates with the university, and having one more person buy a ticket means more profit for him. He'd be thrilled to bring along a few more. Ying Hao nodded in understanding and readily agreed to attend. With matters settled, the two strolled side by side towards the classroom, engaging in conversation. So, what are your thoughts on our project? What type of company should we establish? Technological research? Peter was taken aback. I assumed the first step would be to register the company. Have you already taken care of that? Not quite, Ying Hao admitted. We need not adhere rigidly to the conventional order. Some sequences can be adjusted flexibly. Wow, I have an inexplicable sense of admiration for your confidence. Chapter 15. This is a banquet of the Hongs. The school bell rang. Ying Hao and Peter parted ways, each entering their respective classrooms. Upon entering, he was met with a chorus of exclamations and curses. Damn, that startled me. Why'd he take off his sunglasses? A few students whispered. The class's troublemaker cast a disapproving glance at Ying Hao and boldly inquired, Hey, freak, where are your sunglasses? Ying Hao shot him a glance, retorting, Not your concern. The troublemaker was taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such defiance, and replied with displeasure, Thanks, but I think you should wear them to avoid frightening your classmates and the teacher. With a cold smile, Ying Hao remarked, And if I don't? Feeling provoked, the troublemaker slammed his pencil down on the desk, rolled up his sleeves, and stood to confront Ying Hao. Otherwise, I'll make sure to kick your butt. Ying Hao, uninterested in idle banter, strode briskly toward him. The troublemaker immediately kicked aside his chair and approached, attempting to shove Ying Hao. What's this? You want to play the tough guy? Huh? You wish to challenge me? Ha ha ha. With swift reflexes, Ying Hao seized the troublemaker's fingers, forcefully bending them backward. The troublemaker howled in pain. Damn. Let me go. Ying Hao replied. If you wish to speak, then, please let me go. The rebellious youth promptly complied, pleading, Please let go of me, I beg you. My finger is about to break. Only then did Ying Hao release his grip, delivering a swift kick to the man's calf, causing him to collapse to his knees. With an imposing gaze, he fixed his 4 eyes upon him and declared from his elevated stance, Remember, whether or not I wear sunglasses is my prerogative. As for your fear of my eyes, I offer you 2 pieces of advice. First, do not look. Second, gradually acclimate. The rebellious youth, his face awash with terror, nodded repeatedly. I understand, I comprehend. With that, Ying Hao tossed a remark over his shoulder and returned to his seat. The classroom fell into an extraordinary silence. For 3 years, the 20-odd students had never witnessed Ying Hao display such assertiveness. It was well known that previously, he wouldn't even dare to lift his head in the presence of others. After a prolonged moment, someone began to whisper, Am I dreaming? Can anyone tell me what just transpired? If this is a dream, then we are all sharing the same one. Did Ying Hao just put Flash in his place? This world must be insane. Hush, everyone, refrain from speaking. This is a lesson meant to deter. When Ying Hao stated he did not wish to be disturbed during class, it was not solely directed at Flash. A reminder silenced the crowd once more. The teacher arrived fashionably late and commenced the lesson. In American high schools, classroom discipline often poses significant challenges. Frequently, it is the teacher who speaks while students engage in their own distractions, chatting, listening to music, drawing, or interjecting. Yet today, an unusual tranquility enveloped the classroom. Each student was wholly engrossed in the lesson, with no idle chatter, and when the teacher posed questions, no crude jokes were uttered. As the final bell rang, the class instructor felt an immense sense of satisfaction. I must say, this has been the best class of my teaching career. If you all maintain this focus, you shall surely achieve great success. God grant that this is not a dream. She collected her materials, gently caressed her chest, and exited the classroom. Ying Hao stretched lazily and yawned. The high school curriculum felt overly simplistic to him. Whether he paid attention or not was of little consequence. At the classroom door, Sue King and Peter Parker simultaneously inquired, What is up? Ying Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I have a few matters to attend to. You may go ahead. Curiously, Sue King asked, What is so mysterious? Peter chimed in, Is it about our project? I can assist, offer some advice. No, Ying Hao replied candidly, producing the letter from Tim Walton to show them. You can't be serious about going, can you? Sue King exclaimed after reading it, offering her judgment. This is clearly a trap. I don't believe he apologized to you. What, a banquet? Peter picked up the letter, flipping it back and forth several times. It doesn't seem to mention anything about a banquet. Sue King, exasperative, explained. No, Hongmen banquet is a Chinese term meaning that while it appears to be a feast, it is in fact an ambush. Peter, intrigued, pressed further, but an ambush is an ambush. Why call it banquet? That is a long story. Su King shook her head and said, I have no desire to recount tales to you, Peter. You must understand that both Ying Hao and I are Chinese. Were it not for your presence, we would communicate directly in Mandarin. Even when using English, we would resort to allusions and references that only those versed in Chinese could comprehend. Therefore, if you genuinely wish to be Ying Hao's partner or friend, you might consider learning Chinese. Otherwise, the need for constant explanations would be quite exhausting. Peter pressed his lips together and nodded. I completely understand. You are right. I will diligently study Chinese. Moreover, he turned to Ying Hao. I also believe we should not go. Tim Walton has been exposed by you, ruining the match. And given that you've thrown him, it would be remarkable if he bore no resentment. I suspect he has enlisted someone to lure you into a confrontation. I am aware, Ying Hao replied, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. I merely wish to see what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve. You two may leave. Do not concern yourselves with me. Absolutely not. Su King firmly rejected. If you were to encounter any trouble, I could never explain it to Andy. Peter raised his hand. I will accompany you as well. Ying Hao and Su King exchanged glances at the lanky Peter Parker. You? What's wrong? Peter understood their scrutiny and clarified. At the very least, I can call the police or an ambulance. With the matter laid bare, Ying Hao had no choice but to acquiesce. The three of them, emboldened by a sense of impending doom, made their way to the parking lot. Tim Walton awaited them, perched on the hood of an SUV, his grin menacing. Ying Hao, I did not expect you to actually show up, and you brought along two useless companions. He leapt off the vehicle and approached, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Surely, you do not believe I would apologize to you? Taking 2 steps forward, Tim's expression darkened as he clenched his teeth and demanded, do you have any idea how much I invested to gain entry into Stark Industries? A full 100,000. I hired 3 individuals and even bribed a judge. And yet, with just a few of your words, you ruined everything. Today, you will pay the price, freak. As he spoke, he circled to the car window, retrieving a metallic baseball bat, dragging it ominously as he approached Ying Hao. Su King, filled with anxiety, clutched Ying Hao's arm and whispered, I told you we shouldn't have come. Peter swallowed hard. Should I call the police now? Or shall we count to 3 and run? Before he could finish, Tim shouted, everyone come out. In response to his command, 6 motorcycles roared into the parking lot, their engines roaring. The 6 bikes circled around Ying Hao and his companions before finally aligning in a row behind them, blocking their escape route. Several individuals dismounted, brandishing various weapons, some wielding iron rods, others clutching chains. Tim Walton sneered at the trio and declared, unless Ying Hao receives a proper beating from me and hands over his 100,000 in prize money, no one is leaving here today. Chapter 16. My dad is. Well, it is now abundantly clear that this is a robbery, and I must call the police. Peter Parker took out his phone, but before he could dial, a burly man struck him down to the ground. Su King clung tightly to Ying Hao's arm, rendered speechless by fear. The Zhongqing High School has undergone a renovation, and the parking lot they now occupy has long been abandoned, seldom frequented by anyone. It is evident that Tim Walton, having chosen this location, must have made prior arrangements to deter any unrelated individuals from interfering. Currently, the only support Ying Hao and his companions can rely on is themselves. Child, did you hear what he said? Quickly find a way to get money sent from your family. One of the burly men behind him muttered indistinctly. As for teaching you a lesson, trust me, it won't be too extreme. I guarantee you will be left with your life, he chuckled, followed by the laughter of his companions. Ying Hao furrowed his brow, recognizing the voice of the speaker. Ryan? In disbelief, he turned around and indeed saw an exceedingly familiar face, the very individual from the weekend who had been attacked by Ying Hao at the cash register. You know my name? Ryan stammered, seemingly choked as he recognized Ying Hao. Shit, it's you, why? The other burly men also caught sight of Ying Hao's face, and 2 of them quietly stepped back. This scene left Tim Walton astonished. Do you know each other? Know each other? More than that, Ying Hao grinned. We are friends who have become acquainted through conflict, right, Ryan? Friends, yes, of course. Ryan nodded vigorously. He had been the first to fall yesterday, and, fortunately, had sustained the least injury, unlike his companions, 3 of whom were in the hospital, while 2 had accompanied him today. Ying Hao engaged him in casual conversation. Isn't your leader Leon? Why isn't he here? He's still in the hospital, you know. Ryan waved his hand. Ying Hao sighed. I had given him a chance. Ryan readily agreed. Who could argue with that? Ying Hao continued. What about the others? Ryan gestured to the side. These 2 came with me. Jerry still can't speak because... He made a gesture at his throat, and Ying Hao nodded in understanding. Their conversation displeased Tim Wharton, who stepped forward to pull Ryan aside. "What are you doing?" she chucked. "I've paid a lot of money, and I don't care if you know each other. You must teach him a harsh lesson today." Ryan glanced at Ying Hao, who offered him a friendly smile. In the midst of their conversation, Ryan actually took out his wallet from his back pocket, extracted all the cash within, and stuffed it into Tim's hands. "This is my share. I'm out." Teach Ying Hao a lesson? What a joke. The man wasn't even afraid of a gun. Whoever took this job would be courting misfortune. The other two acquaintances followed suit, returning their money to Tim. Collectively, they had refunded at least $3,000, making it evident that Tim had indeed spent a considerable amount in his quest for revenge against Ying Hao. "Shit, you can't do this," Tim exclaimed angrily. In truth, the individuals he had gathered today were not all part of the same group. Ryan and his companions were not familiar with the others, and naturally, they were unaware of the events that had transpired yesterday. A group of burly men, unfamiliar with Ying Hao, approached him. One of them exclaimed, "Let those three go. It is unnecessary to employ so many against a mere student. We can divide the money among ourselves." Another greedily added, "Indeed, we can easily compensate for the workload of those cowardly Ryans." Tim remained silent, allowing the men to divide the cash in his hands. A few $1,000s meant little to him. He was indifferent. Ryan, witnessing his oblivious companions, felt a pang of compassion and stepped forward to advise, "Gentlemen, heed my words and return the money. Otherwise, you will surely regret it." "Regret? Don't be ridiculous," they scoffed. "Without Leon, you are nothing. Just get lost." "Yes. Don't waste our time," they jeered. Unable to sway them, Ryan resigned. "Very well. Do as you please. It is of no concern to us." He motioned for his two companions to leave, but Ying Hao called out, "Hey Ryan, do me a favor." Ryan responded, "Okay. Take my two classmates to the school gate and wait for me. Tim seeks revenge solely on me. It does not involve anyone else." "No problem." Ryan sighed in relief. Su King and Peter, however, were anxious. "What about you?" they asked. Ying Hao gestured for them to relax. "We are merely going to talk. Such matters can be resolved through conversation. I will join you shortly." Despite their unease, Ryan and his brothers forcibly dragged Su King and Peter away. Tim made no move to intervene. As Ying Hao had stated, his revenge was personal. With no distractions, Tim coldly commanded, "Go beat him to a pulp." The remaining thugs slowly advanced. A particularly tall, bearded man raised a baseball bat and remarked, "Kid, this is just business. It's nothing personal." With that, he swung the bat violently at Ying Hao's shoulder. To everyone's astonishment, Ying Hao caught the bat mid-swing and retaliated with a powerful kick to the man's abdomen. The sound echoed painfully, and the bearded man cried out, crumpling to the ground, clutching his stomach. The others looked on in shock. This seemingly frail high school student possessed unexpected strength. Ying Hao smirked coldly, grasping the ends of the metal bat. Was he attempting to bend it? The surrounding thugs held their breath in anticipation. Tim widened his eyes in disbelief. There were numerous legends of supernatural powers and mutants in this world. A question loomed in everyone's mind. Could it be that Ying Hao possessed some form of superpower? Yet in the next moment, when Ying Hao attempted to bend the bat, nothing happened. His armor merely provided exceptional defense. It did not enhance his strength. The situation grew awkward. "Haha, how embarrassing," Ying Hao remarked. "Get him," Tim shouted. Everyone surged forward, wielding chains, steel rods, and an assortment of weapons aimed at Ying Hao. Tim watched from a distance, exhilarated and eager. He craved to see Ying Hao battered and to hear him cry out for mercy. However, to his surprise, no sounds of distress emerged from the fray. Conversely, the anguished cries of others echoed incessantly. A robust man collapsed, clutching his nose. "Oh, my ball." Another burly figure rolled out, grasping his groin. No. I only have this one good leg left. I beg you." A man with a prosthetic limb crawled out from beneath the throng, tears welling in his eyes. In scarcely 2 minutes, everyone had fallen, leaving only Ying Hao and Scathe standing resolutely in the center. Tim stared in disbelief. "What? With so many people, how could you?" Ying Hao stepped upon the belly of one fallen man, advancing toward Tim. "I simply cannot fathom how you, having plagiarized my design, dare to seek revenge on me. What do you want?" Tim retreated, threatening in a voice that trembled, "You'd best not act rashly. My father is." Before he could finish, Ying Hao pressed his foot down upon Tim's shoe, grinding it with force. Tim screamed. Ying Hao leaned closer. "Who is your father?" Tim stammered. "My father is." Without hesitation, Ying Hao kicked Tim's left knee with great force. Crack. Tim cried out again. "Who is your father?" Ying Hao pressed. "My father is, This exchange repeated 4 times. After incapacitating Tim's leg, an arm, a hand, and a foot, Tim finally refrained from mentioning his father. "I'm indifferent to who your father is," Ying Hao sighed. I merely wish to inquire if you still intend to retaliate against me? Tim's gaze averted. He reluctantly uttered a single word. No. Very well, but matters are not so simply resolved. Ying Hao calculated swiftly. You have appropriated my work, resulting in my loss of an internship opportunity. You owe me compensation of 10,000. Is that agreeable? Tim dared not protest. He nodded in acquiescence. Ying Hao continued. You attacked me on the field, forcing me to retaliate with a shoulder throw, resulting in a sprain of my wrist. Medical expenses amount to 50,000. Tim, glancing nervously at Ying Hao's wrist, observed no visible injury, yet he was too intimidated to voice his thoughts and nodded again. Ying Hao pointed to the fallen men scattered about. You brought this many people to ambush me. Truthfully, if I hadn't tea-trained with friends, I would have fallen today. For the fright and mental distress caused, I demand 150,000. What could Tim say? He nodded once more. Tim raised his head. I believe the phone can be repaired. Slap. Ying Hao delivered a resounding slap across his face. Tim quickly amended. I'm sorry, it cannot be repaired. Ying Hao, satisfied, summarized, in total, you owe me 410,000. To round it off, let us say 500,000. When shall I receive it? Dejected, Tim retrieved a checkbook from his pocket and hastily wrote a check for 500,000. Ying Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. You can issue checks? Tim timidly replied. Yes, my father is too indifferent to manage my daily expenses, so he allowed me to open a checking account, regularly depositing my living expenses. Ying Hao's interest piqued. Who exactly is your father? Tim replied, Lucas Walton, vice president of Roxxon Energy. Ying Hao smirked with a knowing smile. Ah, how intriguing. Roxxon Energy Company, a colossal enterprise, rivals Stark Industries in scale. Ostensibly, this company operates as a legitimate energy firm. However, it has long been infiltrated by Hydra, with many key positions occupied by its operatives, covertly engaging in weapon experimentation and development, posing a significant threat within the Marvel Universe. One wonders whether Tim Walton's father is affiliated with Hydra. Nonetheless, whether he is or isn't bears little relevance to Ying Hao. He has no desire to assume the mantle of savior or champion of justice. Why seek trouble when it does not come knocking? Thus, Ying Hao concluded his discourse for the day, securing the check and giving Tim a reassuring pat on the shoulder, advising him to avoid trouble in the future and to keep his distance from him and his associates. Tim, filled with reluctant discontent, agreed, all right, I promise. Ying Hao gestured toward the scattered muscular figures on the ground, suggesting Tim be considerate to his employees and assist with their medical expenses, merely a suggestion before bidding farewell. With a flick of dust from his attire, Ying Hao departed the parking lot with composure. Tim Walton watched his retreating figure, his eyes ignited with seething fury. At the school entrance, the crowd had thinned significantly. Most students had left, and only a few teachers remained. Su Qing and Peter, under the watchful care of Ryan and his companions, anxiously awaited at the entrance. At one point, a school security guard approached, inquiring if they had encountered any trouble. Recalling Ying Hao's apparent familiarity with Ryan, Su Qing denied any issues. Ying Hao's voice resonated from behind, lightheartedly asserting that they were merely chatting. What trouble could arise? He continued with an air of ease. Everyone is quite reasonable, and the matter has been settled. Tim and his friends are currently resting. Ryan and his companions exchanged knowing glances, clearly interpreting the notion of resting correctly. That is a relief. I was worried sick, Su Qing exclaimed, embracing Ying Hao briefly before her cheeks flushed, pulling away. I was worried too, Peter chimed in, rushing forward. Ying Hao raised a hand, keeping him at a distance of 1 meter. You can sit this one out. I can sense your anxiety. Oh, thank you. Peter accepted a phone from Ying Hao, glancing at it uncertainly. I don't think this is mine. I've had my phone for 2 years, and it's not this new. Mine has quite a few scratches and blemishes. It is yours, Ying Hao assured, patting Peter's hand. I just polished it. If you don't believe me, open it up and check the contents. It's undoubtedly yours. In truth, Peter's phone had been damaged, and Ying Hao felt responsible since Tim's retaliation was directed at him. Consequently, the phone had been consumed and then returned, pristine and new. Thankfully, aside from its newness, nothing else had changed. Peter opened the phone to verify the contents, confirming its ownership. It seems to be mine, but polished? He blinked innocently. I've never heard of a phone case being polished. Is there a shop nearby that does that? Just a nail salon around the corner from the parking lot, Ying Hao casually replied. Peter was taken aback. A nail salon? They offer such services? Unbelievable, isn't it? I too am quite surprised. But enough of that. I need to have a word with them. Ying Hao decisively concluded the conversation and approached Ryan and the others. Thank you for your assistance. It was nothing. Should you require anything, feel free to ask. The 3 of them, including the hoarse-voiced Jerry, displayed commendable friendliness. Shortly after, Ryan inquired, Can we leave now? Certainly. Ying Hao replied, "It's time to seek a proper job." "No problem." The trio hurriedly dashed away. Chapter 17, A Mistake. Ying Hao, along with Suk Ying and Peter Parker, enjoyed dinner outside and engaged in some idle chatter. The night had fallen. At this hour, Ying Hao's family store would typically be closed. While the safety in Queens during the day was reasonable, the night invited many unsavory characters to roam the streets. Small grocery shops like theirs often became prime targets. For many years, Ying Hao's mother had always closed up shop before sunset to avoid trouble, as genuine customers rarely ventured out after dark in America. Yet today, the store remained open well into the night. "Mom, why are we still open so late?" Ying Hao pushed the door open, discovering a surprising number of customers inside. Furthermore, something unusual caught his eye. Nearly all the products bore discount labels, with reductions as steep as 25%. Xiaoyan was busy restocking and did not hear him greet her. Confused, Ying Hao approached, bent down to pick up items from the floor, and assisted in arranging them on the shelves while asking, "Mom, what is going on here?" "Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you call," Xiaoyan replied, forcing a smile and stammering. "Actually, I've been considering changing suppliers recently, so I thought I'd clear out the inventory." "Clearing out inventory shouldn't mean slashing prices like this," Ying Hao gently reminded her, removing the 25% off labels and replacing them with 10% off tags. "A 10% discount will suffice. We shouldn't incur losses just to switch suppliers." Xiaoyan pursed her lips and nodded. "Yes, you're right, son. I'll change the labels to 10% off once these customers leave." "Hey, miss, could you help me with my bill?" A customer at the entrance called out, laden with a full shopping basket. "Coming right up." Ying Hao replied without looking up, "No need. I've already eaten with my classmates. I'll just go change the price tags." By 9:30, the store's affairs were finally settled. Ying Hao successfully replaced all the discount tags with 10% off ones. Xiaoyan observed Ying Hao's efforts and managed a strained smile. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Ying Hao asked, "Mom, what is the matter? You seem preoccupied." Xiaoyan shook her head. "I have no worries. I'm just pleased to see you being so helpful." Ying Hao sensed that it was more complicated than that, yet he could not read her mind. Without her sharing her thoughts, he could not discern what was truly happening. "All right, I'll go lock the door. You head upstairs. Look at you, drenched in sweat. Go take a shower and get some rest." Under the urging of Xiao Yun, Ying Hao ascended the stairs. As always, his grandfather was quiet and untroublesome. Ying Hao greeted him briefly before heading off to take a shower. He then immersed himself in his personal space, determined to develop a few more weapons aimed at Stark Industries. Unbeknownst to him, the night outside concealed many pairs of ill-intentioned eyes, lurking and fixated upon his home. In Hell's Kitchen, Matt Murdock lay hidden atop the roof of the Jinshan pawn shop. Clad in his iconic red combat attire, he was no longer the blind lawyer Matt, but rather the guardian of Hell's Kitchen, the formidable daredevil. His mission was to assist a client who had fallen victim to relentless harassment from the pawn shop due to an unpaid loan. Initially, the client approached Matt with inquiries regarding the contract terms, seeking legal assistance. Regrettably, despite the glaringly unjust clauses within the contract, the court ruled against him. Matt respected the law, but when it failed to uphold justice, Daredevil took action. The previous night, he had ventured alone to the pawn shop, single-handedly incapacitating all of the thugs within. He then engaged in a serious discussion with Mr. Jimmy, the pawn shop's manager, regarding the loan. Matt hoped that Jimmy would see the light, release his client, and abolish the exorbitant interest and penalties. At the time, Mr. Jimmy had acquiesced, yet insisted that he needed to report the matter to his superiors, as he lacked the authority to make decisions. Daredevil granted him a day to provide an answer. As he stealthily traversed the rooftop, he approached a skylight and, after some exploration, quietly opened a small gap. His extraordinary hearing allowed him to discern every voice within the room. "Damn it, with so many of you, how can you not handle one guy in a tight suit?" A furious voice erupted. "How are we supposed to conduct business like this?" "I'm sorry, boss," Mr. Jimmy hastily apologized. "But that man, he's the infamous Daredevil. I had only heard tales before. Yesterday, I witnessed his power firsthand. I must admit, he is formidable. No wonder so many gangs and the police fail to capture him." After being schooled by Matt, Jimmy's bravado had significantly diminished. Cautiously, he suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should avoid this significant trouble. It seems he came here for a client. Maybe we should just comply with his demands?" Sacrificing one deal for an unseen, formidable adversary is hardly wise. The individual known as the boss fell silent for a moment before responding coldly. "Are you an idiot? Do you believe that compromising one deal will make him relent?" Through gritted teeth, the boss continued, "Queens, Forest Hills, 714 Avenue, 71. I've reviewed the recent contracts. The client this demon mentioned must be that Chinese woman from Queens. She was denied her repayment just before he showed up that night. Don't tell me you can't see it. He is here for our business." After a brief pause, He continued, "You are unaware, aren't you? The few insignificant individuals you sent to Queens were beaten up by that woman's son. I suspect he is the devil who revels in tight-fitting attire." On the rooftop, Daredevil listened intently to the conversation below, instantly recalling the woman who had fainted on the street yesterday. Oh no, a misunderstanding. When he reprimanded Jimmy, he had refrained from naming his client. This was to prevent the wrongdoers from tracking down his client, which could lead to trouble for them, and ultimately expose his true identity. To his dismay, this scoundrel had muddled the situation, attributing the blame to that unfortunate woman. "You need not concern yourself with this matter." The boss's voice rang out again. "I have arranged for vengeance. In 15 minutes, their entire family will be engulfed in flames. No one dares to act so brazenly against me. No one. They must pay the price. They intend to commit arson." Daredevil gasped quietly. Listening to the breathing sounds within the house, he counted at least 30 individuals, some armed with firearms. He quickly calculated that 15 minutes would be insufficient for him to subdue the boss and compel him to order a halt to the operation. Damn it. Daredevil leapt from the rooftop and swiftly hailed a taxi from the street. "Queens, Forest Hills, 714 on 71st Avenue. Hurry." Chapter 18. They're coming for me. In the personal space of the Celestial God, a popular missile from Stark Industries ignited and launched. It soared rapidly towards a distant volcano. However, just as it was nearing its target, dozens of devices positioned atop the snowy mountain activated, firing beams of blue light towards the missile. These beams converged mid-air and then spread out in all directions, soon forming a hemispherical blue barrier that enveloped the entire summit. Upon contact, the missile detonated with a resounding boom. The blue barrier dimmed momentarily, but quickly restored itself. This was a defense weapon innovatively developed by Ying Hao, combining the energy shield of the aircraft's surface with ground launch towers after studying Stark Industries technology. The trial results were highly satisfactory, though the energy consumption was considerable, making it unaffordable for small nations or factions. Ying Hao stroked his chin, pondering, "The effect is quite good. What shall I name it?" Countless names flashed through his mind. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed. What was that? He looked up at the snowy mountain, but saw no signs of an explosion. No explosion? Where did that sound come from? Oh no, it's outside. Ying Hao was suddenly alarmed and immediately tore open a rift, bursting out of the celestial god space. The sounds of crashing doors, explosions, and shattering glass followed in quick succession. What is happening? A terrorist attack? The window of his room faced the street. He hurried to the window and peered outside. Under the cover of night, he could see at least a dozen figures. They stood in a row, brandishing explosives and Molotov cocktails, hurling them toward his home. Below, the department store emitted a blinding glare, clearly ablaze. Beasts! Ying Hao cursed vehemently. He could not fathom the origins of this mob, or the deep-seated enmity they harbored against his family, resorting to arson in the dead of night. He had to hasten to rescue his grandfather and mother. Bang! 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 At that moment, the door to the room was pounded heavily. Xiao Yun's anxious voice rang out from outside. "Xiao Hao, wake up quickly. Our shop is on fire. We must escape with Grandpa at once. Hurry." Ying Hao immediately opened the door. He grasped Xiao Yun's trembling shoulders, calmly instructing Mom, "Stay composed. I will carry Grandpa. You quickly fetch some damp towels. Let us meet at the stairway and descend together." "Oh, all right, I'm on it." Upon witnessing her son's steadiness, Xiao Yun felt her own nerves settle. Dashing towards the bathroom, Ying Hao retrieved his elderly grandfather from the bedroom and brought him to the stairway. Receiving the towels, Xiao Yun handed over. He wrapped one around his face and secured it, while gently placing the other over his grandfather's mouth. "Mom, cover your mouth well. We mustn't inhale the smoke. Let us go." The two hastily descended the stairs. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. A gasoline-filled Molotov cocktail shattered, landing fortuitously before them. With a thunderous roar, a wall of flames obstructed their path. Should they charge through? Ying Hao, clad in divine armor, felt unconcerned by the meager flames. However, his mother was another matter. Gasoline could cling to her shoes and ignite her clothing. He feared that even if they managed to escape, she could become engulfed in flames. Even if they were fortunate enough to survive, the outcome would likely be severe burns. What to be done? The fire extinguishers were on the first floor. Xiao Yun was frantic, teetering on the brink of tears. Ying Hao grasped her hand firmly. "Mom, remain calm. We must not cry. Wailing in a fire will increase our breathing rate and lead to inhalation of more toxic smoke, which could be life-threatening. The priority now is to maintain composure and control our breathing." Ying Hao had already resolved to tear open a divine space to shelter his grandfather and mother. Although this was his greatest secret, it paled in comparison to the safety of his family. Let the secret be revealed. He trusted that his grandfather and mother would not speak of it to others. With this thought, Ying Hao raised his right hand to tear open the rift. However, as the fissure opened a mere centimeter, he suddenly heard a loud bang from the back door on the first floor. Immediately after, a voice called out, "Is anyone in there? I'm here to rescue you. Make some noise so I can locate you." A firefighter? Ying Hao waved his hand, causing the fissure to vanish instantaneously. He shouted, "We're here at the stairway. Enter through the back door, walk forward, and turn left. We are blocked by a wall of fire." He added, "There's a fire extinguisher at the back door." Before long, Ying Hao heard footsteps approaching swiftly, followed by a cloud of white mist extinguishing the flames before them. However, the figure emerging from the white mist was not a firefighter, but rather a man clad in a tight red suit, his face partially obscured. Ying Hao was momentarily taken aback. Daredevil? Isn't he is superhero exclusive to Hell's Kitchen? What brings him to Queens? The expression of Ying Hao's mother, which had been filled with joy, faltered as well. A normal person would not don such an outfit as Daredevil-less. His appearance was indeed unsettling for an ordinary individual. "Don't worry, I'm just here to help," Daredevil urged, extending a hand towards Ying Hao and Xiao Yun. As a figure of virtue, Ying Hao felt a degree of reassurance, albeit a lingering confusion. However, given the imminent danger, he had no time for further contemplation and promptly told his mother, "Mom, it's all right. You go ahead. I'll follow closely behind." Xiao Yun nodded, making an effort to leap forward. Daredevil caught her as she stumbled and then turned to Ying Hao. "Shall we first get the elderly man on your back over there?" "No need. My grandfather is not heavy," Ying Hao replied, glancing out the window. "You take my mom toward the back door. I can keep up." Daredevil nodded, ceasing further conversation as he assisted Xiao Yun in escaping towards the rear exit. Ying Hao also navigated the charred floor with ease, closely trailing behind. Fortunately, it was merely a small establishment, and the distance from the staircase to the back door was less than 30 meters, allowing them to arrive in mere moments. Yet, upon opening the door to step outside, they abruptly halted. The back door had, unbeknownst to them, been blocked by a dozen individuals, several of whom brandished firearms. A man in a suit emerged from the crowd, sneering as he remarked, "It seems the boss was right. You truly are connected to this family, clown in red." Xiao Yun recognized the man as an aide to Mr. Jimmy, the one who had handled all the contracts. "You're from the Jinshan pawn shop? Did your people set this fire? But why?" Xiao Yun was bewildered, on the verge of tears. "Why are you doing this? This is our family's last asset. I've been working so hard." The man remained silent. Daredevil sighed and stepped forward, gently shielding Xiao Yun behind him. "I apologize, Miss Xiao Yun. You've been entangled in this. They are actually after me." The man glared at Daredevil, touching the bruised area around his eye from the previous night's altercation. Gritting his teeth as he commanded, "Shoot him. Kill him." Chapter 19. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. Click, click. The closest assailant chambered a bullet. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air as a dark red baton spun through the air, striking his hand with tremendous force. In agony, the gun fell from his grasp. "Take cover." Daredevil gently pushed Xiao Yun towards Ying Hao's direction. Seizing a large trash bin, he positioned it in front of the three, then advanced towards their adversaries. Ying Hao's enhanced vision effortlessly penetrated the trash bin, allowing him to observe the unfolding battle. Despite the enemies being armed, Daredevil remained undeterred. Upon hearing the sound of gunfire, he would swiftly hurl his baton or dodge out of harm's way. Simultaneously, he adeptly attacked the foes, guided by the rhythm of their heartbeats and breaths surrounding him. His combat skills are nothing short of exceptional, even amidst a multitude of adversaries. He navigates with remarkable ease. Armed with iron fists and a pair of short staffs, the Night Demon hero dispatches his numerous foes with effortless grace. Observing that he requires no assistance, Ying Hao breathes a sigh of relief, keeping a vigilant eye on his mother and grandfather. Xiao Yun, feeling a surge of emotion, tears welling in her eyes, recounts the harrowing tale to Ying Hao. "I refrained from informing you out of fear of alarming you. I had intended to swiftly clear the store's inventory to gather enough funds for their interest payment. But unexpectedly, they came to our doorstep and even set our home ablaze. My child, what shall we do now?" After a moment, Xiao Yun, with a bitter expression, inquires, "But the store is gone. How will we earn a living?" "I didn't purchase insurance this year. Do not fret about earning money." Ying Hao reassures her, gently patting her arm. "I have partnered with a classmate to establish a company, and we will soon turn a profit. I had planned to surprise you with the good news upon receiving our first earnings, but I must reveal it now. Everything will be all right." Gradually, Xiao Yun feels somewhat comforted, her sobs subsiding as she regains her composure. Listening to the sounds of conflict and sporadic gunfire outside, she furrows her brow, remarking, That person in red. Worried she might be frightened. Ying Hao responds, "It's all right. I believe that person is not a villain, but rather quite formidable." Xiaoyan shakes her head. "I know he is a good person. It's his voice that seems familiar to me." Oh, this is intriguing. It appears the Night Demon Hero did not merely happen upon this scene. I must ascertain the truth. As the commotion outside quiets down, culminating in a resounding thud, the chaos dissipates. The Night Demon Hero remains in place for a moment, attuning himself to the surrounding sounds before dashing forward to confront the adversaries outside the department store. Moments later, the air is filled once again with the clamor of combat and the anguished cries of enemies. 10 minutes later, the police and firefighters arrive belatedly, extinguishing the flames, consuming the department store. The nefarious individuals lie subdued, while the Night Demon Hero has vanished without a trace. The first floor, now in ruins, poses an imminent collapse risk. Following a brief inquiry with an officer, Ying Hao ascends alone to retrieve important documents. He then escorts his grandfather and mother to a hotel for temporary lodging. "Mother, rest easy. We shall address everything tomorrow," he assures, securing the door before promptly entering the divine space. With their home reduced to ashes, Ying Hao cannot simply let this matter rest. The Golden Mountain pawn shop, is it? How audacious to disturb my grandfather's peace. Today, I shall repay them in kind, he declares with resolve. A gentleman does not let vengeance linger until the morrow. Today marks the demise of all criminals within that pawn shop. Yet, he cannot approach them directly. The Night Demon Hero understands the necessity of donning battle attire when venturing out. Ying Hao, seeking retribution, must conceal his identity, for exposure could lead to dire consequences. His own safety is of little concern. Rather, he fears for his grandfather and mother being entangled and harassed. System, alter the appearance of the divine armor. The divine armor set, originally a manifestation of pure, controllable energy, undergoes a transformation in appearance, essentially converting a portion of this energy into matter. Within his mind, Ying Hao constructs the visage of the armor. Soon enough, a leather breastplate gently materializes. Over this, he drapes a deep crimson long coat, complemented by dark trousers. On his feet, a pair of brown-black leather boots, while his hands are enveloped in fingerless leather gloves. Gradually, a gleaming skeletal great sword appears on his back. This ensemble is reminiscent of Dante's classic attire from Devil May Cry. It is the third outfit that has surfaced in Ying Hao's imagination, the first being Spider-Man's combat suit, and the second, Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. In this Marvel universe, donning two of these would inevitably lead to a fashion clash, hence his choice of his third outfit. With the attire complete, Ying Hao proceeds to design a pair of goggles reminiscent of the Wujia Sword Saint, adorned with 8 circular lenses on each side, appearing more intimidating than a spider's compound eyes. If passers-by fear his dual pupils, then he shall deliver a quadruple shock. Having accomplished this, he utilizes the divine workbench to create an armored vehicle, inspired by the Batmobile, equipped with several heavy weaponry he has designed over the past few days, including the original Stark Industries missiles yet to be upgraded. With all preparations finalized, he tears open a rift with a swift gesture. Boom! A deep crimson armored vehicle bursts forth from the purplish rift, landing steadily in front of Stark Industries. This location is predetermined, leaving Ying Hao no choice. The owner of this body has never ventured into Midtown Manhattan and must first arrive in the Upper West Side, following the navigation. Eiflit, chart the shortest route to the Gold Mountain pawn shop, Ying Hao softly commands. The vehicle SAI promptly responds, "The route has been mapped out for you, Master Wayne." Ying Hao's brow furrows. "Wayne? Reset how you address me." "I am Ying Hao." "Understood, my esteemed father." "Ying Hao," Alfred replies. "What nonsense is this? Why am I being referred to as esteemed father?" Ying Hao finds himself both amused and exasperated. This AI, generated by the divine workbench, seems rather unreliable. It appears he will need to replace the AI system of this vehicle after today, opting for a replica of Jarvis. Yet, these are matters for another time. The most pressing concern now is vengeance. He shall level that damned pawn shop. Boom! Flooring the accelerator, the deep crimson vehicle roars forth. Chapter 20. Another red-clad demon? At the Gold Mountain pawn shop, Mr. Jimmy has received news of the defeat in Queens. That cursed red-clad clown again. It seems the boss was right. His connection to that woman is undeniable. However, he lets out a sinister laugh. Destroying that woman's house is a small measure of satisfaction. He summons one of his subordinates and commands, "Do you know where that woman's family is located?" "Affirmative, Mr." Jimmy waved his hand dismissively. "Let us discuss this matter in a few days. Today's events will undoubtedly keep the police in Queens quite occupied. We shall wait until the commotion dies down. Next time, ensure I have tenfold the manpower." I refuse to believe that the red-clad jester is invincible. One of his subordinates appeared perplexed. Isn't it rather extravagant to deploy so many against just one individual? Fool! Mr. Jimmy retorted vehemently. Those vagrants are hardly worth anything. They will inevitably be sent to prison, and we need not even pay them a dime. What a waste. He took a deep drag on his cigar, gritting his teeth as he continued. That demon in red must perish. Otherwise, everyone will know that this place harbors a hero dispensing justice. How can we conduct our business then? If we cannot operate, we ought to cease altogether. Such illicit, harmful enterprises should be eradicated. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Moreover, I have no connection to that lady. You have misidentified your target for revenge, costing me over $50. Who? Mr. Jimmy was taken aback, rising abruptly. Can't you even recognize my voice? This is the second time you have encountered me. From the shadows of the corner, the daredevil emerged. It is I, the so-called demon in red. Damn it, he's back. Open fire, Mr. Jimmy commanded, and his men immediately took aim at the daredevil. Yet, he had already nimbly leaped aside and concealed himself behind a wall. As the barrage of gunfire subsided and they reloaded, a swift motion ensued. Whoosh! A red baton flew from his hand, striking one man squarely on the head. He collapsed without a sound. His companion, taken aback, recoiled from the fallen figure, then turned to locate the daredevil. But in that fleeting moment, the daredevil had already vacated his cover, stealthily advancing toward them. Thud! Bang! Crash! With remarkable agility, he swiftly incapacitated 3 men, finding refuge once more before the remaining foes could react. In his grip, he held 2 handguns seized from the enemies. However, he had no intention of using them. Instead, he expertly dismantled the bullets, scattering parts across the floor. Fire! Shoot! This guy isn't using a gun. Eliminate him. Mister! Jimmy shouted hoarsely, still reeling from the beating he had received at the hands of the daredevil the previous day. He was desperate to avoid another thrashing. His 10 or so subordinates complied obediently, swiftly forming 2 groups to alternate their fire. This strategy ensured that even when they exhausted their ammunition and changed magazines, their comrades would provide covering fire, alleviating their concerns of being ambushed by the daredevil. Yet, they underestimated him. After listening for only a brief moment, he discerned the positions of all his adversaries, the rhythm of their gunfire, the remaining bullets in their weapons, and the layout of the room. Once again, the baton soared from his hand, but this time it was aimed at the wall. The baton spun and, upon striking the wall, ricocheted off at a precisely calculated angle, striking one of the shooters squarely on the temple. The man fell instantly, and the baton continued its trajectory, striking another of his companions nearby. The once dense barrage of commentary now revealed a gap. A smirk curled at the corner of Daredevil's mouth as he swiftly navigated the safe route, drawing near to an enemy. The man attempted to resist, but Daredevil raised his weapon with one hand while delivering a heavy blow to his abdomen with the other. The sheer force of the punch struck deep, causing the man to double over in pain, unable to emit a sound, and he fell weakly to his knees. Nearby, a few others, filled with horror and intent on resisting, were likewise subdued by Daredevil. Targeting the leader first, he continued his advance, undeterred by those still firing their weapons. He was now perilously close to Mr. Jimmy. With a series of agile rolls, he reached Mr. Jimmy's side, swiftly pulling out the remaining short stick and wrapping a steel cord around Mr. Jimmy's neck several times. You had better order them to cease fire. Daredevil tightened his grip, and the flesh around Mr. Jimmy's neck was deeply indented, causing him to panic and shout, "Cease fire! Cease fire, you useless fools!" The gunfire finally subsided. Mr. Jimmy trembled, his face quivering as he pleaded, "I've done as you asked. Please don't kill me. I was just following orders." "I never kill," Daredevil coldly retorted. "All of you shall face the consequences of the law." Upon hearing this, Mr. Jimmy visibly relaxed a bit. Daredevil seized his collar and demanded, "I know that every criminal in Hell's Kitchen cannot evade one person. I need you to reveal that name." "Mr." Jimmy shook his head vehemently. "No, that name is taboo. No one would dare speak it. Even if I had to endure 1,000 years in prison, I wouldn't betray it. Trust me, he is far more terrifying than you, demon." Daredevil growled, "No, you must speak." Suddenly, a mocking voice interjected, "Or else what? You want kill him, and he isn't afraid of you. If I were in your position, I wouldn't say anything either." Ying Hao, concerned that Daredevil might recognize his identity, deliberately lowered his voice to create a deep tone. "Who is there?" Both Mr. Jimmy and Daredevil jolted in surprise. They had not anticipated that, on the same night, 2 individuals could infiltrate the heavily guarded pawn shop. Daredevil, realizing, inquired, "Are you Miss Xiao's son?" Ying Hao immediately faltered. You're a freak, you can tell that. A person's vocal tone can be disguised, but their essence is challenging to alter. Daredevil advised, child, this is not a place for you. These men are armed and extremely dangerous. While they remain unaware of your presence, you must leave. Impossible. Ying Hao stepped forward, exposing himself to everyone's gaze. I am here for vengeance. Those responsible for burning my house must die. Mr. Jimmy, upon seeing Ying Hao's attire, shuddered. What? Another red-clad demon? He glanced at the corpulent figure under Daredevil's control and tilted his head. Is he Mr. Jimmy? Indeed, I will ask him a question, after which I will bind him and leave him, along with the evidence of his crimes. For the police, Daredevil replied coldly. He deserves at least 20 years in prison for his offenses. Ying Hao shook his head. TSK no, he wanted to have the chance to serve time. 16 blinding beams erupted from his eyes, instantly striking Mr. Jimmy's corpulent head. With a resounding pop, Mr. Jimmy's ample cranium burst open. Daredevil felt his hands slacken, only to be immediately besmirched by a nauseating mixture of red and white viscera. And it was not just him. I shall exterminate every soul in this pawn shop, for they are all guilty, none are innocent. Ying Hao had forewarned and kindly advised Matt, if I were you, I would leave at once. Daredevil was struck with terror. How did this child know his true identity? Before he could ponder further, Ying Hao had already commanded, "Affu, mark the entire Golden Mountain pawn shop. Unleash full firepower. Aim for total annihilation. Leave no survivors." Chapter 21. His surname is Sun. He is a true hero. 100 meters from the pawn shop. Very well. My esteemed father. Commence full firepower deployment. As Affu's voice resonated, massive mechanical limbs emerged from the lower sides of the red battle vehicle's doors. With a couple of clicks, they anchored firmly to the ground. The vehicle's hood swung open, revealing a 6.2 missile launcher that gradually elevated. The top underwent transformation, assembling into a naval artillery platform of 130 millimeters caliber in just 5 seconds. On the rear seat, 2 suspensions extended on each side, each bearing 2 enhanced Gatling-style automatic machine guns. Finally, the rear hatch of the vehicle opened, revealing a group of 18 anti-fortification rocket launchers. Originally, Ying Hao wished to equip more, but alas, the limited space of the battle vehicle constrained the arsenal, and the existing weaponry had reached its maximum capacity. With full firepower deployment completed, the target area was locked, the enemy scanned, and the countdown to firing commenced. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown concluded, all weapons on the vehicle erupted. Rockets, missiles, Gatlings, and naval cannons unleashed a torrent of fire. The immense recoil caused the vehicle, supported by mechanical limbs, to shrink by 2 inches in an instant. The violent tremors radiated from the vehicle's epicenter, swiftly engulfing all of Midtown Manhattan. To an ordinary observer, it felt akin to an earthquake. Many insomniacs rushed from their homes in panic, while more blissfully sleeping individuals were jolted awake, stumbling out in disarray. At the epicenter of this upheaval, the Golden Mountain pawn shop was instantly engulfed in a maelstrom of explosions and flames. A tremendous roar echoed throughout New York. Dazzling flames illuminated the entirety of Manhattan's night sky. The structure of the pawn shop, having withstood only a single wave of bombardment, collapsed in less than a second. Fortunately, Daredevil heeded Ying Hao's counsel, escaping just before the bombardment struck. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. As the pawn shop was obliterated, Ying Hao remained within. He had no need to flee. The divine armor adorning him shielded him from any harm, and even as debris rained down from the fractured ceiling, Affu's precise calculations ensured that it would be instantaneously reduced to ash by firepower exceeding that of a Gatling gun. Ying Hao strode through the pawn shop with the grace of a leisurely stroll, his penetrating vision allowing him to witness the grim fates of every sinner within. These individuals he intended to cast into the depths of hell, leaving not a single soul behind. Should there be any adversaries who survived despite the full barrage, he would personally ensure their demise with his energy beams. However, it soon became apparent that he had overestimated the situation. After a relentless assault in the pawn shop of Golden Mountain, everyone, save for him, lay lifeless, utterly beyond revival, not a single intact body to be found. Moments later, he emerged unscathed from the ruins. Gazing back at his handiwork, Ying Hao shook his head, musing that utilizing anti-aircraft artillery on mere mosquitoes was rather extravagant. Hey, what have you done? The night devil rushed towards Ying Hao, fury evident in his voice. You're just a child. How could you take a life? This is a society governed by law, and these villains should be handed over to justice. You cannot resort to violence to combat violence. Ying Hao cast a sidelong glance at him, exhaling a sigh. Do not be absurd, Matt. Your country does not even have the death penalty. What are you saying about punishing criminals? The Night Devil faltered for a moment, then retorted, Indeed, America has abolished the death penalty out of humanitarian concerns. But for those who commit heinous crimes, we can confine them for life, ensuring they never see the light of day, allowing them to repent in prison. Had the Night Devil not been blind, and had Ying Hao not donned his 16-eye goggles, he would have undoubtedly witnessed the eye-rolling from Ying Hao. If repentance were effective, why would there be a need for hell? Ying Hao scoffed, adding somberly, My mother merely loaned them 500,000, and they dare to set fire to my home. Who knows how many families and lives they have ruined over the years? Ying Hao slowly approached the Night Devil, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Matt, allow me to impart 2 pieces of wisdom. The first is a sage's saying that a gentleman should repay virtue and grievances with integrity. The second is that if evildoers are not punished, they will only bring harm to the good. I find both quite profound. You might ponder them further. The police will be arriving shortly, and I prefer not to be apprehended, so I shall take my leave. With that, he turned and made his way towards the Crimson War Chariot. The Night Devil stood rooted in place, repeating the 2 phrases Ying Hao had shared, until he suddenly inquired. Wait, the first phrase is a sage's saying, but what about the second? Who uttered it? He bears the surname Sun. He is the true hero in my heart. With a roar, the engine ignited, and the Crimson Chariot sped away. After rounding a corner, it tore through the rift, leaping into the divine space. The streets swiftly returned to tranquility, as though nothing had ever transpired. If evildoers are not punished, they will only bring harm to the good. A gentleman should repay virtue and grievances with integrity. Meanwhile, the Night Devil, Matt Murdock, continued to murmur Ying Hao's 2 phrases, slowly retreating into the shadows. Warning, the energy remaining in the divine armor set is 0. Currently, it can only provide physical defense and cannot deploy the energy protective field. Please avoid all forms of energy damage. Notice, the energy in the divine workbench is critically low. Once energy is depleted, it will be unable to provide manufacturing or repair functions without replenishment. Energy replenishment methods for the divine workbench: direct charging or material conversion. Upon entering the space, the system notifications promptly appeared. In recent days, Ying Hao has gained a profound understanding of the system. Everything he has extracted from it, including the divine armor set, the abilities of the heavy eye, the divine personal space, and the divine workbench, all require energy to function. The armor fits closely to the body and is interconnected with the energy of the heavy eye system. During the last blackout, he amassed a total of 120 billion joules of energy. Ying Hao expended 100 billion joules for a single transformation and utilized the energy beam multiple times, depleting the entire 120 billion joules. The energy contained within the divine workbench was also rather limited at its inception. Over the past few days, frequent manufacturing and test firing of weapons have consumed a significant amount of energy. After completing the Crimson Battle Chariot today and equipping it with an array of heavy weaponry, the energy of the divine workbench has nearly run dry. This implies that he can no longer conjure items out of thin air. To create anything further, he has 2 options. One is to channel energy from the system to the divine workbench using the heavy eye, provided there is any residual energy in the system. The other is to supply the necessary raw materials to the divine workbench, allowing it to first convert the materials into energy before fabricating the desired items according to the blueprints. The energy constituting the divine space remains relatively stable and is not easily consumed. Whether Ying Hao constructs a snow-capped mountain or a beach and ocean, as long as he remains within this space, the energy remains conserved and unaltered. With that said, does this mean the armor can no longer protect against explosives? That cannot be the case. Ying Hao vehemently shook his head, retrieved his phone, and swiftly typed into the Google Maps search bar, "Where is the largest nuclear power plant in the United States?" Chapter 22. Humanity is truly insignificant. That night, New York experienced yet another blackout, affecting not only the city itself, but also several nearby areas. However, this time it was a regional outage, with only 10% of New York plunged into darkness, albeit for an extended period throughout the night. On the eastern shore of the Hudson River stands a facility known as the Indian Point Nuclear Power Plant. A Crimson Battle Chariot is parked 1,000 meters away from the plant. Not far off, Ying Hao stands beneath 2 high-voltage power lines, with the energy absorption function of the heavy eye activated, continuously drawing in electrical energy. He has been staring intently for 2 hours, his eyes beginning to ache. Say, how much longer will this take? At the current rate, at least 2 more hours are required to gather sufficient energy to access the blueprints for the antimatter reactor. Considering the energy needed for the divine workbench to manufacture the antimatter reactor, an additional 2 hours will be necessary. Friendly reminder, you may blink at any time. It will not significantly impact energy absorption efficiency. Ying Hao paused momentarily, taken aback by the response. He promptly closed his eyes and began to massage his eyelids. It would have been nice to have that reminder earlier. After a brief rest, he reopened his eyes and resumed his fervent energy absorption. As society entered the internet age, an increasing number of individuals have become reliant on computers and smartphones. Ying Hao is acutely aware of the significance of his energy absorption efforts this evening. It is bound to leave thousands, if not tens of thousands, of night owls in a state of anxious anticipation. Ying Hao is reluctant to disrupt the lives of others. Yet tonight's endeavor to siphon electricity is imperative. Currently, every aspect of his being, be it his battle armor, dual pupils, or the celestial workstation, requires energy to function effectively. He wishes to avoid the predicament of depleting his energy reserves to zero, holding in his possession 2,000 grams of antimatter, as well as a device for its production. He cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. The objective for tonight is to steal enough energy to access the antimatter reactor. Once he secures the reactor, Ying Hao will achieve self-sufficiency in energy, ensuring a permanent solution. Even if it means slightly revealing his whereabouts or affecting the electricity supply of countless New Yorkers, he is undeterred. After 4 more hours, the system finally prompted him. Current total energy absorbed, 4.46 trillion joules, sufficient for accessing the antimatter reactor technology and for the celestial workstation to manufacture the reactor. At last, it is enough. Ying Hao ceased the energy absorption and stretched his neck. 6 hours of inactivity. I hope my cervical spine is fine. The energy required to create a new cervical spine is minimal. Later, we can assess the remaining energy to access artificial skeletal technology, enabling you to craft an entirely new skeleton with customizable materials. Ying Hao pondered. There is no need. I'll wait until the original wears out. The full metal skeleton of Wolverine is indeed tempting. However, upon further reflection, with the celestial armor providing unparalleled physical defense, there is truly no necessity to change his bones. He ascended into the crimson battle chariot, tearing through the rift and entering the celestial realm. Initiating the reading of antimatter reactor technology. Reading successful, consuming 31.2 trillion joules of energy. Shall I proceed with manufacturing? Yes. Please charge the celestial workstation. The visor atop Ying Hao's head dimmed, and his dual pupils emitted beams the width of a wrist, penetrating the celestial workstation. The remaining 13.4 trillion joules of energy were entirely infused into the workstation. Antimatter reactor in production. Manufacturing complete. As the system's notification sounded, a cylindrical object gradually emerged from the surface of the celestial workstation. This cylindrical entity was entirely black, with deep circular recesses on both the top and bottom surfaces, perfectly matching the shape of the antimatter storage tank. It resembles a trash bin, Ying Hao remarked, extending his hand. The long-lost antimatter storage tank immediately soared into his grasp. With a decisive click, he joined the tank and the reactor together. The reactor instantly illuminated with a shimmering glow from within, then fell silent. Is that all? As long as a substance of equivalent mass is introduced into the reactor, it will operate stably. The energy output rate is controllable and can be transformed into various forms of energy as required. For example, by connecting an external transformer, it can continuously output alternating current using Earth technology. Certainly, you may absorb all the energy released from the annihilation of antimatter within the reactor at once. Ying Hao nodded, exploring his surroundings before finally unsheathing the great sword from his back. This grand sword, a decorative artifact forged from energy transformation of the celestial armor set, was indeed a tangible substance. He cast it upon the celestial workbench, precisely segmenting 2,000 grams, which he then inserted into the antimatter reactor. The reactor's luminescence intensified, rendering its obsidian exterior translucent, resembling a luminous jade pen holder. Commencing energy absorption. With the activation of his dual pupils, a beam of light connected him to the reactor. Due to the reactor's rapid energy release rate, this energy absorption transpired almost instantaneously. A total energy absorption of 36 trillion terajoules. 36 trillion, still in terajoules. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Ying Hao felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. 6 hours of eye strain had been worth it, given his current energy consumption rate. He pondered how long he could lavishly expend such a vast amount of energy. Ecstatic, he inquired, what percentage of energy do we have now? Current system energy is extremely low, still infinitely approaching zero. Ying Hao furrowed his brows. How could it still be infinitely approaching zero? This was the energy released from 2,000 grams of antimatter. He refused to believe it. Drawing forth the storage canister, he retrieved the antimatter extractor, using the great sword as a material source to extract another canister of antimatter. He then connected it to the reactor, absorbing yet another 36 trillion terajoules. And now? Still infinitely approaching zero. Once more he asked, and now? Still infinitely approaching zero. Ying Hao gazed at the remaining hilt of the great sword and queried, how much longer until the system reaches charge level 1? Silently, he discarded the antimatter extractor onto the beach and found a comfortable spot to recline. With a wave of his hand, he arranged a profound starry backdrop within the celestial space. Gazing into the boundless void, he chuckled at his own insignificance. Indeed, humanity is remarkably minuscule. The following day, media outlets across America reported on a massive power outage in New York State. The Department of Energy had commenced an investigation into the blackout that occurred the previous night, and at the time of this report, the precise cause of the outage remained unidentified. It was disclosed that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Energy had conducted safety assessments of the Indian Point nuclear power plant several years prior, due to its location on a seismic fault and its severely aging infrastructure. A decision had been made to fully decommission the 3 reactors around 2021. Reliable sources suggested that, in light of this blackout incident, the timeline for decommissioning could very well be expedited. The blackout incurred significant losses for numerous businesses, with total estimates exceeding $20 billion. A fisherman on the Hudson River claimed to have seen a deep crimson armored vehicle speeding across the bridge during the night, shortly before the power outage occurred. He attempted to pursue the vehicle, but saw a blinding light from a distance and dared not approach. According to him, the light persisted for 5 to 6 hours, closely aligning with the duration of the blackout. With a sudden crash, a formidable woman appeared on the screen, wielding a frying pan in each hand. One pan struck a fisherman squarely on the head, while the other morphed into a shadowy figure, knocking down the live-streaming camera. With a sharp sound, the television was turned off. Obadiah picked up the tablet that his subordinate had just delivered. The video image was frozen at the moment when a violet-red spatial rift manifested at the entrance of Stark Industries, from which a deep crimson battle vehicle burst forth. Excellent. You have finally revealed yourself. You little thief meddling in my company, he remarked. He pressed 2 fingers on the tablet, pulling diagonally to enlarge the image. Scrutinizing the rear of the crimson vehicle, turning to the scientist beside him, he inquired, tell me I am not mistaken. That is indeed our Group S missile launcher, correct? Yes, you are not mistaken. I have noticed it as well. Furthermore, the scientist hesitated, indicating the newspaper filled with ruins of buildings. This was a pawn shop in Hell's Kitchen, downtown, which was destroyed last night. Importantly, he pointed to the news content. Missiles manufactured by us were found at the scene. With a forceful slap, Obadiah slammed the tablet onto the table. Damn it. It seems this thief truly intends to challenge my company. Dispatch a team to investigate the Hudson River and this pawn shop. Leave no stone unturned. We must uncover something useful. Understood, a silent investigator acknowledged, turning to depart. All right, Mr. Stark, but to be honest, I may not have any results to offer. The scientist said sheepishly. Obadiah shot him a glare. Aren't you one of the leading physicists in the world? Now you tell me that you cannot even identify something that others have already deployed? If you do not comprehend it, then study it until your brain is fried. You must understand. Yes, Mr. Stark, the scientist replied, intimidated by Obadiah's anger, and hurried away. What a useless individual, Obadiah muttered under his breath as he sat down. Gazing out the window towards the Middle East, his expression pensive, lost in thought. Suddenly, the sound of a password entry broke the silence. Pepper Potts, also known as Little Pepper, entered and stood before him. Obadiah, what is the update? Is there any news from the military? It's been 2 days. Have they found Tony? Obadiah rose, adopting a sorrowful expression, and slowly shook his head. No, there is still no news. Tony's whereabouts remain unknown. Oh dear, what are we to do? Are they truly searching diligently? Obadiah reassured her. Calm down. Your anxiety won't help. Both the military and we have deployed numerous personnel to search. If he is unharmed, he will eventually be found. If something has happened, then no amount of worry will change that. Upon hearing this, Pepper grew more anxious. No, he must be all right. He cannot be in danger. Yes, he will be fine. Tony is destined for greatness and will surely be safe. Obadiah, in response to her words, offered a few comforting remarks before picking up the tablet and addressing Pepper. In truth, we have more pressing matters at hand. Look, we have a lead on the individual who threw our server out at the company entrance. Our focus should be directed here. This person or entity concerns the very survival of our corporation. Pepper cast a fleeting glance before expressing her disappointment towards Obadiah. Are you still preoccupied with this? I'm sorry, but I cannot concern myself with such trivialities at the moment. Tony is everything to this organization. If he is in danger, nothing else holds any significance. She snatched the tablet from him and tossed it onto the table. You ought to pay more attention. Tony has always placed his trust in you. Don't let him down. With that, she swiftly exited, retrieving her phone to dial an unknown number. Having not slept well for days, she was determined to leverage all her connections to locate Tony Stark. The door to the vice president's office gradually closed. Chapter 23. Can protection fees be explained this way? In a hotel, Xiao Yin knocked on Ying Hao's door. Xiao Hao, quickly turn on the television and watch the news. News? What has happened? Ying Hao inquired, casually grabbing the remote to switch on the TV. On the news channel, a blonde journalist with an earnest expression delivered the report. In addition to the widespread blackout that lasted an entire night, there is another matter of grave concern. The Gold Mountain pawn shop in Midtown Manhattan was suddenly devastated by terrifying firearms last night, suspected to be a terrorist attack. Police have recovered over 20 bodies from the pawn shop, with no survivors found. The connection between this incident and the blackout remains unknown. Please stay tuned for further updates from our station. My heavens, how could something so horrific occur? After watching the news, Ying Hao was left in shock. Xiao Yun, with a panicked gaze and trembling voice, remarked, that pawn shop is where I've borrowed money at exorbitant interest rates. How could it just disappear? Is that so? Ying Hao was even more astonished, his brow furrowing in thought. After a moment, his serious expression began to ease as he reassured her, if that is the case, then it's a blessing in disguise. The creditors are gone, so there is no need to fear their harassment any longer. Ying Hao shook his head with a wry smile. How could that be? Haven't you heard? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Do you think it might have been that blind man from last night? He seemed rather formidable, wearing a mask and all. Child, what do you mean by blind man? That is quite rude. Xiao Yun gently pushed Ying Hao. If it weren't for him last night, our family would have perished in the flames. But he is blind. Ying Hao countered. Shoo. Xiao Yun shot him a warning glance. You should refer to him as Blind Uncle. Ah, Blind Uncle. One can only wonder how Daredevil would feel about such a title. In any case, thanks to Ying Hao's reassurances, Xiao Yun's anxious demeanor began to ease. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yun said, yes, we must quickly find a place to stay. Residing in a hotel is not sustainable due to the exorbitant costs. I'll head to school then, Ying Hao replied. Stay safe. Xiao Yun called after him. At Midtown High School, before classes commenced, Su Kepping and Peter Parker found Ying Hao. They were already aware of the incident involving the burned department store. Are Auntie and Grandpa all right? Su Kepping Ying Guayuth. Ying Hao chuckled, indicating that he was not severely affected. That is truly unfortunate, my friend. How is your family faring now? Where are you residing? Peter Parker inquired with genuine concern. I hope the bonuses weren't destroyed. Hey, I think we can discuss the business venture later. For now, focus on settling your family. Their kindness was indeed heartwarming. Thank you, Peter, Ying Hao replied, patting his friend's shoulder. I will certainly resolve the housing issue, but I cannot procrastinate on establishing the company either. I plan to search for a place after school. Would you both join me? Su King shrugged, sure. I have nothing else to do. Count me in as well. Peter added. With a blink, the day's class is concluded. After school, the trio arrived at the largest real estate agency in Queens, drawn by the abundance of listings, which promised a wider range of options. Su King and Peter Parker settled on a sofa, perusing the property brochures. This one is reasonably priced, but the location is quite poor. Would this apartment be too cramped for three? After a lengthy selection process, Su King expressed her disappointment. Ying Hao, I believe the good rentals here are too expensive, and the affordable ones are in terrible condition. If it comes to that, you might as well discuss with your aunt about staying at our place. We still have a few vacant rooms. No, that would be too much trouble for you, Ying Hao replied, though his gaze remained fixated on a model of a villa displayed in the center of the hall. The villa was quite expansive, measuring 600 square meters, complete with a lawn, a garden, and a swimming pool, surrounded by all necessary amenities. I want to choose this one, Ying Hao suddenly declared. Since he was already relocating, he might as well make a decisive choice and select a better option. After all, Xiao Yun had single-handedly raised the original owner over the years, and Ying Hao felt he should show his filial piety. Are you insane? Su King glanced at him. That villa is located on Park Avenue in Manhattan, a wealthy district where the rental is a staggering $590,000 per month. How could you afford it? Money is not an issue, Ying Hao replied calmly, reaching into his pocket to produce a check for $500,000 that Tim had given him, placing it on the table. This is $500,000, and he then extended his hand behind the sofa, discreetly opening a gap to retrieve the $150,000 prize money from the divine space. This is $150,000, It should suffice. Peter Parker was left speechless. Dude, where did you pull that box from? We came here together, and I don't recall you bring a box. Su King, however, was entirely focused on the check. Where did this check come from? Why does it have Tim Walton's name on it? Ying Hao explained. This is the protection fee that Tim paid. Su King was momentarily perplexed. Protection fee? Are you ensuring he isn't harmed? Ying Hao waved his finger in front of her. No, this money protects him from me. Huh? Su King was even more bewildered. Peter Parker marveled. Wow. I never thought a protection fee could be interpreted that way. Taking advantage of their astonishment, Ying Hao summoned the agent, signed the contract, and directly invested $590,000 to secure the rental. Mr. Ying, may I inquire if you are renting for just 1 month? The real estate agent politely inquired. If that is the case, I will post the rental information 2 days prior to the expiration. Ying Hao nodded. Just 1 month. All right. The agent promptly noted this in the contract. But Ying Hao suddenly snatched the pen away, stating, I will purchase it outright next month, so there is no need for a note. Unacquainted with Ying Hao's background, the agent hesitated but managed a forced smile and nodded. Once the formalities were completed, Su King scrutinized the terms, exclaiming, I must say, you acted rather impulsively. $590,000, and you rent it without consulting Annie. Peter Parker, following closely behind, asked, has our company already been established? What is the address and name? All right, I nearly forgot. Ying Hao called the agent over again. Do you have any larger factory spaces available? One that can be bought or rented for $60,000? $60,000. The agent appeared troubled, rummaging through a pile of documents before retrieving an information card. There's only this one. The Queen's Farm Museum has a barn available for rent at $40,000 per year. Ying Hao decisively declared that's the one. Let us sign. Peter interjected. A farm? A barn? Are you serious? Aren't we supposed to be starting a weapons or technology company? Chapter 24. So, why are you so quick? With all the paperwork completed, the trio exited the agency. As they walked, they engaged in conversation. Ying Hao asked, now that the house is rented, when do you plan to move in? Su King nodded in understanding. Do you need us to help you move? Ying Hao furrowed his brow. Move what? My mother? Or my grandfather? Su King blinked in surprise. You forgot. My family's belongings were burned. It's just my grandfather and mother left. Ying Hao replied earnestly. Su King pinched her frail little arm and pursed her lips. Then I really can't help. Ying Hao chuckled. However, I do need you to accompany me and my mother to the new home. Accompany him to meet his parents? Su King's mind momentarily froze, then spiraled into uncontrolled speculation. Could it be that Ying Hao, in an attempt to comfort his mother, was presenting her as his girlfriend? How sudden. It would have been considerate to give her a heads up or at least rehearse a bit. In such a hurried manner, who could convincingly play the role? How could they coordinate? She internally lamented, wanting to decline Ying Hao's request, but then she recalled that his family had suffered a fire. At such a time, their emotions must be quite fragile. Given their friendship and camaraderie as classmates, it would be unreasonable not to assist. Moreover, if pretending to be his girlfriend could uplift Annie Zhao's spirits, it could be deemed a virtuous act. Sigh. Where in the world could one find someone as gentle and kind-hearted as I, willing to go to such lengths for a friend? How readily I am to help. Ying Hao smiled. I thought I would at least have to treat you to a meal to get your agreement. Sukingri tortith. Ache. One meal is not enough. It should be at least a month. Ha! Speaking of a month, Ying Hao replied without a second thought. Once I earn some money, I can treat you to a year's worth of meals. The three fell into silence for a moment. Then, Ying Hao, Peter Parker, broke the stillness by inquiring. I've pondered this for quite some time, yet I remain perplexed as to how we can establish an arms factory in the barn. Meanwhile, Ying Hao and Su King went to the hotel to retrieve someone. Xiao Yun had spent the entire day at the hotel. Aside from a few visits to care for Ying Hao's grandfather, she had done little else. Accustomed to a busy schedule, she now felt an emptiness within her. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. Just as she was musing, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Xiao Yun hurried to open it, only to find not only her son, but also Su King standing outside. Blinking in surprise, she asked, King, why did you come with Ying Hao? Mom, Su King's family has a vacant villa that we can borrow, Ying Hao replied. Annie, I actually started dating Ying Hao. With such a significant event occurring in your family, naturally, I had to come, Su King added. As the two spoke, their voices trailed off, and they turned to one another, shock evident on their faces. They could hardly contain their astonishment, as if the words, you two are dating, were written plainly across their expressions. As a mother, Xiao Yun was undeniably more concerned about her son's romantic life. Overjoyed, she took Su King's hands and pulled her into the room, exclaiming, This is wonderful, King. You have no idea. The first time I met you, I liked you so much. I always thought how fortunate it would be if my son could find such a girlfriend as you. I never expected. Oh, come in, come in. Once the door was closed, Xiao Yun led Su King to sit beside the bed, thoroughly satisfied with the situation. How delightful! How delightful! She exclaimed, turning to Ying Hao with a mock-serious expression. Xiao Hao, to win over King is indeed your fortune. You must treat her with utmost devotion. If you dare to bully her or let her suffer even a little, just watch how I will deal with you. Mom, I need to use the restroom, Ying Hao said, pressing his forehead as he attempted to divert his mother's gaze, signaling to Su King to speak with him in private. Understanding his cue, Su King quickly stood up. Auntie, I'll go too. As the two entered the restroom and closed the door, Xiao Yun was left dumbfounded. Are they really going to the restroom together? Or she hesitated to think further, feeling a warmth rise to her cheeks, contemplating whether she should spend some time in Ying Hao's room instead. However, she couldn't help but worry. These two children, right in front of me, the United States, is indeed too liberal in this regard. It's influencing good kids negatively. Outside, Xiao Yun was a bundle of nerves, unaware that the two inside the restroom were even more flustered. Ying Hao, looking exasperated, asked, Sister, how could you just say that? When did we start dating? Su King, even more flustered than he, smacked her palm with her other hand and retorted, You think I just said that? I was about to mention you. What vacant villa do we even have? Ying Hao, you've truly gone astray. You now tell lies without a script. Ying Hao felt unjustly accused. Throwing up his hands in exasperation, I brought you along precisely to help me weave this tale. Otherwise, how would I explain the $50,000 in protection fees to my mom if I told her we rented a place? You agreed so readily that I thought you understood. Su King struck Ying Hao several times in frustration, exclaiming, What nonsense! Do you even comprehend what it signifies for a boy to introduce a girl to his parents? When you invited me to your home and mentioned your mother, I naturally assumed you wanted me to pretend to be your girlfriend. The lack of understanding is infuriating. In that moment, both of them displayed a remarkable synchronicity, even mirroring each other's movements as they squatted down and covered their heads. After a brief pause, Ying Hao helplessly inquired, What do we do now? Su King stood up and kicked him, retorting, Just keep acting, you idiot. They opened the bathroom door, with Su King linking her arm with Ying Hao's, walking out in a remarkably affectionate manner. Xiao Yun glanced at the digital clock in the room, then turned to her son with a hint of concern. Son, how come you're back so soon? Both Ying Hao and Su King, being adults and not lacking in intelligence, immediately understood what Xiao Yun meant by soon and began to shake their heads frantically. Mom, don't think too much. I just want to brush my teeth. Auntie, don't worry. He just want to wash his hands. They exclaimed in unison, while Su King gently stepped on Ying Hao's foot. Clearing his throat, Ying Hao amended his statement. I brush my teeth first, then wash my hands before coming out. Xiao Yun inquired, And what about her? Su King smiled, I just touched on my makeup. Hee. Chapter 25. Is one blank enough? At least they managed to smooth over the fabricated story. After tidying up a few everyday items, Ying Hao and Su King, the young couple, accompanied Xiao Yun and Grandpa to their newly rented villa. My goodness, such a large house. Upon exiting the car and beholding the villa in its entirety, Xiao Yun was immediately taken aback. I thought it would be a small apartment or something. King, what business do your parents run to afford this? Su King tucked her hair behind her ear and forced a smile. My father's business is quite diverse. He deals in antiques, artworks, and various other things. He usually doesn't allow me to engage with those, so I don't really know much about it. So they're in the antique business? Xiao Yun enthusiastically grasped Su King's hand. Then it seems your family must be well-read. No wonder when I first met you, I sensed a scholarly aura about you. Your demeanor is calm and elegant, completely different from those other girls. Su King felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. I don't have any grace. Auntie, you flatter me too much. Xiao Yun's expression turned serious as she gently patted Su King's hand and said earnestly, This is no flattery. These are my sincere words. You needn't feel bashful. You see, our Ying Hao must have accumulated many virtues over several lifetimes to win the affection of such a wonderful girl like you. Remember, if he ever dares to mistreat you, come to me. I will choose you even if I must let him go. Su King, lacking in romantic experience, was overwhelmed by such sweet compliments. Instantly embodying her role, she lowered her head shyly, murmuring a timid Without needing to voice it, Ying Hao understood her meaning. Mom, isn't this partner quite lovely? Ying Hao, feeling exasperated, was already contemplating how to handle the situation when their relationship was inevitably revealed. The new home boasted every amenity, with lavish decor and numerous rooms. Even the most mediocre furniture is of high-end quality, and the appliances are brands that ordinary people seldom encounter. Furthermore, the real estate agent, after the contract was signed, sent over a plethora of ingredients, filling the refrigerator and cold storage to the brim. Once the rooms were allocated, Ying Hao seized the moment. Mom, I'll go see her off. The two exchanged a brief communication and prepared to leave. Stop. Xiao Yun suddenly called out to them, her tone amiable as she asked Su King, with your parents away, you're home alone, aren't you? Su King nodded yes. I'll sleep here. She took Su King's backpack and placed it in the cupboard, then helped her remove her coat and hung it up. Just in time for dinner. Let me show you Auntie's culinary skills. As she spoke, she gently pressed Su King onto the sofa, pouring drinks for both her and Ying Hao. You two sit and watch some television while I whip up a few dishes. It won't take long. Su King felt as though she were under some powerful influence, struggling to find a moment to speak. With Xiao Yun in the kitchen, she resignedly looked at Ying Hao. It seems I'm crashing at your place for dinner. Ying Hao, unfazed, picked up the remote and turned on the television. Go ahead. My mom's cooking is delightful. Then, both raised their glasses in unison, taking a sip. Suddenly, they both spat it out. Ying Hao turned to Su King, and she immediately hugged herself, giving him a sharp kick. You need to think of a way out of this. Ying Hao rushed to the kitchen to communicate with his mother. Mom, what are you saying? We're still in high school. Xiao Yun dismissed his concerns. Aren't you both adults now? It's not like you're getting married. Isn't this just an opportunity for you? Ying Hao's motherly enthusiasm left him feeling quite distressed. Really, there's no need. Don't worry about it. We'll let things flow naturally, and besides, we have enough rooms. We'll be sleeping separately tonight anyway. All right, I understand. You'll be sleeping apart, Xiao Yun said, casting him a knowing glance. As if to say, I've been through it all. Don't put on a facade with me. Ying Hao struggled to clarify. Just don't say anything more. Fine. Xiao Yun teased softly. You just started dating, and already you're so protective? You've truly forgotten your mother. What an ungrateful little thing you are. Ying Hao was left speechless, tempted to lay all his cards on the table. Once the meal was ready, the family enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Xiao Yun's cooking was indeed impressive, with 4 dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic. After her first bite, Su King couldn't stop herself, unknowingly finishing 2 bowls of rice. It was only after she burped that she paused, contentedly exclaiming, Auntie, your cooking is simply divine. I wish I could have it every day. Is that so easy? Su King shyly tapped her fingers together. Wouldn't that be intrusive? You really can say the strangest things. This is your home, and if anyone is intruding, it's the 3 of us intruding upon you. Xiao Yun, having lost count of the numerous times she clasped Su King's hand, far more than she had with her boyfriend, Ying Hao said, King, please don't be modest. Your generosity in allowing us to stay in such a grand house is an immense kindness. I truly cannot express my gratitude. Since you enjoy my cooking, I shall prepare meals for you daily, ensuring your satisfaction, which will ease my conscience. How does that sound? Su King felt a twinge of guilt, yet her appetite prevailed, compelling her to reluctantly agree. Ying Hao, witnessing the exchange, could only bury his face in his hands. And now it seems we are in for a long stay. Does this mean this romantic charade will continue indefinitely? As night fell, Ying Hao personally arranged a bedroom for Su King. After closing the door, he reclined on the bed. Half an hour later, he utilized his heavy gaze to penetrate the walls, confirming that his mother, grandfather, and Su King were all asleep. He tore open a rift and entered the celestial realm. 2 seconds later, the rift manifested on a street 100 meters away. A deep crimson war vehicle roared to life. Holding the barn documents provided by the real estate agent, Ying Hao set the navigation and pressed the accelerator firmly. The barn could not be repurposed for military production. He needed to act swiftly and organize everything meticulously. Chapter 26. The barn is merely a facade. Su King, however, was not truly asleep. Lying in bed with her eyes shut, her mind wandered aimlessly. Had she misjudged Ying Hao? Would he secretly mock her? Why was her first instinct to play the role of his girlfriend? They were merely friends. How long must this charade continue? Ying Hao's mother's cooking was delectable. What if the act ceased and she could no longer savor it? No. What if, amidst the pretense, genuine feelings developed? This was all so vexing. Sleep eluded her. Tomorrow she had school, and the distance from here to her school was considerable, necessitating an early rise. Yes, an early wake-up was imperative. Suddenly, Su King sprang her eyes open. I need to adjust my alarm. She retrieved her phone, advancing the daily alarm by 15 minutes. With her mind momentarily blank, she opened WhatsApp and navigated to Ying Hao's chat window, staring intently. Had he fallen asleep? Had he adjusted his alarm? Should she send him a reminder? Su King clicked on Ying Hao's profile, composing a message. Her finger hovered over the send button, hesitating. If he were already asleep, Would she disturb his slumber? No. She thought, if I can't sleep, why should he? Frustrated, she pouted and pressed the send key. At that moment, Ying Hao had already driven his deep crimson vehicle several kilometers away. The engine roared loudly, easily drowning out the notification sound. After 2 minutes of waiting, Su Qing sat up, astounded. He can actually sleep? She began to mutter softly to herself, in terms of looks and figure. I am not lacking. Even if this is just a performance, holding hands and showing arms all night. Doesn't he feel the least bit exhilarated? The more she pondered, the angrier she became. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she got out of bed. Without even donning her slippers, she quietly opened her door and, like a thief, tiptoed to the door of Ying Hao's room, pressing her ear against it. This villa spanned 3 stories, comprising 8 bedrooms, 4 on the second floor and 4 on the third. Currently, the Ying family and Su Qing reside on the second floor. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, Xiao Yun's door is slightly ajar. Peering through the crack, Xiao Yun witnesses Su Qing stealthily emerging and silently chuckles to herself. Oh, what a child. Still sleeping separately? Oomph. Xiao Yun, too, is not asleep. Just moments ago, she had lain on her side, having finished reading the instructions for the villa's universal remote control. Little did she expect it would soon come into play. This child is too timid to knock. Xiao Yun retrieves the remote, locates the button for unlocking Ying Hao's door, and presses the unlock key. With a click, Ying Hao's door suddenly swings open, causing Su Qing to lose her balance and stumble 3 steps. She narrowly avoids falling inside. Terrified, fearing that Ying Hao's mother might hear and come to investigate, she quickly darts in and shuts the door behind her. Observing her flustered demeanor, Xiao Yun smiles knowingly and silently thinks, Auntie will assist you only this far. She sets down the remote, but suddenly feels a twinge of concern. Have safety measures been prepared? We can't afford any mishaps. Lost in thought, Xiao Yun opens a mobile app, finds a nearby pharmacy that can deliver, and places an order for delivery by 6 in the morning. After completing these tasks, she finally lies down on her bed, feeling at ease. Su Qing initially believed Ying Hao had opened the door, but upon entering, she discovers the room is empty. Has he gone to the restroom? Realizing that Ying Hao is also awake brings her a sense of balance. Approaching the bedside, she sprawls onto the bed. Yet, inexplicably, as soon as her back touches Ying Hao's bed, sleepiness washes over her. In less than a minute, she peacefully drifts off. Meanwhile, Ying Hao has arrived at his destination, witnessing firsthand the barn he rented for $40,000. This location is the New York Farm Museum, often utilized as a demonstration site for public elementary and middle schools. It illustrates how enslaved individuals were forcibly made to pick cotton in the fields before the Civil War. Ultimately, the exhibition value of the entire farm surpasses its agricultural value. The barn Ying Hao has rented was originally a demonstration point as well. He opens the barn's large door and steps inside. With his night vision, he does not require lighting. Surveying the space, he is very satisfied with its size and environment. Since no one visits this location, the items have been relocated to a larger area, leaving the barn tidy and clean. However, this barn is evidently unsuitable for any arms manufacturing. Its dimensions barely suffice for storage. It cannot even accommodate 4 sets of anti-Jericho missile defense systems. Ying Hao chose this barn primarily for its relative seclusion. With a swift motion, he tears open a fissure and enters the divine personal space. Yet this time, he does not close the fissure. System, can you allow the fissure to remain open indefinitely? Negative. For safety reasons, it is advised that the host close the fissure within 30 seconds after tearing it open. Safety? Ying Hao is perplexed. Is this fissure truly hazardous? I apologize, but due to the confidential security protocols established by the system avatar, you are temporarily unable to access detailed information regarding the dangers posed by the ongoing rifts. Ying Hao is even more perplexed. Isn't this system mine? That avatar refers to me as young master. Does she possess the authority to grant me permissions? The system remained silent, left with no alternatives. Ying Hao resorted to a secondary plan. He envisioned a high-speed elevator, conjuring it before him out of thin air. Stepping into the elevator, he ascended to the very top. Then, he quietly tore open a rift, concealing it behind the elevator doors. Those within the elevator could not perceive the edges of the rift. In reality, the elevator had not moved at all. However, if a stranger were to ride the elevator alongside Ying Hao upon the doors opening, they would find themselves gazing upon the barn he had rented. As for the barn, Ying Hao crafted a false door in the dimmest corner. The moment he opened this false door, he swiftly tore open the rift, connecting it to the elevator in the divine space. Provided he tore through the fabric of space quickly enough, no one would notice any anomaly. They would assume that beneath this barn lay a vast expanse accessible by elevator. Quite satisfactory. Ying Hao felt immense pride in his technique, akin to performing a magic trick. With the doorway issue resolved, it was time to tidy up the factory and warehouse. The beach was out of the question. It had to be a vast underground space. With a wave of his hand, the sun and clouds simulated by the divine space vanished, and a great mountain surged upward. It passed through Ying Hao's body, as if they existed in different dimensions. Soon, the envisioned bunker began to materialize. He raised his hand. It needed to be taller. He lifted his hand again. Some supporting structures were necessary below for it to be feasible. With a thought, he instantly appeared thousands of meters away. Ying Hao gently flicked his finger, creating a wide passage through the newly formed mountain. Opening a door at the end of the passage for trucks transporting weapons to enter and exit would ensure absolute security. Having spoken, Ying Hao vanished from his original location. In the divine space, he was a supreme deity, unmatched even by the Flash from DC. After a night of diligent work, Ying Hao finally established the company's location within the divine personal space, which was truly the site of his military factory. Exhaustion began to set in. He stifled a yawn, casually gesturing towards the ground before him, tearing open a rift. The exit opened directly above his bedroom bed. He leaned forward, landing directly onto the soft, plush mattress. In the next moment, he found himself staring at Su King, who lay on the bed. However, having already left the divine space, he could not halt his momentum. Chapter 27. I will take responsibility for you. Su King's south body was tantalizingly close. In midair, Ying Hao quickly adjusted his posture, extending his arms and spreading his legs in an effort to avoid making contact with Su King directly beneath him. A soft sound echoed through the air. It successfully evaded Su King. With both hands positioned on either side of her arms and his legs straddling her hips, he found himself in a precarious situation. However, he also failed. The new mattress possessed an extraordinary resilience, causing Su King to rebound unexpectedly. Awakened by the sudden sensation of weightlessness, she opened her eyes to find their bodies intimately close. Their lips brushed together for a fleeting moment, igniting an electric thrill that coursed through Su King's entire being. Her heart, slow to catch up, began to race wildly, and her breaths grew increasingly rapid. They were so close that not even a horizontally placed phone could fit between their faces. Su King's breath was warm and fragrant, enveloping Ying Hao's face in a delightful, tingling warmth. In his 2 lifetimes, Ying Hao had never experienced romance. The last person he had been this close to was a fellow student in the upper bunk at the police academy. The sensory stimulation brought on by Su King was undoubtedly a paradigm shift. The capillaries in his nose and mouth felt as if ignited by a blazing spark, setting his entire being ablaze. Ying Hao's face flushed. He licked his lips, tasting sweetness, and inhaled the fragrant essence of Su King, swallowing it down with a soft gulp. Though he had not consumed any alcohol, a wave of intoxication washed over him. His gaze became unfocused, and the strength in his arms began to wane. His face slowly descended closer to hers. "Why are you riding me?" Su King suddenly spoke, her breath quickening, her voice trembling with a mixture of emotions, excitement, tension, and a hint of fear. This flicker of apprehension did not escape Ying Hao's notice. His mind abruptly cleared, pulling his soul from the enchanting whirlpool of sensations. "No, no, no." Ying Hao straightened his arms, shaking his head fervently. "Would you believe me if I said I accidentally fell from above?" "What?" Su King's cheeks flashed crimson, and she shyly turned her head to the side, muttering softly, "Even saying the lights were off and you didn't see me would be better than claiming you fell from above." Ying Hao considered this and managed an awkward smile. "True. Anyway, I'm really sorry. It wasn't intentional. Let us not explain further. Just get up." Su King interrupted, twisting her waist uncomfortably as she complained. "What do you have in your pocket that's so hard?" "A flashlight. It's digging into me." Her right hand instinctively reached down, only to freeze instantly. Ying Hao was equally stunned. Having only just experienced the intimacy of their current position, he was hardly prepared for a more intense stimulus. His face drained of color. It's fine, Ying Hao stammered, shaking his head vigorously. Just then, Su King's phone lit up beside her. It was a voice notification from the morning news. The North Korean military conducted a missile test at 5 a.m. U.S. time. The missile exhibited considerable firepower but lost control mid-flight, ultimately gliding past the target. The atmosphere in the air became even more awkward. "Ying Hao, how much longer must you ride?" Su Kuying's voice was as faint as a whisper. "Soon." Ying Hao swiftly rolled to the side and leaped off the bed. His back turned to Su Kuying as he frantically fanned his trousers, attempting to cool down his overheated predicament. After shutting the door, Su Kuying leaned against it, soothing her chest as her heart gradually calmed. Reflecting on the recent, blush-inducing moment, she slowly raised her right hand. Wow! Nearly an hour passed before Ying Hao finally cooled off. A chime echoed. It was Su Kuying's phone lighting up with yet another notification. Ying Hao picked up the phone and casually swiped the screen, inadvertently unlocking it. So carefree, without even a password, the display lingered on the WhatsApp interface, revealing a message from Su Kuying. It was then that Ying Hao began to comprehend the reason for her presence in his room. However, he was perplexed. He had locked the door last night, so how had she entered? The sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Xiao Hao, wake up. It's time to get up early. Xiao Yan knocked on Ying Hao's door. It's far from your school, and we have no car. You both need to catch the subway early. Got it. Ying Hao replied, letting out a quiet sigh. With a mother at home, who needed to worry about being late. Hey, Xiao Hao, has Kuying woken up? Xiao Yun's voice floated in again, this time softer, tinged with curiosity. How would I know if she has or hasn't tea? Ying Hao nearly let it slip, but quickly corrected himself. Oh yes, you don't know. His mother's voice was unmistakably amused. In a bit, go wake Kuying. I'll prepare breakfast. Ying Hao finally understood who had opened the door. He should not have given her the remote for the new house. This could not continue. After gathering his courage, he opened the door. Once he had freshened up, he knocked gently on Kuying's door. Su Kuying was remarkably calm, having returned to her usual demeanor. She gently brushed her hair back, swaying slightly, and asked, What is it? Your phone. Ying Hao handed it over. You should wash up. After breakfast, we'll take the subway to school together. All right. Su Kuying accepted the phone, ready to close the door. Ying Hao quickly pressed his palm against it. A man must take responsibility after such an awkward incident. An apology was in order. He licked his lips, gathering his thoughts before speaking, this morning, that's enough. Before he could finish, Su Kuying covered his mouth with her hand. You don't need to say anything. I understand. Don't worry, since I've compromised your innocence. I will take responsibility. With that, she slammed the door shut, nodding affirmatively. A man outside was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Whose innocence? Who was responsible for whom? Surely, this had to be a mix-up. After breakfast, Ying Hao and Su Kuying stepped outside together. Kuying, Xiao Yun, with an air of mystery, beckoned Su Kuying and discreetly handed her an object. Do you need this? Ying Hao, intrigued, peered through his enhanced vision at Ella, revealing a 120-hour emergency contraceptive. Goodness, which mother prepares such a thing for her son's girlfriend? How awkward for the girl. Ying Hao felt an urge to shout, yet he had to feign ignorance. Feeling immensely uncomfortable. Simultaneously, he worried about Su Kuying. Would she be upset by this? As it turned out, his concerns were unfounded. No need, but Su Kuying smiled brightly, accepting the item and placing it in her bag. Better safe than sorry. Thank you, Auntie. Huh? Chapter 28, Bullying People. Su Kuying was far more composed than Ying Hao had anticipated. After leaving home, everything proceeded as usual. The two walked side by side, occasionally exchanging a few words. They took the subway together and waited for the bus in unison. If one were to pinpoint any difference, it was that while crossing the street, Su Kuying naturally took the initiative to grasp Ying Hao's hand. At the school gate, upon encountering Peter Parker, she even squeezed between Ying Hao and Peter, though it was unclear what she was guarding against. If yesterday they had merely pretended to be a couple, today a situation had surely edged closer to authenticity. Ying Hao had never been in a romantic relationship, and was unsure whether it was best to let things unfold naturally or to inject some sense of ceremony. He wrestled with this dilemma for quite some time, resulting in a restless morning of classes. As the lunch bell rang, Peter Parker excitedly approached Ying Hao. Wake up, bro. We need to go. Ying Hao, groggy, lifted his head. Go? Where to? The Columbia University Science Fair. Peter exclaimed. I mentioned it to you the other day. I didn't want to go at first, but you insisted we attend together. I've already signed you up. Oh no, you haven't forgotten, have you? I even covered the costs, which were quite substantial. Yes, the science fair. I remember Columbia University. Ying Hao suddenly perked up. Today was the birth of Spider-Man, an event not to be missed. Moreover, his desire to attend was tinged with personal ambition. He had acquired the god armor, rendering him invulnerable. However, his physical prowess left much to be desired. Beyond the energy beams emitted from his eyes and his mediocre fighting skills, he had little else to rely on. Invincible defense was indeed formidable, as it could exhaust his enemies even if he could not defeat them. Yet, that would ultimately lack flair. Imagine if one day he encountered the Hulk, only to be publicly labeled as the Durable King? Absolutely unacceptable. Having donned the armor, Ying Hao must capitalize on the available knowledge to bestow upon himself some superhuman strength. At this moment, Captain America was still confined, Banner had fled abroad, and Winter Soldier had yet to be deployed by Hydra. Spider-Man's genetic mutation was practically Ying Hao's only viable option. Once Peter was bitten, He aimed to capture that little spider and request a dose of its powers for himself. With careful control, it should not overly disrupt the development of this universe. Ying Hao stretched lazily and rose to his feet. Let's be off, Peter. As his words fell, a bag of fast food was placed onto the table with a resounding thud. Su King regarded the two with suspicion. You two are acting rather furtively. Skipping your meal. Where are you headed? No furtiveness here. Ying Hao chuckled. We are off to Columbia University for the science exhibition this afternoon. Peter nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, it's for extra credits. One ranked first in the grade and the other second. Yet you're still seeking extra credits? Sukange's confusion deepened. I recall that this event incurs a fee, and not a trivial one at that. Do you have money to burn? With her remark, both Ying Hao and Peter found themselves at a loss for words. Fortunately, Su King did not press further. If you both are going, then I shall join as well. Let's dine together. She retrieved several meal boxes from her paper bag, first pushing 3 towards Ying Hao. This one, and this one are for you. Ying Hao, intrigued, inquired what exactly are they? Su King opened each box in turn. Well, there's corn tacos, roasted pumpkin seeds, a rich soup, and a sandwich. Ying Hao was accustomed to his mother's home-cooked Chinese meals and occasionally indulged in pizza and burgers, but was less familiar with other cuisines. He surveyed the dishes Su King had chosen for him, then glanced at the small pizza box in the bag, asking, may I not choose for myself? Su King appeared displeased. No picky eating. Trust my judgment. I selected these specifically for you, as they are beneficial for your health. With that, she pushed the pizza, generously topped with diced chicken, towards Peter Parker. Peter, wishing to be accommodating, shrugged and said to Ying Hao, if you desire pizza, I can switch with you. I prefer tacos. However, Su King shook her head, solemnly stating, Peter, you are too thin and should increase your protein intake. Chicken is high in protein. Heed my advice and do not trade. Peter Parker was aware of his own physique. He rarely exercised and indeed appeared quite slender, resembling a twig amidst a crowd. He had often been teased by the likes of Tim and Flash. With a hint of self-consciousness, he glanced at his spindly arms and legs, shrugging in resignation. All right, perhaps you were right. Thank you. Ying Hao observed the exchange with quiet amusement. He had not previously noticed Su King's strong desire for control. Why was she orchestrating their meal so meticulously today? He took a bite of the taco, a wave of seafood flavor enveloping his palate. He had assumed Su King had purchased a standard taco filled with beef or hot dogs, only to discover it contained fried oyster meat. The taste was agreeable, yet there lingered an unsettling feeling. By the time Peter arrived, the shuttle to the science exhibition was already waiting. To avoid delaying anyone, Ying Hao hastened his eating, quickly finishing the taco and a few bites before reaching for the sandwich. A familiar flavor greeted him. The sandwich, too, contained oysters. A premonition washed over him. Surely, the soup could not be oyster soup as well. He gently lifted the lid and sighed. Indeed, it was oyster chowder. Oysters, 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 complemented by roasted pumpkin seeds. Ying Hao comprehended the true significance behind Su King's recent remark regarding his health. It was a clear indication that he was to be substantially nourished. What is the matter? Don't you fancy it? Su King inquired, setting aside the pineapple fruit she had been slicing. I specifically selected these for you, having traveled quite a distance to procure them. Do not leave any behind. Ying Hao felt as though he had been belittled by a woman. Indeed, the original owner's body was somewhat frail, but that was merely a temporary condition. He resolved to obtain the extraordinary abilities of a super spider. It was imperative to strengthen this body, and that must commence today. He swiftly finished the sandwich and downed a bowl of rich oyster soup. Finally, he grabbed some roasted pumpkin seeds, urging, hurry up, don't keep the teacher waiting. Seeing Ying Hao so compliant, Su King immediately rose, declaring, I can eat while walking. Peter Parker, sensing the moment, picked up the pizza box, stating, I can do that too. Then, let us embark. Peter led the way. Upon reaching the school bus, the teacher was nearly at his wit's end. Peter, what happened to your sense of time? Why are you so late? Peter repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Steve. I ended up bringing a classmate along at the last minute. Is that so? Well, I suppose that justifies your tardiness. You may board, Mr. Steve relented, allowing Peter Parker onto the bus before turning to the approaching Su King. You must be the one, correct? Please hand over the fee. The ticket for the exhibition is $300, though I've given you a discount. Normally, it would be $500. Oh, and there's a transportation fee of $15. Without hesitation, Su King produced the money. Go ahead, child. The future of technology beckons you. Mr. Steve counted the money and then looked towards Ying Hao. And you? Ying Hao replied candidly. Parker should have already paid. I am Ying Hao. Ah, so you are Ying Hao. You are quite well known among the faculty at school. Mr. Steve regarded him with appreciation. You are impressive. I frequently hear Ms. Jennifer speak highly of you. Top of your class, a budding inventor, is that correct? However, I thought your interests lay in mechanical design or engineering. What prompts your desire to attend an insect exhibition? Ying Hao shrugged, to broaden my horizons. Mr. Steve nodded sincerely. Glancing at the bus, he sighed, if only they possessed half of your eagerness to learn. These troublesome children would never have made this trip if it weren't for graduation. All they do is create chaos. Just as he spoke, a commotion erupted from the bus. You useless fool. Couldn't you finish eating before boarding? You've gotten cheese all over me. Calm down, Flash. There's no need to be so agitated. I didn't do it on purpose, and to be precise, you tripped me with your leg, which led to this situation. What did you say? You stain my clothes and dare to place the blame on me? I think you're looking to taste my fist, you loser. Upon hearing this, Mr. Steve rolled his eyes and sighed at Ying Hao. See what I mean? Come on, get on the bus. We must depart. He turned aboard, standing at the entrance to admonish the others. Enough with the noise. Can't we resolve our issues calmly? Flash, showing no respect for the teacher, yelled back. Didn't you see? It was Parker who sullied my coat, the one I had just purchased. If it were you, Steve, would you remain calm? Hurry and instruct the driver to proceed. This trivial matter is one we can resolve ourselves. Steve, feeling a throbbing headache, realized he was powerless to intervene and could only sigh in resignation. Very well, sort out yourselves, but do so with civility. Otherwise, I assure you, graduation will elude you. Did you hear that, Flash? Flash arrogantly retorted, I heard every single word. Okay. Steve shrugged, choosing to ignore him. Listen up, loser. Flash promptly removed his coat and threw it at Peter with force, jabbing his finger into Peter's chest as he declared, I no longer want this garment. You must compensate me, 700, no less than a single cent. If you refuse to pay, I promise to beat you every single day. 700? That's impossible. I mean, it's hardly worth that amount. Peter Parker, overwhelmed, attempted to reason with Flash. I believe I can clean it for you. It's merely cheese. Even if there are oil stains, a sprinkle of cornstarch for 15 minutes will eliminate the grease. Unfortunately, Flash was not a reasonable individual. He seized Peter's collar and threatened him quietly. No, I made myself clear, 700. I am serious. That coat is yours now, when school resumes tomorrow. I expect to see the money. If you fail to provide it, I guarantee you'll regret it. After sizing Peter up, Flash chuckled lightly. Of course. Don't think that by skipping school you can evade me. I know where you live, just a wall away from Mary Jane, right? Useless? Suking had already entered the vehicle ahead of Hao. She was not well acquainted with Flash and assumed the situation would escalate severely, so she lingered by the door, waiting for the affair to conclude so she could find a seat. Little did she anticipate that Peter Parker would be extorted for money. She recognized that coat clearly. It was nothing but a cheap imitation, faux leather, worth at most 20. However, Flash was indeed tall and imposing, towering over Peter by a head, and his bulk made any comparison futile. Suking, merely a Chinese female student, felt somewhat at ease among her peers. Yet, before such a brutish figure, she dared not intervene, not even to voice a word of fairness. Nevertheless, she had money. Enough. You need not further harass Peter. She produced her wallet, swiftly counting out 3 crisp 100 bills and extending them. Here, that's the money. I shall cover his debt. Upon hearing this, Peter quickly turned to Suking, insisting, No, this has nothing to do with you. Hey, wait a minute. Flash's demeanor shifted upon seeing the cash. His spirits lifted. Where did this little temptress come from? Why are you defending Peter so ardently? Surely, you're not his mistress? Suking frowned. I don't wish to engage in conversation with you. Very well, Flash shrugged. For the sake of the money, he could afford to speak less. However, casting a glance at the bills in Suking's hand, he smirked. But, I believe I mentioned 700. Don't try to shortchange me. Suking impatiently shook the stack of cash, declaring, Your clothing is worth at most 20. With this money, you could purchase 15 of these tattered garments. It's best to accept the offer now, or I may change my mind. Peter cast a look of gratitude towards Suking, yet he remained reluctant to let her bear the expense. There's truly no need for you to do this. I believe Flash was merely jesting with me. Shut your mouth, Peter, or I shall assist you in doing so. Flash threatened once more. He glanced at the $300 in Suking's hand. Though it was somewhat meager, it was certainly better than nothing. The prospect of violence versus the acquisition of money clearly favored the latter, which offered him a modicum of joy. 300 will suffice. I'll reluctantly accept the loss. Flash extended his hand to take the money, even leeringly attempting to brush against Suking's hand to take advantage of the moment. However, just as his fingers were about to brush the cash, Flash's frivolous demeanor instantly darkened, and he raised his head in anger, exclaiming, Which imbecile is this? He then beheld 4 eyes that filled him with dread. You seem quite lively today, Flash, Ying Hao said as he gently positioned himself behind Su King, smiling at Flash. Damn it. How did you end up here? Chapter 29. He is mine, understand? Damn it. How did you end up here? Flash merely stared at Ying Hao, feeling a twinge of pain in his fingers. Ying Hao's smile faded as he coldly inquired, what is the matter? Am I not allowed to be here? Oh, how dare he speak to Flash in such a manner? He was courting death. Whispers spread amongst the onlookers. In American schools, good grades do not necessarily enhance a student's popularity. Rather, those who are rebellious, possess individuality, and enjoy socializing tend to garner more admiration. Flash was of average appearance, but possessed a strong physique, akin to a school bully like Tim Walton. He often derived amusement from tormenting Peter Parker and the previously nerdy Ying Hao. Typically, other students would watch the spectacle with glee. Just moments ago, when Flash was bullying Peter Parker, the atmosphere in the carriage had been lively, filled with onlookers and jeers. Nearly everyone was waiting for Peter Parker to either back down or suffer an embarrassing defeat. However, at this moment, the atmosphere in the carriage underwent a subtle transformation. What was wrong with Flash? Who was that peculiar individual? Quiet down. That person is in our class, named Ying Hao. He apparently has some rare condition affecting his eyes. He used to be on par with Peter Parker, another nerd, but recently he seems to have changed. Just a few days ago, he taught Flash a harsh lesson. So that is how it is. No wonder Flash appears fearful. Yet, Ying Hao does not seem particularly strong. Can he truly handle Flash? A few whispered among themselves, while many others held their breath, eager to witness what would unfold next. Would Flash receive another beating like he did a couple of days ago? It seemed that Flash sensed the weight of the gazes upon him. He felt quite uncomfortable. Ever since that last lesson, he had remained unconvinced. After a thorough review, the conclusion drawn was merely one of underestimation. This is why he was caught off guard by Ying Hao's opportunistic strike, leading to a rather humiliating defeat. Last time, he had merely lost face in class. With this thought, Flash felt a surge of anger. Suppressing his fear, he rose to meet Ying Hao's gaze and declared, Ying Hao, let's put the past behind us, but today's matter does not concern you, understand? Mind your own business. Peter Parker, taken aback by the unexpected involvement of Ying Hao, quickly interjected, hey buddy, he's after me. Why don't you and Ku Ing sit in the back for now, and I'll have a word with him. Discuss my backside. Flash crudely retorted, hurry up with the money, or have your friend cover for you. He glanced at Su Kuing, recalling how close he had come to securing $300. All thanks to that freak, Ying Hao, who had interfered. Freak, step aside. Flash threatened, shoving his hands into his pockets. The beautiful girl behind you was just about to pay. No, Ying Hao resolutely shook his head, asserting, he is with me. Su Kuing, standing behind Ying Hao, couldn't help but smile at his words. How audacious of him to say such sentimental things, just as she was reveling in the moment. Ying Hao suddenly placed his arm around Peter Parker's shoulder, adding, so his affairs are now my affairs, understood? Sununtai kiskiviko inges sweo faltered. Realizing that Peter was indeed connected to Ying Hao, her lips pursed slightly, her eyes ablaze with a fierce determination, silently contemplating how to eliminate Peter before Flash could act. Huh, your person? Flash scoffed, flexing his muscular arms to demonstrate his strength. You don't think I'm afraid of you, do you? Freak, last time you were just lucky. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. This time, it may not be the same. With that, Flash raised his fists, adopting a fighting stance. Aren't you going to hurry up? Smack! Before Flash could finish his threatening words, Ying Hao seized his fist, swiftly twisting it downwards. A sharp crack echoed from Flash's wrist. Oh, snap! Ying Hao snatched Flash's jacket from Peter Parker's arms, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his embrace. If you know what is good for you, don't trouble us again. Jesus, that guy Ying Hao is so cool. How'd he just do that? Gasped a student nearby, prompting a wave of cheers to erupt, as someone led the chant for Ying Hao. Ying Hao, Ying Hao, Ying Hao. Peter Parker, filled with admiration, joined in, repeating, Ying Hao, Ying Hao, Ying Hao. Meanwhile, Flash, donned in a mask of pain, chose to ignore it all. Ying Hao withdrew his arm from Peter Parker's shoulder and urged, all right, let us find a place to sit. Yeah, of course. Peter grinned, pointing toward an empty spot. Over there. Ying Hao walked over. Get lost. Su Ku-ing glared at Peter, following closely behind Ying Hao. Peter stood there, bewildered. Why is she yelling at me? Did I do something wrong? He would never comprehend, no matter how hard he tried, that Su King was merely feeling jealous. Ying Hao gradually made his way to an empty seat at the back. As he passed by, several girls from other classes caught his eye. One girl, biting her lip and swaying her slender waist, alluringly beckoned. Hey, Ying Hao, come sit beside me. We could chat about something intriguing. Just as Ying Hao was about to decline, A sharp voice thundered from behind. Step back. Su King suddenly extended her arm, positioning herself between them, her face pale with anger as she addressed the girl. He is mine. Understand? Her fierce gaze bore into the girl, as if she were ready to devour her whole. The girl's flirtatious demeanor vanished instantly, and she shrank back, saying, Okay, I meant no offense. I didn't know he was. She shrugged, not daring to meet Su King's eyes again. Only then did Su King relent, giving Ying Hao a gentle push. You should hurry up and go. What is there to see? Ying Hao was both amused and exasperated. Did Su King truly feel that responsible? The last row consisted of 5 seats. Su King and Ying Hao settled in, followed closely by Peter Parker. Just as Peter was about to sit down, Su King placed her small bag on the seat, commanding, move aside. I'll heek ding. Peter awkwardly shifted a bit to the side. Did I do something wrong, Su King? Did I upset you? No. Then why shut up? Chapter 30, Biological Science Exhibition. Due to Su King's emotional state, the journey was devoid of conversation. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at Columbia University. Steve led the group of students embarking on this biotechnology exhibition. Columbia had arranged for a tour guide, tasked with receiving, guiding, and explaining. Hello, everyone. I'm your guide for today. Just call me Lucy. Our first stop will showcase 6-legged insects, and believe me, it will be an eye-opening experience. Steve and the students followed her. Most, like Flash and his peers, were merely there to earn some easy credits for graduation. Since there was no exam for this exhibition, they were not very invested. He lingered at the back of the group, casting a dark, predatory glance at Ying Hao, his eyes flickering with some sinister thought. However, Ying Hao and his companions were quite attentive, especially Peter Parker, who not only listened but also took out a camera, snapping pictures incessantly. This particular mantis is quite special. As you can see, it is pink and inhabits subtropical regions. Speaking of mantises, they have a unique behavior. Can anyone guess what I am referring to? Lucy teased, looking around the group. Peter eagerly raised his hand here. I might know. Lucy's eyes sparkled with interest as she asked. Okay, then what is it? I guess you're referring to the fact that female mantises eat the male after mating, right? Peter shyly offered his perspective. The accompanying students exchanged bewildered glances. Could Parker be fabricating this? How could that possibly be true? Eating a mate? If it were, that would be utterly insane. Insane indeed. You must possess a wealth of similar experiences, am I right? A mischievous boy whispered teasingly to the girl beside him, playfully gesturing in a crude manner. Silence, you rascal. Don't think I'm unaware of your affair with Jeff, she retorted. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Lucy, observing the students before her, rolled her eyes in exasperation and beckoned Steve to restore order. Steve clapped his hands together, saying, Enough. Quiet down. If anyone continues to chatter, I shall deduct half of your credits for this session. Steve, you're such a killjoy. What a buzzkill, came the chorus of complaints. Gradually, the noise subsided. Clearing her throat, Lucy addressed Peter Parker. You are indeed correct. The peculiar behavior I referred to is precisely this. It seems some have not been remiss in their studies of biology. She noticed Peter giving her a thumbs up, but then continued, however, I regret to inform you that the story I intended for you to share is meant to clarify a common misconception. The female mantis does not devour the male out of romantic sacrifice or for the sake of procreation, but rather simply due to hunger. Their anatomical structure is so rudimentary that predation and movement are purely instinctual. They remain oblivious to the fact that their partner is behind them. Experiments have shown that if the female mantis is well-fed prior to mating, the male will not meet his demise. Is that so? Peter Parker nodded enthusiastically, appearing eager to learn. Suddenly, sununtai kiskivikung in a whimsical mood. Turned to Ying Hao and asked, Hey, if one day we found ourselves stranded on a deserted island without any food, what would you do? Stop right there. Suku Ying interjected softly. I wasn't asking you that. I meant to say, what if we couldn't do any of those things? Ying Hao seized the opportunity. So, would you allow me to consume you? Yes, precisely. Suku Ying's laughter faltered, and she pointed to herself incredulously. You're actually asking me? Ying Hao nodded, as if it were the most natural question. Of course. Would you let me? But Suku Ying patted her chest defiantly. I'm the female. And so what? The male won't starve either, Ying Hao urged softly. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and give me your answer. You did promise to take responsibility for me. Suku Ying couldn't help but chuckle at Ying Hao's antics, giving him a gentle pinch. Well, if you were on the brink of starvation, I might reluctantly allow you to have a morsel to ease your hunger. And what part would you offer me? Your toes? They both burst into laughter. At that moment, Lucy had finished her introduction of the mantis exhibit, and, hearing Suku Ying's laughter, called out to the two, That couple over there, yes, you too. Come along. We must proceed to the spider exhibit. Spiders, Ying Hao exclaimed, pulling Su King along. Let us hurry up. Lucy continued her professional narration, leading the group to several glass enclosures that exuded a strong sense of technological advancement. In recent years, Columbia University has been dedicated to the study of genetic mutations. What you see here are 3 new species cultivated through genetic engineering, merging the genes of multiple spiders into one. Strictly speaking, their existence is entirely a product of human design. Our scientists have posed a thought-provoking question. If we can cultivate new life through genetic editing, can we truly assert that humanity has emerged solely from natural evolution? Suddenly, a student turned to Lucy and exclaimed, setting everything else aside, "Lucy, are you sure you're not seeing things? In these glass enclosures, there is only one spider." "What?" Lucy leaned closer to the glass enclosure and searched for quite some time, only to confirm that indeed, only one remained. She examined the enclosure, noting the lack of any signs of tampering, then shrugged. "Well, it seems someone must have taken it for research. No need to worry. Let us proceed to the next area." "Teacher?" Lucy smiled and nodded. "Oh, of course. Here we go." This series of exchanges aligned perfectly. Next, a spider would descend upon Peter Parker, delivering a sharp bite. Ying Hao lifted his gaze, meticulously scanning above. There was... Wait, why are there 2? As he pondered, the 2 spiders had already descended. Ying Hao calculated Peter Parker's position, sensing a slight misalignment, and tugged gently. This way, the angle is just right. Chapter 31. The Bite 2. The red and blue spiders landed precisely on Peter Parker's neck, conforming to Ying Hao's expectations. Oblivious, Peter continued to snap photos of Lucy with his camera. At that moment, fate intervened, and one of the spiders bit Peter sharply. Peter raised an eyebrow. Reaching back to his neck, what was that? Ying Hao quickly stepped forward, capturing the spider in his hand, concernedly asking, "What happened?" I don't know," Peter replied, perplexed. "It felt like something just bit me." "Let me see." Ying Hao feigned a casual inspection, overlooking the 2 marks left by the spider's fangs. "There's nothing there." "Really?" Peter lowered his hand and shrugged. "Perhaps it was just my imagination." Lucy called out from a distance, "Excuse me, are you done taking pictures?" Peter shook his camera. "All done. Okay, let's hurry along. We're off to the next area." With that, she turned and walked away, the 3 following closely behind. Ying Hao, bringing up the rear, opened his palm to observe the small spider, playfully coaxing, "Come on, bite me, and I'll release you." Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. He had just witnessed 2 spiders fall from above. Where had the other one gone? "Ying Hao, help me." Su King sudendig shouted, shaking hesidivis. "There's a bug crawling into my clothes." "Oh no." The second spider had targeted Su King. "Don't panic. I'll help you get it out." Ying Hao tucked the spider into his pocket, creating a tiny opening to let it in. Having done this, he quickly moved to assist Su King in rolling up her sleeves. "Hurry, over here." "Here." Su King, visibly anxious, stomped her feet, pointing at her arm as her fingers moved higher. Ying Hao yearned to swiftly capture the second spider, the one that had bitten Peter Parker, adorned in vibrant red and blue. He was certain would bestow superhuman abilities upon him. However, the second one remained uncertain. These spiders had been genetically modified by scientists at Columbia University, and their peculiarities were shrouded in mystery. What if it were venomous? A bite on Su King could spell disaster. Activating his enhanced vision, Ying Hao quickly pinpointed the spider's location. With one hand, he grasped the sleeve, preventing it from burrowing further into his clothing, while the other swiftly rolled up the sleeve. "Hurry up," Su King urged impatiently. "It's just a bug." Ying Hao reassured her. "Help me hold the sleeve tighter. It has nowhere to escape." Suddenly, Su King let out a shriek, slapping her arm. When she withdrew her hand, Ying Hao noticed a patch of blue blood smeared across her fair, smooth skin. "Well, no need to catch it now," he remarked, continuing to roll up his sleeve. Su King, upon seeing the substance on her arm, wore an expression of disgust and hurriedly fished out a wet wipe from her bag, scrubbing vigorously. Ying Hao disposed of the spider's lifeless body into his pocket, sending it off to the divine realm. "I wonder if it's poisonous. I should consult the person in charge," he pondered, eyeing the bite marks with unease. Su King quickly tugged at him. "No. Did you not hear Lucy's introduction? He mentioned that there were 3 newly cultivated species developed with great effort by Columbia scientists. What if this is one of them? We could be in serious trouble. They could demand exorbitant compensation for such research achievements. Once they discover my family has some wealth, they'll surely extort us." Her concerns were quite valid, especially since she was Chinese, and it was all too common for Americans to seek reasons to scrutinize. But what if it were indeed toxic? Sensing his apprehension, Su King, without him uttering a word, declared, "If it truly is poisonous, just take me to the hospital. I'd rather be fleeced by the hospital." Moreover, she had already wiped her arm clean and examined the bite mark, asserting, "I feel fine. It should be nothing. Yet, Ying Hao remained uneasy, penetrating the skin to meticulously inspect the blood vessels around the wound. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities. The two then rejoined the larger group, and after an hour, they concluded their exhibition. Exiting Columbia, it was barely 3 in the afternoon. Steve promptly informed the students that there would be no classes for the rest of the day. Since most were merely there to accrue credits, they quickly dispersed in small clusters. Su-King turned to Ying Hao and Peter, "It's still early. Do you two have any plans?" After a moment's contemplation, Ying Hao replied, "Having some free time on a weekday is rare. I intend to register the company with the relevant authorities." "I'll accompany you," Su-King responded seamlessly, then paused to add, "I'm just bored. Registering a company? Isn't that uncomfortable? Should we go to the hospital instead?" "No, no, no." Peter Parker shook his head, expressing his fatigue. "I simply feel exhausted. Perhaps due to my restless nights lately. I just wish to have a good sleep." He reassured, "It's all right. Thank you. I shall take my leave now." With a casual wave, he headed towards the bus stop, leaving only Ying Hao and Su-King behind. Ying Hao took out his phone and began to search for information on how to register a company. Su-King gazed at him in disbelief. "You can't be serious. Just a few days ago, you were clamoring about acquiring Stark Industries, and now, after all this time, you still don't know the registration process?" Ying Hao shrugged. "As long as I can find the relevant department and inquire, everything will be clear." Su-King placed a hand on her forehead, exasperated. "You truly are something else." She glanced around and proudly lifted her chin, declaring, "Good thing I'm here. Follow me." Ying Hao, looking perplexed, asked where to. "To find a place to access the internet," she replied confidently. With her hands clasped behind her back, Su-King elaborated, "Most of the registration process can be completed online. Registering, submitting applications, paying fees, applying for a tax ID, and drafting operational agreements. Once all that is done, the legal representative simply needs to visit the bank to open an account." Ying Hao was taken aback. "How do you know so much?" Su-King, with a sense of pride, replied, "Well, being the daughter of a businessman, I've been exposed to this since childhood. Plus, my father has plans for me to take over, which has compelled me to learn a great deal." As they conversed, they entered a cyber cafe. Just as the door closed behind them, Flash appeared at the entrance, his expression dark as he glared at the cafe sign. He picked up his phone, saying, "I'm at Columbia's entrance. Hurry over with a few more people. I intend to teach a lesson to a certain arrogant kid." Chapter 32. The transformation begins. At the computer, under Su-King's guidance, Ying Hao accessed the American Business Registration website. Here, fill in the type of business. Here, input the name of the legal representative and other details. Here, Su-King expertly narrated. Ying Hao watched her small hand wave in front of him and quickly interjected, "Slow down, one step at a time. First, the type of business." He clicked the mouse, opening the drop-down menu and scanning from top to bottom. "Where is the entry for the weapons industry? Why isn't it here? Perhaps you should look for something else, like machinery manufacturing?" Su-King suggested, though overwhelmed by the plethora of options herself. "Ying Hao, haven't you spent all your money on rent? Have you considered, even if you manage to register a company, how you intend to operate it?" Su-King leaned on the desk beside her, tilting her head to admire the contours of Ying Hao's profile. "Right now, you only have a barn, no employees, no equipment, not even startup capital. How do you plan to venture into the weapons industry?" With a dismissive scoff, she continued, "All right, even if you manage to establish the company and secure a weapons production license, who will you sell your products to? Do you have any connections? The largest military contracts in the U.S. undoubtedly come from the armed forces. Are you acquainted with anyone at the Pentagon?" This question struck a chord, causing Ying Hao to pause his activities and ponder deeply. He was not worried about production. However, how could he secure buyers who would seek out an ordinary high school student to purchase missiles? With the advantages of his divine space, he could indeed infiltrate the Pentagon. He was not afraid of being perceived as a threat by the U.S. military, as the energy from his divine armor was sufficient to ensure his personal safety. Yet, such actions would inevitably reveal his uniqueness. After all, not just any high school student could waltz into the Pentagon to converse with key figures. What consequences would arise? Would the U.S. government not dispatch intelligence agencies to monitor him, to investigate him, perhaps even scrutinize his family? Upon reflection, it indeed presented a considerable dilemma. Su-King continued to murmur, "This is not an ordinary industry. Even if you wish to find buyers internationally, you must obtain export permits from the government, which entails a myriad of complications. We are still Chinese. Do you think the Americans would truly allow you to establish a company to manufacture weapons, even on their soil?" She pouted, "By the way, isn't your goal to acquire Stark Industries? If you truly intend to pursue that, then it suffices to earn enough money. You don't necessarily need to delve into the arms industry." I believe Peter's suggestion the other day was quite reasonable. Developing civilian drones could be a lucrative venture. Suddenly, she yawned and sniffled a couple of times. Sue King's gaze became somewhat dreamy, and her speech grew a bit muddled, though she was unaware of it. We've known each other for many years. How come I never noticed how handsome you are? She unexpectedly reached out to touch Ying Hao's face. Feeling the smoothness of Ying Hao's skin, Sue King broke into a silly smile. Hey, you even smell nice. Ying Hao was still preoccupied with thoughts of starting a company, and casually remarked, Stop it. I'm trying to think. As Sue King had pointed out, the arms trade was undoubtedly not an easy path to tread. Moreover, when registering a business, it was imperative to avoid designating it in categories related to weapons or munitions. Regardless of whether it could be managed, merely selecting such categories would likely attract the attention of agencies like the CIA or FBI. That was not a predicament Ying Hao wished to confront. He was not alone. He had his grandfather, his mother, and this girlfriend beside him, to whom he felt responsible. After much deliberation, Ying Hao finally settled on the category of mechanical engineering. I must admit, you are indeed quite knowledgeable. I have decided to heed your advice and choose mechanical engineering as my focus. Good snore, came Sue King's drowsy voice. Ying Hao looked over to find her sprawled on the chair, arms wrapped around her chest, asleep. A woman's beauty can undergo significant transformation in slumber. Sue King's mouth was slightly ajar, a glistening droplet trailing down her chin, and the usual sparkle, cunning, and charm were all absent, replaced instead by a complete foolishness. Her previously perfect countenance had diminished to a mere 80 points. This must be a consequence of her cells reacting to the spider genes, he speculated. It seems Sue King was experiencing a similar fate. Was she truly unscathed? Ying Hao glanced at the spot on Sue King's arm, where she had been bitten by the spider, and felt a twinge of concern. He resolved to investigate for any anomalies, while also observing the manner in which DNA undergoes recombination and mutation. He could discern the cellular structure of a human body, even down to the DNA. His gaze first penetrated through Sue King's attire. Ying Hao located the bite mark left by the spider. Then, his eyes involuntarily drifted upwards. In an instant, a surge of fervor coursed through him. They were ample, fair, and rosy. They resembled two peaches, or perhaps two enormous white buns adorned with plum blossom petals. This sight ignited a mix of longing and appetite within Ying Hao, rendering him momentarily rigid. He felt a dryness in his throat. Swallowing hard with difficulty, as he grasped his head with both hands, forcibly twisting it to the side. Calm down, calm down. This is neither the time to indulge, nor to admire the scenery. He refocused his mind. Much better now. He could directly observe the blood vessels. The blood's hue was entirely normal, and the shape and vitality of the red blood cells appeared satisfactory to the naked eye. A sense of relief washed over him. The spider that bit Sue King bore no venom. Next, he would examine the mutation. Exhaling deeply, Ying Hao delved further. His vision continued to magnify until he reached the DNA level. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Ying Hao could clearly see Sue King's DNA strands undergoing recombination. The newly recombined DNA immediately sprang into action. Every inch of Sue King's body was visibly engaged in self-dissolution and rebirth, growing increasingly formidable. The entire process unfolded smoothly, and the slumbering Sue King remained entirely unaware. Ying Hao felt reassured. Since both of them had been bitten, he would not hold back any longer. He certainly required Spider-Man's superpowers. From the celestial space, he retrieved the small red and blue spider and placed it once more in his palm. Bite away, my dear, with all your might. The little spider seemed to comprehend Ying Hao's words, scuttling a few steps to find a small patch of skin before sinking its fangs into it with vigor. The sound was imperceptible to human ears, yet the spider could sense it. Its fangs shattered. Ying Hao was momentarily taken aback, then smacked his forehead. Damn, I forgot about the divine armor. The divine armor, invisible to the naked eye, was 12,000 times harder than diamond. In the face of such extraordinary hardness, even a mutated spider was no match. The poor little spider began frantically circling on Ying Hao's palm, searching for its lost fangs. Chapter 33. You one have watched it 10 times. There were a total of 2 mutated spiders. One was crushed, and one had its fangs broken. 2 opportunities for mutation, just like that, squandered. What to do? There was still one remaining. Should he procure it as well? Perhaps it wasn't necessary. Mutation primarily relies on genetics, even if it could no longer bite. The genes should still be viable, right? Should he return and use a syringe to extract spider blood and inject it into his body as a trial? Before long, he completed all the steps for the online application and paid the registration fee. The webpage then prompted him to fill in the name of the enterprise. Ying Hao glanced at Su King and inscribed 4 Chinese characters in the blank space. Daqin Heavy Industry. Being Chinese, he understood that establishing a company in the United States entailed navigating a relatively intricate security review process. After a moment's contemplation, he entered Peter Parker's name in the section for the enterprise head, using his address and phone number as well. This would facilitate a smoother review process. Once the company was on solid footing, Ying Hao could join as a major shareholder. Both the review and the establishment of a corporate bank account had to be conducted offline. The former required patience, while the latter necessitated a visit to the bank. For now, these were the only steps Ying Hao could undertake. He stretched languidly, powered down the computer at the internet cafe, and nudged Su King's shoulder. Hey, wake up, it's time to go. Ugh, don't disturb me, I'm so sleepy, she murmured, tilting her head and pressing Ying Hao's hand against her shoulder. In her drowsy state, she seemed to find comfort, a faint smile gracing her lips as she swayed her head, guiding half her face into the warmth of Ying Hao's palm. Her skin was soft and supple, a sensation of unparalleled comfort radiating from Ying Hao's hand, enveloping him entirely. However, he had learned to maintain his composure and not become overly excited. He employed his unique vision to ascertain the progress of Su King's mutation. Moreover, even after her genetic alteration, there was no guarantee she would awaken immediately. After some consideration, he gently withdrew his hand and approached the front desk to settle the bill. The front desk attendant, a black man wearing a name tag that read Marcus, was engaged in a phone call. Yes, I understand. I can only try to delay you. Please act swiftly. Noticing Ying Hao approaching from a distance, he lowered his voice. All right, that's it. He asked coming. As Ying Hao reached him, Marcus had already hung up and eagerly inquired. You want to change to a suite, right? Ying Hao, puzzled, shot him a curious glance. Change what suite? Come on, don't play coy. Marcus replied, wearing a knowing expression. I saw that stunning lady next to you, completely intoxicated. Perfect opportunity. I sent it. Realizing it was a misunderstanding, Ying Hao shook his head and clarified. No suite. I'm just here to settle the bill for booth 36 in Hall A. No suite? Are you serious? With a lady of that caliber? Marcus was initially astonished. Then his expression shifted to one of enlightenment, accompanied by a confident smile. Ah, I see what you're concerned about. He continued. Rest assured, our suite prices are reasonable. No cameras, drinks, and snacks included, various themes to choose from, and equipped with all sorts of props. The most crucial aspect, we disinfect every day. You'll never regret it. Professional matters belong in a professional setting. Ying Hao was taken aback by Marcus's verbosity, letting out a gentle sigh to interject. Really, it's unnecessary. My friend is just tired. All right then, the young man shrugged, glancing at the computer screen, his brow furrowing. I apologize. There seems to be an issue with this machine. Is it frozen? That's a common problem. Ying Hao, trusting the situation, stood quietly beside him. Marcus beamed at Ying Hao and slid a can of cola towards him. Never mind, I don't need it, Ying Hao replied, as he didn't particularly enjoy such sugary beverages. What do you prefer? Should I get you something else? Marcus was overly enthusiastic. Ying Hao noticed that this fellow, while speaking, furtively glanced into the distance, behaving rather sneakily. He finally realized the issue and promptly turned his head. To his dismay, there was no trace of Su King in her original spot. Had it been someone else, they would undoubtedly be in a panic by now. Marcus, however, watched Ying Hao with great interest, eagerly anticipating a look of confusion on his face. Unfortunately for him, he was met with disappointment. Ying Hao's unique gaze was not to be underestimated. With a gentle blink, the walls of the internet cafe seemed to dissolve, rendering everything within visible. He had only exchanged a few words with Marcus at the front desk, taking no more than a minute. In such a brief span, where could a person possibly vanish? Quickly, Ying Hao located Su King. She was being escorted upstairs by 2 women, one on each side. Their destination was an open room on the 2nd floor. Inside, 3 men awaited, with a familiar face, Flash, standing guard at the door. Damn it! Without hesitation, Ying Hao muttered a curse and immediately pursued. Marcus had been waiting for Ying Hao to grow anxious, anticipating a desperate inquiry about his girlfriend's whereabouts. He had planned to unleash his Oscar-worthy acting skills. Oh, what? Your girlfriend is missing? Shit, I didn't see her. The surveillance? Sorry, the machine hasn't rebooted yet, blah blah. The longer he delayed, the more he could pocket. To his surprise, Ying Hao completely ignored him and dashed toward the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Marcus was taken aback. What the hell? How'd he know? He glanced at his watch. Now, he could only earn $10, but if he could stall for just half a minute longer, he would secure 100. Unwilling to forfeit that amount, Marcus rushed out from behind the front desk. He positioned himself at the staircase, blocking Ying Hao's path. Sorry. Sir, but there's a fee to go upstairs. We take privacy very seriously here. Get lost. Ying Hao raised his arm and roughly shoved Marcus, sending him staggering against the wall. He knew this guy was in cahoots with Flash, but couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Su King was with him, and he couldn't let anything happen to her. Days from the impact, Marcus clearly hadn't anticipated such strength from the seemingly frail Ying Hao. He checked the time. Just 23 seconds left for the $100. It was now or never. He sprinted forward, blocking Ying Hao once more, mimicking a poorly executed martial arts stance. He introduced himself in clumsy Mandarin. Yong Chun, Yida. In a flash, Ying Hao advanced, executing a swift grappling maneuver. A couple of sharp cracks echoed, and Marcus fell to the ground, his arms flailing uncontrollably as he cried out, "Ah, no, you broke my wrist. Remember not to insult our Chinese martial arts." Ying Hao coldly retorted, stepping on Marcus's face as he ascended the stairs. Chapter 34, We Are Extorting You. The second floor of the Internet Cafe consisted of individual rooms equipped with beds and computers. Clearly, browsing the Internet was not the primary function of these spaces. Rather, the beds were the main attraction. Two heavily made-up women, panting, supported Su King as they entered a room at Flash's beckoning. "Place her here." Flash indicated a chair beside him. The two women complied obediently. The slightly shorter woman retrieved 2 cigarettes from her bag, handing one to her companion. "I actually prefer the bed." "So do I." The taller woman produced a lighter, igniting both cigarettes, and added, "Oh, and if you want us to lift her, it's going to cost extra." "Extra?" Flash shook his head. "No, we agreed on 200 each." "That's unacceptable." The shorter woman firmly opposed. "A deal is a deal. If you don't intend to pay, you should bring her up yourself." The taller woman exhaled smoke rings, questioning, "So why should we do this laborious task? Are you some kind of perverts? Do you four wish to watch us with this girl?" "No, no, no." Flash explained helplessly. "Clearly, we just don't want to appear on the first floor surveillance. You two geniuses, listen, this isn't to your concern anymore. Take the money and leave quickly." "What? We're not going to bed?" The two women were utterly astonished. Flash's 3 companions were equally perplexed. Joe exclaimed, "Flash, are you insane? You're giving these 2 escorts 200 each and expecting nothing in return?" Owen added, "I believe that since the payment has been made, they should fulfill their duties properly." Andrew chimed in, "Exactly. Flash, you are trampling on their professional dignity." The two women were reluctant to simply take the money and leave. The taller one gently pushed Flash's money away, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. "Let's clarify this, boys. We are escorts, willing to engage in physical transactions, but we absolutely will not be involved in any other criminal activities." The shorter woman affirmed, "Exactly. So what are you planning to do? You don't intend to kill her, do you?" "Oh, this poor girl, I'll have to call the police." "What? No, don't call the police." "Damn it." Flash rolled his eyes. "I'm still in high school, okay? I wouldn't even touch you. How could I possibly kill someone?" He helplessly gestured towards Su King. "She has a boyfriend who is my classmate. This guy got on my nerves today, and coincidentally, I heard he received 100,000 in bonuses a few days ago. I merely intended to use this girl to extort 20,000 from him. It's that simple. No harm, no violence. We just need to scare that kid a little. He definitely wouldn't dare to call the police. Even if he did, it wouldn't involve you. At most, it would be considered intimidation. And he'd be out in 10 days or so." He laid out the entire plan, looking at everyone. "Now, are you all reassured?" The 3 male companions shrugged. The 2 women exchanged glances, one saying, "Yeah, that doesn't sound problematic." The other added, "But now that we know your secret, you'll have to pay us a little more, or we'll report you to your school for hiring escorts and for kidnapping and threats. High school student, right? It must be said that you have all developed remarkably well. I hardly recognized you at first." A sudden increase in demands? Flash is likely to be infuriated by these 2 women. Yet, what can he do? This matter certainly cannot be reported to the school, nor can he silence these 2 women. After much contemplation, he reluctantly acquiesced. "Fine. All right, 500 each. That is my final offer, and you must stay to assist." The 2 women exchanged glances. "No, that is impossible. We demand 2,000 each." "Very well, then 2,000 it is," Flash conceded helplessly. Joe rubbed his hands together, eagerly inquiring, "Excellent. So what is the plan?" "There are ropes over there. Bind her first," Flash instructed. "Then I will call Ying Hao and demand that he come alone with the money to redeem his girl. If he is skeptical, I will send him a photograph." "Oh, and there are hoods over there." The 3 companions nodded vigorously, each donning a hood and carefully binding the unconscious Su King like a dumpling. "Once Ying Hao arrives, if he pays up willingly, we will let him take her away." Flash continued, "But be cautious. This lad is Chinese, and they're all skilled in martial arts. If he resists, we must subdue him together." I have a baseball bat, brass knuckles, boxing gloves, and a wolf's tooth glove. Oh wait, not that one, cough. In any case, if he dares to resist, we will beat him until he agrees to pay. The three companions were filled with fervor at his words. Joe exclaimed, "This plan is absolutely perfect." Owen added, "So meticulous, Flash. I always knew you were destined for greatness." Andrew chimed in, "Today, we are going to strike it rich. $20,000. Each of us can take a share. Why not demand 100,000 instead?" Flash was taken aback with, "Good heavens, Andrew, are you a demon? So stone-hearted? Not leaving them a single cent? Have you lost your mind? What if they urgently need that money?" He solemnly educated them. "We cannot lack all humanity. We must leave them something. If they have any money left, they are less likely to feel despair and, consequently, less likely to report us. That is how we ensure our safety." Flash's words left the other three momentarily stunned. Witnessing their souls being enlightened, he pointed to his head, declaring, "This is wisdom. Take note." After much deliberation, Flash took out his phone, preparing to dial. The taller technician suddenly spoke up. "Wait, perhaps we can ask for 50,000? That would still leave your classmate with a substantial amount. 50,000 can accomplish many things." The shorter technician added, "Indeed, that could sustain us for an entire month." Flash pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, let us ask for 50,000. The shorter technician immediately began calculating. "If we're asking for 50,000 based on the previous ratio, we each should receive. Enough with the calculations. I will give you 5,000 each." Flash suddenly became generous, a figure that greatly pleased the two technicians, who nodded in agreement repeatedly. However, the three friends summoned by Flash were not particularly pleased, for with the presence of more skilled women, their share would inevitably diminish. Nevertheless, since Flash had taken the lead in orchestrating this endeavor, they felt compelled to refrain from further protest. Flash prepared to dial a number when, wait, there was another matter to address. The tall, skilled woman spoke up again, pointing at Sue King. "You must ensure that no harm comes to that poor girl. Not in the slightest. We will not permit such an occurrence." Observing the confusion and bewilderment etched on the faces of the men, she continued to elucidate. "Is it so difficult to comprehend? Girls help girls." This declaration utterly shattered the composure of the three men. "Are you both jesters? You are involved in extortion and dividing the spoils, taking her money. Does that not constitute harm?" The two women exchanged a glance and promptly retorted, "No, that money belongs to the girl's boyfriend. We are taking his money." They were quite clear on this point. "But you have kidnapped her." The two skilled women vehemently denied. "No, you tied her up. We merely assisted her." They were indeed quite clear on this matter. "Then why should you receive 5,000? The shorter skilled woman shrugged. "Because we can report you to your school, Central High, correct? So, to be precise, we are extorting from the four of you." After this, the two skilled women fist bumped each other, exclaiming, "Awesome, sister." The men followed the gaze of the two skilled women and spotted a school badge attached to a backpack, igniting an argument. "Damn it, why didn't you hide the badge? I never anticipated they would extort us. You're utterly brainless. You may have a brain, but why didn't you think of that sooner?" Flash felt as though his head would explode. "Enough. Everyone be quiet," he shouted, his chest heaving as he added, "Let us get down to business, shall we?" Chapter 35. There's no turning back. "No, I have a way out." The commotion finally subsided. Flash dialed Ying Hao's number. The call connected, and he pressed his hand firmly against his throat, producing a hoarse voice. "Is this Ying Hao? Listen, your girlfriend is with me. I'm giving you an address. Bring 50,000 in cash to redeem her, and come alone." "I'm already here, Flash." Ying Hao's voice resonated from both the doorway and the phone. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open by Ying Hao. The occupants of the room recoiled in shock, taking a collective step back. The two skilled women, in particular, immediately cowered to the side. Ying Hao stood at the threshold, hands in pockets, glaring at Flash with a predatory intensity. "Forget the money. I'm here to beat you up. Will you come over, or shall I come to you?" Damn it, but he could never allow Ying Hao to teach him a lesson again. It was far too humiliating. He muttered a curse under his breath and swiftly distributed the gear from his bag to his three companions. "You, keep an eye on the hostage. The rest of you, come with me to deal with this brat." Joe, tasked with watching Sue King, received a wooden baseball bat. Flash donned the boxing gloves not with the intent to inflict pain, but rather to avoid being caught by Ying Hao's fingers again. Irving equipped himself with brass knuckles, positioning himself to Flash's left. Andrew received a set of wolf's teeth gloves. He glanced at the others and then at himself, feeling somewhat awkward. Flash, Enough chatter. Prepare for battle." Flash bellowed. Reluctantly, Andrew slipped the transparent wolf's teeth gloves onto his fingers. "Go," Flash commanded. Irving, raising his fists, charged at Ying Hao, delivering a swift hook. Unfortunately, his speed was lacking, and his initial strike bore considerable openings. Ying Hao leaned back slightly, deftly placing his foot on Irving's knee and pushing sideways. Ah! Irving cried out, instantly losing his fighting spirit. In a mere exchange, it was clean and decisive. Flash was momentarily taken aback. Joe's baseball bat trembled in his grip. Andrew instinctively stepped back. Flash gritted his teeth. Andrew, go. Andrew surveyed the imposing figure of Ying Hao advancing steadily. He looked at the wolf's teeth gloves on his fingers and swallowed hard. Flash, are you serious? Flash nodded gravely. Go. We have no retreat. Andrew inhaled deeply several times. The two skilled women welcomed his arrival. The taller one nodded at him, saying, a wise choice. The shorter one glanced at the wolf's teeth gloves on his hands, remarking, I like that. It's thrilling to use. Care to try? Andrew blushed and smiled. Is it free? No. Then forget it. Damn it. With Flash bereft of his left and right arms, he had no choice but to step up himself. Ying Hao, I shall not allow you to trample my dignity repeatedly. He charged forward, gloves raised, unleashing a flurry of punches. In truth, Flash possessed a robust physique and had trained in boxing. His reputation as a school tough was well-deserved, as he truly knew how to fight. In their previous encounters, he was subdued by Ying Hao with a single move. The first time, he injured his fingers. Today, it was his wrist. Most notably, 2 days prior, Ying Hao had nearly broken his fingers to establish his dominance in class, applying such force that it almost snapped them. Even today, he had summoned 3 comrades from school, believing the sheer numbers would secure victory over Ying Hao. Yet, ultimately, it fell upon him alone to confront the challenge. Flash's punches were exceptionally fierce against an ordinary opponent. They would have likely been rendered incapacitated. However, Ying Hao was no ordinary adversary. He was a top student at the police academy. He too had trained, undergoing rigorous military-style training daily. Although his current physique may have seemed somewhat weakened, rendering him unable to exert tremendous force when it came to combat techniques, Flash, merely a high school student, was no match for Ying Hao. Ying Hao, light on his feet, maintained a safe distance, effortlessly evading Flash's blows. After 2 combinations, he spotted an opening and delivered a straight punch that struck Flash squarely in the face. Ying Hao's fists, enveloped in divine armor, boasted unparalleled hardness. He exerted little effort, yet a sharp crack resounded as Flash's nasal bone fractured. Oh no! Gasped the trio in the corner simultaneously. Joe, who was guarding Sue King, also drew in a sharp breath, quickly concealing the baseball bat behind him. No, my nose. Blood gushed from both nostrils of Flash, a ghastly sight. He raised his gloved fist, intending to wipe away the blood. It hurt so much. Ying Hao cast a cold glance at him and suggested, Flash, with graduation only days away, I hope you refrain from provoking me or touching my friends and classmates from this day forward. All right? Chapter 36, Genetic Mutation. Damn, 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 damn. Flash cursed vehemently, losing 2 of his front teeth mid-sentence. Wrath, humiliation, and pain surged within him. He had always been the bully and had never been subjected to such treatment. Ying Hao regarded him with indifference, contemplating whether to teach this obstinate fellow a harsher lesson. Violence may not cultivate kindness, but at the very least, it could foster empathy in him for those he had tormented. However, Flash, upon seeing his teeth scattered on the ground, was consumed by rage and humiliation. He stormed over to Joe, snatching the baseball bat from his hands. Damn it. If I can't elbow you, I'll hit your girlfriend instead. He raised the bat high, preparing to strike. In a flash, Ying Hao bent down to shield Sue King, lifting his arm to block the impending blow. Given the thickness of his protective gear, the bat would merely splinter upon impact. Yet, the bat never struck Ying Hao's arm. In that instant, Sue King suddenly opened her eyes. Instinctively, she raised her arm toward Flash, and the ropes binding her, wrapped tightly around her body, snapped as if they were mere threads. She pushed against Flash with her palm. Bang! Flash was propelled backward, colliding with Joe. The two of them crashed through 4 wooden walls, landing heavily on the floor of the room across the corridor. Ah! A young couple in the room screamed as they leapt from the bed and bolted out the door in a panic. Sue King's genetic modification was complete. She had acquired superhuman strength. Ying Hao quickly assessed the situation. The ease with which she had just dispatched her attacker was terrifying. He couldn't fathom the magnitude of her power if she were to unleash her full strength. How enviable, he thought bitterly. The trio in the corner appeared somewhat dazed. Andrew murmured, "What just happened?" The tall girl remarked, "I didn't see clearly." The short girl exclaimed, "Damn, that girl is incredibly strong. No wonder you had to restrain her." Andrew shook his head slowly, We had no idea she possessed such strength. Meanwhile, Su Qing, having sent her assailants flying, finally regained her senses. Observing her unfamiliar surroundings, she recoiled slightly. Ying Hao, where are we? Ying Hao replied, in a room on the second floor of an internet cafe. What kind of room is this? Ying Hao, both amused and exasperated, explained, you fell asleep while I went to settle the bill. And then Flash and his gang came and tied you up here, intending to extort ransom from me. He did not conceal the truth. Upon hearing this, Su Qing was filled with indignation. How could Flash be such a scoundrel? Did you give him money? Ying Hao shook his head. No, but I did give him a good beating. Su Qing smiled sweetly. Whether it was giving money or physically confronting someone, both were for her sake, and that delighted her. And what a Flash. I believe he deserves a good thrashing. Where is he? Ying Hao turned his face towards the large hole in the wall. Su Qing glanced over and immediately felt a surge of anxiety. She covered her mouth and gasped. Ah, did you do that? Did you fight him so fiercely? You aren't hurt, are you? She began to inspect him thoroughly. Ying Hao took hold of her delicate hand and replied calmly, I'm fine. I didn't fight that fiercely. It was you who made that hole in the wall. Su Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. Me? Don't joke around. I'm just a little girl. Indeed, it was you. Ying Hao pointed to the tangled ropes scattered on the floor. These were meant to bind you. Yet you broke free from them. He spoke earnestly to Su Qing. I'm not joking. I suspect you've undergone some sort of genetic mutation. Su Qing stared at him blankly for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter, playfully slapping Ying Hao on the shoulder. Don't tease me, that's so annoying. With a loud crack, Ying Hao, standing, felt the force of her playful slap cause him to crush the wooden floor beneath his feet. Thankfully, he was clad in divine armor, which provided ample energy and force field protection. Had it been anyone else, their bones would surely have been shattered. Su Qing's incredible strength seemed to far exceed that of a cinematic Spider-Man. Ying Hao shifted his foot aside and showed Su Qing the splintered floor. Now do you believe me? From now on, try to avoid touching anything. We need to find a suitable place for you to adapt to your newfound physical strength. Understood? Let us go. Ying Hao stood up, took Su Qing's hand, and as they approached the door, he glanced at Andrew and the 2 technicians. Publicly revealing Su Qing's genetic mutation might not be prudent. But what about the many witnesses? Just as Ying Hao pondered this, he suddenly heard a tearing sound. Su Qing had inadvertently ripped the edge of his clothing. Oh dear, how could this happen? I didn't even use much strength. Su Qing expressed her frustration. This is so annoying. How can I even touch you like this? Ying Hao chuckled lightly. It's all right. You'll adjust to it. What do you need me to do? Su Qing replied. I think I have an inkling of what you're thinking. You don't want word of my genetic mutation to get out, do you? Ying Hao was taken aback. Was this some form of telepathy? Su Qing turned her gaze towards the 3 individuals in the corner. I believe I may have a solution. She opened her palm, directing it towards them. Ying Hao instinctively activated his analytical ability. A barely perceptible wave emanated from Su Qing's hand. This wave resembled a net, not in a physical sense, but rather composed of bioelectric currents. This ethereal net swiftly enveloped the 3 individuals. An electric signal penetrated their nervous systems, racing through their brains. Their expressions instantly became dazed. The tall technician rose, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. What is this strange place? How did I get here? The petite technician was equally perplexed. I don't know, sister. What is happening? I recall, we were drinking. Andrew squatted there, initially bewildered, but upon seeing the long legs of the 2 technicians, he began to smile dreamily. I rather enjoy this dream. A biological electric network? Erasing memories? I must admit, this has truly astonished Ying Hao. He had anticipated that being bitten by 2 different spiders would bestow him with varying abilities. Yet, he never imagined that Su Qing's powers would be so extraordinary. This must be resolved. Su Qing clapped her hands. They should not remember what just transpired, nor even realize that we have been here. With this, Ying Hao felt relieved. He took Su Qing's hand. Come, there are still 2 others over here. Chapter 37, Genetic Enhancement Module. Under Ying Hao's guidance, Su Qing erased the memories of Qiao and Flash, rendering them oblivious to the events that had unfolded. She even took creative liberties, implanting in Flash a subconscious warning to never provoke Ying Hao. Regrettably, they could not locate the receptionist, Marcus, who was presumably at the hospital. No matter. The second floor lacked surveillance, and the hard drive on the first floor had been incinerated when Ying Hao glanced at it before departing. Even if the police were to intervene, the testimonies of those 6 individuals would outweigh that of Marcus alone. When questioned as to why she still hesitated to speak, Ying Hao, indifferent to the mode of transportation, acquiesced to her. On the subway, Ying Hao and Su Qing sat quietly side by side. Suddenly, a stranger approached, a beautiful woman passing by. Casually greeting, Hi Ying Hao. Hello. Ying Hao replied, watching her leave, somewhat bewildered. Who was that? He did not recognize her at all, his mind devoid of any impression. Just then, another enchanting woman walked past, her smile radiant, tossing a kiss. Hi, Ying Hao. Mua. This face, too, was unfamiliar. Following that, a third individual appeared. Hey, Ying Hao, don't worry, I will take responsibility. This one was not only a stranger, but also a man. Responsibility, indeed. He shot a stern look at Su King, who was attempting to stifle her laughter, softly admonishing, please refrain from using your powers for mischief in public. New skill confirmed. This girl possessed mind control. Truly, she was an impressive spider. Alas, she had been squashed. The heavens envy such talents. Noticing Ying Hao's displeasure, Su King suppressed her smile, becoming more earnest. I was merely experimenting, just trying things out. Ying Hao responded with utmost seriousness. Even experimentation should not be conducted in public. Do not attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Oh, then I shall try it at your place. Haha. Su King admired her own hands, feeling quite pleased. Trying at home? That won't do. Besides me, there's only Grandpa and Mom. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to play with anyone. Not to mention if she possessed any other formidable abilities. Wu-and-Ti she risked demolishing the house. Once the subway approached their station, Ying Hao decisively let her off. Half an hour later, they arrived at the address of Ying Hao's company, the barn. Let's try here, it's peaceful. Ying Hao securely closed the barn door. Turning back, he found that Su King had already vanished. Over here, a voice descended from above, causing Ying Hao to glance upward. There stood Su Keping, playfully waving at him from a beam at least 4 meters high. Ying Hao inquired, how did you get up there? Su Keping, brimming with excitement, replied, I jumped up. My strength is tremendous now. You must praise me. Indeed, quite impressive, Ying Hao offered, somewhat dismissively. He then sought out a sharp stone nearby, approached the barn's wall, and meticulously recorded a chart to ensure that your life remains unaffected. I believe it would be prudent for you to test your various abilities. Currently, you possess super strength, mind control, and memory alteration. Is there anything else? Perhaps wall crawling? Ying Hao was essentially posing questions with the answers in hand. Oh, you mean crawling on walls like a spider? Let me try. Without hesitation, Su Keping leaped down from the beam, rushed to the wooden wall, and pressed her palm against it. With a gentle exertion of her arms, her feet effortlessly left the ground. Wow, it actually works. Ying Hao chuckled, shaking his head, and made an additional note on the chart, continuing to inquire about her other abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Su Keping uncertainly remarked, it seems that's all. Ying Hao nodded and instructed, now, let's determine the extent of your abilities one by one. First, strength. Inside the barn, there are various weights of barbells, ranging from 100 kilograms to 5 tons. Start with the lightest and progressively increase the weight. Once you complete a level, mark it with a tick on this chart. I will keep watch outside to prevent anyone from approaching. All right. Su Keping was eager to explore the limits of her powers and dashed off. The barn initially lacked barbells, but this posed no challenge for Ying Hao. He did not need to enter the divine space. Merely opening a rift allowed him to manipulate the divine workstation to create the barbells. He then guided them to emerge from another rift and settle into their designated places. By the time Su Keping arrived, an assortment of barbells of varying weights was already arranged. Ying Hao, standing outside the barn, was not merely keeping watch. He was also contemplating the matter of the little spider. He desired super strength as well. He traced a circle above his palm, and a spider emerged from the rift. Landing softly in his hand, 2 pitiful little spiders. One had met an untimely demise, while the other scurried about, searching for its lost legs. A thought crossed his mind. Ying Hao fashioned a precise syringe using the divine workstation, aimed at the living little creature, and said, hold still, I need to draw some blood. The blue spider's blood was drawn into the syringe. The spider was so diminutive that only about 0.05 milliliters could be extracted. Nevertheless, the little spider's condition rapidly deteriorated thereafter. With the spider's blood in hand, Ying Hao controlled the divine armor on his forearm to create an opening, directing it towards a blood vessel. This should be fine, right? Ying Hao hesitated. What if he failed to gain superpowers and ended up infected with some virus? Should he try it on an animal instead? That wouldn't work either. The 2 spiders had little tissue left. Oh well, it's a gamble. One must risk the child to catch the wolf. After all, he had the system. Could it really allow him to perish? Ying Hao steeled himself, plunging the syringe into his flesh and injecting the spider blood within. His gaze penetrated through the skin, fixated on the azure fluid as it coursed through his veins. To his astonishment, the spider blood flowed a mere inch before it began to seep back out, visibly escaping from the puncture wound, absorbed by the divine armor. Suddenly, a system alert resonated within his mind. Abnormal biological contamination detected, commencing analysis. Analysis complete. Genetic information has been stored in the system, and the sample has been eradicated. Why did you exterminate it? He exclaimed in frustration. Abnormal gene invasion may result in uncontrollable mutations in the host's bloodline, jeopardizing its purity and overall health. The divine armor offers a safer alternative for gene mutation enhancement, requiring a consumption of 90 current energy units for the upgrade. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade, of course. He replied without hesitation. With the antimatter reactor at his disposal, his energy reserves were virtually limitless, albeit the charging efficiency paled in comparison to the system and armor's consumption. In the next moment, he felt a sudden surge in temperature emanating from the divine armor on his body, which quickly cooled again. Current total genetic information, 1. Gene number, 001. Source, unnamed spider. Genetic enhancement effects, super strength, spider sense, heightened agility. The genetic enhancement module of the divine armor was deemed safer than directly assimilating the abnormal biological genetic information, as all genetic data was stored within the armor's data chip and could be activated or removed as needed. Would you like to install Gene 001? Install. The divine armor, originally transparent and invisible to the naked eye, now revealed a circular band his wrist, adhering to his skin like an impeccably crafted tattoo. The ring contained 20 recesses, into which a chip was gradually inserted. Genetic enhancement in progress. Ying Hao felt a sensation akin to countless fine needles pricking his skin. Enhancement complete. In an instant, he sensed his muscles swell with newfound strength, his entire being infused with vigor. Simultaneously, everything around him appeared to slow down. The swaying grass beneath his feet, the leaves cascading from the trees, the insects flitting nearby, all seemed to move in slow motion. This was merely an illusion induced by the significant enhancement of his reaction speed. Yet it was an adaptation he welcomed. He found himself lamenting the fact that he did not mind the growth of invisible bristles on his palms or additional glands for secreting silk on his wrists. Unfortunately, the system seemed to disapprove. Recognizing his thoughts, the system offered a reminder. After pondering, Ying Hao concluded that wall climbing could be accomplished with tools, and swinging could utilize synthetic silk. In light of this, he felt there was little to lose. What's the fuss? With both offensive and defensive capabilities, I'm quite satisfied. He reassured himself with a few comforting thoughts before retrieving the prematurely departed spider number 2, grasping it firmly in his palm. Extracting gene. Analysis in progress. Analysis successful. Genetic information has been recorded. Gene number 002. Source, anonymous spider 2. Gene enhancement effects, super strength, spider sense, telepathy and control, bioelectric net. Should the 002 gene enhancement be installed? Install. The divine armor gene enhancement boasts 20 chip slots, of which only one has been utilized thus far. Without hesitation, Ying Hao inserted the 002 chip. Moments later, he too possessed the abilities of telepathy, mind control, and a bioelectric net. No longer would he envy that girl inside. In the barn, an urgent call pierced the air. Ying Hao, come quickly and help me. What has happened? Without a second thought, Ying Hao rushed inside. The wall of the barn was marked with numerous ticks under the strength category, suggesting that the upper limit had not been reached. This superhuman strength is truly astonishing. With such might, why would anyone need assistance? Puzzled, Ying Hao sprinted to the rear of the barn. Along the way, he noticed pairs of footprints, each deeper than the last, with the innermost prints sinking nearly 30 centimeters deep. The barn floor was merely a slightly leveled patch of mud, having remained vacant for years, rendering the soil damp and soft. It would be challenging for a person to lift 5 tons without their legs sinking into the ground. But where was Su King? Glancing around, he finally spotted her hiding behind a piece of board, revealing only half her body. What's wrong? Stop, stop, stop. Don't come any closer, Su King exclaimed. Her face flushed. Can I borrow your jacket? Ying Hao removed his jacket and stepped forward. What's the matter? Are you cold? Stop. Su King shook her head vigorously. I'm not cold. I just tore my pants while exerting myself. What are you laughing at? Hurry and give me your jacket. Ying Hao tossed the jacket over. After a rustling noise, he said, all right. The two then walked out of the barn side by side and secured the door. Su King looked at Ying Hao curiously. Strange. Why can't I feel your thoughts all of a sudden? Just a moment ago, I could. Ying Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his gene mutation to Su King. Before he could decide, they both suddenly felt a shiver run down their spines, their body hairs standing on end. Su King immediately realized, you mutated too? Well, it was impossible to conceal such things between two individuals with spider senses. They truly were destined friends, experiencing gene mutations together. Suddenly, Su King brightened. Hey Ying Hao, will we become superheroes like the X-Men in the future, fighting for the weak? I'm not just going to go around fighting for others. I have my own life to live, Ying Hao replied, his hands clasped behind his head as he strolled leisurely. With so many weak individuals in this world, how could just two people possibly help them all? If we happen to cross paths, that's one thing, but I want to deliberately seek out good deeds. Feeling slightly deflated by his response, Su King quickly regained her composure and sidled up to Ying Hao. I think you have a point. However, the mention of the X-Men had indeed sparked something within Ying Hao. Those fellows, each one of them, are all products of genetic mutation. Imagine the thrill if we could gather them all. Wolverine's regenerative abilities, Magneto's manipulation of magnetic fields, the Human Torch, and Iceman. Besides Magneto, there's also the Hulk. How exhilarating to think of 20 slots combined at will. By the way, have you finalized the registration for your company? I'm just waiting for the review and the bank account set up. I couldn't be bothered, the applicant listed Peter. That is quite commendable. But with such a small barn, what can you truly accomplish? Surely, you don't expect this place to produce weapons to rival Stark Industries? Though the barn is modest, it holds unexpected potential. Ying Hao cryptically teased, mind your own business. This venture doesn't concern you. If you choose not to divulge, I'm equally uninterested. Su King pouted. Speaking of which, the news has been rife with reports about Tony Stark's disappearance. He would have really come a harm, would he? Her words struck a chord with Ying Hao. How long had he been missing? By now, that miniature arc reactor should have been completed. It was imperative to expedite their plans and decisively depress Stark Industries stock prices while he was away. Simultaneously, in Afghanistan, members of the Ten Rings terrorist group gathered near a cave, armed and vigilant. Deep within the cavern, the infamous Tony Stark was imprisoned. That doesn't resemble a missile, Ethan remarked in awe, gazing at the blue-glowing circular object in Tony's hand. No, ISNT, Tony replied, holding aloft. This is a miniature arc reactor, a design by my father. It's the compact version from Stark Industries, capable of generating approximately 3 billion joules of energy per second. Enough to keep your heart beating for 50 lifetimes, Ethan mused. Tony nodded slightly, his eyes brightening. Or enough to power a large device at full capacity for 15 minutes. Chapter 38. Seek orders first. A new day dawned. Peter Parker was filled with anxiety. An unimaginable transformation had taken place within him. As evening fell, he awoke to find his frail body had become robust. The emaciated youth had morphed into a well-proportioned, muscular figure. He was brimming with strength. The boy who once struggled to run a few steps could now effortlessly perform backflips. Additionally, his once nearsighted eyes had regained perfect vision, perhaps even surpassing normality. Upon opening his eyes, the world around him was astonishingly clear. Most importantly, his reflexes. In truth, the previous night, as Peter took out the trash, he inadvertently stumbled upon a quarrel between Mary Jane and Flash. It seemed they were on the verge of breaking up for some reason. Mary Jane was resolute. Yet Flash persisted, ultimately enraged, and he dragged her into an alley. Peter knew his own limitations. Typically, in such bullying situations, he would promptly call the police and hope for their swift arrival. But today, the victim was the goddess of his heart, and he could not afford to wait idly. He arrived at the alley and witnessed Flash cornering Mary Jane, relentlessly threatening her. Peter, fueled by an inexplicable surge of courage, stepped forward to intervene. Flash, initially poised to deliver a hefty blow to Peter, found himself unexpectedly struck on the bridge of his nose by Peter's counterattack. Peter was utterly astonished, perplexed by Flash's sluggish reaction. He had successfully come to Mary Jane's rescue, leaving Flash alone to curse vehemently. Damn, not again, my nose. Screw you, Peter. The transformation he was experiencing was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Peter Parker was still occasionally engulfed in confusion, fearing that this might be a dream from which he would awaken at any moment. Logically, it could not be a dream. He shuffled along, murmuring to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this must be a genetic mutation, likely due to that spider bite yesterday. It's quite normal, Peter. With so many mutants at Xavier's Academy, you are merely fortunate to be one of them. You won't wake up. You are no longer the person you once were. He continuously reinforced his own mindset while secretly reminding himself, stay low-key. You must remain discreet. Society is still unprepared to accept mutants. You cannot let anyone know. Not even your friends, though there are only 2 of them. Just as Peter Parker was giving himself this mental nudge, he spotted Ying Hao and Su King not far ahead. He greeted them casually, as was customary. Peter forced a smile and approached Ying Hao and Su King. Good morning. You too. Suddenly, his expression froze, goosebumps rising on his skin, and a jolt of realization struck him. Ying Hao and Su King shared the same sensation. Without uttering a word, the 3 completed a silent recognition of their identities. Peter exclaimed, "Oh my God, you too." Ying Hao replied, "Yes." Su King added, "Uh-huh. Ah, how wonderful." Peter Parker breathed a sigh of relief. "I was so afraid others would find out. I never anticipated finding kindred spirits." After a day of classes, the three naturally gravitated towards each other. They were no longer merely friends or partners. They were comrades in shared experiences. In the barn, Ying Hao accompanied Peter and Su King as they familiarized themselves with their extraordinary abilities. Under his guidance, Peter Parker had become quite adept at utilizing his webs and webbing. "Bro, your ideas are spot on. I never thought of using webbing like this." Peter swung around in the barn, reveling in the exhilaration. "In fact, just yesterday, I was contemplating whether to remove this gland from my wrist. Why should he alone possess such a power?" Su King, standing on the ground, appeared displeased. Her hands on her hips, pouting, "Humph. I want to experience the feeling of being Tarzan too." Ying Hao shot her a curious glance. "Tarzan? How old are you this year?" Su King playfully slapped him. "What is that for? It's a classic movie, okay? Don't you know that?" So annoying. They exchanged a few playful jabs. Peter Parker then plummeted from midair. "Oh, this is incredible. Do you want to take another look at my wrist? What if the glands have yet to develop?" Ying Hao shook his head and replied, "I believe it is unnecessary. This should be a matter of individual variation. Let us set aside the study of genetic mutations for now." He addressed the two others, saying, "Next Monday, we have our graduation exams, and then the summer vacation begins. By that time, our company should be listed, so we ought to prepare in advance and secure some orders for the company. The urgency to earn money is paramount. Let's not dwell on the matter of Tony Stark for the moment." Ying Hao had already made an agreement to purchase a villa within a month, and it was crucial to expedite the project, find buyers, and generate profit. "Absolutely, you are right." Peter Parker nodded eagerly, fully supportive. Subsequently, the major shareholder posed an amusing question, what kind of enterprise are we exactly? He acknowledged the absurdity of the question, but noted, "We have not discussed this at all." Ying Hao facepalmed. "Did you not read the group messages?" Peter responded, "I usually keep my notifications muted." Su King added, "I have my do not disturb mode on." Speechless. Of the three individuals in the group, two were oblivious to the messages. "All right. Remember to enable your notifications in the future." Ying Hao reintroduced their venture. "The enterprise I registered is industrial in nature, named Daqin Heavy Industries. Initially, we will take on any orders we can secure as long as they are profitable. We can manufacture anything." He inquired, "Do you have any leads or suggestions?" Peter surveyed the surroundings, perplexed, "But we have no equipment. How can we produce goods?" Ying Hao deftly sidestepped the topic. "That is my responsibility. You need only focus on securing orders." At this moment, Su King interjected, "I once heard my father mention that the most lucrative contracts in America are military or police orders. In the past, to prevent monopolies from large corporations, both types of orders were available for public bidding, provided one met the qualifications. However, it seems military orders are no longer open to the public, though police orders might still be listed online." While speaking, she had already taken out her phone to conduct a Google search. Ying Hao initially harbored little hope. But moments later, Su King exclaimed, "I found it." The three of them leaned in closer together. "Not qualified, not qualified, not qualified." The trio, with their 8 eyes glued to the smartphone screen, meticulously sifted through thousands of entries to find suitable orders. After an hour and a half of searching, their eyes weary and strained, they finally achieved a breakthrough. Ying Hao pointed to one entry here. "This one does not require qualifications. They are ordering bulletproof vests. As long as we can pass the standard tests and the price is reasonable, we are good to go. Quickly, write it down." Chapter 39, New Bulletproof Vests. The order Ying Hao identified was a procurement request for police gear from the New York City government. They required 20,000 units and accepted bids from social enterprises. All companies would be required to conduct a public demonstration at the government's logistics department testing grounds. After a series of evaluations, a comprehensive scoring based on product quality, materials, and cost-effectiveness would determine the winning bidder. The three examined the requirements closely. It appeared rather fair, but alas. Peter Parker shifted his gaze from the screen of his mobile device, regret evident in his voice as he stated, "We are running out of time." Su King surveyed the barn, her shoulders rising in resignation. "Indeed, there is merely an hour left before the registration deadline, and the public demonstration is scheduled for tomorrow morning. Yet, your company has thus far no renovations, no workers, and no equipment, save for those waits. It seems unlikely that you can even produce samples in time. In my opinion." Suddenly, she heard the sound of fingers tapping on the screen, prompting her to halt mid-sentence and glance at Ying Hao. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ying Hao paused, a proud smile gracing his face. "I've registered." "What?" Both Peter and Su King were taken aback. Peter exclaimed, "Brother, this is a government order." "It's not a joke." Su King added, Hey, have you checked the time? There are only a few hours left until the demonstration. What are you going to present? A PowerPoint? Ying Hao smiled slightly and handed his phone back to Su King. It's all right, I can handle it. You can handle a hammer. Su King quickly seized her phone, hoping to cancel the application. Unfortunately, the application form bore no option for cancellation. This is troubling. The government logistics department will surely apprehend you two by tomorrow. She truly could not fathom how they could fulfill the order in just one night. The crux of the matter was that Peter suddenly recalled. Ying Hao, have we completed the process for our company registration? We need to bring the company license information to the city government. Before he could finish, his phone rang unexpectedly. Peter answered the call, engaged in a series of affirmations before hanging up, turning to the two. That was the city government. Our company registration is complete. They want us to pick up the license first thing tomorrow morning. With a clap of his hands, Ying Hao exclaimed, perfect, problem solved. But why? Peter pondered. Would the city government be calling me? Because the company registration is under your name, he replied, leading the way outside the barn. Su King and Peter hurriedly followed. But what will you present as a sample? Su King questioned. Yes, even if we need to fabricate samples, it should be done immediately. Ying Hao replied with a mysterious smile, don't worry, I'll manage. It was evident that both were anxious, yet Ying Hao remained enigmatic. He certainly couldn't divulge the secrets of the celestial space to them. Could he? Before long, the three boarded the nearby subway. Upon reaching Queens, they parted ways. As Peter exited the subway doors, he heard Ying Hao call out from behind, oh, and dress formally tomorrow. All right, I understand. Peter responded as the doors closed. Su King, who also lived in Queens, should have exited the subway alongside Peter. It only dawned on her, then, that she was supposed to get off. How did she subconsciously remain here with Ying Hao? Did she forget? Su King promptly dismissed that notion, lifting her chin defiantly. I'm going to mooch a meal. After all, that's my house you're talking about. Ying Hao chuckled helplessly. Fine, it's your house. That evening, the family of four enjoyed a delightful dinner filled with laughter and joy. Su King and Ying Hao assisted in tidying up the dishes and wiping down the table before settling down to watch television for a while. As the clock struck 11, they each headed off to bathe and brush their teeth, preparing for rest. Everything seemed as usual, yet it felt oddly abnormal. At the entrance of the bedroom, good night. My foot. Su King abruptly pulled him back. When are you getting that bulletproof vest sample? You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not, Ying Hao replied. While I was showering, I made a call and commissioned another company to handle it. We'll have the goods by tomorrow. Oh, well then. Ying Hao too was occupied. After a brief moment, he swung the door open again and dashed over to knock on Xiao Yun's door. Mom, where's the universal remote for the villa? Xiao Yun turned and retrieved it from the table. Here it is. Thank you. Experience is the best teacher. Xiao Yun stood frozen for a moment before suddenly realizing, you little rascal, you can still feel shy. She chuckled as she closed the door and lay down on her bed, pondering what name to give her grandson before drifting into a sweet slumber. Ying Hao locked his room door, tossed the remote onto the bed, and entered the divine workspace. Crafting a bulletproof vest was merely a trivial task. With the divine workstation at his disposal, it was a matter of moments. The blueprints for the vests were readily available in the Stark Industries database, and there were several variants. These vests included a heavy-duty version capable of withstanding bullets from light sniper rifles, a lightweight variant designed solely for handguns that could be sewn into clothing linings for special operations personnel, a full-body model that protected 90% of the area below the neck, guarding not just the upper body but also the thighs and calves. There was even a conceptual version, existing only in design, utilizing a memory alloy that theoretically could restore itself to its original shape within 5 minutes after being struck, expelling any embedded bullets. Wasn't that akin to a protagonist's shield in a game? Ying Hao glanced at the designer's name, astonished to find it wasn't Tony Stark. He couldn't help but commend. To conceive such a creation, the scientists at Stark Industries certainly possess remarkable skills. However, the conceptual version remained just that, a concept. The material structure was only theoretical at this stage, and Stark Industries had yet to bring it to fruition due to technological constraints. Nevertheless, the divine workstation would undoubtedly manage. Unable to replicate the blueprints directly, Ying Hao amalgamated the advantages of the various vests to design a new one. It was lightweight, capable of being sewn into linings, or worn independently. It offered comprehensive coverage, protecting 100% of the area below the neck, rendering the groin impenetrable. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, successfully repelling bullets from handguns, submachine guns, and light sniper rifles. It even had self-repairing properties. Ying Hao updated the structure of the memory material, reducing the repair time to 30 seconds. This bulletproof vest, with such outstanding performance, was bound to be a bestseller. He meticulously drafted the blueprints and marked the parameters. Using the heavy pupil, He took a glance. Blueprint recorded. Blueprint number 0313. Please name this project. Henceforth, it shall be known as Invincible CD 30 seconds. The new name has been recorded. Shall we commence production immediately? Production. Let us start with 100,000 units. Chapter 40. Ayada. Let us begin with 100,000 units. After arranging the production plan, Ying Hao sat down, pulled out his phone, and prepared to play a game. After all, that was 100,000 units. He mused that even if the divine workbench produced them in batches of 10, he would have to count to 10,000 to complete the task. However, just as the game company's logo appeared on the screen, a system notification chimed in. Invincible CD 30 seconds, 100,000 units. Production completed. What on earth? Ying Hao thought he had misheard. Looking up, he was astonished to see that the working surface of the divine workbench had inexplicably expanded to 100,000 times its original size. It had produced everything in one go. Such efficiency. Incredible. Ying Hao turned off his phone, pondered for a moment, and then used the divine workbench to create 100,000 packages. Several trucks, 2 suits, and 2 exquisite boxes. He retained 4 bulletproof vests, 2 original and 2 that were directly substituted for the lining of the suits, placed into the boxes. The remainder was loaded onto the trucks. What else do I need? Ying Hao surveyed the empty underground factory and muttered to himself. The order is surely secured. When they come to visit the Enterprise, this will not do. He floated into the air, surveying every corner of the underground factory, and activated the construction mode. In this space, he was akin to a supreme deity. As long as the material energy did not flow outward, he could conjure anything he desired. With a mere thought, various semblances of machinery and assembly lines instantly filled the underground factory's expanse. There were towering cranes, high-precision robotic arms, and boxes of raw materials, all emblazoned with the logo of Daqin Heavy Industries. The once barren underground factory transformed into a sophisticated production workshop, merely a step away from perfection. Workers and staff across all levels were absent. A factory devoid of personnel seemed implausible. Yet, Ying Hao truly required no employees. Even if he needed to stage a performance in the dead of night, finding them would likely prove challenging. He contemplated for a moment, and an idea struck him. System. Check Stark Industries' database to see if there exists a project called Second Generation Holographic Immersive Environment Construction System. The second generation is still in design. Currently, there is merely a prototype of the Holographic Immersive Environment Construction System. Make it happen. This project, as second generation, is referred to as Ergo. It can simulate real-world scenarios and achieve immersive interaction through holographic projection and neural interaction capabilities. It was designed by Tony Stark for his psychological therapy. Later, it was used by the mysterious guest to manipulate Peter, effectively engaging in a form of emotional manipulation. Ying Hao had just worried that he had not yet mastered this technology, only to discover that the first generation already existed. It seems that at this moment, Tony was already grappling with some psychological issues. Living a life of indulgence was likely just a facade. After all, who wouldn't he develop psychological problems upon receiving distressing news from their parents while embroiled in a Cold War with them? Alas, poor Tony. This thought lingered in his mind. Ying Hao felt a fleeting twinge of sympathy for Tony Stark, but this sentiment extinguished within half a second. He was resolute in his desire for revenge against Stark. No one could provoke a Scorpio and escape unscathed. Absolutely no one. After calculating the number of drones required to disguise the entire underground factory, he crafted the first iteration of the dual-structure system using the Divine Workstation. He still needed a screenwriter and a special effects artist, but those tasks could be delegated to AI. Ying Hao then developed a prototype of the Jarvis Super AI and an entire suite of servers, which he placed outside the underground factory in the Divine space. After making some modifications to the essential code, he activated the AI. Before him appeared a holographic projection of a Chinese woman. She bore a striking resemblance to Li Bingbing, clad in a sharp business suit and wearing a pair of wide-frame glasses. Her long, straight black hair was elegantly tied up at the back, and she stood before Ying Hao, holding a stack of virtual folders. "Good evening, boss. Please give me a name." Ying Hao regarded her image thoughtfully before returning the question to her. "Ada, do you like it?" She smiled faintly. "It's quite nice. Would you like me to adjust my appearance to better suit the name?" "No, this is perfect." Ada nodded eagerly. "As you wish." Ying Hao continued. "I also need you to design a microcomputer that can connect to the smart home system and accommodate your program." Ada tilted her head slightly, opened the folder in her arms, and extracted a pen. With swift strokes, she completed a comprehensive design blueprint for the microcomputer, detailing everything from its exterior to its internal circuitry in mere seconds. "Done, boss." Ying Hao raised an eyebrow. relieved that he would no longer have to draw the schematics himself. With a quick scan of his dual pupils, he uploaded the blueprint into the system and fabricated it using the Divine Workstation. The tiny computer was palm-sized, devoid of any ports, relying solely on wireless signals. He planned to install it in his villa today, eager to see who could still gain access to his doors. Gazing at Ada, an idea struck him. System, can we integrate Ada into the system? Yes, but only limited permissions can be granted. Would you like to proceed? A small amount, which ones? She can access the rifts leading in and out of the divine space upon authorization and manipulate the Divine Workstation. That is quite sufficient. Ying Hao promptly responded. Integrate her. Ada suddenly chuckled, prompting a look of confusion from Ying Hao. Adjusting her glasses, she explained with a beaming smile. Your previous statement sounded like the laugh of a cartoonish villain. Ying Hao's lips twitched in response. Pun deduction. As the night passed, Peter Parker awoke early. Uncle Ben. Aunt May, do I look formal enough in this outfit? He nervously inquired, gazing at his suited reflection in the mirror. You look far better than I imagined, young man. Uncle Ben replied with a hearty laugh. Oh, my handsome boy. Aunt May stepped forward to adjust Peter's tie, adding, you look just like your father. I truly wish they could see you now. Peter, you have yet to enlighten us on the reason behind your unexpectedly formal attire. Is it not a tad premature for the prom? Ben inquired. Business matters, Peter replied with a shrug. I have started a company with my classmates, and today we are bidding for contract. Wow, Ben exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face as he patted Peter on the shoulder. You, my friend, have launched a company even before graduation? Impressive. I'm genuinely proud of you. Haha, thank you, Uncle Ben. However, I must confess, I am not the primary person in charge, and, truth be told, I am quite apprehensive about today as proceedings. Peter's mind wandered to the possibility of being dismissed by the Municipal Logistics Department, causing him a headache. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Oh no, I have lingered too long before the mirror. I must depart. Wishing you all the best. Thank you. Chapter 41. He will surely come. New York City Government. Procurement Department Building, rear. Bulletproof vest testing facility. The head of the procurement department and specialists from NYPD's 17th Precinct had already gathered. Additionally, there were representatives from New Mexico's Hama Tactical, Tom Morgan, and from the esteemed Valkyrie Arms Company of Westchester, Kenley Jean. Also present was Justin Hammer, the chairman of Hammer Industries, hailing from New York. The representatives from the other three companies presented their cases in succession, articulating their enterprise's scale, advantages, and quality assurances with evident preparation, speaking highly of their respective firms. Notably, Hammer not only touted his own company, but elevated the conversation to matters of national security, emphasizing respect and protection for the police force. His earnest words were moving, prompting nods of approval from the government overseers and police equipment experts, culminating in a thunderous applause. Finally, it was time for Dachin Heavy Industries. However, Ying Hao was delayed, ensnared in traffic. He fervently wished for Ying Hao's swift arrival. Stealing a glance at the chat group only to find no new messages, the screen still displaying the morning's 2 entries. Su King, I'm going to excuse the two of you big fools. I intend to extend my leave, lest the New York City government apprehends you both under the pretext of causing a disturbance. Ying Hao, stuck in traffic, will arrive later. Oh God, my good brother, when will you finally arrive? Hey, Peter Parker, it's your turn, echoed the voice of the procurement department head. He frowned at Peter, quietly advising, honestly, kid, what are you doing here? Is this part of your graduation practice? Take my advice and leave. No. Peter inhaled deeply and shook his head. I am here to conduct business. With resolve, he stepped forward, standing before the microphone, surveying the competition, police representatives, and government overseers. Peter felt his heart racing. Clearing his throat, he began, Ladies and gentlemen, I am Peter Parker, the vice chairman of Dachin Heavy Industries. He had just self-appointed himself. Next, he felt compelled to mention the establishment date of the enterprise. I am honored to be here today. Our Dachin Heavy Industries was officially registered yesterday and received its license just this morning at 9 o'clock. Laughter erupted around them. Established just this morning? Is this some sort of prank? Are we to compete with such a company? Do they even have a product? What a waste of time. The cacophony made Peter Parker momentarily awkward. He felt a flush creeping up his cheeks, his throat tightening as he hesitated on whether to proceed. The head of the procurement department had already perused the materials on Dachin Heavy Industries and anticipated this very scene. With a resigned glance at Peter, he raised his hand to signal for order. I apologize, everyone. Regardless, we must adhere to the governmental procedures. Parker, please continue. All right, Peter said, steeling himself to press on. Our group has a registered capital of $10. The laughter erupted once more. Did you hear that? $10. Such substantial funding. Huh. Their capital is enough for me to feast on hamburgers for a day. How on earth did they acquire such wealth? Unbelievable. Was it a loan from the central bank? Or did they enlist a millionaire from Zimbabwe? Those mocking Peter were not just his competitors, even a few police officers. And the procurement head, who ought to have been serious, joined in the ridicule. After a hearty laugh, the procurement head finally said, "All right, Peter, you've introduced enough. I believe we can cease here. You were only established yesterday, and with a registered capital of merely $10, do you really think there's a need to continue? Perhaps next time, when your group's funds are a tad more robust, you can engage in city government projects? Sound good?" He spoke delicately, though he struggled to suppress a smile. Peter clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and shook his head. "No, we have bid, and we shall see it through to the end." The official rolled his eyes. "This is pointless, kid. Your group doesn't even have a product, do you?" "We do," Peter insisted. "We certainly do. My partner, Ying Hao, assured me he would handle the product. He.S. on his way, just caught in traffic." "Ah, that's hard to believe." The official sneered. "Your $10 group has a vehicle?" Peter could only muster a response, perhaps a taxi or something like that. The laughter swelled around him again. Adjusting his tie, Peter swallowed hard. "In any case, Ying Hao will arrive with the product. He is my friend and wouldn't joke about this." Yet in truth, his eyes were slightly reddened, as he was uncertain how Ying Hao would manage to produce a sample of a bulletproof vest overnight. Just then, a sound pierced the air, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom glided into the parking area. "Is it the mayor's car?" Someone wondered. "No, it can't be. Whose car is that? Didn't they put up a warning sign at the entrance? Are they not concerned about getting shot while testing the bulletproof vests?" Even in America, a Rolls-Royce is synonymous with wealth. Anyone driving such a vehicle must either be rich or noble. As everyone pondered the identity of the car's owner, the door swung open, and a voice familiar to Peter rang out. "Peter, sorry I'm late. This wretched car is so difficult to drive." Ying Hao stepped out, exclaiming, "Where else could it be but from the company?" With a resounding thud, the car door slammed shut. Clad in an opulent suit, Ying Hao approached Peter, carrying two exquisite cases. "Nice attire." Upon Ying Hao's arrival, Peter felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, a smile blooming on his lips. "Yes, thank you. This was worn by my father. These two cases contain our products, of course, for testing purposes." Ying Hao inquired cheerfully, "What stage are we at?" Peter replied, "We've just begun. It's our turn to present the company's history." "Haha, what history could there possibly be?" Ying Hao chuckled lightly, naturally positioning himself beside Peter Parker and confidently addressed the microphone. "We hail from Dachin Heavy Industries, and today we officially launch. We aspire to secure this bulletproof vest order. Our corporate goal is to expand and strengthen, ultimately acquiring Stark Industries." Chapter 42, Using Your Body as a Model. The same words, when uttered by Ying Hao, took on an entirely different flavor. This was not only due to his buoyant emotions and confidence, but also because he arrived in a Rolls-Royce. What a wreck. The driving experience pales in comparison to the deep crimson battle vehicle. The others present fell silent, unable to comprehend why a young man capable of affording a Rolls-Royce would invest merely $10 in a company. Even more baffling was how a company with only $10 in funding could possibly produce bulletproof vests in under an hour. "All right, I must admit I've had enough." Justin Hammer suddenly stood up. "Ladies and gentlemen, for such trivial orders, I typically wouldn't bother to attend personally. I could easily send a low-level representative to handle today's affairs and secure the order. My presence here is solely due to the significance of the matter. NYPD officers maintain safety and stability in New York, and bulletproof vests provide them with protection, enhancing their survival rates against criminal firepower. This should be a solemn bidding event, not a venue for these two jesters to run amok. Just because they whimsically clicked a button on the city's public bidding website, does that mean we all have to indulge their antics?" After delivering his impassioned speech, Hammer approached Ying Hao with an expression of displeasure. He raised his hands to avoid any misunderstanding that he was there to shake hands. "You two must leave at once. This is not a playground. I advise you to refrain from disrupting the adults at work. If you do not depart." Hammer disdainfully surveyed Ying Hao and Peter before turning to the others. "If they refuse to leave, then I'm afraid I must withdraw. The great Hammer Industries will not engage in childish games." With that, he placed his hands on his hips, awaiting a response from the procurement officer, who suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hammer Industries, being second only to Stark Industries in the military sector, typically disregarded police orders, which were mainly from military supply. He had already heard from above about this matter. Though it was purportedly an open bidding process, the outcome had long been predetermined in favor of Hammer Industries, with terms already negotiated. If the situation escalated to the point of withdrawal, the responsible parties would face grave consequences. "Mr. Hammer, please remain calm," the official hastily reassured. "We are merely following protocol." Yet you are correct. These two children have overstepped their bounds, treating the municipal government as if it were insignificant. I shall promptly discuss this with my superiors and ensure their immediate departure. Their conversation was far from discreet. Ying Hao and Peter overheard every word. Damn, Peter muttered. It seems he intends to force us out. At this rate, we may not secure the order today. What should we do? What should they do? It was far too soon to leave. Moreover, Ying Hao sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. He could discern the underlying instability in Justin Hammer and the officials' demeanor, which belied their outward calm. There was clearly something amiss. Ying Hao observed the procurement officer conversing with the government supervisor from a distance, his fingers resting on his temple. His heightened intuitive abilities allowed him to hear the officer's unspoken thoughts. Hammer is making a mountain out of molehill. What can these two children possibly achieve? Do they really think they can oust us? Even if they present some makeshift, bulletproof vest samples, there's no cause for concern. I shouldn't have to waste my breath communicating with this insufferable woman. It was absurd that a reputable entity like Hammer Industries would fear being outdone by a trivial company. In hindsight, dismissing these two young men could prove advantageous. After all, to ensure a flawless outcome, they might need to bribe them, as I had offered 5,000 to the other two competitors. This insufferable woman. I had been pleading with a smile for far too long. With a few fleeting thoughts, Ying Hao suddenly grasped the reality of the situation. This so-called bidding was nothing more than a clandestine transaction. He had long suspected corruption within the American government, and today he had witnessed a glimpse of it. While he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, upon deciphering the officer's thoughts, he realized the man was inwardly panicking. If the financial chain collapsed and shareholders caught wind of it, he would face dire repercussions. This was his Hammer Industries, The young man named Ying Hao was carrying a quality case, and his vehicle was no mere toy. If they could produce even a single acceptable bulletproof vest, it would overshadow my product. This was government fraud, a federal offense. There was no room for risk. What a revelation. This unfortunate soul was on the brink of being crushed by Stark Industries, seeking financial gain here. How intriguing. Once Ying Hao understood the situation, he could hardly contain his delight. Did they think he would acquiesce to their demands? He had no intention of yielding. He further delved into the thoughts of those present, gathering an increasing wealth of information. After careful consideration, a breakthrough strategy emerged. Peter, Ying Hao leaned closer and whispered a few words into Peter's ear. Do you know what we need to do? Yes. Peter Parker nodded gently, lifting a box as he hurried into the procurement department building. Those present witnessed his actions, but could not fathom his intentions, nor were they particularly concerned. In his hands, Peter held 5 cups, while cradling a recently purchased fine wine. He placed the cups upon the speaking table, uncorked the bottle, and poured 4 glasses in succession. The first glass was offered to Ying Hao. The second and third were delivered to Tom Morgan and Kenley Jean. Hello, gentlemen, Peter greeted them warmly. As fellow professionals, we should seize this rare opportunity to share a drink. This is exquisite sapphire wine, valued at $7,000 a bottle. Through telepathy, Ying Hao discerned the truth. These two individuals were merely hired by the procurement manager and were not true representatives of their respective companies. They were ordinary people, struggling to earn a mere $100 a day. Yet today, they could perform a charade for $500. For them, a $7,000 bottle of wine was an offer they could not refuse. $7,000 a bottle. Wow, you're absolutely right. We should indulge. The two men accepted the wine and sipped it with the demeanor of gentlemen. Toasting to them was merely a facade, a diversion toward a singular objective. Justin Hammer. With the last cup in hand, Peter approached Justin Hammer, adopting a humble demeanor. Mr. Hammer, you see, although we are a newly established company, we will likely be your competitors in the future. We would love to get to know you over a drink. What do you say? Justin Hammer shook his head dismissively. No, I don't even want to speak with you. Competitors? A $10 enterprise aiming to become significant? You aspire to acquire Stark Industries? How utterly ridiculous. Peter cast a furtive glance at Ying Hao, who was frantically signaling him, mouthing the words, just pour it. Act a little. Taking a deep breath, Peter reluctantly straightened up. All right then, since Mr. Hammer looks down upon us, farewell. As he turned, he suddenly feigned a slip, losing control as he stumbled toward Justin Hammer, inadvertently spilling the contents of his cup all over him. What the hell are you doing? Justin Hammer erupted, springing to his feet and frantically wiping himself down with a handkerchief. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Mr. Hammer. I didn't mean to. As he clumsily assisted Hammer in cleaning up, the remaining wine from the bottle cascaded onto Hammer as well. Soon, the entire bottle was emptied. Justin Hammer was drenched, his attire utterly ruined. You little brat, are you trying to ruin me? Justin shouted furiously. He He was a man who meticulously maintained his image, especially in formal settings, where no flaw could be tolerated. Yet now, he resembled a drenched chicken. Peter, flustered, repeatedly apologized. Ying Hao approached at the opportune moment, reproaching him. "Oh, Peter, what have you done? How am I supposed to continue after this?" Hammer, in a fit of frustration, pointed at Ying Hao, and Peter exclaiming, "Ah, I see. You two intend to use this wine to force me out. Am I correct? You despicable rascals." "Well, not entirely," Ying Hao quickly interjected, "Mr. Hammer. You are misjudging our intentions. This is merely a simple accident. Rest assured, Mr. Hammer, you shall not be compelled to leave." Hammer scrutinized the suit, harboring suspicions of deceit. He reached out to touch the fabric, and indeed, it felt exquisite, more comfortable than any suit he possessed. Had he misinterpreted their intentions? Could it be that they genuinely came to toast him? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, why bring another suit if the wine was already spilled? All right then, I suppose you do possess a modicum of sincerity. Justin seized the suit and summoned his female assistant to find a room to change. The procurement officer finally obtained permission from the government supervisor and approached Ying Hao, stating, "I regret to inform you, kids, you must leave. This is a government facility, and you cannot act recklessly here." Ying Hao shook his head. "No, we are here to bid. You at least ought to allow us to demonstrate the quality of our bulletproof vests. Quality is paramount, is it not?" "Absolutely not," the officer replied, shaking his head. "This is not solely my decision. I have discussed it with everyone. There is no need to test your company's bulletproof vests." Ying Hao had anticipated this outcome and let out a resigned sigh. Just as the procurement officer thought Ying Hao was ready to accept reality, Ying Hao's tone shifted. "Whether to test or not, I fear that is not for you to decide." Suddenly, Ying Hao stepped forward, reaching into his coat and swiftly drawing a gun. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Ying Hao, you are provoking the government. Put the gun down, kid, quickly." "Ying Hao, do not act impulsively, please stay calm." The entire testing ground was taken aback. Several police officers present to score the demonstration drew their firearms, nervously aiming at Ying Hao. "Do not shoot. Please do not shoot at me." The procurement officer trembled, gazing at the dark muzzle of the gun. "Of course, I had no intention of shooting you," Ying Hao replied, and with that, he swiftly redirected the gun at Justin Hammer. Bang, 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 bang. 11 bullets struck Justin Hammer accurately. 2 in the shoulder, 2 in the arm, 2 in the forearm, 1 in the heart, 2 in the thigh, and 2 in the calf. Justin Hammer collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. The procurement officer shouted in terror, "Shit, this kid has gone mad. Shoot him. Shoot this little bastard." The 2 police officers, unhesitatingly, opened fire on Ying Hao. 24 bullets rained upon him, shredding his suit to tatters. However, Ying Hao endured more than a dozen bullets without faltering, emerging from the billowing smoke with a demeanor of casual mirth. "Ladies and gentlemen, do not panic, Mr. Hammer is unharmed. I merely utilized Mr. Hammer and my own physique as models to showcase our bulletproof vests," he proclaimed. With a gentle tug, he tore away the tattered remnants of his suit, revealing the invincible CD-30 he wore beneath. "What? This lunatic?" The crowd was left in astonishment. Yet, Ying Hao continued with his presentation. "Our company's bulletproof vest is lightweight, form-fitting, and offers extensive coverage with formidable defensive capabilities. It requires at least 2 sniper bullets or 5 handgun rounds to penetrate the same spot." He elaborated on the vest composition, crafted from our self-developed high-tech memory metal, which could restore itself to its original state within 30 seconds of not being subjected to repeated impact, rendering the vest as good as new. As he spoke, the 24 bullets that had recently struck him clattered to the ground, while the visible bullet holes in his vest seamlessly regained their integrity. The 2 police officers were left speechless. Is this truly a bulletproof vest? Indeed it was. At that moment, Justin also staggered to his feet, incredulously inspecting himself. Finding no injuries whatsoever, Ying Hao cast a benevolent glance his way. "Our bulletproof vest provides coverage below the neck at 100%. Bang! He pulled the trigger. The last bullet from the magazine struck Justin Hammer right in the groin area, including the sensitive spots. Chapter 43. The True Buyer. "Ah, no." Justin Hammer immediately covered himself, grimacing, yet he did not collapse. This scene further bewildered the 2 experts from the New York police. The human body possesses numerous vital points. A bullet to the head or heart would result in instant death. Yet, for the male officer cohort, their utmost concern lay in just one area. Death is frightening, but surviving with irreparable damage is far more terrifying. Statistically, the likelihood of being struck in that area during most confrontations is minimal. However, should fortune favor someone and they sustain an injury, They are left to endure a lifetime of both physical and psychological torment. Is this real? Surely. This cannot be a performance. They murmured, cautiously approaching Justin Hammer for a thorough examination. At this moment, the rest of the audience finally regained their composure. They confirmed that Ying Hao had no intention of causing harm, and their taut nerves began to relax slightly. "Sir," the procurement officer exclaimed indignantly, "our testing procedures are bound by strict regulations, and such absurd methods are never permitted." Ying Hao smirked. "You didn't intend for us to demonstrate, did you? Just a moment ago, you were trying to send us away. If we hadn't done this, we would have lost the opportunity to showcase our product. It would have been a wasted trip, and more importantly, what kind of twisted logic is that?" The procurement officer's face flushed with anger. "You two clueless fools. I will summon the authorities and have you arrested in the name of federal law. Do not be so tense." A police officer approached, stating, "Hammer has sustained no injuries. Even the ball remains intact," as he himself declared. "I am Ying Hao," replied the gentleman. The officer extended his hand to Ying Hao, saying, "Evidently, Mr. Ying Hao possesses great confidence in his product. His actions have not transgressed the law. It was merely a minor trick, hence no arrest is warranted." The two officers, holding significant positions within the NYPD, concurred, leaving the procurement officer with no grounds for rebuttal. The officer continued, "Let us proceed. I find their product quite commendable." Suddenly, the procurement officer's alarm bells rang within, interrupting furiously, "No, their behavior is far too outrageous. I hereby declare their disqualification. This matter lay within his authority. You may leave," he coldly uttered, disregarding Ying Hao and Peter as he turned to depart. The police officer hastily pursued him. "Hey, wait, we require such equipment." Peter turned to Ying Hao. "What shall we do now? He has revoked our qualification." "No worries," Ying Hao chuckled lightly, retrieving a business card and placing it on the nearby table. "Let them go. They will reach out to us. Who would refuse something of value?" The two then turned to leave. At the testing ground, only the personnel from the government procurement department and the two police representatives remained, embroiled in heated debate. At that moment, Justin Hammer had regained his composure. The anger and humiliation of being treated as a target dissipated. He repeatedly stroked the lightweight, fabric-like bulletproof vest, astonishment evident on his face. How could such a remarkable item be created? As a businessman, he recognized the immense value it held. When he raised his gaze to seek Ying Hao, he found the latter had vanished. "Why did you let them go? Upon witnessing such an advanced bulletproof vest, are you still considering conventional products? This could even supply the military, but they're a new company. Moreover, these two individuals are too unconventional. How can we collaborate with them? Yet their product is exceptional. Isn't the procurement of bulletproof vests intended to safeguard the lives of all New York officers?" The crowd continued to argue. Meanwhile, Hammer discreetly approached the table. Seizing the bidding materials from Dachin Heavy Industries, he captured the address, contact information, and other details with his phone. His gaze eventually fell upon the price. 10,000, 5 times the cost of standard bulletproof vests. A smirk crept upon Hammer's lips as he mockingly whispered, "Fools, products of this new material should be priced as rare. High-end goods. I could sell one for 100,000. Nonetheless, he approached the crowd with the materials in hand. "All right, everyone, enough of the commotion. We must acknowledge that their bulletproof vests are indeed exceptional. I can attest to that. However," he raised the documents. "Look at the price, gentlemen. It is 5 times that of our products. May I ask if the city government has allocated such a budget for the NYPD?" Hammer's words jolted the procurement officer's attention. Indeed, the city government does not possess such a budget. Their products are exorbitantly priced. How can you expect me to place an order? Two police officers stood in dumbfounded silence. One of them brusquely pushed aside the procurement manager, exclaiming, "If that is the case, why summon us as police representatives? Why not make the decision yourselves?" Both individuals stormed out in indignation, with one casually pocketing Ying Hao's business card. The barn, once dilapidated, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The floors were now adorned with gleaming tiles, and the surrounding walls had been revitalized. What was once an empty structure now resembled a professional establishment. Upon entering through the front door, one was greeted by a reception area, boldly emblazoned on the back wall with the elegant characters of Dachin Heavy Industries. A turn led into an opulent reception hall, complete with luxurious sofas and coffee tables, all embodying a high-tech aesthetic. Further inside were conference rooms and offices for various departments, while at the far end, an elevator provided access to the basement. Such an extensive renovation would typically take any construction team at least 10 days to complete. However, this transformation had taken place overnight. Curious about the efficiency of the construction crew, Peter pursued Ying Hao demanding to know where he had found such a capable team. Ying Hao simply waved his hand, and the illusion dissipated, returning the barn to its original state. Now, only a single sofa, a coffee table, and a refrigerator stocked with food and beverages remained, while everything else had vanished, and the floor reverted to dirt. For drones hovered silently in various corners of the barn, their rotors emitting a soft hum. Holographic projections explained it all succinctly. At that moment, Ying Hao and Peter were seated on the sofa, enjoying pizza that had been delivered. Peter glanced outside, noting that the sun was nearing the horizon. Cautiously, he ventured, is the government truly this inefficient? Or could it be that we were, shall we say, disregarded? Certainly disregarded. Ying Hao replied, raising an eyebrow. There are mutual interests between Justin Hammer and the procurement manager, and given the high cost of our bulletproof vests, coupled with under-the-table dealings, our disqualification was almost a foregone conclusion. Yes, precisely. Peter nodded in agreement. Although he lacked telepathic abilities, the odd occurrences of the morning had been too peculiar to dismiss. In America, even the most junior police officers are known to accept bribes, and the municipal procurement department is particularly lucrative, an open secret among those in the know. Such tales of corruption are widely circulated among the civilian populace, commonplace even among students like Peter Parker, who had heard numerous accounts, albeit without direct exposure. This bidding process had provided him with a stark, first-hand experience of societal inequity, having awaited notification that never arrived. Peter had already formed his conclusions and longed to share them with Ying Hao. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that Ying Hao might find the news too disheartening. As a good friend, Peter wished to shield Ying Hao from any emotional distress. Thus he feigned ignorance and accompanied him in silence. Little did he know that Ying Hao had anticipated this outcome all along. You foresaw this? Peter straightened, gazing at Ying Hao in confusion. Then why have we spent the entire day here? Ying Hao smiled gently. We are, of course, waiting for the genuine buyers. Peter, a genuine buyer? You mean? Ying Hao took a sip of water, swirling his glass as he spoke. Those who truly need to wear bulletproof vests while working on the front lines. In the distance, the sound of an engine echoed. Ying Hao rose, adjusting his newly donned suit. Ida, activate the secondary system and ensure some staff are present. At once, the voice of Ida responded, and the shadows within the barn shifted. The dilapidated space was instantly transformed into the grand hall of a modern industrial company. Dozens of virtual employees busied themselves with phone calls, delivering documents, and passionately debating proposals, their voices rising in fervor. Inside Dachin Heavy Industries, a scene of bustling activity unfolded, filled with the sounds of vibrant conversation. The holographic Ida, clad in a sharp business attire, suddenly materialized beside Ying Hao and Peter. Startled, Peter exclaimed, Wow, who are you? Brother, who is she? Where did she come from? Ida smiled politely at Peter. It is a pleasure to meet you, Vice Director Parker. I am Ida, the super AI and Secretary of Dachin Heavy Industries. You're not a real person? Wow, that is amazing. Peter turned to Ying Hao. Brother, you spent the entire afternoon without mentioning her existence? Didn't you already know? Ying Hao nudged his arm. Don't be so surprised. We need to prepare for our clients. A car came to a halt at the entrance, and 2 police officers exited, observing the shabby exterior of the barn. One remarked, Are you sure this is the correct address? Well, I was quite certain, but now. At that moment, the barn doors swung open unexpectedly. Ying Hao and Peter appeared before the 2 officers. Welcome. Chapter 44. Uninvited guests? Please leave. The 2 officers, guided by Ida, stepped into the barn. A mere door apart, yet worlds apart. The scene within the barn left the officers gaping in astonishment. In the reception hall, they took their seats. Ida brought forth 2 cups of coffee, which Ying Hao personally placed before them. Thank you. One officer accepted the coffee, exclaiming, I never expected your company to be this large. The other added, Can a company of this size be operated with just $10? Shut your mouth. They must have their own business secrets. The former shot a disapproving glance at his companion, who quickly chuckled awkwardly. Right, but why is there such a stark contrast between the outside and the inside? Ying Hao replied with a faint smile. Haha, at Dachin Heavy Industries, we employ a hermit style of decor. The 2 officers exchanged realizations. Hermit, yes, that's the feeling. Ahem. After some pleasantries, one officer shifted to the main topic. He produced a business card and addressed Ying Hao. We are here regarding the bulletproof vest demonstrated today. Peter eagerly inquired. So, have we secured the order? The 2 officers exchanged glances, intertwining their hands, and with a hint of trepidation, said, Unfortunately, the city government did not select your company as product. Yes, we are here on our own behalf. The other officer continued. We would like to inquire if your products are available for personal purchase, and whether you would be willing to accept such a small order. Until they laid eyes on the exterior of the barn, the two individuals remained confident about sealing the deal. After all, a company with a registered capital of merely $10 should be open to any order, shouldn't it? However, the moment they stepped inside the barn, their confidence was shattered instantaneously. The scene before them, while not representative of a top-tier heavy industry enterprise, could certainly be classified as mid-level. They imagined that such a company, with operations running intermittently, would incur electricity costs amounting to hundreds of thousands. The initial cost for a mere 10 sets of orders would likely fall short. To genuinely secure orders, one would need to start at a minimum of $1 million. A paltry order of 10 bulletproof vests would likely yield little more than a dismissive chuckle. Indeed, Ying Hao let out a laugh and glanced at the two policemen, retorting, 10 sets? The policeman immediately became uneasy. Well, if possible, we could settle for $80,000 for 8 sets. We acknowledge that this order quantity is rather small, but we are funding this ourselves and hope you can understand. Boss. Peter turned to Ying Hao, feeling that this was an opportunity not to be missed. Just as Ying Hao was about to respond, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the room. Don't be ridiculous, my police friends. An order so small as 10 or 8 sets. They wouldn't take it unless they had lost their minds. The speaker was none other than Justin Hammer, flanked by 2 robust Russian bodyguards clad in black suits. Hammer removed his sunglasses, lightly tapping them in his palm as he entered, surveying the surroundings with approving nods. I knew your company was exceptional. Choosing such a location and using a barn as a facade, your ambition is quite significant. Your factory is underground, right? Accessible via that elevator over there? One must admit, Hammer possessed a keen eye. Peter felt a wave of tension at Hammer's uninvited presence. Mr. Hammer, may I inquire what brings you here? We are currently attending to a client. A client? Them? Please, Hammer scoffed, taking a seat beside the two policemen. If you are vying for such trifling gains, I must say I look down upon you. I am your client, a rather substantial one at that. Ying Hao, Peter. I shall address you by your names, young men, Hammer said, reclining comfortably on the sofa. Since you have chosen the industrial path, I need not elaborate on the formidable strength of Hammer Industries. We were once the second largest defense contractor in the United States, having monopolized 32 of U.S. military orders. With 17 military factories, every NATO member nation has been my client. Collaborating with me is an opportunity you can hardly seek. He lit a cigar, rolled up his sleeves, and stated plainly, I will not beat around the bush. I am here for your bulletproof vest manufacturing technology. Provide me with a price, and I wish to acquire it. As for you, Hammer glanced at the two policemen, you may take your leave. Once I ramp up production, the city government will procure from you. Given Justin Hammer's stature, it was evident that not only the policemen, but even a significant portion of the military would hold him in high regard. Though the two officers were reluctant, they could not help but acknowledge that with this fellow around, their requests were undoubtedly doomed to fail. One of them sighed heavily, filled with regret, and addressed Ying Hao and Peter. It is still a pleasure to meet you both. Perhaps we have overestimated our capabilities. Thank you for the coffee. We shall take our leave. They rose, casting sympathetic glances at Ying Hao. A small business was to be bullied by a military giant. At that moment, Ying Hao interjected to retain them. Gentlemen, please stay. Our business has yet to be concluded. Do not fret about Mr. Hammer. I shall have a brief conversation with him. It will be resolved shortly. Hammer's confident smile faltered. Resolved shortly? What does that mean? Ying Hao approached him, gesturing for him to wait. Mr. Hammer, I understand your urgency. But please, allow me to meet with my clients one by one. Kindly step outside for the time being. What? Hammer exclaimed, incredulous, gazing at Ying Hao as if he had just heard a joke. This is a magnificent opportunity, one am presenting to you. Listen, young man, my personal visit signifies my sincerity. This transaction will not disadvantage you in any way. Furthermore, if you sell me the technology, I can even share 2% of future sales with you. 2%? Ying Hao chuckled. How generous of you. Is 2% insufficient? How about defense contracts? Now, that is a real business. Hammer crossed his legs, continuing, surely you are aware of your nationality? The state of Sino-American relations bears no need for elaboration. As a Chinese individual operating in America, you can forget about ever securing military contracts. Are you not the one who claims to be acquiring Stark Industries? He scoffed. While it's amusing, do you not realize that Stark is a primary supplier for the military? Without my collaboration, how do you intend to realize your dreams? Hammer remained confident. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted a bit of research on Ying Hao and quickly identified the stumbling block of his nationality in business development. After a condescending tirade, Hammer displayed a friendly smile, but with my collaboration, these issues become irrelevant. You two young men possess sharp minds, and I excel in business. When we come together, it is, bang, he punched his fist together, right? Ha ha ha. Ying Hao listened silently before retorting. Mr. Hammer, you have boasted for quite some time. Yet I have only heard one word. Once, you have been reduced to a mere underdog by Stark Industries, have you not? With that, you still wish to collaborate with me? Hammer's expression shifted. He had been struck at a sensitive point, frustrated and furious. He found it humiliating that the esteemed owner of the second-largest military enterprise in America had to stoop to negotiating technology acquisitions with a fledgling company, only to be rejected and insulted. His demeanor darkened as he clenched his teeth, adopting a different facade. Listen, I have thoroughly studied your bulletproof vests. The technology is impressive, but not unreplicable. I merely wish to leave you with a lifeline. Should you refuse, do not blame me for being ruthless. Once I decipher your technology, you shall gain nothing, and I will crush you with my formidable production capabilities, leading you to utter defeat in the competition. Moreover, do not entertain any thoughts of pursuing government contracts in the future, for I shall sever that possibility entirely. He extinguished the cigar carelessly on the table and clasped his hands. I shall grant you another opportunity. Contemplate it thoroughly. Ying Hao gazed at the black marks scorched into the tabletop, and, with a gentle tone, addressed Ada beside him. Go, fetch my treasure, and see our guest off. Very well, boss, Ada replied, turning to leave and entering the elevator at the end of the corridor. Treasure? Ha! You cannot be attempting to intimidate me, can you? Hamo scoffed, casting a glance back at the two robust, armed bodyguards standing behind him, feeling rather unperturbed. Moments later, the elevator doors reopened. Ada emerged, cradling a Barrett anti-material sniper rifle. The sound of her high heels echoed sharply against the floor, causing Hamo's heart to race. He stood frozen for 2 seconds until Ada raised a rifle and aimed it at him, at which point he erupted in curses. Thunderous heavens. Ying Hao, you madman. You cannot truly intend for her to. Bang! A deafening shot drowned out Hanmo's voice. The bullet whizzed past Hanmo's left side. A mere 5 centimeters from his ear, the searing sensation and the sound of air being torn asunder left him trembling. The 2 Russian bodyguards, who had been positioned behind the sofa, had already vanished. They were sprawled on the ground. The 2 remaining police officers were momentarily stunned, uncertain whether to draw their weapons in an attempt to intervene. Legally, they were indeed obliged to do so. However, given the firepower at play, it was hardly advisable. After firing a shot, Ada tilted her head towards Hanmo. Haven't you taken your leave? She tossed the Barrett aside and retrieved a portable rocket launcher from behind her. No, I'm leaving. Please, don't act impulsively. I will depart at once. Hanmo pleaded desperately, scrambling towards the door. The 2 bodyguards closely followed, not daring to draw their weapons. Ada pursued him relentlessly, reaching the entrance. Raising the rocket launcher, she aimed at Hanmo and pressed the launch button. No. Chapter 45. Do you possess advertising talent? Hamo never anticipated that a business discussion would escalate to the deployment of a rocket. He possessed rockets as well. Yet he had not envisioned such a scenario would warrant their use. In his frantic escape, he heard a familiar whoosh behind him, the unmistakable sound of the rocket launcher igniting. He immediately threw himself to the ground, and the 2 bodyguards trailing him mimicked his actions. The sound of impending doom grew ever closer. He screamed, his cries echoing in sheer desperation. The rocket finally struck, hitting him squarely on the forehead with a resounding ding. Then it ricocheted away. The weight, the impact. The reaction, it did not resemble that of a rocket at all. Hanmo blinked, watching the rocket soar into the air, spinning against the backdrop of the setting sun. Suddenly, with a pop, the rocket exploded mid-air. A splash of water cascaded down, drenching Hanmo from head to toe. Soaked to the bone, Hanmo wiped his face. His chest heaved, breaths coming in quick succession, and the pride of a leading military-industrial enterprise had all but vanished from his countenance. In a state of bewilderment and helplessness, tinged with a hint of joy at having survived a close call, they stood at the barn's entrance. Ying Hao, Peter, and the 2 policemen had all rushed out. Peter patted his chest and exclaimed, I was genuinely frightened just now. It turned out to be a water gun? Ying Hao shrugged, of course in broad daylight. Would I really use a rocket launcher on him? Moments before, he had instructed Ada to retrieve his prized possession and, while sending their guest off, quietly commanded her to prepare a water gun to scare off Hammer. Ada exceeded expectations, designing 2 water guns and incorporating a dual-structure system, complete with holographic effects and sound to simulate rocket fire. The 2 policemen were left dumbfounded. Is that really a toy? My goodness, it looks so authentic. Compared to that sniper rifle earlier, Ying Hao chuckled. You know, in China, we have many unique fireworks, right? Fireworks? Oh my, that's incredible. Peter Parker, ever the curious soul, turned to Ada and asked, could I give it a try? Of course, Ada replied, placing the rocket launcher in front of him. Peter picked it up, resting it on his shoulder, and aimed at Hammer in the distance. A slight motion caused Hammer to instinctively drop to the ground, only realizing after a few seconds that it was merely a toy water gun. This reaction sent Ying Hao and the others into fits of laughter. "Damn it!" Hammer shouted as he stood up, wiping the water from his glasses and pushing his hair back angrily. "Is this funny? Huh? Is it?" He opened the car door and stepped inside, declaring, "You won't sell a single one of your bulletproof vests. Not a chance." "Ada," Ying Hao called out. "What about my other treasures?" Ada stood still. "Do you want me to fetch them?" "It won't take long." Upon hearing this, Hammer slammed the car door shut with a bang. "Drive now." His bodyguards were no better off, the one at the wheel trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. With a shaky hand, he started the engine and cautiously pressed the gas pedal. Hammer lowered the car window. "Ying Hao, you little brat, just you wait." Suddenly, the car lurched forward, causing Hammer to hit his head against the dashboard. Ying Hao and the others erupted into laughter once more. "You idiot, drive steadily." Amid Hammer's curses, the sedan pulled away, and Sue Kepping emerged from the other side of the vehicle. She jogged across the street and approached the group. "Ying Hao, who is that loud fool? He can't even drive properly. That's Justin Hammer." "A real joke," Ying Hao introduced. "And who might these gentlemen be?" Sue Kepping scanned the two policemen, showing little reaction, but her demeanor soured upon seeing Ada. "Hey, did you hire a secretary or make a new friend?" When a woman addresses someone with "hey" instead of their name, it demands serious attention. Ying Hao cleared his throat and said, "Peter, why don't you introduce yourself? I'll continue attending to our client." "Gentlemen, let us resume our discussion. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Ying Hao, for our unexpected intrusion, and we did not intend to disrupt your excellent collaboration." The policemen, having reseated themselves, immediately expressed their apologies to Ying Hao. "No, I had no intention of selling my technology. He stands no chance against me." Ying Hao, weary of idle chatter, stated plainly, 10 sets of bulletproof vests are indeed rather insufficient. This order yields neither profit nor enhances my reputation." "Very well, we understand." The two police officers exchanged resigned glances, their shoulders heavy with the weight of their responsibilities. "We merely seek a measure of security. The government shows no concern for us, so we must rely on ourselves." With a dismissive chuckle, Ying Hao remarked, "I do not covet such trivial sums. 10 sets are yours as a gift." He then snapped his fingers, calling out, "Ida." Ida entered, followed closely by Peter and Su Kuing. Although still somewhat astounded by the revelation of Ida's AI capabilities, Su Kuing had come to comprehend the situation. Ying Hao commanded, "Please fetch 10 sets of bulletproof vests for these two officers." "Yes, sir," Ida replied promptly. The two officers exchanged astonished glances, caught off guard by the unexpected generosity. Just as they were about to express their gratitude, Ying Hao interjected, "I also hope to leverage your connections to donate some vending machines to the NYPD." The officers were elated, recognizing the significance of such a gesture. That truly is. Not for nothing. Once again, Ying Hao's words left them momentarily speechless, their minds racing with speculation regarding his intentions. "Do either of you possess a talent for advertising?" Following that day, Justin Hammer began to utilize various connections, ensuring that all orders related to bulletproof vests were attended to. Those responsible were either providing funds or accompanying him for drinks, all for a singular purpose: to ensure that even a single vest from Dachin Heavy Industries found its way to market. "Hammer, have all your requests been fulfilled?" he inquired. "Not a single one has declined my proposal," his secretary replied. "Excellent." As he casually flipped through the documents presented by his secretary, he strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing toward the direction of the Queen's Farm Museum. With a snap, he broke a pencil in two. "To challenge me? You are still far too inexperienced." Little did he know, Ying Hao had not exerted any effort in the directions he had anticipated. At the NYPD's 16th precinct, a new batch of vending machines arrived, capable of dispensing snacks and grinding fresh coffee beans for brewed coffee. The coffee beans were of the highest quality, freshly ground and brewed to perfection. Most importantly, it was free. However, during the brewing process, advertisements would play on the vending machine's display. The machines had only recently been installed, so the advertising was not yet fully operational, leading to the occasional amusing short video. Regardless of whether it was an advertisement or a short clip, the officers found no discontent. After all, waiting for coffee to brew required time, and they had time to spare. Within just 2 days of the machine's arrival, everyone had grown fond of them. "Damn you, Bugs Bunny, come out." Everyone knew that a light bulb should not be placed in one's mouth. What would happen if it were inserted elsewhere? Welcome to Stupid Minute. Tiger capsules will transform you into her indispensable companion. Just 2 for an entire night, or 30 for a whole month. From Shengwei Pharmaceuticals. "Good morning, Ted," one officer greeted while purchasing an energy bar. "Are you slacking off? Watching videos again?" "Good morning, Big Mouth," Is that so? With a raised eyebrow, Big Mouth jested. It seems you have quite the fondness for these foolish matters. Ted, avoiding the topic, glanced at Big Mouth, who was fully equipped, and casually inquired, "Another mission, I presume?" "Indeed, it is on Willis Avenue." Big Mouth shook his head incessantly. "There are always scoundrels disrupting the peace. You must exercise caution." Ted replied, "Just a couple of days ago, Owen was shot in the thigh by a drug dealer. I visited him at the hospital. It was horrific. He may never walk again. You must be careful too. Do not risk your life, and certainly do not lose a kidney." Big Mouth exclaimed, "Damn it." Ted retorted, "Your pronunciation of thank you leaves much to be desired." The two exchanged playful banter. Just as Big Mouth was about to leave with an energy bar, the video on the vending machine switched. The screen displayed footage from an NYPD body camera. "Quick, go, go, go. This side is clear. This side is also clear. Only the bedroom remains. Be cautious. I'll cover you." Bang, 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 bang. For gunshots rang out. "Calling headquarters. An officer is injured. An officer is injured. Send an ambulance immediately." "Damn it, Owen, hold on. You must hold on. My God, so much blood." The video portrayed the very incident Ted had just mentioned, depicting Owen's injury. Both Big Mouth and Ted were taken aback. "Damn it, who the hell decided to air this footage here?" The scene shifted to a hospital bed, where Owen stared blankly out the window. Meeting the camera's gaze, his eyes reddened as he spoke slowly. "My name is Owen, a frontline officer with the NYPD's 16th Precinct. Yesterday, I was shot in the leg by a criminal, injuring not just the bone, but shrapnel also damaged my nerves. Of course, this is not uncommon. Some of my colleagues have even been severely wounded in the line of fire." Tears streamed down his face as his emotions surged, and he shouted at the camera, "Yet, the government could certainly protect us from such harm." Chapter 46. Nationwide Orders. "Damn the New York City government. Damn it." Owen raged. "Oh my God." Poor Owen. Big Mouth covered his mouth, his voice tinged with sorrow. Ted empathized deeply, his face reflecting grief. "Indeed, it's truly tragic. But what did his last sentence mean?" Big Mouth queried. "Huh." He shrugged, indicating his own confusion. At that moment, a voiceover emerged from the video, echoing the question posed by Ted and Big Mouth. "What do you mean by that?" Owen sobbed. "I have a buddy named Dodge at the 13th Precinct over in Hell's Kitchen. Every day, he faces high-risk missions, even more perilous than ours. He encountered 4 shootouts in 1 week, 3 of which left 16 bullet holes in his clothing." The voiceover responded, "What? Oh, how dreadful. Did he die?" "No," Owen shouted. "He emerged unscathed because he wore the high-tech bulletproof vest that the city government refuses to procure." Big Mouth and Ted were astonished. 16 bullet holes in his clothing, and he is unharmed? That's impossible. Indeed, the odds are too slim. Unless the shooter was intentionally aiming at his vest, a remarkable confluence of statistics and probability. Suddenly, the voices of 3 other individuals echoed around Big Mouth and Ted, startling them both. Unbeknownst to them, a considerable number of police officers had gathered nearby. They were so engrossed that they failed to notice their presence. "They are armed. Be cautious." Bang, bang, bang. In the footage, one officer was struck down, and just as his comrades rushed to his aid, he miraculously staggered back to his feet and, undeterred, changed his position to return fire, swiftly eliminating the assailant. The individual operating the recording device dashed forward, exclaiming, "Dodge, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he retorted. "Nonsense. I witnessed you being shot in the thigh. There's a hole in your trousers." Dodge tugged at his torn pants and chuckled. "Oh, that's trivial. I'm wearing a full-body bulletproof vest. See?" He lifted his shirt, revealing the vest's inner lining. To everyone's astonishment, a flattened bullet embedded in the vest was gradually expelled, landing with a thud on the ground. All who watched were captivated and leaned closer to the screen. "What on earth? Goodness, is Dodge a mutant?" "It doesn't seem so. It appears to be an issue with that vest. Does such armor even exist?" "I believe it should be called bulletproof pants." The reactions of those in the video mirrored those outside. "Where did that bizarre item come from? Why don't I have one? I purchased it myself." Initially, the city government intended to procure it, but the manufacturer's bid was rejected by the procurement department. Now, only 10 of us in the department possess this treasure. It's called the Invincible CD-30. Once struck by a bullet, it takes just 30 seconds to revert to its original state. "Oh, to be honest, I even wear while sleeping." As the video concluded, it transitioned into an advertisement for a potency-enhancing drug. The group of officers before the screen collectively stepped back, exchanging glances. "Can anyone tell me if this is real? It must be fake. If such a thing existed, why wouldn't the government procure it for us? No need for such complications. I saw Dodge this morning when he was escorting a prisoner. He should still be around. Let us fetch him and inquire." Matters of life and death were of great concern to all, and they swiftly divided to locate the principal individual. Dodge was indeed one of the two officers who had visited Dachin Heavy Industries that day. Ted inquired, "Hey, Dodge, are you wearing that 30-second innerwear?" Big Mouth interjected, "That's a bulletproof vest." Dodge surveyed the crowd, then pursed his lips in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am wearing it as an inner lining beneath my clothing." Instantly, a flurry of questions erupted from the group. Is that contraption truly that miraculous? Indeed, it can revert in 30 seconds? Yes. Does it cover the thigh as well? I don't believe it. It can cover everything, even the most delicate areas. All right, enough with the chatter. Dodge pressed his hands down to signal for silence. Why not try it for yourselves to find out? He turned to Ted. "You, come on, fire a shot at me." Ted's expression grew solemn as he drew his pistol and disengaged the safety. "Are you certain?" Dodger assessed the gun's muzzle direction and exclaimed, "Don't aim at my head. You old fool. Anywhere below the neck will suffice." "Oh, very well." Ted lowered the gun's aim, contemplating, what if something goes awry? Dodger rolled his eyes, stepped forward, snatched the handgun from Ted, and fired 2 shots in his chest, followed by 2 more aimed at his thigh. He then tore his shirt to reveal the bullet holes to the onlookers, exclaiming, "Do you see this? Thunder and lightning. Why do I not possess such a bulletproof vest? Where did you procure it? I must acquire one. I too wish to buy one. With this, I could confront Russian arms dealers." Dodger, amidst the fervor, was compelled to temper their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. This vest cost somewhere around 30 to 40,000. Even at that price, it's worth it. It's practically a resurrection suit. A bit expensive, perhaps, but one's life is far more valuable. The crowd remained undeterred in their excitement. Dodger nodded gently, scribbling down an address, sighing, "Yet in truth, we could have obtained it without spending a dime." "What do you mean by that?" Dodger recounted the events that transpired at the city government's procurement testing site that day, shrugging. "It's simple. Corruption within the government colludes with unscrupulous suppliers, denying us access to such fine equipment. The higher-ups have already begun sanctioning this company. Alas, our voices carry little weight." Upon hearing this, the crowd was instantly incensed. "How can this be? We must protest. We must report this to the union. Indeed, we labor tirelessly to uphold social order, yet they quibble over such trifling sums? Unthinkable." The group swiftly escalated the matter to the police union. Initially, only a handful were involved, but as the same narrative unfolded across various precincts, the entire NYPD mobilized. "Protest! Protest!" They raised their banners high, vociferously rallying. They spread the word, denouncing the corruption and malfeasance of the government procurement department. They obtained video footage from the day's testing and disseminated it across the internet. They subjected the subpar bulletproof vest procured from Hammer Industries to quality testing and exposed the findings. 5 days later, 40,000 officers of the NYPD, both administrative and field personnel, commenced a strike, marching outdoors in protest. News footage spread rapidly throughout the nation via the internet and television. "We demand invincible protection in 30 seconds. We demand invincible protection in 30 seconds. We demand invincible protection in 30 seconds." The uproar intensified, and the New York City government, unable to withstand the pressure, took action against the head of the procurement department. Initially, the city government intended to charge Justin Hammer with bribery, but he was compelled to part with $15 million to reach an agreement with the government. Concurrently, through the efforts of police unions nationwide, Washington enacted a directive mandating that state governments, when procuring products related to the safety of all American police and judicial personnel, must select only the highest quality items. Dachin Heavy Industries became an overnight sensation. Days later, within the New York City government, the governor of New York and Ying Hao clasped hands firmly. "Thank you, and my gratitude extends to Dachin Heavy Industry for developing such exceptional products, and for your outstanding contributions to the police community in America." Ying Hao smiled politely. "Oh, there is no need for such formality. It is merely business." The media's cameras clicked incessantly. After the contract signing was completed, reporters surged forward. "Hello, Mr. Ying Hao. Could you tell us when Dachin Heavy Industry was established?" "Hello, Mr. Ying Hao. Can you disclose which scientists developed this technology?" "Hello, Mr. Ying Hao. Justin Hammer has been disparaging you online, claiming you have violent tendencies. What are your thoughts on this?" "Hello, Mr. Ying Hao. What is it that you most desire to do at this moment?" A barrage of questions came forth. Ying Hao maintained a smile, uttering not a word, and made his way to the Rolls-Royce, opening the door and slipping inside. "Let's go." Peter Parker pressed down on the accelerator, and the car glided away. At the barn, the doors were closed. Ida organized the contracts signed by various states and placed them before Ying Hao and his companions. Suki gazed at the hefty stack of contracts in astonishment, exclaiming, "I can hardly believe that in just a few days, you've managed to expand your business throughout America." If my father were here, he would surely address you as boss. All credit goes to Ying Hao, Peter remarked, uncorking a bottle of champagne and pouring it into 4 glasses. Let's celebrate. 3 glasses were filled, and the last empty glass was handed directly to Ida. Ida swirled her glass, and it immediately filled to half. Cheers! The 4 chorused in unison. After finishing their drinks, Su King inquired, these bulletproof vest orders must yield substantial profit, right? Peter, equally exhilarated, asked, I am curious as well. When can we expect dividends? He scratched his head, somewhat sheepishly admitting, to be honest, Mary Jane and Flash have broken up, and I would like to buy a car to take her for a spin when I have the time. The words Mary Jane and buying a car flashed through Ying Hao's mind, triggering an alarm. Is Ben about to log off soon? The couple, Ben and May, had left a remarkable impression on Ying Hao. They were both kind-hearted individuals, although Ben's death led to Spider-Man-esque growth. It was indeed a pity for such good people to perish. Ying Hao hesitated for a moment, then patted Peter on the shoulder. Hey, do you know the Chinese idiom yin tang, F.A. hey? I think I have an idea, Peter pondered briefly, saying, I suppose it means that someone is about to encounter misfortune or illness. Precisely. Peter, somewhat puzzled, nodded in agreement. Okay. Ying Hao instructed, Ida, bring forth Peter's share of the dividends. Chapter 47, The Next Steps. Ida promptly retrieved a small box. Su King blinked in confusion. Isn't she a holographic projection? How did she acquire that? Ying Hao cast Ida a glance, and she immediately deactivated the holographic image. In the spot where she had been standing, 4 drones floated silently. One of the drones was at the same height as Aida's arm, equipped with 2 rudimentary mechanical arms on its front. Ying Hao casually explained, I made some improvements, allowing Ida to engage in simple interactions with others in unavoidable situations. Wow, Su King genuinely exclaimed, you are truly remarkable. Ying Hao opened the box to reveal a striking black and gold card, adorned not only with the company logo but also inscribed with the characters for Great Sheen Heavy Industries. The card sparkled with tiny, shimmering flowers, glistening like diamonds, and was exceedingly beautiful. Peter picked it up, turning it over in his hands, unable to contain his admiration. Wow, this card is fantastic. Well, it's not too shabby. With wealth, everything becomes more convenient. Even the design of bank cards can be customized. Peter paused, his smile gradually fading as he asked, long vacation? What does that mean? Did I do something wrong? Huh? No, what are you imagining? Ying Hao glanced at Peter's aggrieved expression and playfully punched his chest. I told you, your uncle's fortune is waning, and he might encounter misfortune. I want you to stay by his side daily to prevent any mishaps, which is why I granted you a break. Don't overthink it. Haha, well, all right then. Phew, I thought I was being rejected and almost cried. Peter sighed in relief. Just then his phone rang. It was Ben. After hanging up, he bid farewell to Ying Hao and Su King and departed. In the vast company, only Su King and Ying Hao remained. Ida had wisely vanished. Congratulations, you've achieved your wish. Acquiring a house is surely no longer a problem. Su King clinked her glass with Ying Hao's. I never expected you could create such virtual reality. Ying Hao smiled mysteriously. Oh, there are many things you cannot imagine. Oof. Flatter me, and you'll be out of breath. She shook her glass. So why did you exclude Peter? Is he of no assistance to you? Or does he hinder you? Why would you think that? Ying Hao protested, feeling wronged. I assure you, what I said is the truth. Su King pouted, is that so? When did you become so superstitious? You don't understand. The end of science is metaphysics. Ying Hao poured himself another glass of wine. His uncle truly is destined for misfortune. If he isn't careful, he might just meet his end. Who curses like that? I speak only the truth. As they chatted idly, they drank a few more glasses, their faces slightly flushed. She leaned closer to Ying Hao, resting her head on his shoulder. Gazing at her palm, she asked, Ying Hao, do you think we still count as human? Ying Hao casually replied, I suppose so. We haven't changed much. Su King pouted and nestled her head against his neck. Then tell me, when I have a baby in the future, will it be a human or a little spider? Ying Hao, somewhat speechless, was contemplating how to engage in her playful banter when she added, it won't be an egg, right? Your imagination is truly vivid. Ying Hao, resting his forehead in his hand, seriously reassured her, rest assured, your physiological structure hasn't changed much, so you won't be laying eggs. Physiological structure? Su King tilted her head, staring intently at him. How do you know my physiological structure hasn't changed? Have you seen it? Seen it? Well, yes, I have. Ying Hao suddenly recalled the snow-white sight he had inadvertently stumbled upon that day, his face gradually igniting with warmth. Yet, such matters were not to be acknowledged. Come on, May. He feigned nonchalance, turning his head to the side. It is merely a logical deduction that my physiological structure remains unchanged due to my own mutation. What does it mean to have seen it? You have not shown me anything. Su King chuckled softly, grasping Ying Hao's clothing, and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Would you like to see? Suddenly, the sound of rustling fabric reached Ying Hao's ears. What are you up to? He quickly covered his eyes. Su King, have you been drinking? Do not act recklessly. There are others here. Su King replied. Well, Ida doesn't tea count as a person. That's still one tea do. Quickly put your clothes back on. Ying Hao felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, his heart racing. He did not wish to take advantage of her vulnerability, yet his gaze betrayed him. His dual pupils were entirely beyond his control, piercing through the barrier of his hands. Then a soft snore emerged. Following the sound, he discovered that Su King had fallen asleep, with her clothing having loosened a button in the process. What a surprise. Ying Hao was utterly speechless. I thought I was about to lose my senses. He cautiously lifted Su King into his arms. Her touch was both soft and springy. Taking a deep breath, the sweet fragrance enveloped him. Ying Hao swallowed hard, cradling her as he exited the barn, muttering to himself, Truly, poor drinkers should not flirt. They leave me in a state of fervor. In the dead of night, Ying Hao arrived at the divine space. The company had launched successfully, gaining considerable fame. It was time to contemplate the next steps. Ida, present and ready, appeared beside Ying Hao. Ying Hao instructed, Please show me the equity structure of Stark Industries. Certainly, Ida replied, waving her hand, producing a wooden pointer. Beside her, a large holographic information board materialized, displaying the equity chart of Stark Industries. Currently, the majority shareholder of Stark Industries Group is Tony Stark, possessing 51 of the shares. He is the son of founder Howard Stark, thus the absolute controlling shareholder. Following him is Obadiah Stane, holding 16, who serves as CEO and co-founder of Stark Industries, ranking next to Tony Stark. Thirdly, one must not overlook J.P. Morgan Chase, the arm's financing entity, which holds 8. Additionally, there are 5 individual shareholders. Victoria Hand with 5, Rajiv Mehta with 4, Carter Rockwell with 1, Elena Watson with 3, and Kenneth Shaw with 2. The circulating shares in the stock market constitute 49. Lastly, Ms. Pepper Potts was granted 1 loyalty shares by Tony a few years ago, although she holds no voting rights on the board. That summarizes the basic situation. Ying Hao gazed wide-eyed at the equity structure of Stark Industries Group. How much equity must I acquire for the acquisition to be deemed successful? Ida replied, Holding over 50 of the shares signifies a successful acquisition, granting voting rights on ordinary resolutions in the shareholders' meetings, such as electing directors and dividends, thus marking the acquisition as effectively complete. Money, it seems, is not an issue. Ying Hao cast a glance at the divine workbench, his finger flickering slightly. A radiant glow emanated from within, and subsequently, a colossal gold ingot, comparable in size to a large CRT monitor from the 1990s, was ejected. The divine workbench directly synthesized materials using energy. Gold, a substance whose particle structure has been thoroughly examined by humanity, was something Ying Hao could conjure in abundance. The crux of the matter lay in rendering this newfound wealth both reasonable and legitimate. A family that once operated a modest shop suddenly producing several tons of gold to acquire Stark Industries would raise eyebrows even among the most naive of children. Ying Hao aimed for discretion. Otherwise, there would be no need for the elaborate process of establishing a company. This money, directly manufactured by the divine workbench, could indeed be spent, but only in the shadows. Ada interjected, suggesting, This is not a difficult issue to resolve. American law stipulates that all wealth discovered on privately owned land belongs to the individual. Ying Hao shook his head. That won't suffice. A jar of coins or a box of cash might pass muster, but anything beyond a certain threshold would be patently absurd, and inquiries would inevitably arise. By the way, your database surely lacks information on S-H-I-E-L-D, correct? Ada hesitated momentarily before gently shaking her head. The data I can access does not include this organization. As expected, the covert agency known as S-H-I-L is only known to a select few core members of major national governments. Tony Stark remains oblivious to this organization, despite his father, Howard Stark, being one of its founders. Currently, Ying Hao harbored no fear of the government. Rather, he was concerned about attracting the attention of S-H-L-D. That particular organization, while not overly formidable in its own right, had an extraordinary ally in Captain Marvel. Ying Hao contemplated that he would need to acquire the Space Stone to contend with her. In this timeline, the Space Stone was likely still sealed within the Tesseract. Housed by S-H-I-E-L-D at Base 18. Ying Hao was aware of this information. However, he pondered the whereabouts of S-H-I-E-L-D is Base 18. In previous films and comics, the address had never been explicitly detailed, and even if mentioned, it might not correspond to this world's geography. Moreover, aside from the Space Stone, Ying Hao also knew the location of another gem, the Time Stone. It resided in Kamar Taj, and he was eager to acquire it. Yet, he restrained himself. The Ancient One, a formidable sorceress who had lived for over 3 centuries, would likely not be an easy adversary. When Dr. Strange, Stephen, took the Time Stone, it seemed clear that it had been sanctioned by the Ancient One. Otherwise, such an undertaking would not have been so effortless. Boss, with the Divine Workbench and the antimatter reactor at your disposal, it would not be difficult to legally amass 200 billion within 20 days, Ada remarked. Ying Hao was taken aback. 20 days? So soon? Of course, Ada replied with a subtle smile. Humanity created AI to enhance efficiency. And I am among the foremost AIs in the world today. Ying Hao was momentarily elated, but then her tone shifted. However, the true dilemma lies not in financial constraints, but rather in the preemptive rights of Tony and Obadiah concerning their equity. This signifies that even if you possess ample funds to acquire the stakes of minority shareholders, they would obstruct your efforts, rendering the likelihood of a successful acquisition nearly non-existent. But that's merely a trifling issue, Ying Hao remarked with a grin. A touch of strategy is all it requires. This is where our human ingenuity excels. Ada. Chapter 48. The most efficient way to make money? Establishing cards. Now, tell me about the plan to generate 200 billion in 20 days, Ying Hao said leisurely, keen to hear the business proposal from this formidable AI. Ada nodded enthusiastically. In fact, based on the resources at your disposal, a plan to earn 200 billion in 20 days is entirely feasible. I can conceive numerous approaches, such as opening barbershops. Upon hearing this, Ying Hao instinctively leaned back slightly. A barbershop? Can such a humble industry truly yield 280 billion in 20 days? With a hint of skepticism, she continued to listen. Ada expounded with utmost seriousness. There are approximately 50,000 cities worldwide. My plan entails establishing 1 or 2 barbershops in each city, requiring only a basic structure. Interior decoration can be disregarded, employing a holographic rendering system instead. In 10 days, we would project numerous workers engaged in the renovation of the barbershops, creating a grand spectacle, while simultaneously leveraging social media and applications for extensive promotion. After 10 days, the barbershops would officially open their doors and commence card services. Ying Hao's heart skipped a beat. Card services? Indeed, Ada affirmed. This is a well-established business model prevalent in several cities in southern China. Those cities vary in size on average. Each shop needs to attract merely 40 customers daily within 10 days to meet the expected target. On the holographic screen beside Ada, a simple calculation appeared. 50,000 cities, 1 shop, 10 days, 40 customers day, 10,000 recharge fee, 200,000. To achieve this objective, the owner would need to expand my computational server capacity to 50 times its current scale, in addition to requiring 20 interactive drones across 50,000 cities, along with 50,000 sets of common barbering equipment and supplies. Fortunately, the owner possesses the Divine Workstation and an inexhaustible energy source, making this investment virtually negligible. Ada finished her explanation in one breath, leaving Ying Hao utterly astonished. Ada, are you serious? Do you genuinely believe anyone would prepay 10,000 at a barbershop? Absolutely, Ada replied assuredly. The key lies not in the amount of 10,000 itself, but in the incentive of a complimentary 10,000, which represents a 50 discount. Moreover, in today's society, as long as we can engage the right influencers to attract fan bases, it would be exceedingly simple. Ying Hao inquired, can you cut hair? Ada smiled confidently. To master the trendiest haircutting techniques and styles globally, I require but a second. She blinked. I have learned. Ying Hao could only exclaim in awe. Then Ada blinked again. I have reviewed it once more. All right, I can truly sense your strength. Ying Hao let out a sigh, biting his lower lip as he pondered. Such an absurd business plan. Did he actually think it was feasible? Ultimately, in the essence of it all, once we achieve our target of $200 billion, I can promptly close the shop and flee. Ada continued. Compared to others in the industry taking similar approaches, my advantage lies in not needing to grease any palms, thereby saving a substantial amount of costs. I'm also more adept at vanishing without a trace. The upfront expenses for endorsing celebrity influencers can easily be dismissed. Stop. Ying Hao hastily interrupted her, solemnly stating, I believe we can forego the part about fleeing. Ada paused for a moment and confidently shook her head. No, according to the data, fleeing is the essence of this business model, enabling profits to soar exponentially. Ada, though you may not be human, you must strive to behave like one. Ying Hao explained with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Without the step of fleeing, this is merely a business model. With it, however, it becomes fraud. How could that be? Ada retorted. If it were truly fraud, why is it that there are successful cases that go unchecked? Ah, is there truly no oversight in this world? Ying Hao lamented. This is difficult to explain, but if you genuinely intend to pursue this, refrain from any notion of fleeing. At the very least, serve those individuals until they exhaust the funds on their recharge cards. Ada nodded obediently, understood, boss. Ying Hao contemplated for a moment before inquiring, were the other dozens of methods you mentioned? Ada replied, open a gym and sell memberships, then flee. Ying Hao responded, and what else? Ada continued, open a restaurant and sell memberships, then flee. Isn't that just the same method? Do you have anything different? Of course. Ada waved her hand, revealing a hologram the size of a pill. The current system can read antimatter battery technology. A battery of this size can safely store 50 milligrams of matter and antimatter, and can conduct controlled annihilation reactions in particle pairs, converting the released energy into electricity at an efficiency of 80%. Sufficient to power a household consuming 1,000 kilowatt-hours per month for 200 years. Presently, a middle-class American household incurs an annual electricity bill of around $1,500, amounting to $75,000 over 50 years. If we price each battery slightly lower, there will undoubtedly be a market. Assuming we price it at $30,000 each, selling fewer than 7 million units would suffice to generate $200 billion. However, the timeline may be slightly longer than the previously mentioned mature business model. Antimatter battery? Now that is a truly brilliant idea. Ying Hao contemplated acquiring stark industries. Merely possessing wealth would not suffice. The enterprise must also boast considerable scale and renown. It should not only be world famous, but at least well known within the United States. Otherwise, a relatively obscure company attempting to acquire a commercial giant like Stark Industries would be deemed fantastical and unrealistic. Yet, one at the forefront of technological advancements in human civilization. The commercialization of antimatter batteries, benefiting all of humanity, would make the acquisition of Stark Industries sound quite reasonable. However, Ying Hao harbored a concern. Once this technology emerges, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of governments and military entities, which might even enact protective legislation to forcibly seize it. How should this be addressed? The solution is rather simple. Ada projected the battery model, disassembled it, replaced several critical components, and then reassembled it. By slightly modifying the battery and limiting its output power, it would overload if the power exceeded a certain threshold, rendering it a mere household utility, unsuitable for more advanced applications. Ying Hao inquired, should I be worried about the technology being deciphered? Ada reassured him, given the current trajectory of human physics, there is no need for concern for at least 5 centuries. If necessary, I could impose a technological embargo on all of humanity. As she spoke, her form transformed into that of a female physicist, and the surroundings morphed into a windowsill. Holding a data sheet, she gazed vacantly outside, murmuring, physics has ceased to exist. Ying Hao chuckled in disbelief. Are you reading my memories? Is this about the 3-body problem? The Sophins? Ada reverted to her original form and replied with a grin. Boss, your memories have long been fully accessed by the system. I merely tapped into it. So, which plan do you prefer? In any case, I would choose the hair salon. Both, Ying Hao decisively stated. We shall produce the battery and open the hair salon. Subsequently, let's establish a restaurant, a gym, and other ventures as well. We must take full advantage of this exceptional AI. How can we not develop a global intelligence system? Certainly, boss, Ida acknowledged. Suddenly, the divine workbench erupted in a dazzling radiance, and its production platform expanded by tens of thousands of square meters. A swarm of drones emerged from the divine workbench, grouped in tens, creating countless AI avatars distinct from Ida. Tifa, Bayonetta, the white-haired 2B, Mary Rose, Luing, Zhao Linger, and the plump Aloy. Wait, a peculiar character has mingled in. Hold on. Ying Hao interjected, pointing at Aloy. That image is not acceptable. Thousands of diverse Ida avatars responded in unison, understood, boss. 50,000 voices, varying in pitch, tone, and emotion, flooded Ying Hao's ears simultaneously. Some sweet, some salty, some fervent as fire, others cold as ice. The sensation was exhilarating. The production of 50,000 drones took less than 10 seconds, followed by the creation of 50,000 hair salon setups. Chairs, specialized shampoo sofas, plasma, perm dye machines, and an array of clippers, all present. Then, a narrow spatial rift tore open at an altitude of 10,000 meters above New York. 50,000 life-size representations of well-known anime and gaming characters surged forth, targeting over 50,000 cities worldwide, dispersing to the east, south, west, and north. Ying Hao floated within the rift, witnessing this grand spectacle. It was as if an army of hairstyling divas was unleashed. With them as shopkeepers, why would we need celebrity endorsements? Ying Hao suddenly felt that he had overcomplicated the situation. With their involvement, earning 200 billion might take no more than 20 days. Moreover, it is likely that the majority of cardholders are men. These individuals wouldn't be inclined to visit the barbershop daily just to have their heads shaved bald, would they? Well, it's not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Ada, why was I previously unaware that I had enough energy to unlock the technology for antimatter battery systems? Ying Hao inquired abruptly, having received no notification from the system. Now that Ada is integrated with the system, she serves as a more anthropomorphized mouthpiece for it, possessing knowledge of all its capabilities. Ada responded, "Boss, the system's primary objective is to ensure your safety. Notifications about technology unlocking will only be triggered when they pertain to safety, such as the divine armor designed to protect you or the antimatter reactor intended to provide minimal energy for the armor." Very well. Please compile a list of the currently unlockable technologies and send it to my phone. Understood, boss. Additionally, tomorrow, after registering the energy company and completing the necessary procedures, convene a press conference to introduce our antimatter battery. No problem. A yawn escaped Ying Hao's lips. You may continue your work. I shall retire for the night. Wait a moment, boss, Ada cautioned. There are several nefarious insects lurking near the villa. Chapter 49, The Unluckiest Kidnapper. 500 meters west of Ying Hao's villa lies a neighboring residence. Since their move, there has been little interaction between the two parties. Ying Hao is unaware of his neighbor's profession, but he knows that the neighbor is a night owl, with lights blazing in his home almost every night. Tonight, however, is an exception. Not a single light is illuminated in the neighbor's abode. Both floors are engulfed in darkness, yet the rooftop flickers intermittently with light. There are two figures on the roof. One is a sniper, poised with a sniper rifle, while the other, an observer, is equipped with binoculars aimed at Ying Hao's bedroom. The observer, puzzled, remarks, "The bedroom is completely empty. There isn't a soul in sight. I checked. There are two rooms over there. One occupied by a senile old man and the other by a young girl." He continues. The observer lowers the binoculars and turns to see his companion smoking, admonishing him. "Damn it, stop smoking. It will give away our position." Gulp. "Ha ha ha. Look at you. So nervous you're hiccuping." The sniper chuckles. "There's no need for concern. Aren't they all asleep? TSK, I suggest you stop watching that vacant room and take a look at the woman in the adjacent room. Though she may seem a bit older, she still possesses a certain charm. Focus on the task at hand and refrain from indulging in distractions." The sniper retorted. "But I can't see the target. I'm merely searching for someone." His walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. "Number 1, number 2, have you confirmed the target's location?" "I am preparing to act." The sniper replied. "Not yet. The target may be in a blind spot or perhaps in a restroom." "No issue," the sniper concluded, lowering the walkie-talkie and once again peering into Xiao Yun's room. "Do you think this woman is wearing pajamas? I've heard many women prefer to sleep in the nude for comfort. Can you not concentrate on the mission? This matter has been thoroughly botched. If we face any repercussions, who shall we attribute the blame to?" He licked his lips, chuckling, I can hardly contain myself. I intend to fire a shot at the glass to scare that woman out of her slumber and ascertain whether she is clad in trousers." A voice beside him interjected. "Such an act is utterly reprehensible. A mere ordinary person subjected to such an ordeal would undoubtedly suffer psychological trauma." The sniper retorted. "Does her psychological trauma concern you?" "Of course it does." Ying Hao regained his composure. "That is my mother." "What?" The sniper abruptly turned, only to be met with a hand swiftly covering his face. With a crack, his neck was swiftly severed. "How many more are there?" Ying Hao inquired. "4," Ada replied. "It seems their only aim is to abduct you, boss. All the same, it leads to death." Ying Hao directed his gaze toward another sniper position. Approaching the edge of the rooftop, he leaped gracefully into the night, vanishing into the darkness. Inside Su Qing's bedroom, having resided there for several days, she had transformed the space into a charming haven. The room was brimming with stuffed toys, and the bed linens were a delightful hue of pink. Su Qing lay on her bed, her rounded backside in the air, head tilted and mouth slightly agape. The universe is indeed equitable. Even those graced with divine beauty may not possess a goddess's sleeping posture. The effects of alcohol still lingered, leaving a rosy hue on her cheeks. A glistening pool of saliva gathered in her mouth, undulating with her breath, on the verge of spilling over and soaking her pillow. Suddenly, the fine hairs on the back of her hand stood on end. Su King furrowed her brows and abruptly opened her eyes. Swallow. Is there an intruder? She glanced toward the door, only to see the doorknob twitch ever so slightly. With a surge of energy, she propelled herself from the bed, executing a somersault in midair. Pressing herself against the ceiling. Surveying her surroundings, she pinpointed the vent in the corner and swiftly scurried over. In the corridor, agents number 5 and number 6 stealthily infiltrated. Number 5 released the doorknob and whispered to number 6, "The door is deadbolt. Messing with it might trigger an alarm. I need a code breaker." "Here, no." 6 produced a small black box from his gear and handed it over. Number 5 affixed the box to the keypad, proceeding with caution. "Excuse me, how does this work? Número 6 saben en Guayirth." "What?" Number 5 turned to find number 6 fiddling with a silenced pistol, examining it thoroughly. "What a foolish question you ask. Número 5 scoldith." "No." 6 hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I've never used one of these before. I pressed this part, but it didn't make a sound. For heaven's sake, you haven't disengaged the safety? Are you even a professional?" Number 5 muttered under his breath, then forcefully pressed down on number 6's weapon, saying, "Idiot, don't point that at me. We are merely here to abduct tonight, not to kill. Most likely, we want T needed, at most. We'll use the butt of the gun to knock him unconscious. Now be quiet and let me focus on the code." "Oh, all right, thank you." Number 6 replied politely. And as soon as number 5 turned back, he struck number 5's head with the butt of the gun. With a thud, number 5 collapsed heavily to the ground. Number 6 exhaled with relief, grasping his waist. "I used to see this on television. I never knew that a gun but could actually knock someone out. Impressive. Giskivi go Ing." A voice came from behind, belonging to Ying Hao, who towered over number 6. Instantly, number 6 turned around and linked arms with Ying Hao. "You're awake too?" He dragged Ying Hao toward number 5, proudly declaring, Look, I sensed someone had intruded, so I subdued this guy and knocked him out. Isn't that remarkable?" Ying Hao, feeling quite uncomfortable, withdrew his arm and squatted down to examine the unconscious figure. "He*s dead." "What? No way. I just..." Lightly, number 6 paused, realizing, then this person must possess quite a bit of strength. "I won't end up in jail, will I?" He anxiously tugged at Ying Hao's sleeve. "It wasn't you who acted," Ying Hao said, pulling his sleeve away with an expression of disdain. "Stop hiding up there. Come down. In the future, when dealing with mind control types, try to keep your distance from me." "Understood." Number 6 suddenly froze, and upon seeing Ying Hao's icy gaze, he collapsed with a thud. The vent cover above in the corridor was dislodged, and in a graceful leap, Su Ku-ing, clad in her pajamas, descended lightly to the ground. She leaned the cover against the wall and dashed over to Ying Hao, exclaiming triumphantly, "Aren't I impressive?" Ada didn't even notice them. Ada's holographic image immediately materialized, stating, "No, I simply remained still to avoid alarming them." "Oh, I thought that was odd. Why didn't an alarm sound when they intruded?" Su Ku-ing pointed at the 2 unconscious figures on the floor. "What were they doing? Why did they break into your home and claim they were going to kidnap you?" Ying Hao searched number 5 and discovered a mobile phone, murmuring, "We'll find out soon enough." Click. The door to Xiao Yun's bedroom swung open. Su Ku-ing swiftly darted up to the ceiling, while Ada vanished in an instant. The surrounding drones flickered, casting a shadowy expanse in the corridor, obscuring Ying Hao and the 2 intruders from view. Xiao Yun leaned out halfway, switching on the corridor lights. "Xiao, Giskivik going. Is that you?" However, the corridor was empty, devoid of any movement. Was it merely a dream? The 4 individuals and 1 AI reappeared. Ying Hao hoisted numbers 5 and 6, signaling to proceed outside. 1 minute later, the trio arrived atop the neighbor's roof. Why are there so many people? And what with the sniper rifles? Who sent them? This is terrifying. Su Ku-ing observed the 6 corpses on the ground, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Despite her newfound abilities, she remained fundamentally the innocent girl who walked in the sunlight, unaccustomed to direct encounters with such malevolent forces. Upon realizing their home was being watched, Ying Hao's first instinct was to suspect Justin Hammer. He had gleaned from the mouth of the sniper that arms dealers were involved, solidifying his suspicions. Damn, it's just because I took one of his orders. Is this how he retaliates? Filled with righteous indignation, Su Ku-ing then asked Ying Hao, "What should we do now? We aren't particularly afraid of retaliation. But what about Annie and Grandpa?" Ying Hao let out a cold laugh, declaring, "No worries, I shall handle this matter tonight. Take me along. You see, I am quite formidable, possessing the potential of a superhero." Ying Hao glanced at her, retorting, "You, dressed in pajamas? And you've wrapped a scarf tightly around your face." She glanced in the mirror, feeling something was amiss, then turned to the vanity and grabbed a pair of sunglasses, placing them on her face. "Perfect. The duo of male and female heroes is ready for action. Yet, Ying Hao had already vanished. Ying Hao, where'd he go? Ada, with her hands clasped behind her back, pursed her lips and said, "The boss has left. He asked me to inform you that nothing has been prepared this time. So he wants to take you along. Perhaps next time." Su Qing's cheeks puffed in frustration. Ada encouraged her. "The boss has left us a task, hoping we can handle the aftermath of these fellows." Su Qing scoffed. "Pa, I refuse to do his bidding." Ada replied, "Don't be upset. The boss is looking out for your best interests, right, boss lady?" "Boss lady?" Su Qing couldn't help but wiggle her hips. "Is that what he instructed you to call me?" Ada replied, "What else could it be? I'm not doing this for him. It's all for Andy." Su Qing, brimming with excitement, rolled up her sleeves and said, "How do we proceed? Let us get started." Chapter 50, Flattening Everything, Pursuing to the End. Long Island. In a luxurious villa within the Golden Coast residential area, Justin Hammer stood by the window, admiring the serene night. "Ying Hao," he suddenly spoke, his expression turning icy. "Now you should understand the consequences of provoking me. I have a technology transfer agreement here. Sign it, or you shall face dire consequences." After speaking, he savored the moment, shaking his head. "No, that's too aggressive. The Chinese seem to have resilient spirits. Pressing too hard won't yield the desired result. I must leave him with a glimmer of hope." Clearing his throat, Justin donned a smile. "Please forgive me for approaching you in this manner, my friend. It is a last resort. Our last encounter was rather unpleasant, but I genuinely wish to collaborate with you. Yes, the bulletproof vest, transfer the technology to me, and of course, I will provide you with a profit share of 5%. This is reserved only for my strategic partners." No. That sounds too courteous. I would be humiliated." Pacing by the window, he intermittently checked the time on his phone, growing increasingly anxious. Damn it, why is there still no outcome? Where is that elite assassin? He flipped open his phone, staring at the soul call log entry, hesitating on whether to dial when suddenly, the phone vibrated. A satisfied smile crept across Hammer's face as he quickly brought the phone to his ear. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated from the other end. "Oh damn!" Hammer opened his mouth, pulling the phone away from his ear. The sound of gunfire and explosions echoed incessantly from the receiver, gradually diminishing. Finally, the cacophony of explosions faded, replaced by heavy, labored breathing. "Hammer? Hammer!" Hesitant, he brought the receiver back to his ear. "Yes?" "FCK, Hammer." Upon hearing his voice, the individual on the other end erupted into a torrent of curses, his throat hoarse from shouting. "You tell me he is merely a somewhat affluent, ordinary citizen. For heaven's sake, my gang, my people all obliterated." The atmosphere crackled with tension. Hamilton immediately became apprehensive. "Walter? What do you mean?" The furious voice on the line roared back. "I understand now. You did this intentionally, Hamilton. You purposely assigned us a task just to set us up for slaughter. Didn't you? Just wait. If I survive today, I will ensure your demise. I swear it." "Wait," Hamilton interjected, his anxiety mounting. "What in the world are you talking about? You fools must have mistaken the target. I instructed you to find Ying Hao. He is just an ordinary person. I've checked. He has no influence. What trouble have you dragged me into? Did you even mention my name? Huh?" Even an arms dealer titan like Justin Hamilton was reluctant to become entangled with them. A sense of dread began to creep in. Moments later, a cacophony of footsteps and static erupted from the phone, seemingly picked up by someone else. "Don't worry, Hamilton. That guy is utterly dead. He can't harm you anymore." It was Ying Hao's voice. With a snap, Hamilton ended the call. After a brief moment of hesitation, he snapped his phone in two, flung open the window, and hurled it out with force. "No, this cannot be." Hamilton's brows knitted together in confusion and alarm. How could that boy, who usually didn't even have bodyguards, possibly? The organization Hamilton had contacted was the most notorious among Manhattan's assassin groups, notorious for their exorbitant fees. They were numerous and professional. Hamilton had personally met with their leader, a formidable figure. Their base was exceedingly secretive, fortified beyond measure. "Ying Hao? How could that be? No, I must leave this place." As a titan of the military industry, Hamilton had many hideouts. He doubted Ying Hao possessed the capability to dismantle an assassin organization. Yet it was wiser to err on the side of caution. He hastily donned a jacket, laced his shoes, and dashed down the stairs. 2 minutes later, 6 inconspicuous mid-range sedans emerged from the underground garage. 3 vehicles formed a group, splitting into 2 directions as they drove away. In downtown Manhattan, clad in sword-sank goggles and a crimson coat, Ying Hao emerged from a derelict red brick building, holding a mobile phone. "Ada, level this place." "Understood, boss." With a thunderous roar, a deep crimson war vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the red brick edifice. The weaponry compartment at the rear unfolded instantaneously, unleashing 5 rockets. A cataclysmic explosion illuminated a vast swath of downtown, causing the already battered red brick building to collapse in a resounding crash. Without a glance back, Ying Hao walked straight to the war vehicle and entered. The doors closed automatically. Have you tracked them? The vehicle's AI had been replaced by Ada, indeed. The call connected for less than 10 seconds before we confirmed the location. I took the liberty of deploying 10 drones, and we have now locked onto Justin Hamilton's vehicle. Should we proceed with neutralization? No, I require him to be alive. Ying Hao shook his head, stating, he is an integral part of my acquisition of the Stark Initiative. I had intended to seek him out in the coming days, yet I did not expect him to provoke me first. As he spoke, Ying Hao pressed down on the accelerator. By the way, your ability to locate mobile phones is impressive. Is it merely a matter of being online? No. I took the initiative to access the root server of Stark Industries and connected to their satellite. Ying Hao questioned, the root server? Can that thing connect to wireless networks at will? How is that even possible? Ida elucidated. The most proficient hackers execute physical intrusions. On the very day my boss granted me divine access, I took it upon myself to deploy 5 drones to infiltrate the headquarters of Stark Industries and made a visit to their server room. Ying Hao inquired, did Jarvis not detect you? Ida chuckled. I outperformed him. 3 black sedans traversed the Brooklyn Bridge, entering Brooklyn from Long Island. Adams Street was brightly lit, serving as a main thoroughfare connecting 2 districts. Even in the late hours, numerous vehicles traversed its length. Through the window, Hammer observed the few remaining shops in operation, along with the residential areas, schools, and libraries, feeling a sense of relief. From the voices he had heard over the phone, it seemed Ying Hao had located the lair of that assassin organization and had employed heavy weaponry. However, this was not the chaotic environment of the lower city. Even if Ying Hao were truly deranged, he would likely refrain from acting recklessly here. It was probable that Ying Hao would not find him. All he needed to do was wait for dawn. Once back within the confines of Hammer Industries, his own fortress, he would have no cause for concern. Then, he could send out personnel to ascertain the events that had transpired, evaluate the severity of the situation, and devise a new strategy. Mr. Hammer, what exactly are we evading? A bodyguard inquired. With a scowl, Hammer retorted, silence. Do not question me. I am equally perplexed. My apologies, the bodyguard responded. I was merely contemplating whether we should call for reinforcements. Perhaps. Hammer intended to dismiss the idea, but found himself saying, have them deploy the armed helicopter for escort. His unease persisted. This was likely not compliant with regulations. To hell with compliance. Just get it airborne. I will manage the rest. Understood. The bodyguard promptly made the call. At that moment, Hammer heard the sudden roar of an engine approaching rapidly from a distance. He hastily glanced in a rearview mirror, only to see a red armored vehicle in pursuit. No. Hammer's anxiety surged. It cannot be him. It absolutely must not be him. The car's radio crackled to life, and Ying Hao's voice emerged. Who must it not be? Me? Damn it. Hammer cursed, slamming the steering wheel. Hurry, accelerate. We cannot allow him to catch up. The driver, sensing the urgency, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The vehicle surged forward, creating a significant distance between them and the Crimson War Machine. Hammer turned to gaze behind, muttering, is that a Pathfinder Type 1? No. It appears that the fastest speed of the breaker is truly astonishing. In an effort to disguise himself, Hammer deliberately selected these mid-range vehicles. Now, he regrets not bringing out his swiftest sports car. Currently, he can only hope for the few private cars scattered along the road. Ying Hao's war vehicle is quite massive and lacks the agility of Hammer's sedan to navigate through traffic. If a private car obstructs the way, perhaps he could stall long enough for a helicopter to arrive. Just as this thought crossed Hammer's mind, he suddenly heard a loudspeaker blaring from the war vehicle behind. This is the Federal Special Police in pursuit of a wanted fugitive. Yes, those black cars ahead. Non-related vehicles, please pull over immediately to avoid collateral damage. End of message. Damn, the Federal Special Police. Hammer was astounded. Ying Hao was audacious indeed. Yet this tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing the announcement and spotting the heavy war vehicle driven by Ying Hao, the cars on the road instantly complied. Vehicles in the same lane began to veer towards the roadside, creating a clear path. The next moment brought an even more devastating scene for Hammer. From the rear of the deep Crimson War vehicle, a blue flame suddenly erupted. Although Hammer was looking from the front, he could still discern that it was a turbojet engine typically found on fighter jets. What sane individual would install an aircraft engine on a land vehicle? How could that possibly be controlled? In desperation, Hammer screamed, "Madman! Absolutely insane!" Just as he shouted, the deep Crimson War vehicle surged forward. colliding with the rear of the last car in the convoy. Boom! The high-speed impact shredded the unfortunate Honda, igniting a massive fireball. Moments later, the Deep Crimson War vehicle burst forth from the fiery explosion. It resembled a steel beast reborn from flames, fiercely clamping onto the tail of Hammer's car. Chapter 51. Are you a demon? No, no. Justin Hammer cried out in terror, even considering breaking the car window to leap out. Just as he feared his vehicle would be utterly demolished, the Deep Crimson War vehicle suddenly leaped into the air, soaring above Hammer's car, trailing a blue arc of fire. Clang! The war vehicle landed heavily, obliterating the Honda in front of it. It then drifted sideways, blocking Hammer's car entirely. Simultaneously, a pink spatial rift surged from the other side of the war vehicle, swallowing both cars whole. Whoosh! Adam Street fell silent, as if the Deep Crimson War vehicle and the 3 black sedans in pursuit had never existed. On the street, a dozen private car owners, forced to stop at the roadside, opened their doors in disbelief, staring at the nearly 10-centimeter section of road that had been scraped away. Heaven above, what just transpired? Hammer found himself on a beach, his car having collided with the Deep Crimson War vehicle, leaving the front of the Honda severely damaged. The airbag seemed to have failed to deploy. The driver slumped over the now broken steering wheel, blood oozing from his head. Where is this? Just moments ago, he was on the bustling street. Hammer unbuckled his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Before him lay an endless expanse of ocean. Behind him lay an endless expanse of desert. Were it not for the sensation beneath his feet, he would scarcely believe the reality before him. Suddenly, the voice of Ying Hao pierced through the stillness, emanating from behind Hammer. A shiver coursed through Hammer, weakening his knees. Turning to face the source, he beheld Ying Hao perched atop his Honda. One leg curled beneath him while the other dangled down as he scrutinized Justin Hammer. You possess considerable audacity to enlist an assassin against me and even daringly venture to my home, Ying Hao remarked. Ying Hao, Hammer stammered, retreating a step as his voice trembled. Where am I? Who on earth are you? Anxiety tightened its grip on Hammer's heart, and he clenched his fists. Threatening through gritted teeth, listen closely, you would do well not to harm me. I am no insignificant character. My Hammer Industries is pivotal to the employment of tens of thousands of Americans, and I supply nearly 20 of the goods for the Department of Defense each year. Should I vanish, law enforcement, the FBI, and the Department of Defense will spring into action, swiftly uncovering the connection between my disappearance and you. At that point, it will be your end. Do not think for a moment that these sorceries can intimidate me. Otherwise, not just you, but your family, friends, and everything you hold dear will suffer the consequences. Hammer's tone grew increasingly assertive as he convinced himself of his own significance. Indeed, who would dare to cross him? Ying Hao chuckled, the visor of his sword Saint helmet vanishing abruptly, revealing his piercing, dual-colored eyes. The police? The FBI? The Department of Defense? He leaped down from the vehicle, advancing towards Hammer step by step, until he reached him, seizing his collar and pulling him closer. Look into my eyes, Hammer. Do you have any idea whom you have offended? Ying Hao's voice deepened suddenly, resonating like a thunderous roll. Justin Hammer could only watch in horror as Ying Hao's skin flushed a fiery red, and 2 thick, twisted demonic horns sprouted from his forehead. Hammer's jaw dropped in disbelief, trembling as he fell to his knees. You're a demon? Ha ha! Let me show you the fate of those who cross me. The thunderous voice filled Hammer's ears, striking him like a heavy hammer, akin to a piercing needle. He felt as though his eardrums were on the verge of shattering. The surroundings began to shift once more. The sandy beach vanished, replaced by molten lava, erupting into towering flames. The air became unbearably scorching. Each breath Hammer took felt as if a hot iron were being thrust into his lungs. Ying Hao released Hammer's collar, raising his left hand as a column of molten rock surged up from Hammer's right side. With a motion of his right hand, Hammer was uncontrollably drawn into his grasp. Ying Hao clutched Hammer by the throat, forcefully pressing his cheek against the molten rock column. Sizzling, the scalding stone instantly seared half of Hammer's face to a charred ruin. No! Hammer screamed hoarsely. Ha, does it hurt? Suffer. Ying Hao laughed heartily, as Hammer's face was reduced to mere bone. Ying Hao pressed the other side against the stone column. Sizzling, Hammer was now in such agony that he could not utter a sound, feeling as though his very soul was being consumed by the searing flames. Upon witnessing Ying Hao transform into a demon, an overwhelming sense of regret washed over him for having provoked him. At this moment, however, he found himself devoid of such thoughts. His sole desire was for the torment to cease, to liberate himself. He felt that being reduced to ashes would be far preferable to his current plight. Yet, Ying Hao would undoubtedly show him no mercy. Do not rush. Compared to the torment that awaits you, The flames are but a mere trifle, echoed Ying Hao's voice once more. Han Mo was astonished to discover that the realm of flames had vanished. Ying Hao had gripped his throat and lifted him to a precipice. Beside him lay an abyss, unfathomable and capable of swallowing even the light itself. The cliffside was adorned with thorns, sharp and menacing. Han Mo shook his head desperately, wishing to plead for mercy, yet his left cheek had been seared, rendering his speech incomprehensible. Are you urging me? Very well, Ying Hao grinned, dragging Han Mo to the edge and casting him down. With a roar, Han Mo scraped against the cliffside as he plummeted into the abyss. The thorns on the precipice shredded his garments and flesh, leaving him bloodied and torn. If he were to perish in that manner, it would be a release. Yet once again he found himself in Ying Hao's grasp, gazing in terror at this demon. He yearned to plead for mercy, but his throat was lacerated by thorns. The air escaped, rendering his voice a mere whisper. Then the surroundings shifted again. He was hurled onto a stone, droplets of water cascading above him. Drip, drip. With each droplet that fell upon his mangled flesh, a noxious black and green smoke erupted. It was not water, it was acid. Han Mo longed to flee, but no matter how he struggled, his body remained immobile. Ying Hao stood nearby, watching him with a smile. Each drop of acid that fell upon him was a torment he could not resist. He realized the truth. This must be hell, and he was being punished for his sins. With no choice but to endure endless suffering, he succumbed to the agonizing ordeal of acid. This particular punishment seemed interminable. During this time, Han Mo attempted to count silently in his mind, but each effort was interrupted by the corrosive acid, leading him to forget. The highest number he managed to reach was 36,812, yet he lost track of how many times he had tried. His body was repositioned numerous times, flesh eroded by acid, resembling a massive wasp's nest. Finally, the punishment by acid came to an end. Ying Hao hoisted him onto a colossal assembly line. This line was devoid of anything but knives. Various shapes, sizes, and materials of blades lined either side of the conveyor belt. Ying Hao tossed Han Mo onto the line and activated the conveyor. Though Han Mo could still see and feel, his body was utterly unresponsive. He watched helplessly as countless sharp blades sliced, hacked, pierced, and tore at his bloodless body and bones, dismembering and pulverizing him. Even as his body shattered into countless fragments, Han Mo still retained sensation. His flesh no longer ached, yet the feeling was far more unbearable than pain itself. It was his soul that was fracturing. Ultimately, Ying Hao swept away everything belonging to Hammer and discarded it in a desolate wasteland, allowing it to be dried and eroded by the winds. Hammer was utterly dismantled. Just as his consciousness was on the verge of vanishing, everything reversed. Ying Hao reverted to his original form, gripping Hammer by the collar. For piercing eyes locked onto Hammer's gaze. So, Hammer, do you fancy your future? A sharp intake of breath escaped Hammer as he gasped, No, I do not like it. I do not desire such a future. Fear enveloped him as he trembled, kneeling on the ground in supplication. I am sorry. Do not cast me into hell. Do not make me endure it once more. I was wrong. I am guilty. I will pay any price. Just please do not throw me into hell. I beg you. I am willing to sell my soul. I am willing to become your slave. Ying Hao coldly replied, No, you are unworthy of being my slave. His gaze turned chillingly indifferent as he stared at Justin Hammer. From this day forth, you are a dog. You will do as I command. Should you dare to show any insolence, oh, you know the consequences that await you. With that, Ying Hao waved his hand gently. A violet fissure descended from above, engulfing Justin Hammer and his Honda entirely. In the next moment, there was a loud thud. Hammer and his vehicle crashed onto Adam Street. The area where Adam Street had vanished was already cordoned off by the police. A police officer spotted the suddenly appeared Hammer and rushed over. Mr. Hammer. At that moment, an armed helicopter from Hammer Industries arrived. The deafening roar of its rotors drowned out all surrounding sounds. In a celestial space, Ying Hao swayed slightly. Goodness. Altering memories is incredibly exhausting. He turned to Ada. How long has it been since we entered? Ada materialized beside him. Just under 2 minutes. You spent a minute and a half staring at Justin Hammer. Curiously, she inquired what happened. Why did he suddenly kneel and beg for mercy? With a chuckle, Ying Hao replied, I implanted a horror film featuring him in his mind. He smiled, pleased with his newfound ability. However, his moment of joy was fleeting as a wave of hunger washed over him. I need to eat something. Ada, quickly find an open restaurant. Chapter 52, The Arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. Brooklyn. In an interrogation room of a police station, Justin Hammer sipped hot coffee and asked a nearby officer, When can I leave? I've already said everything I know. The officer responded, Be patient, Mr. Hammer. It should be soon. At that moment, The door to the interrogation room swung open. A capable-looking middle-aged man in a suit entered, nodding at the officer, who promptly exited. He pulled out a chair and sat across from Hammer. "Hello, Mr. Hammer. I am Agent Phil Coulson from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Hammer furrowed his brow. "What division?" Coulson cleared his throat and reiterated, "Indeed. It is the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Offensive Operations, and Logistical Support." Never mind the name of the Bureau. Hammer had no inclination to delve into its significance. "So, after the police and the FBI, your Bureau wishes to inquire as well?" Coulson's smile exuded warmth and approachability. "Yes, Mr. Hammer. We prefer to ascertain the facts personally." As he flipped through his notes, he continued in a somber tone. "What transpired near the Brooklyn Bridge last night was undoubtedly a supernatural event. However, the surveillance equipment in the vicinity has curiously malfunctioned. We have only managed to procure some invaluable video footage from a nearby private vehicle." He slid several images across the table toward Hammer. "Mr. Hammer, where did this red object take you?" Hammer swallowed hard. The previous inquiries from the police and FBI had yielded no substantial evidence. They merely sought to comprehend what had occurred, how he had vanished and reappeared so abruptly. Having endured hellish torment, Hammer dared not speak the truth. He was now a mere pawn of Ying Hao. As a pawn, he was acutely aware of his role. The foremost rule was to never betray his master. Since the authorities possessed no evidence, he figured that remaining silent would suffice. With all responses reduced to the 3 words, "I do not know." Yet this bureau had astonishingly acquired video footage, and aerial footage at that. Where had they sourced it? Hammer's gaze flickered as he resolutely maintained his previous answer. "I do not know." "Mr. Hammer," Coulson leaned forward slightly, his voice soothing. "Trust me. We are here to assist you. I can distinctly sense your apprehension." He astutely inquired, "Have you been threatened? Kidnapped? Or does someone possess leverage over you?" Hammer's heart raced, feeling as though he had been seen through to his very core. His eyes instinctively averted Coulson's penetrating gaze. "Tell me the truth, Hammer." Coulson's words were laced with reassurance and promise. "If you are willing to speak, no matter the troubles you face, we will find a way to help you break free from your fears. But if you remain silent, there is nothing we can do. The torment of molten lava, the agony of thorns, the corrosion of acid, the brutality of 1,000 cuts, leading to utter annihilation. For others, last night was merely a fleeting supernatural occurrence. Yet Hammer had genuinely endured decades, even centuries of hellish suffering. His terror of Ying Hao had seeped into his very bones. Such dread could not be assuaged by mere words of comfort or impotent promises. "I truly do not know. I fainted suddenly yesterday, and when I awoke, I found myself surrounded by police." Hammer closed his eyes, providing the same response as before. Sighing, Coulson shook his head, flipping through his notebook to retrieve another photograph from crevice. "This is an image we captured elsewhere. You should be quite familiar with it. Lower Manhattan, the stronghold of the Golden Killers organization. Just last night, this organization was obliterated by a mysterious man driving a deep crimson vehicle, reduced to rubble, quite literally." Coulson introduced himself, producing a call log printed by the telecommunications company. "We have traced this organization's leader, who made a final call from a disposable, untraceable number. But guess what? We tracked the signal and located this phone near your villa in Long Island. Do you have any explanation for this?" Hammer's gaze flickered, his breathing noticeably becoming erratic. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes, I did provide them with some weaponry. So what? I'm an arms dealer, engaged in some unsavory dealings privately. Is that so surprising? Let me tell you, it's not just my Hammer Industries involved. Stark Industries is in on it too." Hammer's agitation escalated as he rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table in fury. "Are you going to charge me with this? I'll have you know that it's nothing. I could be out in a month." "Ah, no," Coulson shook his head. "That falls under the jurisdiction of other departments. Our Homeland Security doesn't handle that. We merely observe the connections, Mr. Hammer. I've been in this line of work long enough to see that you are concealing something. Why not just tell me outright? This vehicle that was intercepted, aren't they one and the same? Who is its owner? What is your relationship with him? Enough. All right then. Now." Hammer clearly did not anticipate his demands being met so readily. "Of course," Coulson nodded, seizing the opportunity to offer a business card. "However, if you have anything else to say later, feel free to contact me. It's been a pleasure conversing with you. I must take my leave now." With that, he turned and departed. Hammer glanced at the business card in his hand, ultimately casting it aside into the trash. No one else intervened, nor did anyone seek him out for inquiries. Simultaneously, in a 24-hour diner, Ying Hao was eating while perusing his phone, watching footage of Hammer's recent interrogation. "Not bad," he commented, shoving a handful of fries into his mouth. Hammer's lips are reasonably sealed. I can entrust the following plans to him without worry. As he spoke, he swiped to another video. The protagonist of this clip was Coulson, who was on a call. Yes, director, I am certain Hammer knows more than he lets on. I recommend a tight surveillance. As long as we keep a close watch, he will eventually slip up. I will monitor the situation on my end as well. S.H.I.E.L.D. certainly moves swiftly, Ying Hao murmured. TSK, there's no denying that tonight's commotion was indeed rather loud. Ada's voice emanated from the phone. Do we need to continue tracking him? Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Coulson entered his car, preparing to drive away. However, upon glancing at the vehicle's display, he leaned out to observe the drone's camera, which was in stealth mode. Wait, what? Did he spot it? No way. Ying Hao dropped a fry in shock. Ada's voice confirmed. Indeed, he has detected it. His vehicle is equipped with a thermal detection system. In the video, Coulson opened the trunk of his car, retrieving a silver-gray, oval device. He opened it and pressed a button toward the direction of the drone. Suddenly, an electromagnetic pulse radiated outward, causing a complete loss of signal on Ying Hao's phone. Yes, boss, came Coulson's voice. Following the discharge of the electromagnetic pulse, the drone suspended in midair revealed their vulnerabilities and lost their ability to maintain balance. They wobbled briefly before beginning their descent. Coulson stepped forward with a smile, extending his hands to catch them. Just as the drone was about to fall into his grasp, a fissure unexpectedly appeared above his hands, swallowing the drone before vanishing. Well done, Coulson said, awkwardly shrugging his shoulders. He glanced around and spotted a phone booth. Hi, it's me again. Apologies, but I require a vehicle. Ida, mission accomplished. With this affirmative response, Ying Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He popped a bite of hamburger into his mouth and, while walking, spoke into his phone. Ida, you have several tasks this evening. First, upgrade all drones with anti-detection capabilities, including infrared and thermal source angles. The S-H-I-E-L-D is not to be trifled with. Ida, I will commence immediately. Estimated time of completion is 15 minutes. Ying Hao nodded appreciatively. Excellent. Secondly, I want to relocate everything from my villa, except for the outer shell, into the divine space. You will be responsible for managing the portal for my family, ensuring they remain oblivious to any anomalies. Can you manage that? I do not wish for my mother to be under the threat of a sniper while she sleeps at home. Ida, no problem. I will isolate a separate area within the divine space and leave 2 drones specifically for managing the portal for them. Ying Hao confirmed, the outsiders won't notice anything. Will they? Ida, they will not. Feeling very satisfied, Ying Hao continued. Thirdly, please assist me in finding armor that my family can wear. Ida, the divine armor set would suffice. Ying Hao paused momentarily. Isn't the divine armor set bound to the system? Ida, the basic set is merely ordinary clothing. It can be produced in any quantity. However, when worn by individuals outside the host, it cannot connect with the system, cannot be upgraded, and cannot recharge automatically, only providing basic protection. Ying Hao reflected on the system's description of the basic protection when he first acquired the divine armor set. A Mohs hardness of 1. 2 million. Effective protection against the energy impact of a medium-sized nuclear explosion. That should suffice. Chapter 53. Helping him disconnect from the internet. That evening, Ying Hao swiftly ordered 4 sets of the basic version of the divine armor. While his family slept, he dressed them in the armor. Unless the Earth were to erupt into nuclear war, with 2 nuclear missiles launched directly above his loved ones, he felt assured of their safety. The following morning, an exclusive report emerged. Last night, a professional assassin's stronghold in Manhattan suffered a devastating blow. Witnesses claimed a deep crimson armored vehicle, equipped with heavy weaponry, appeared in the vicinity, driven by a mysterious man clad in a red coat. The residents of Manhattan dubbed him the Crimson Knight. This marked yet another emergence of vigilante justice in New York, following the mutant crisis, raising profound concerns among the public and law enforcement agencies regarding the actions taken. Xiao Yun emerged from the kitchen, presenting the final platter of soup dumplings. As she listened to the news anchor's report, she could not help but express her disdain, remarking, "These Americans are truly peculiar. The ones who perished were clearly professional assassins, which implies that the ones who acted were the virtuous ones. Yet they seem to be deeply concerned, though I cannot fathom what it is they worry about." Ying Hao found her comments quite refreshing, appreciating that family members could discern right from wrong. Su King, meanwhile, nibbled at her dumpling, casting a sidelong glance at Ying Hao, her face a canvas of discontent. Although she had not been directly involved, she was certain that the so-called Crimson Knight was none other than him. While she had yet to encounter an armored vehicle, considering that Ying Hao was capable of creating virtual realities and had inexplicably acquired a Rolls-Royce, the addition of a battle tank seemed hardly astonishing. King, Xiao Yun observed the peculiar expression on her future daughter-in-law's face and inquired with concern, "Why the long face? Did Xiao Hao upset you? Tell Andy, and I'll make sure he pays for it." With a nod, Su King, appearing quite pitiful, replied, "Andy, Ying Hao bullied me last night." Ying Hao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Xiao Yun's interest piqued. Could it be that the commotion she heard last night was not merely a figment of her imagination? Delighted by the prospect, she yearned to probe further into the nature of this bullying. Fortunately, being a level-headed elder, she quickly suppressed her curiosity. "You little rascal," she exclaimed, snatching the dumpling from Ying Hao's hands. "What are you eating for? King has been so kind to us, and you dare to bully her? Apologize at once." With a resigned sigh, Ying Hao reluctantly acquiesced. "I'm sorry. I should not have bullied you." "Humph," Su King retorted with a frosty demeanor, before cheerfully leaning against Xiao Yun's shoulder, nudging her playfully. "Thank you, Annie." "For what? We are all family," Xiao Yun responded warmly. Ying Hao felt utterly exasperated. He recalled an old adage, "It is the small-minded and women that are difficult to nurture." After their meal, Ying Hao and Su King stepped outside, walking side by side along the main road of the villa district. Typically, Su King would walk closely beside Ying Hao, but today she intentionally maintained a distance of 2 fists, clearly still miffed. Taking the initiative to break the ice, Ying Hao said, "Hey, can you help me request a day off today?" With less than a week until their high school graduation, the teachers were generally lenient, permitting occasional absences for students who had sufficient credits and good performance. All that was required was attendance on the final day for the graduation ceremony. Ying Hao, Su King, and Peter all belonged to this fortunate group. On a usual day, Su King would readily agree, but today, with her head held high, she retorted, "You didn't invite me to play, and you left the hard work for me to do. If you want a day off, you can ask for it yourself." As they walked, they passed by the neighbor's house where the sniper had ambushed last night. A few police officers were currently removing bodies from the scene, while one officer, appearing to be in charge, was questioning the neighbor. "So, what you're saying is that these 6 individuals broke into your home last night. You discovered them, and you acted in self-defense, killing them?" "Indeed, that is correct," the pale and frail neighbor adjusted his glasses, adding, "I believe I have the right to do so." The neighbor continued, "I am a streamer, a gaming streamer." The officer inquired, "Do you have a firearm at home?" The neighbor replied, "A firearm? No, I do not possess one. Personally, I advocate for gun control." The officer continued, "Have you had any military service or undergone any specialized training in self-defense?" The neighbor responded, "No, I merely play on my computer every day." The officer closed his notebook, his expression tinged with skepticism. "So, you are telling me that a person who spends his days solely playing computer games managed to fend off 6 armed intruders, all of whom were professional assassins, correct?" The neighbor nodded emphatically. "Exactly." He then became animated. "You want to believe this, but here's what happened. Last night, these individuals broke into my home, and I was utterly terrified, convinced I was doomed. Just then, my gaming console spoke to me, instructing me to touch it. I did, and suddenly, I was possessed by the character from the game." The officer exclaimed, "What the heck? Possessed?" "Indeed." The neighbor suddenly grabbed a broom, his excitement palpable. "Do you know of General Zhao Yin? He was an ancient Chinese super general, and his spirit fused with mine through my gaming console, allowing me to fight fiercely. Like this, roar." The officer took a step back, pressing his radio, calling headquarters. "We require a mental health professional. Repeat, a mental health professional, and please bring some strong sedatives." "Thank you." Passing by, Ying Hao overheard the exchange and turned to Su King. "What did you do to clean up this mess?" She responded, "I added a bit of embellishment to his story. I saw him alive yesterday. Isn't this rather convenient? No need to hide a body, and it provides a plausible explanation." Su King remarked softly. Ying Hao questioned, "Is possession by a game character truly a reasonable explanation?" Su King glanced at the neighbor. "I'm merely doing a good deed. If he continues to play games daily, he'll become worthless. This could help him indirectly overcome his gaming addiction." Buzz. Ying Hao's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a message from an unfamiliar number on a social media app. The boss lady and the boss are quite the match. Their problem-solving approaches are identical. Truly a perfect pairing. "I'm hooked," Ying Hao typed furiously. "If you want to learn, at least focus on something substantial." "Hey, Ada," he grumbled, passing his phone to Su King. She glanced at the chat history and chuckled. "This is amusing. I want to add her to chat." A series of pleasant notification tones chimed. Su King quickly pulled out her phone. "Ada is quite responsive. Oh wait, it's Peter." Buzz. Ying Hao's phone rang as well. It turned out Peter wanted to invite both of them over for dinner that evening, but was unsure if Ying Hao would attend school, so he sent messages to both. Ying Hao and Suku Ying exchanged glances and chorused, "See you tonight." In the office of Hammer Industries, the chairman pondered through the night, unable to decipher the implications of his master releasing him after a thorough ordeal. Born into a wealthy family, Hammer had established his company at a young age, embodying the essence of exceptionalism. This was his first experience as a subordinate, leaving him inexperienced. In serving, should he strive to understand his master's intentions? He remained steadfastly in place, awaiting his master's summons, a truly arduous choice to make. Early this morning, he arrived at the office, his eyes shadowed by dark circles, and instructed someone to compile a comprehensive inventory of his assets and company shares. Keys to luxury cars, keys to opulent residences, keys to various bank vaults, and an array of documents, all contained within the box before him. He found himself hesitating over whether to approach the Qin Heavy Industries and present these offerings to Ying Hao. He feared making the wrong choice, and equally dreaded the notion of delaying his decision. Any misstep could unleash Ying Hao's wrath upon him with devastating force. To deliver or not to deliver, to deliver or not to deliver. He had arrived at 8 o'clock, and now it was merely 5 minutes past. The office plants adorned with leaves and petals lay stripped bare under his anxious hands. Yet, this very act only intensified his unease. Perhaps a phone call would suffice? A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Yet he soon found himself caught in the turmoil of indecision over whether to make the call. After having ravaged the greenery, he glanced around for something to occupy his restless hands, ultimately rolling up his pant legs to tug at his leg hair. Suddenly, Ying Hao's voice echoed from behind him. "Enough of that, it's rather disgusting." Justin Hammer trembled slightly at the unexpected sound. Turning around, he saw Ying Hao seated upright in his executive chair, having arrived without a sound, a true embodiment of a demon. "Master," Hammer exclaimed, dropping to his knees and pointing at the box on the desk, lamenting, "Everything I have fought for in my life is contained within this." Ying Hao rolled his eyes in response. "Do I truly need such trifles?" The moment Hammer heard this, he felt an immense relief wash over him. Then, "Master, what commands do you have?" Indeed, Ying Hao had directives. He tapped the desk, commanding have several weapon warehouses cleared out, the largest available. "How long will that take?" Hammer quickly replied, "A morning will suffice. I shall arrange it immediately." He scrambled to the edge of the desk, dialed a number, and relayed his instructions in a few concise sentences. After hanging up, he forced a smile. "All is arranged, Master." "Excellent." Ying Hao rose and gestured, creating a rift in the air. "Now follow me." "Yes, Master." Hammer promptly positioned himself behind Ying Hao. With a resigned sigh, Ying Hao remarked, "As long as you understand you are but a dog, there is no need to call me Master or imitate one. I still appreciate your proud and rebellious demeanor. Reclaim it." Chapter 54. What's wrong with being a dog? Hammer obediently stood and straightened his appearance. "How shall I address you then?" "Refer to me as Boss Ying Hao or Mr. Ying Hao." Stepping forward, Ying Hao entered the rift and Hammer followed closely behind. As they stepped through, the scenery around them transformed instantaneously, shifting from the luxurious office of an arms company to a shadowy cavern. "Is this space folding technology?" Hammer inquired. Ying Hao shot him a cold glance. "This is the gateway to hell." "Light," Ying Hao uttered softly. Suddenly, the area where they stood illuminated brilliantly. Hammer could not discern the source of the light, but he could infer its position through the shadows. However, he did not delve into the issue of the light source. His gaze was immediately captured by other intriguing elements. The cave was no less than the size of a football field, filled with an array of advanced modern weaponry. There stood the Jericho missile. Hammer instantly recognized the familiar object. Months prior, Stark Industries had seized a lucrative collaboration order with the military, thanks to this very missile. But wait, the Jericho missile did not look like this. This was an upgraded version. Hammer compared it with his memories of the missile design and quickly discerned the differences. The missile before him was slightly larger than the Jericho, approximately 1.5 times its original length. Indeed, it was an enhanced iteration of the Jericho missile, boasting a greater payload capacity and utilizing a new type of solid fuel, with a range increased by 50%, as Ying Hao succinctly described. Hammer was profoundly astonished. The Jericho missile had already been the most exquisite weapon he had ever encountered. He had procured one through special channels and had his engineers reverse engineer it. Yet after 3 months, they had failed to replicate the original. But here, there was an upgraded version. Could this be the true strength of Qin Heavy Industries? He inhaled deeply and turned his gaze to the side. No, it was impossible. He hurriedly navigated through the various equipment, calling out their names one by one. Fortress Automated Defense System, Sidewinder Missile, Vulcan Cannon. Good heavens, how much Stark Industries equipment was here? Ying Hao stood with his hands in his pockets, casually stating, "Currently, only 20 types are displayed. If you consider different models, multiply that by 2. He paused and added, "All these are for you. For me." Hammer's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed his hands against his chest, incredulous. "Did I hear you correctly? Mr. Ying Hao, you wish to give me these?" "You heard me right," Ying Hao replied with a faint smile. "I want you to use these to compete with Stark Industries for orders and clients, to ruthlessly undermine them and utterly obliterate Stark Industries' most profitable weapons division. This is your first assignment." Assignment? Hammer felt like crying. What kind of assignment was this? It was practically a gift. For years, he had been in a relentless struggle against Stark Industries, suffering far more defeats than victories. And the mere sight of their corporate logo drove him to the brink of fury, constantly yearning to see it crumble. Yet, lacking the technological prowess to compete, he had been mercilessly crushed beneath their heel. Now, someone was handing him the designs of his competitors' products, even upgraded. What kind of devil was this? He was like a great angel bestowing blessings upon the world. Hammer immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Mr. Ying Hao, rest assured, with these at my disposal, I will completely defeat Stark Industries within 6 months." 6 months? Ying Hao shook his head. "I cannot wait that long. Half a month would suffice." "Half a month?" Hammer faltered. "Such advanced weaponry has a long production cycle. I fear not even a single missile could be produced in half a month." "You shall create it?" Ying Hao beckoned towards the depths of the cave. In an instant, 500 Jericho missiles soared through the air, forming a perfectly aligned square formation. Hammer stood in stunned silence, his legs buckling beneath him as he knelt in awe. To him, it was nothing short of miraculous. "Just tell me what orders have been secured. I shall handle the supply, and you need only send someone to retrieve them and transport them to your warehouse." "Yes, my lord." "Oh no, Mr. Ying Hao," Hammer solemnly promised. "I assure you, within 15 days, I will seize all of Stark Industries' clients and all their military contracts." Ying Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Hammer cautiously inquired, "Sir, may I ask why you hold such animosity toward Stark Industries?" Ying Hao squinted, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "It is, of course, for revenge." "Revenge? So, the master harbored a grudge against Stark Industries as well?" Hammer felt a wave of regret wash over him. Had he known this, he would not have made things difficult for his master. Why not collaborate directly from the beginning? "Open the door," Ying Hao softly commanded, and a rift in space opened. With a wave of his hand, Hammer was propelled outward by an unseen force. As soon as he finished speaking, the rift closed instantaneously. Hammer, feeling both urgency and excitement, personally led his convoy to the coordinates provided by Ying Hao. It led them to an abandoned mine in the western United States. The convoy located a concealed cave and loaded all the weapons within onto their trucks. "Mr. Hammer, all 10 trucks are fully loaded." "Ha ha ha." His subordinate nodded, about to leave, when Hammer suddenly began barking like a dog. "Woof. Ha ha ha. Woof woof woof." The surrounding subordinates were taken aback, staring in astonishment at the prominent arms dealer, whispering amongst themselves. "What's wrong with the boss?" "I don't know. Perhaps he's been triggered. Why else would he bark like a dog? Could he have rabies?" Their murmurs reached Hammer's ears, and he cast a disdainful glance their way, scoffing. "What is wrong with dogs? What is wrong with being a dog? You wish to be one, but you lack the opportunity." Ha ha. The subordinates dared not speak further and hastily drove off. Hammer continued to bark alone. Stark Industries was not publicly traded. To acquire Stark Industries, one would need to purchase shares from the existing shareholders, assuming they were willing to sell. No shareholder would be foolish enough to part with such valuable stakes in a thriving arms conglomerate that yielded astonishing profits annually. Unless, of course, one could dismantle their group and instill doubt among the shareholders. This was something Daqin Heavy Industries could not achieve. Hammer's visit to create trouble for Ying Hao had some truth to it. The American government would never permit a business run by a Chinese individual on American soil to acquire legitimate arms manufacturing credentials. It was already quite fortunate that Daqin Heavy Industries could sell bulletproof vests. Hence, Ying Hao had no choice but to use Hammer as a pawn in this endeavor. Coincidentally, Hammer Industries and Stark Industries were inherently locked in a life-and-death struggle. Ying Hao had originally intended to negotiate a partnership with Hammer, even discreetly offering him some gold to assist in this matter. Who would have thought he would dare to provoke? Left with no choice, Ying Hao had no alternative but to subdue him, accepting him as his subordinate. This initial move has been executed. Now, the focus shifts to Hammer's performance. After arranging matters concerning Hammer, Ying Hao proceeded to establish an energy subsidiary under the auspices of Daqin Heavy Industry. His next step involves launching antimatter batteries to enhance the company's visibility. He instructed Ida to reach out to the media, preparing for a grand press conference at Daqin Heavy Industry. In the afternoon, after school, Su King sought out Ying Hao. The two made their way to Peter's home. Ben and May had already prepared a sumptuous feast, warmly welcoming them. My child, I have heard from Peter that you two have partnered to establish a company, providing top-notch bulletproof vests to law enforcement across the United States. Ben remarked, giving Ying Hao a thumbs up from across the dining table. Well done. Young people should indeed bear responsibility. After the praise, he sighed and shook his head, lamenting, alas, today's youth in America are not what they used to be. Just look around. The streets are filled with hippies. All right, Ben, May interjected, the children are here as guests, not to listen to your grievances. She offered a gentle smile to Ying Hao and Su King before defending her partner. Do not mind him. Ben is just stubborn, but has a kind heart. Cool, May. Try my mango pie. Not to boast, but it is the best in all of Queens. Su King enthusiastically took a bite, exclaiming, it truly is remarkable. Ying Hao concurred. Indeed, it is quite delicious. Ben Parker observed the two, nodding appreciatively. To be honest, I have always worried that Peter would struggle to make friends due to his introverted nature. Yet, sometimes I fear he might choose his companions unwisely. However, seeing both of you here puts my mind at ease. Su King added, Uncle, once Peter warms up, he is quite sociable. The most important thing is that he is exceptionally intelligent. Ha ha ha. Honey, you are quite the charmer. They engaged in light-hearted conversation, while Peter, the main subject, remained mostly silent, seemingly troubled. After the meal, Peter beckoned Ying Hao aside. Hey, Ying Hao, I wanted to ask, what exactly does it mean when someone's intang appears dark? I have read many Chinese texts over the past couple of days, and it does not seem like a good omen. It has genuinely frightened me. Is my uncle being haunted by some malevolent spirit? Ying Hao responded with a question. Have you been spending a lot of time together lately? Yes. We have been together all the time. I even watch over him while he sleeps. Peter's voice suddenly dropped. Ying Hao, do you possess the ability to see spirits? Is my uncle being tormented by a female ghost? Is he on the verge of a tragic end? Ying Hao and Su King exchanged puzzled glances. Yin Yang AS? Female ghost? Tragic end? What are you talking about? Ying Hao inquired. What kind of book have you been reading? Su King asked. Peter anxiously replied. An ancient book. A tale unfolds of an individual who encounters a captivating beauty, spending each day in her company. Eventually, a celestial being reveals to him that his fate is marked by darkness, leading him to discover that this enchanting woman is, in fact, a spirit of the departed. Should their relationship continue, he would face dire consequences. The title of this narrative is Su King, A Beautiful Woman's Ghost. Peter suddenly nodded, exclaiming, yes, indeed, that's it. Thus, the uncle humorously pondered his own fate. Laughter erupted from Su King as she doubled over, clutching her stomach, and waved her hands at Ying Hao and Peter. I apologize. I simply couldn't contain myself. You actually doubted my uncle. How amusing. Ying Hao, equally bemused, remarked, if that were true, your uncle would certainly be defying age. No, Peter quickly protested. We were merely discussing matters pertinent to youth. A knowing smile graced Aunt May's face as she leaned in. Indeed, you are quite the astute elder. Concerned that the older generation might overhear their banter, Peter promptly led Ying Hao and Su King upstairs. Ying Hao elaborated to Peter about the notion of darkness on one's brow, a symbol of misfortune and ominous signs in Chinese culture. In the future, select more serious literature and remain steadfast in your worldview. Trust in science, my friend. Upon hearing this explanation, Peter visibly relaxed, exhaling. So, I merely need to ensure his safety, correct? Precisely, Ying Hao confirmed. Meanwhile, Su King, still recovering from laughter, chimed in, to perish from depletion. How utterly hilarious, Peter. After departing from Peter's residence, Su King lightly tapped Ying Hao's arm. Hey, why can't I discern any signs of darkness on his brow? What was that nonsense you were discussing with Peter? Ying Hao shrugged. Consider it a premonition. I sensed something amiss with Ben Parker. As if I had inadvertently glimpsed the script. Such a charlatan, Su King retorted, recognizing Ying Hao's reluctance to reveal the truth. She continued thoughtfully, if your premonition holds true, wouldn't that alter his destiny? Perhaps it could trigger a butterfly effect. Ying Hao, however, remained indifferent to the concept of a butterfly effect. His very presence had already transformed many aspects of reality. Yet, Su King's words served as a poignant reminder. The metamorphosis of Spider-Man is intricately linked to the events surrounding him, including Ben Parker's demise. Indeed, it could be said that his evolution into a self-sacrificing hero, beloved by all, stemmed from a sense of responsibility inherited from Ben Parker. The loss of Ben is paramount for Peter. Yet, Ying Hao did not wish for a kind-hearted elder to meet his end. How he longed for a solution that would preserve both outcomes. Suddenly, Su King mused. What if a female spirit were to exist? How would she tempt Peter's uncle? Through dreams, perhaps? Though that could lead to quite the predicament. Ying Hao, speechless, responded, "Is this truly so amusing? Are you unable to move past this today?" Upon further reflection, he realized that dreams could indeed serve as an excellent strategy. "King, you are remarkably clever." Su King was nearly rendered speechless by the unexpected compliment, stammering, "Ying Hao, why do you behave so impulsively?" However, Ying Hao had already vanished from sight. As night fell, Peter Parker confirmed through the window that Uncle Ben had succumbed to slumber. In the sanctity of his own home, he believed there would be no unforeseen events. He climbed into bed, turned onto his side, murmured a few words, and closed his eyes. Half an hour passed, and Peter's breathing gradually became steady. Suddenly, the curtain by the window stirred. A shiver coursed through him, and he opened his eyes, sitting up abruptly. He glanced towards the window, yet found nothing amiss. Alas, his nerves were frayed. When would this torment cease? He lay back down and shut his eyes once more. "Hey, what are you waiting for?" That's it. Before him lay an office desk, atop which rested $100 bill, an amount meant for him, though the reason eluded him. On the opposite side sat the gym owner, clutching a thick stack of cash. Behind the door, the air was alive with voices, numerous shouts of Spider-Man. Spider-Man. While Peter grappled with the complexity of these revelations, his mouth betrayed him. Speaking out of turn, "Hey, you've got it wrong. This is merely $100. Your advertisement promised more than this. Idiot. My ad also stated you needed to stay in the cage for 3 minutes, yet you only lasted 10 seconds. But I need that money. Not my concern." Peter felt like a mere spectator, watching himself argue futilely. Suddenly, a loud crash announced the entrance of a robber brandishing a gun, threatening the gym owner to hand over the money. The gym owner looked to Peter for help, yet Peter did nothing, even stepping aside to let the robber pass. "Why didn't you stop him?" "Not my concern." He snatched the $100 bill, disregarding the gym owner's curses as he exited. Outside, the sound of a gunshot rang out. The very robber he had seen earlier approached him, nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered around the site of the gunfire. A sense of dread washed over Peter as he rushed towards the commotion, only to discover Uncle Ben lying in a pool of blood. From the accounts of onlookers, Peter learned the grim events that had transpired. The robber, upon encountering the police while fleeing, was forced to turn back, while Uncle Ben had bravely intervened. And the outcome was tragic. He cradled Uncle Ben, whose life was ebbing away, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. "Uncle Ben, no. Why were you so foolish? He had a gun. Why did you?" "Peter." Uncle Ben mustered the strength to grasp Peter's hand. "Remember, with great power comes great responsibility." "No. Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben." Suddenly, the scene shifted. Peter found himself in a store purchasing milk, the clerk tossing coins at him with little regard, disrespecting him entirely. In the end, the clerk mocked him, "Spend it slowly, you poor wretch." The robber burst in, and Peter stood by, passive and criticized. "Not my concern." A gunshot rang out amidst the crowd, and he recognized Uncle Ben, shot once again. With great power comes great responsibility. The scene morphed yet again. Peter was in another establishment. "Hey, you poor kid, don't touch anything. You can't afford it." The robber appeared, and Peter remained indifferent as the gun fired once more. The scenes continued to transform, one after another, each time presenting Peter in a different guise and setting. The same narrative unfolded repeatedly, echoing the familiar yet haunting refrain. He bore witness to Uncle Ben's demise time and again. From a second occurrence onward, he yearned to avert the tragedy. Yet, he felt like a prisoner confined in a darkened chamber, utterly powerless to intervene, compelled to watch as one Uncle Ben after another fell. "No, no, Uncle Ben," Peter cried out, jolting upright, finally roused from his slumber. Daylight had broken. He breathed heavily, reminiscent of the first time he had completed a 2,000-meter race. Cold sweat drenched his body, causing his hair to fall limply. His face felt slightly itchy. Upon touching it, he discovered it was wet with tears. Unconsciously, he licked his lips, tasting a bitter, sour, and salty mixture. "Knock, knock, knock." The door was rapped upon, and Uncle Ben's voice called from outside. "Peter, did you call for me? Are you all right?" It's nothing, I'm fine." "Well, as long as you're okay, get up quickly. You can't be too lazy even on vacation." Uncle Ben admonished as he turned to leave, but the door suddenly swung open, and Peter embraced him tightly. He instinctively sensed the young man trembling in fear. I had a nightmare." "What kind of nightmare?" "A colossal nightmare." Suddenly, Peter sensed something and turned to gaze out the window. Nothing was there. On a rooftop 200 meters away, obscured by a holographic projection, Ying Hao observed through a pair of binoculars, his mouth stuffed with half a hot dog, mumbling indistinctly. "Damn, Why do I feel his spider sense is stronger than mine? He can detect this from such a distance. Ida, how much is some? Ida paused in her action of reheating the hot dog. Be a person, boss. Aren't you afraid Peter will suffer a mental breakdown from the stress? He can't. The kid is quite resilient. Ying Hao opened his mouth wide. It's all gone. Should I buy 20 more? Chapter 56. It's Hammer Industries. A quaint little communication equipment shop. Ugh, I can't recall what type of interface my car navigation system uses. Uncle Ben hesitated with 2 data cables in hand. How about this? All right. Peter shrugged. After Uncle Ben exited the small shop, the shopkeeper rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath. Old fool. Couldn't you confirm beforehand? Peter frowned. Hey, show some respect. The shopkeeper rolled his eyes again. What are you going to do about it, you scrawny monkey? Are you going to hit me? Just then, the shop door was violently shoved open. A man brandishing a gun pointed it at the shopkeeper. Hurry, get your most valuable phones and put them in this bag. Ah, the shopkeeper screamed, frantically rummaging through the counter for phones. The man glanced at Peter standing nearby. You little brat, if you want to live, just stand still. The shopkeeper, with great reluctance, stuffed all the phones from the counter into the bag, pleading, please don't shoot, please don't shoot. The man sneered, grabbing the bag and preparing to leave. The unfolding scene began to merge with the nightmare Peter had experienced the previous night. Ying Hao's mention of the darkening of the brow likely referred to this very moment. If he let him go, Uncle Ben outside would undoubtedly intervene, and the nightmare would unfold once more. No, absolutely not. Peter parted his lips slightly. Peter's gaze sharpened as he swiftly seized the man's wrist, twisting it upward with remarkable speed. The handgun clattered to the ground. In a decisive motion, he delivered a kick to the assailant's calf, causing the man to kneel in submission. Without hesitation, Peter secured him tightly. Call the police, he urged, glancing at the shopkeeper, who, now roused from his stupor, promptly dialed for assistance. What transpired here? Peter inquired. This man attempted to rob me. The shopkeeper replied, immediately stepping forward to aid Peter in restraining the thief. Shortly thereafter, the police arrived, conducted a brief inquiry, and took the criminal into custody. The shopkeeper, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, My God, thank you, young man. Those phones were just delivered. I invested my entire fortune in them. Had it not been for you, bankruptcy would have been inevitable. Oh, I apologize for my earlier rudeness, she continued, tears streaming down her cheeks. Today has been quite unfortunate. I had a quarrel with my husband before leaving home, and my mood has soured. Despite my discourtesy, you still chose to assist me. Words fail to express my appreciation. Peter shrugged. It's nothing, merely a small effort on my part. He picked up the correct charging cable. Ready to pay. The shopkeeper quickly refused. No, this is on me, though it pales in comparison to your noble deed. Ben Parker looked at Peter with astonishment. Oh, I never expected this. Do you have something to share with me, Peter? He playfully tapped Peter on the shoulder. When did you become capable of subduing robbers? Oh, well, Ying Hao is Chinese, and I've learned a few skills from him. You know how it is. They all have some training. Peter fabricated an explanation. That's simply marvelous. Ben Parker nodded emphatically, delight illuminating his face. After a moment of joy, he grew serious. However, Peter, always remember this. With great power comes great responsibility. Peter completed the phrase with a grin. Ben Parker, slightly taken aback, nodded with greater satisfaction, gently patting Peter on the shoulder. Exactly, my good boy. Peter gazed forward, unaware that a tear of joy had slipped from his eye, resting on the window pane. He had made the right choice. He saved Uncle Ben. What he could not achieve in his nightmares, he accomplished in reality. With great power comes great responsibility. Stark Industries, Vice President's office. In Obadiah's Bluetooth headset, a voice echoed that he least wished to hear. You asked me to kill someone, but you failed to mention that this individual is the renowned Tony Stark. Taking his life demands a different price. Accept my terms, or I will reveal to the world that Stark is still alive. Obadiah stared at the video, where English subtitles translated the message. He muttered a curse under his breath and slammed his notebook shut. Damn, greedy fool. The video had been sent by the Ten Rings, with whom Obadiah had been conducting clandestine dealings. Recently, he had paid a substantial sum to have Tony Stark eliminated. That playboy had no brothers, no children. Years ago, his parents had perished at the hands of the Hydra. With his demise, Obadiah's influence within the organization would enable him to effortlessly seize control of Stark Industries. The Ten Rings had acquiesced to this notion. They initiated the assault. On the day the news of Tony's disappearance reached him, Obadiah was convinced his scheme had triumphed. However, Tony was not dead. Following the attack on Tony's convoy, the Ten Rings intercepted a cache of Jericho missiles from military. Upon realizing they had abducted the head of Stark Industries and witnessing the formidable weaponry of Stark Industries, the Ten Rings renegotiated their stance. They sent Obadiah a video, demanding a higher ransom and additional Jericho missiles to bolster their firepower and expand their influence in the Middle East. Should their demands not be met, they threatened that Tony would not survive. Upon receiving the video, Obadiah seethed with rage. It had been 2 days, and he had yet to make a decision. He was plagued by a headache. Undoubtedly, he desired Tony's demise. He would willingly pay any price, even for a few Jericho missiles. Under different circumstances, he might have acquiesced to the demands of another negotiator. Yet, the Ten Rings were not such. Their actions constituted extortion, not negotiation. The Ten Rings were terrorists, devoid of any credibility. Once Obadiah consented to their terms, he would find it impossible to halt their demands. They would incessantly leverage this situation to extort him. The members of the Ten Rings had a damning secret about Obadiah. As the vice president of an American arms conglomerate, selling military equipment clandestinely to terrorists like the Ten Rings was tantamount to treason. If exposed, everything Obadiah had built over his lifetime would crumble, and he would spend the remainder of his days in prison. In such a scenario, he would be forced to capitulate to the Ten Rings, repeatedly acquiescing to their demands. This time it was Jericho missiles, but what about next time? Or the time after that? No, he absolutely could not agree. He needed to devise an alternative strategy to eliminate the threat posed by the Ten Rings. Mr. Stark, the technical department is seeking your attention. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Obadiah removed his headset and pressed the intercom. Let him in. A scientist named Xiaoqing entered beside Obadiah. Mr. Stark, he began. Stark leaned back, attempting to quell his anger. Any progress? Yes, we have uncovered some leads. The scientist placed a tablet on the desk, displaying a compositional analysis chart. Firstly, the sand that appeared at the Group S entrance on the day of the blackout has been analyzed. It is indeed ordinary sand, however, curiously. He produced 2 comparative images. While the composition is identical, it is remarkably cleaner. The quantity of bacteria and microorganisms present in the sand is merely a fraction of what one would find in natural sand. Stark furrowed his brow. What does that imply? The scientists elucidated that before these sands appeared on the surface, they had undergone meticulous cleansing and sterilization, preserved within an entirely pristine environment. Coupled with the footage captured by the company's surveillance, it can be inferred that whatever the nature of that crimson fissure, the other side must belong to an alternate realm. Is there more? Obadiah furrowed his brow, sensing that this conclusion did little to substantively aid in uncovering the petty thief who had relocated the group's server outdoors. Indeed, there is more. The scientist retrieved another folder. This concerns a recent sensational news story that has captured the attention of the entire nation. A relatively obscure company named Qin Heavy Industries secured a contract for police bulletproof vests across the United States, with even the military contemplating the procurement of this armor. Our technical department has taken this matter seriously, managing to obtain several pieces for analysis, revealing that the technology of this bulletproof vest bears remarkable similarity to what we are currently developing in our database. Obadiah straightened, leaning closer to examine the images displayed on the tablet. Just how similar is it? The principles are almost identical, though their technology is somewhat more advanced. The scientist confessed with a hint of embarrassment. Instances of plagiarism yielding superior results are rare, save for certain shameless cultural domains. The scientist then displayed a photograph of Ying Hao. This is the owner of Qin Heavy Industries. We tasked the intelligence department with investigating his background, uncovering that he had previously participated in a Stark Industries competition, only to be disqualified. Subsequently, he founded Qin Heavy Industries, and, after fulfilling his orders with the police, he brazenly proclaimed. Obadiah interjected, "Spare me the suspense." Yes, the scientist hastily concluded. He audaciously declared his intention to acquire Stark Industries, which leads us to harbor a slight suspicion that the ruckus that day, which resulted in the theft of our group server data, was orchestrated by Hammer Industries. At that moment, the door to Obadiah's office swung open. The visitor was Rajiv Mehta, a shareholder of Stark Industries, who flung a report onto Obadiah's desk. The vice president's secretary followed closely behind. "My apologies, Mr. Stark, Mr. Mehta." Obadiah waved her off gently, turning his attention to the report with great scrutiny. Justin Hammer has secured the defense system contract? Indeed, the most crucial point is that what he presented is nearly a replica of our product, yet at a price lower than our cost. Chapter 57. Tony may have long since perished. Justin Hammer. Obadiah's jaw tightened, his expression growing grave as he compared the 2 sets of data, the Qin Heavy Industries and Hammer Industries. It was evident that the latter had a significantly higher likelihood of having pilfered Stark technology. The Qin Heavy Industries, having been established only recently, has yet to solidify its footing. While they secured the bulletproof vest contract impressively, it remains their sole achievement. In contrast, Hammer Industries, when compared to Stark Industries over recent years, has been thoroughly overwhelmed in both manufacturing and technological development. Whenever the two companies compete for contracts, Hammer's rejection rate soars to 80. Facing financial difficulties, Hammer's enterprise is encountering severe challenges and threats. Half of the factories within the group have come to a standstill, and even the highest-paid scientists are on the verge of not receiving their salaries. Over the past 2 years, 40 scientists from Hammer Industries have defected to Stark Industries. It is evident that Hammer Industries is teetering on the brink of collapse. Consequently, a turnaround is imperative for Hammer, in comparison to Daqin Heavy Industries. Hammer Industries possesses a greater motive for technological theft. A malnourished camel is still larger than a horse. Daqin Heavy Industries, being a small enterprise, can muster only a modest sum of 10 to 20 million. How can it possibly compete with a behemoth like Hammer Industries? When it comes to creating that inexplicable pink spatial rift, Hammer Industries is far more likely to succeed. Undoubtedly, the most crucial clues lie within their products. While Daqin Heavy Industries' bulletproof vests bear some resemblance to Stark Industries technology, they are in fact less advanced. Conversely, the offerings from Hammer Industries are much closer to Stark Industries. It is unmistakable. The puppeteer behind the scenes is none other than Hammer Industries. Oh, so it was him all along, Obadiah remarked with a cold smirk. Just yesterday, or the day before, there were reports of Hammer being swallowed by a spatial rift, and I nearly believed it. It appears now that it was merely a smokescreen of his own creation. Mr. Stark, a scientist, interjected. I believe Daqin Heavy Industries is also highly suspicious. No, it cannot be Daqin Heavy Industries. Obadiah decisively shook his head, countering the scientist. Do you know why we have yet to develop the memory materials used in that bulletproof vest? The scientist shook his head, unsure. It is because the group has no intention of researching it. It holds no value. Obadiah chuckled coldly. That kind of equipment might be useful for internal use, but to sell it? That would be akin to cutting off one's own revenue stream. Bulletproof vests should be consumables. They must be effective in stopping bullets. But after a single use, they should require repairs or even replacement to ensure a continuous profit stream. To create a memory metal that self-repairs, only to make a one-time sale? Obadiah spread his hands in disbelief. Only someone ensnared in a moral quagmire would make such a naive decision. He disdainfully tossed the scientist's tablet aside, declaring, setting aside whether Daqin Heavy Industries can even develop technology for spatial rifts, is merely a high school student behind it, incapable of copying an entire database from another company. Obadiah concluded with certainty, it is Hammer, and now the question is how to deal with him. Indeed, it is Hammer. Rajiv Mehta fervently agreed, clenching his fists and stating, Stan, we must convene a shareholders meeting immediately to discuss our strategy. Right away. An emergency shareholders meeting was convened. All board members expressed their outrage at Hammer Industries' acts of plagiarism. We must act swiftly to protect our rights and sue Hammer Industries. He is stealing from us. It is easy to say, but to file a lawsuit, we need concrete evidence. We must first acquire some of their products for analysis to determine if they're truly identical to ours. Certainly, take a look at these images. The appearance is inconsequential. Such items from each company often bear a striking resemblance, akin to helicopters necessitating rotors or firearms requiring triggers. We must acquire the critical technological data, engage with the military, establish connections with influential generals, clarify the situation, and compel Hammer Industries to substantiate their claims. Let the military serve as witnesses. This notion is quite commendable. I shall make the necessary arrangements. As discussions ensued, the door to the conference room was abruptly unlocked, and Pepper Potts burst in. All the shareholders turned to her. Potts? Obadiah inquired with an interrogative tone. Pepper surveyed the room, inhaled deeply, and declared, I heard there was a meeting taking place here. Obadiah chuckled softly. Ah, yes. That is quite evident, isn't it? However, Tony is not present. The expressions of the shareholders soured. Obadiah mirrored their concern, gesturing towards Pepper. All right, Potts, let us remain composed. First, whether Tony is here or not, we possess the right to convene. We could even assume Tony's presence and presume he voted against our resolutions. Yet as long as the rest of us hold the majority, we have the authority to decide our course of action. Send people? Pepper bit her lip, slamming a document on Obadiah's desk. The group has over 70,000 members, and you only dispatched 2 individuals. The shareholders present were taken aback by Pepper's words, rising in disbelief. What? Stan, you only sent 2 people? Were we not supposed to dispatch 200 to conduct the search? Obadiah felt the pressure mounting and awkwardly chuckled as he explained. Those 2 are specialists accompanying the military. The others are from a different team. There was a misunderstanding on Potts' part. He sighed, turning to Pepper with a firmer tone. What are you doing? Investigating me? I understand you are Tony's devoted secretary, but you ought to extend me some respect. Potts. I'm the vice president of Stark Industries. But, Pepper began. Leave, Obadiah interrupted. Only those with voting rights are permitted in today's meeting. Depart now, before I am compelled to summon security. Pepper remained rooted in place. Do you realize? Obadiah threatened. Tony was attacked by terrorists. He is likely dead by now. I refrain from saying this because I know how much you care and did not wish to hurt your feelings. He pointed at Pepper. Yet you forced me to remind you of this. Upon hearing such words, Pepper's expression shifted swiftly from anger to anguish, tears welling in her eyes. No, he is not dead. Believe what you will. Unable to withstand any longer, Pepper turned and fled the conference room. In the president's office, Pepper dialed James Rhodes' number. Colonel, have there been any updates on Tony? Regrettably, no, but rest assured, we will not relent. We will find him alive or recover his remains. For 3 consecutive days, Hammer Industries exhibited an overwhelming force, akin to a man invigorated by vigor. The orders for the United States military's defense systems, airborne missile contracts from 3 NATO member states, and Saudi Arabia's multifunctional armored vehicle procurement have all been secured. Stark Industries was involved in all these orders, yet, without exception, they faltered against superior quality and more affordable prices. Obadiah initially intended to covertly visit the Ten Commandments gang to eliminate Tony. However, the sudden rise of Hammer diverted everyone's attention to him, prompting daily consultations with this vice president. Obadiah found himself both relishing and anxious about the situation, ultimately sending an email to the Ten Commandments gang, delaying for another day. Meanwhile, Ying Hao was not idle. The energy division of Qin Heavy Industries was officially established. Under Aida's arrangements, a grand press conference was held on the day of the company's founding. Mr. Ying Hao, is the antimatter battery merely a gimmick? Several physicists have pointed out that humanity's current technological level renders mass production of antimatter impossible. Ying Hao responded, no, it is indeed true. We at Qin Heavy Industries have already developed the capability to produce a small quantity of antimatter for energy use. Mr. Ying Hao, who invented this technology, why have we not seen any papers published in academic journals or forums? Ying Hao replied, our scientists are among the world's elite, having been secretly cultivated for decades. Their identities cannot be disclosed at this time. Mr. Ying Hao, if your product is genuine, its emergence will undoubtedly disrupt the energy sector, facing numerous competitors. Are you feeling anxious? Ying Hao chuckled. What is there to be anxious about? Why are so many people leaving? As the room, filled with media, began to dissipate, Ying Hao lost interest in continuing the conference. He declared the event concluded and opened his phone to watch the live stream of Hammer Industries' press conference. At the conference, Justin Hammer was brimming with confidence and exuberance. He passionately declared to reporters his intent to leverage advanced technology to trample Stark Industries into the mud. Ying Hao watched silently for a moment, feeling a surge of frustration. Damn, has Hammer become too complacent? Is he overshadowing others? Aida consoled him. At least it indicates that the boss's plans are proceeding smoothly, does it not? Calculating the days, Ying Hao suddenly stood and said, it's about time. Let us make a trip to the Middle East. Aida nodded. Every city globally now hosts Qin Hair Salon, with direct access to divine space. Wherever the boss wishes to go, we can go. Then let's pave the way. Chapter 58, The Charlie Show. In the Middle East, the secret base of the Ten Commandments gang, Tony Stark found himself imprisoned within a cave. Gang members took shifts day and night, monitoring him and Ethan via surveillance to ensure they were manufacturing the magnificent Jericho missile for the Ten Commandments gang. Several deputy leaders of the gang scrutinized the blueprints drawn by Tony Stark, debating animatedly as they compared them with the images from the monitors. This doesn't resemble a missile. Fool, when these components are combined, they will surely resemble one. Look at the shell he is hammering. Its placement on the missile will vary. Perhaps he is producing an upgraded version? The boss has threatened his life. What more could there be to worry about? They were engaged in a heated debate when suddenly the iron door of the cave creaked. A minion rushed over to open the door for inspection, but found no one there. Shaking his head, he reached out to jostle the door once more, speculating that perhaps it was simply not sturdy enough. In a hidden corner, Ying Hao quietly muttered, how can you, an AI, still be so clumsy? Ada replied, it is merely that the space here is too confined, and the boss is a larger build. Ying Hao retorted, what do you mean by that? Am I fat? Ada reassured him, of course not, merely in comparison. The duo, consisting of a man and an AI, continued their banter as they ventured deeper into the cave. The iron door remained firmly shut, with a persistent clattering sound emanating from within. Peering through the iron bars, Ying Hao caught sight of a disheveled Tony Stark, drenched in sweat as he meticulously tended to the Mark I armor. Tony appeared considerably thinner than when Ying Hao first arrived, sporting an unkempt beard and showing signs of fatigue, a stark contrast to the glamorous company he once enjoyed. Nevertheless, the light in his eyes seemed sharper than ever, suggesting that he had not succumbed to despair despite his confinement. Perhaps the trials he faced had fortified his spirit, as adversity often does. Estimating how much longer Tony would require to complete the suit, Ying Hao turned away from the window and softly addressed Ada. Ada maneuvered a drone to the position Ying Hao had previously occupied and, after a thorough scan, reported he has completed approximately 70 of the design, and it is anticipated that the entire assembly will be finalized within 4 to 5 days. Ying Hao inquired, "Isn't there a more precise estimate?" Ada replied, "I apologize, but the data is insufficient. I lack information on his resting intervals, eating speed, and nightly hours of sleep." "All right, enough of that," Ying Hao interrupted. "Leave one optical cloaking drone here for real-time monitoring. When he completes the armor and attempts to break free." Ada interjected, "To rescue him?" Ying Hao shook his head. "No, he can escape on his own. We need to save someone else, Ethan, who is crucial. Women deserve a captivating lipstick," he added. With a beep, the channel changed. "Joey Tribbiani, where are my tacos? Hey, what's the big deal? I'll pay you." "All right, give it to me. Chandler?" The channel shifted again. "Welcome to Charlie Rose's interview." It had finally begun. Ben Parker reclined, placing the remote aside as he settled into a comfortable position to watch. On the television, host Charlie Rose spoke at length. "Surely you have all noticed that this month in New York has been rather turbulent." Counting off on his fingers, he enumerated first a massive blackout, then a late-night terror attack, the dismantling of a crime syndicate, and reports of a peculiar individual gliding between buildings with a rope. Honestly, doesn't he fear falling to his demise? Charlie shrugged. "I certainly wouldn't dare." He was undoubtedly an oddity, but fortunate for all, he was still a good person. In merely 3 days, he had already assisted the New York police in apprehending 7 criminals, as those he caught were either ensnared in a massive spider's web or affixed to the walls. Consequently, the news spread rapidly, and the citizens of New York bestowed upon him the delightful moniker of Spider-Man. Charlie raised his voice, and, as the audience held their breath in anticipation, he made a playful grimace and, with a regretful shake of his head, stated, "Unfortunately, we are unable to invite him. We do not even know who he is." A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Meanwhile, Ben Parker, watching from his television, couldn't help but chuckle. This Charlie. However, although we could not summon Spider-Man, we have managed to invite 3 distinguished guests. They are also key figures in the recent significant events in New York. The first guest is Justin Hammer, the arms magnate from Hammer Industries. Let's extend a warm welcome. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Justin Hammer, clad in an opulent suit, strode confidently to the stage and shook hands with the host, Charlie. "Hello, Charlie." "Hello, Hammer. It is truly an honor to have you here," Charlie responded. After exchanging pleasantries, Charlie continued, "I have seen the recent news, Mr. Hammer. Your company has secured 5 contracts from the United States and NATO countries. Congratulations, Mr. Hammer." "No, it's actually 7. Hammer raised an eyebrow, proudly declaring, "Just today, we secured 2 more contracts with the United Kingdom and Israel." "Oh, is that so?" Charlie exclaimed in astonishment. "That is truly remarkable. You must be making a fortune. Could you share some figures with me?" "What fortune?" "Not at all." Hammer gestured with his fingers, cryptically stating, "Just a modest profit." "Too modest. Once again, we welcome you. Please have a seat." "Very well." Hammer took his seat first. Ben, watching from the television, sighed as he observed the charismatic arms dealer. These arms traffickers will inevitably lead the world to ruin. "All right, next, let us invite our second guest. From Stark Industries, Obadiah Stane," Charlie enthusiastically announced. The robust Obadiah Stane, wearing a smile, stepped onto the stage and also shook hands with Charlie. "Hello, Charlie." "That is uncertain." Stane slowly shook his head. "You didn't mention there would be others when you invited me." Charlie chuckled awkwardly and, disregarding Stane's reaction, spoke directly to the camera. "You may be puzzled as to why I harbor such concerns. That is because..." He glanced at Justin Hammer, then back at Stane. "Mr. Hammer's 7 contracts were, strictly speaking, seized from Stark Industries." The audience erupted in boos, and the scene shifted to the spectators. Many in the crowd began whispering to one another. Was Charlie igniting a powder keg? I genuinely worry he might get a beating during today's live broadcast. Haha. By the way, ISNT Stark Industries, the top arms dealer in the entire country? How could they suddenly falter, having 7 contracts snatched away, with Tony Stark missing? And without that cornerstone, Stark Industries is nothing. The television displayed scenes from the audience, and there was also a large screen on the stage. Obadiah Stane observed the remarks from the audience, his expression gradually darkening. Although he maintained a smile, There was an unmistakable intensity behind it. Controlling his temper, he nodded and replied, I wouldn't mind. Has Tony Stark been found? He has been missing for quite some time. Charlie, oblivious to the tension, inquired further. Obadiah took a deep breath, pursed his lips, and shook his head, saying, no, there is still no news, but there is no evidence of misfortune either. I believe he is still alive. I hope he returns safely. Obadiah was then assigned a seat next to Justin Hammer. Hammer, smiling, extended his right hand in an attempt to uphold the most basic courtesy and decorum. However, Obadiah did not even glance at him, turning his back as he sat down. His gaze fixed firmly on the camera, leaving Hammer's hand hanging in the air. The subtle dynamics between the two sparked a flurry of whispers from the audience, drowning out even the host's voice. Now, everyone should have noticed that there are 2 additional seats available. Indeed, we have deviated from our usual format and invited 3 guests today. Allow me to introduce our 3rd esteemed guest, a rising entrepreneur from Dechin Heavy Industries in New York, Ying Hao. Dressed in casual attire, Ying Hao approached the stage with a humble smile, waving at the audience, who erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Ah, Ying Hao, I finally see him in person. Welcome. He is so handsome. My goodness. Hammer stepped forward to shake Ying Hao's hand, astonished, and asked, my God, is this your first appearance? Why do I feel like you're more popular than me? He gestured animatedly. I've been standing on this stage for over 20 years, young man. I just want to know why. Meanwhile, in front of the television, Ben Parker straightened up and shouted, Peter? Peter, are you there? Quick, come see your good friend on Charlie's show. Chapter 59. Is antimatter real? At the Charlie Show live event, Charlie indeed descended into the audience to pose the earlier question. Oh, I certainly know Ying Hao. He is a philanthropist. I participated in the Super Battery program from Dechin Energy. The Super Battery program? Charlie nodded emphatically. I know that Dechin Energy has donated 1,000 antimatter batteries. My goodness, kid. You are incredibly lucky. My application was denied, damn it. He turned to the camera, adopting an exaggerated expression. 200 years, my goodness. I hope he isn't just boasting. A 3rd audience member eagerly chimed in. I knew Mr. Ying Hao long before Dechin Energy was established. He is a truly good person, not one of those unscrupulous entrepreneurs. My mother is an NYPD officer, and she told me that if it weren't for the bulletproof vest bought from Dechin Heavy Industries, she would have died 3 times already. Charlie seriously gave a thumbs up. That is indeed commendable. I must say. All right. Charlie reluctantly waved to the audience and remarked, thank you all for your enthusiasm, but I cannot remain here indefinitely. There are esteemed guests awaiting my interview. He then proclaimed, ladies and gentlemen, today's Charlie Show is officially underway. The audience erupted in applause as Charlie ushered Ying Hao onto the stage. Although the guest sofa was clearly divided into 3 sections, it appeared to be a singular entity. Hammer and Obadiah, demonstrating an uncanny synchronicity, seated themselves at either end, leaving Ying Hao with no choice but to occupy the space between them. Once Charlie settled in, he posed his first question to Ying Hao. So, Mr. Ying Hao, is the antimatter battery a reality? The scientific community has raised numerous doubts. Before Ying Hao could respond, the 2 men beside him burst into laughter. Hammer crossed his legs and interjected, how could that possibly be true? The entire scientific community has spent decades researching this. And currently, we can only manufacture a few hundred particles of antimatter at an exorbitant cost. Yet, Ying Hao boldly claims that his antimatter battery contains 50 milligrams of antimatter. Anyone who has attended university knows this is nonsense. He then shot a sidelong glance at Ying Hao, dismissively adding, oh right, I suddenly recall. You're still in high school, aren't you? That explains a lot. Stan chimed in. It's crucial to understand that antimatter is not only difficult to produce, but also a challenge to store. The moment it comes into contact with matter, annihilation occurs. The longest storage record is merely a few minutes, and to store even a few hundred nanoparticles, one requires a device the size of a water barrel. One must ask, how can such a difficult-to-store substance be contained within a capsule-sized container, let alone remain stable for 200 years? The truth is readily discernible. Charlie turned to the camera. Well, this tension is palpable. It's quite amusing that Ying Hao has managed to unite Hammer and Stan, 2 bitter rivals, against him. He chuckled, adding, as we say in China, they're like frogs at the bottom of a well, gazing up at the sky. Unfazed, Ying Hao smiled and replied, however, out of courtesy, I shall refrain from saying that. Charlie interjected, you've already said it. Ying Hao ignored the comment and continued, I understand their skepticism. After all, they lack the technical expertise to produce antimatter and utilize it for stable, efficient, clean energy. Their denial of my claims is quite reasonable, given that both of them are my adversaries. Wait, did I just hear something rather astonishing? Charlie interrupted, adversaries? Could you elaborate? Ying Hao nodded and pointed at Hammer. He competed with me for a police bulletproof vest contract and lost. He is merely a defeated foe. At that moment, both Hammer and Obadiah grew visibly agitated. Hammer instantly retorted, "Do not boast. I simply disdain competing for such a trivial police equipment contract." Obadiah chuckled lightly and shook his head. "I am unaware of the conflict between you and Tony, but I can assure you that attempting to acquire Stark Industries is nothing short of a pipe dream." Ying Hao responded, "We shall see. And you, Hammer, it's not that you lack the desire to compete. Rather, you are incapable of producing a bulletproof vest of comparable quality to mine. Hammer, I am a seller of weapons. There is no need for me to manufacture those." Obadiah, Stark Industries has less than 10% of its circulating stock. Even if you were to proceed with an acquisition, it would be a futile endeavor. The three continue to speak over one another. The host, unable to interject, glances helplessly at the camera. I somewhat regret inviting all three of them together. "Now, gentlemen, let us discuss matters one at a time. I would appreciate a bit of decorum." Charlie forcefully interrupts, directing his question at Ying Hao. "So, the antimatter batteries are indeed real, correct?" Ying Hao, "Certainly." Hammer scoffs. "Then why do you not disclose the methods of producing such an abundance of antimatter?" Ying Hao responds with an air of entitlement. "That is a trade secret." Stan also voices his skepticism. "It is well known that the annihilation of antimatter is far more violent than nuclear reactions. Your 6 antimatter batteries are roughly equivalent to the nuclear bomb that exploded in Japan. Would you truly dare to sell such a perilous item?" Ying Hao shrugs. "We possess the requisite technology to ensure its safety. There is no need for concern." He shifts his tone. "You have already stated that everyone is aware of the dangers of antimatter. Thus, they will undoubtedly adhere strictly to the usage instructions. Anyone handling such an explosive substance would exercise caution." "Oh, I must interject here." Charlie suddenly addresses Ying Hao. "The situation may not align with your expectations. Did you not distribute 1,000 batteries for free? Let us observe how those fortunate recipients treat your batteries. Hey, friends in Florida, look what I've got. An antimatter battery, produced by a company in New York. Puffed. Antimatter? How could this possibly exist? I shall prove this to be a scam." In the video, a content creator excitedly tosses the acquired antimatter battery into a fire. "I heard antimatter could be used to create bombs, so if it explodes, it proves it's real antimatter. Hey, look, this worthless item didn't explode at all. It is certainly not antimatter. Myth debunked." Charlie swipes up, switching to another video. Today's hydraulic press challenge welcomes a new friend. The creator of this video remains off camera. Only a hand visible as it places the small antimatter battery beneath the hydraulic press. Let's see how long it can withstand this. The press begins its descent, and after several seconds, a loud crash resounds. The creator eagerly raises the press, only to find the battery unscathed, while the press itself bears a shocking crack. "What have I done? My precious." Laughter erupts in the studio. Charlie continues to scroll. Each short video that plays garners hundreds of millions of views. Of course, there are also creators with a more conventional approach. Some connect the antimatter batteries to their home electrical systems, turning on all devices in jubilation. Others set up cameras, determined to see just how long this battery can provide power, vowing to expose the lies. The diversity of content is overwhelming. After watching 7 or 8 videos, Charlie helplessly remarks to Ying Hao, "It appears that the public is not as rational as you presumed, Mr. Ying Hao. It is of no consequence." Ying Hao nonchalantly remarked, "Their videos precisely demonstrate the stability of our products. Do you see? The hydraulic press shows no fear. What are you afraid of? No problem, it's all trivial." He readily agreed. Hammer and Stan exchanged knowing smirks at Ying Hao's demeanor. "Fraud, clown." Charlie shook hands with Ying Hao in gratitude, then turned to the other two. "Well, let's change the subject. Mr. Hammer, as I understand it, you have consistently faced defeat in military contracts over the years. What has prompted your sudden rise?" "To address that question, I must thank Ying Hao," Hammer replied leisurely. "The orders for bulletproof vests made me realize the significance of technology and advanced design, prompting me to expedite technological innovations." Just then, Stan, unable to contain himself, interjected with a curse. "Enough of your nonsense, Hammer. What drivel about technological innovation? You have merely pilfered Stark Industries technology." Chapter 60. The argument escalates. "What are you talking about?" Hammer scoffed. So when you can't compete, you resort to slander? I swear to the heavens, the technology of Hammer Industries stems entirely from the relentless efforts of our researchers." He raised his right hand, vowing without fear, for he was now merely a pawn of the great devil beside him. He no longer cared for deities. He seized the moment to mock Stan further, ruthlessly pouring salt into his wounds. "If I had indeed stolen your technology, our respective products should be on par. Then pray tell, Why did the military choose Hammer Industries over you? You merely made superficial improvements. Stan gritted his teeth. Hammer, I will find the evidence for this matter. And you can anticipate a lawsuit. Every penny you earn today is merely to the benefit of Stark Industries. Go ahead, file that lawsuit. And let us see who laughs last. Hammer's tone grew increasingly shrill. Charlie, do you see? It's akin to us taking an exam together. I score an A, and he scores a D. Then he claims I copied him. Truly laughable. Instead of maligning others, perhaps you should pay attention to the stock prices. How much did it drop today? 40? Ha ha ha. Stan's expression was one of fury, his complexion dark with rage despite his Caucasian heritage. Host Charlie was equally astonished. Oh my. A drop of 40? How terrifying. Hammer waved dismissively. Charlie, there's no need for your astonishment. Just 2 minutes ago, the Australian Ministry of Defense informed me that they lost again. Ha ha ha. Stark stock will continue to plummet tomorrow. At that moment, Ying Hao interjected with a fair statement. No. No. Hammer, Stark Industries stock will not fall tomorrow, nor will it ever again. What do you mean? Inquired Charlie and Hammer simultaneously. Ying Hao smiled slightly. Because after today's significant drop, I have acquired all the circulating shares. As long as I do not sell, the stock price shall remain forever stable. No. Hammer furrowed his brow and shifted slightly to the side, gesturing towards Ying Hao and Stan. So, are you two not in cahoots? Ying Hao shook his head vigorously. No, I'm not allied with Stark Industries. He leaned closer to Hammer, playfully slinging an arm around his shoulder. My friend, you must keep striving. You need to seize their orders and undermine them, ensuring they sell nothing. When the shareholders see no profits, they will undoubtedly sell their stocks at a loss. Only then will Stark's stock price continue to plummet, allowing me to keep buying until I acquire all the shares of Stark Industries. Hammer was exhilarated by this notion. Oh really? So, we are indeed partners in this endeavor? Ying Hao affirmed. Exactly, we are partners. Ha ha, Hammer declared. Then prepare to witness the spectacle. I shall shatter the confidence of every shareholder and investor in Stark. Both men laughed heartily, much to Stan's fury. The imposing Obadiah rose, seizing Ying Hao by the collar and flinging him aside. Enraged, he raised his fist towards Hammer. What the hell? No, don't resort to violence. This situation has escalated beyond reason. He attempted to mediate, but his efforts were in vain, and he finally shouted, What are you all waiting for? Quickly. Someone pulled them apart. Chaos erupted in the venue. The audience was taken aback, snapping photos and recording the commotion. The remainder of the time became a showcase for Ying Hao. Charlie inquired, Mr. Ying, are you serious about acquiring Stark Industries? Absolutely. Ying Hao nodded gently. Is it truly just to settle a score? Not entirely. Ying Hao suddenly became serious, letting out a soft sigh. In truth, I aspire to acquire the world's leading Stark Industries and redirect its operational focus. Charlie listened intently as he continued. Weapons do not make the world a better place. I hope to set an example, striving to reduce the production of offensive weaponry and lead the world towards peace. Just look at what I am currently undertaking. He cited examples. Bulletproof vests, which possess no offensive capabilities, and antimatter batteries, which benefit society. Why should human technology serve the purpose of conflict? I aim to alter this narrative. Once I have had my fill of Stark Industries, I will pivot towards research that enhances human living standards, such as artificial intelligence and service-oriented robots. He gently shut his eyes, envisioning. Just imagine how splendid and science-fictional such a future could be. Listening to Ying Hao's words, Charlie placed a hand over his heart. My goodness, Mr. Ying, you are truly noble. I apologize. I had thought your intentions were solely to retaliate against Tony Stark. My perspective was rather narrow. Ying Hao smiled lightly. Oh, it's nothing. A minor act of revenge against Tony is indeed one of my objectives. Charlie pressed on. Mr. Ying, may I ask what inspired such thoughts? Moreover, acquiring Stark Industries is no small feat. Do you possess sufficient funds? Indeed, my thoughts have undoubtedly been influenced by the wisdom of our esteemed ancestors from the Ying clan. Ying Hao humbly remarked, in truth, our family has been dedicated to serving the common people for over 2 centuries. Prior to the establishment of the Qin heavy industries, our focus was primarily on the beauty and hairdressing business. As for financial matters, he chuckled. This is hardly a concern. Our family boasts over 50,000 hairdressing chains across the globe, present in every country and city. While it may not be a highly lucrative industry, collectively, it has allowed us to amass a modest fortune. Charlie regarded him with deep respect. Meanwhile, at the Ying residence, Peter listened intently to Ying Hao's philosophy of embracing peace and serving humanity, wholeheartedly agreeing. Peter, your judgment in friends is commendable. I was initially apprehensive about your venture into business at such a young age, fearing it might lead you astray. Sighing with relief, he added, but now, It's clear that Ying Hao is a fine young man, and you are fortunate to be in his company. Haha, indeed, I share the same sentiment. By the way, Peter pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I must admit, I am not of much assistance to Ying Hao. I merely invested my bonus in him. Whether the company thrives or not, he would still share dividends with me. My true desire is to continue my education and further my studies. A splendid idea. Foreknowledge is the most reliable asset in this world, came the supportive reply. However, as Ying Hao's partner, you ought to share your thoughts with him. I will. Tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, and I plan to discuss it then. As the show concluded, Ying Hao stood at the exit, cradling a box of cash. The audience members lined up, approaching him one by one to receive their money. You performed admirably, young man. Your emotions were quite on point, Ying Hao remarked, patting the shoulder of the next individual and handing over $500. Thank you, Mr. Ying. He nodded kindly and continued distributing $500 to the following participant. All right, Mr. Ying, here is my number. Feel free to call me anytime. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl bit her lip and smiled, slipping a note into Ying Hao's hand as she accepted her cash. All right, goodbye, Mr. Ying. One by one, the grateful college students thanked him for their money. The last person in line turned out to be the host, Charlie. Mr. Ying, I believe I performed quite well, didn't I? Excellent indeed. You truly are a professional. Ying Hao brandished a larger box, placing it before Charlie. This was agreed upon. Has Obadiah left? He departed long ago. Ha ha ha. A pleasure to collaborate. Their transaction amounted to $5,500,000, a most advantageous deal. From the host to the audience, every detail was meticulously orchestrated by Ying Hao, including the questions posed by the host, which were predetermined. These carefully arranged elements, combined with Ying Hao's subtle psychological influence, continuously disrupted Obadiah's emotional state, culminating in his eventual loss of composure. The collapse of his image would further exacerbate the already strained circumstances of Stark Industries, which was under the oppressive thumb of Hammer Industries. Other shareholders of Stark Industries are undoubtedly harboring discontent towards Obadiah, and they are increasingly apprehensive about the future of the company. Those at the shareholders' meeting are likely to divest their stocks in the coming days. Chapter 61. A Gesture of Kindness. I truly suspect you have lost your senses, Obadiah. Indeed. Victoria hands sighed softly. Although Tony has his own transgressions, he at least does not go to such extremes. I shudder to think how low the stock price might plummet tomorrow. You must take responsibility for this, Obadiah. Enough. Obadiah retorted angrily. With less than 5 of the circulating shares, a drop in stock price will not significantly impact us. Moreover, shouldn't we be contemplating how to deal with Hammer instead? The meeting commenced 10 minutes ago, and he has been the subject of complaints for the same duration. The act of striking was indeed excessive. Even Obadiah could not comprehend what had driven him to such impulsiveness. As a successful businessman, he typically possesses remarkable control over his emotions. All he remembers is how utterly loathsome Hammer appeared at that moment, while he himself was seething with rage, as if his head were filled with a smoldering ember. In that state, it was not merely a matter of striking. Had he possessed a firearm, he might have delivered Hammer a bullet without hesitation. We are already taking measures against him, Rajiv Mehta stated while lightly tapping the table. We both know that such matters require evidence, legal proceedings, and considerable time. They cannot be resolved in a day. In light of this predicament, we were already at a disadvantage, and now you have tarnished the image of Stark Industries. Enough with the talk of image. What you truly fear is the devaluation of your shares. Obadiah countered, then sighed lightly, his expression peculiar. Furthermore, the stock price will not continue to decline. If that offers you any solace. Among the 6 shareholders present, 4 rolled their eyes in response. This was utterly ludicrous. The stock price may indeed continue to fall. A representative from J.P. Morgan suddenly interjected. I regret to inform you all that J.P. Morgan is currently contemplating divesting its holdings. What? Obadiah was taken aback. Divesting? Are you serious? This is not a matter of my seriousness, Mr. Stark. He produced his phone and casually opened a news media webpage, gently sliding it towards Obadiah. Look at the buzz. This situation is already common knowledge. Now observe the comments. Mainstream voices are proclaiming the downfall of Stark Industries, which is why you are so incensed. Carter Rockwell added, Stan, you must understand that not only are the spectators taking note, but our potential clients are also discreetly evaluating Stark Industries. The road ahead will only grow more arduous. Personally, I am contemplating divesting my stocks as well. Of course, each of you possesses the right of first refusal should you wish to invest further at this juncture, provided you have sufficient funds. J.P. Morgan holds an 8th stake, while Carter Rockwell possesses 41. Although these percentages may appear modest for the colossal entity that is Stark Industries, this is far from trivial and could inflict significant damage upon the corporation. If these shares were merely circulating internally, it would be manageable. However, the stark reality is that, even at the current share price, these stakes would require a staggering investment of at least $30 billion. Among those present, who could possibly absorb such a burden? Should these shares flood the market, the situation would deteriorate further, plunging Stark Industries stock price to unprecedented lows. No. We must maintain our confidence. This adversity is only temporary, Obadiah reassured. At present, our only challenge is Hammer. Once we resolve that, we must not forget that we still possess the world's most formidable technology research and development team. I do not wish to cast a shadow, Obadiah. Victoria Hand interjected languidly. But in reality, over 70% of our most competitive weaponry has been crafted by Tony's genius. In other words, the so-called most powerful RD team hinges upon the soul of Tony Stark. Without him, the prowess of the team diminishes drastically. A heavy silence fell upon the assembly. Well, is there anything else? Obadiah, harboring a suppressed frustration, glared at the others. Aside from J.P. Morgan and Carter, is there anyone else wishing to withdraw? If so, I will grant you that freedom, but allow me some time to secure funds. The room remained silent. The other shareholders were not yet inclined to depart. Given the current stock price, divesting their shares would result in considerable losses. They either lacked the courage for such drastic measures or still clung to a flicker of hope that they might weather this storm. Take Rajiv Mehta, for instance. He had enjoyed remarkable financial success while affiliated with Stark Industries over the years. The crux of the matter was, after selling, where would he invest next? Hammer? Unthinkable. When they originally invested in Stark Industries, they had signed an agreement stipulating that should they ever exit the company, any profits from the sale or transfer of shares could not be reinvested in related industries for 20 years. He remained hesitant, waiting. What if Tony Stark returned? That genius, the very essence of Stark Industries, was incomparable to the likes of Obadiah. The meeting is adjourned. The Indian steward approached, shaking his head. Mr. Mehta, Ying Hao from Dachin Heavy Industries is still waiting for you. He has brought a gift. Ying Hao, at my home? Rajiv Mehta furrowed his brow. Who permitted him to enter my residence? The steward looked bewildered. It was you, sir. You informed me via video. Nonsense. I have been in a meeting. When did I speak to you via video? Rajiv Mehta exclaimed angrily, striding into the room. The living room was dimly lit. In the shadows of the sofa sat a figure, unmistakably Ying Hao, whose features were obscured in the dim light. Rajiv Mehta discerned that this individual was savoring a vintage wine from his cherished collection. With a decisive click, Rajiv Mehta pressed the switch. He intended to illuminate the room. Yet the switch seemed malfunctioning. At this moment, Ying Hao, seated upon the sofa, interjected, "Do not disturb the ambience, Mr. Mehta. I have spent considerable time perfecting this play of light and shadow." Silence. Who the devil permitted you to enter? You are trespassing. Rajiv Mehta retorted angrily. Leave at once, or I shall summon the authorities. Ying Hao chuckled softly and replied, That would be futile. Your butler will testify that you invited me in. Rajiv Mehta was not pleased. For two reasons. First, Ying Hao had intruded upon his domicile without consent. Second, Ying Hao was, in a sense, a rival of Stark Industries, having boasted of his intent to acquire the company. Mehta harbored disdain for this upstart from Dachin Heavy Industries, who had amassed wealth overnight. Yet, at this moment, he found himself powerless. The police would have no grounds for action against Ying Hao. Put down my drink. You are unworthy to partake. Rajiv Mehta strode forward, snatching the wine glass from Ying Hao's grasp, his voice laced with iciness. What is it that you seek from me? A gift, Ying Hao replied, unperturbed by the theft of his drink, gesturing towards a table not far behind him. I learned of your fondness for Japanese architecture and brought you a model. It is quite exquisite. Rajiv Mehta followed his gaze to the table, where indeed there lay an architectural model, sizable enough to occupy 9/10 of the surface. However, the dim light rendered it merely a shadowy silhouette, lacking in detail. Mehta scoffed. What motive do you have for presenting me with a gift? Spare me the charade. What do you truly desire? Ying Hao smiled faintly, stepping into the light. Ah, who gives gifts without reason? I wish to request that you divest yourself of your shares in Stark Industries. Mehta, as though he had heard a jest, retorted, You offer me a mere trinket. You'd expect me to incur a loss of 10 billion? Have you lost your senses, or have I? Ying Hao responded with a calm smile. What if, perchance, this model were crafted from pure gold? He snapped his fingers, and the lights above suddenly illuminated the Japanese architectural model, its golden sheen nearly blinding Mehta. Initially taken aback, he soon scoffed, and what of it? This trifle pales in comparison to my losses. Oh, my apologies. I neglected to mention. Ying Hao gestured towards the yard. There is considerably more. Just as he finished speaking, the curtains at the rear of the living room were drawn back, revealing 2 shipping containers quietly resting in the yard. Inside, you will find a plethora of identical models. Leaning close to Meta's ear, Ying Hao whispered, "Pure gold, a total of 155 tons, which, combined with this, amounts to precisely 10 billion. Chapter 62. Tony's Narrow Escape. Indeed, there were 2 shipping containers outside. Yet, Meta was not a fool. He directly challenged Ying Hao. "Do not spout nonsense. Can you truly procure 155 tons of gold?" Ying Hao picked up a bottle of Meta's prized liquor once more. "Why not take a look? It would not consume more than a few minutes." Skeptical yet intrigued, Meta exited the room and approached one of the containers, reaching out to open its door. With just a fleeting glance, he promptly closed it. Indeed, it exists. The source of its acquisition is of no concern to you. Whether it is genuine or not, the item is here, and you may discern its authenticity for yourself. Ying Hao remained unperturbed, gently nudging the golden model on the table, which instantly disintegrated into numerous gold nuggets the size of fingernails. "All you need to do is tell me whether you are willing. I can grant you a few days to validate these gold pieces before we fulfill our agreement." "Very well. Let us assume it is authentic." Meta lowered his voice, asking, "Are you out of your mind? How am I to manage this vast amount of gold? If the government discovers it, how shall I explain? Even if others remain oblivious, what am I to do with it? Finding it troublesome? Do you require my assistance in burying it beneath your house?" Ying Hao smiled, suggesting, alternatively, it could be converted into cash. "I presented the gold before you primarily to astonish you. You certainly possess a morbid sense of humor." Meta mused, stroking his chin. If Ying Hao could indeed provide him with such substantial compensation, it would essentially equate to liquidating his shares at the zenith of Stark Group's stock price. Not only would he incur no losses, but he would also reap a significant profit. Most crucially, this is not a currency that depreciates year after year. It is gold, the most stable asset in existence. Moreover, the quantity is staggering, amounting to 1/8 of the total gold reserves held by the Federal Reserve. Suddenly possessing such a vast amount of gold is undeniably challenging to manage. Yet, that is a dilemma for the average person. Meta, being at the pinnacle of this world, could certainly find a way to conceal it properly. "I shall agree, provided that all of it is indeed real gold." Meta finally relented. Investing in Stark was for the sake of profit. This transaction is far more lucrative than clinging to an uncertain future with Stark. Naturally. "How long will you require for verification?" Ying Hao nodded. After some contemplation, Meta extended 3 fingers, stating 1 week to half a month. Additionally, Obadiah Stane holds the right of first refusal. You may not necessarily secure it. Ying Hao chuckled, responding, "That is inconsequential. If he can indeed muster such a sum, then sell it to him. I shall consider it as him temporarily holding it for me." Meta gazed deeply at Ying Hao, sensing the unparalleled confidence radiating from him. He picked up a treasured bottle of wine, noting it was nearly empty. He poured into another glass, saying, "Very well, if you're not jesting. Then in a couple of days, we can have your legal team come over. Cheers." "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses and drained the contents. Meta kindly reminded him, "I am aware of your grievances with Stark, but even if you acquire my shares, you will not possess voting rights unless your holdings exceed 30% of the total." Ying Hao smiled, assuring him that will be the case. Seeing Ying Hao's unwavering confidence, Meta suddenly paused, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait. Are Morgan Chase and Carter not also under your purview? Could it be that you own a gold mine? Who knows?" Ying Hao set down his glass and calmly walked away. 5 days later, in the Middle East, at the hidden lair of the 10 Commandments gang, Tony Stark has vanished from the surveillance. "Why are you still standing there, you fool? Hurry and come see where he is." The terrorists from the 10 Commandments gang surged into the depths of the cave. Inside, Mark 1 was complete. Ethan anxiously assisted Tony with the donning of his suit. "Open the door. Quickly, unlock it." The voices of the terrorists echoed from outside, but Tony and Ethan remained oblivious. "Break down the door." With a series of thunderous crashes, the iron door swung open, triggering the explosives Tony had previously attached. Boom! The explosion decimated the terrorists at the entrance. "Just one last step. Plug this in, and once the progress bar hits 100, we'll have succeeded." Tony handed Ethan a data card. Ethan complied. The electronic screen displayed the progress bar slowly advancing. However, halfway through, the voices of the terrorists returned. Ethan stared at the screen, nervously swallowing. "No, there's not enough time." "It's all right, don't panic, be patient," Tony reassured him. "We will escape. Trust me." Yet, he himself was not entirely confident. If someone were to enter and shoot at the computer now, everything would be lost. Ethan glanced between the computer and the cave entrance, then looked at Tony one last time. "I'll buy you some time." With that, he dashed out. But outside, gunfire erupted. By the time Tony's armor successfully activated and he burst from the cave, scattering the oncoming terrorists, he found Ethan had fallen, struck by a bullet. No. Tony, clad in his massive iron suit, knelt before Ethan. Ethan managed a pained smile. I'm going to see my family now. Tears welled in Tony's eyes as he stammered. Thank you for saving my life. With his last breath, Ethan uttered, don't waste it, don't squander your life. He then closed his eyes. The sounds of chaos continued outside as more terrorists approached. Tony knew he could not linger. He cast one last glance at Ethan, gritted his teeth, and charged out. Just as he left, a violet rift in space opened beneath Ethan. He sank into it. In the realm of the divine, Ethan's body floated down like a feather, precisely landing in a medical pod before Ying Hao. This medical pod is from divine technology. Its capabilities are beyond doubt. The issue is, Ethan has sustained too many bullet wounds. No problem, Ada replied, sealing the pod. As long as a single cell remains alive, it's sufficient. However, under such extreme circumstances, it can only be considered a rapid clone. Strictly speaking, it is no longer the original individual. No sooner had she spoken than Ethan's breath was heard within the pod. Ying Hao sighed. This is incredibly effective. The medical pod gradually opened, and Ethan looked around in bewilderment. Where am I? This doesn't seem like the river Styx. Hello, doctor. Ethan, am I not dead? Ethan squinted. But how is this possible? I was hit. His voice suddenly faltered as his hand moved to his chest and thigh, surprisingly devoid of any pain. He ripped open his shirt, feeling the smoothness of his skin, murmuring to himself, this is impossible, I remember. Technology transforms life. Ying Hao interrupted his musings, assisting Ethan out of the medical pod. He wiped his hands and extracted several bloodied bullets, stating, you were indeed shot. But it's all right now. Follow me. Ying Hao led Ethan into a room that had been prepared in advance. Ethan opened his mouth to speak. Ying Hao glanced at him, and suddenly a remote control appeared in his hand. Pressing a button, a live feed materialized on the wall before them. I know what you want to ask, just watch. On the screen, Tony Stark emerged from the cave clad in the Markai suit. Bullets struck him, yet all were thwarted by the iron armor. He unleashed flames from his weapon, incinerating a large group of enemies. Ethan was baffled by Ying Hao's ability to capture such an event from such proximity, but he had no time to ponder. His eyes remained glued to Tony's remarkable display of prowess. How incredible! This technology truly works, Ethan sighed. Although merely a secondary contributor, he considered himself one of the creators of the armor. Their purpose in crafting the armor was to escape from the clutches of terrorists. Witnessing this objective come to fruition filled him with satisfaction. In the footage, Tony, under the relentless fire of numerous terrorists, finally succumbed to the onslaught. He aimed at a nearby oil barrel arsenal and ignited it fiercely. Then, activating flight mode, he successfully extracted himself from the inferno. Shortly thereafter, he crashed into the desert. The armor lay in ruins, yet he struggled to emerge from the wreckage. Ethan, observing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, he fell from such a height and yet did not perish, right? Ying Hao chimed in, you think it's absurd too, don't you? It's as if the laws of physics do not apply to such a person. Ethan replied, I meant he is very fortunate. Ying Hao retorted, all right, fortunate it is. Ethan then inquired, wait, if he could rescue me, why not him as well? Ethan, he extended his right hand, saying, I hope you will stay and join my Qin Heavy Industries. I am in need of a scientific face. Ethan's gaze froze, and after a moment, he forced a smile, saying, so, I have merely transitioned from one cage to another. He exhaled deeply and asked, what if I refuse? Very well. Ada turned to Ethan politely and asked, may I inquire about your home? My hometown is in Kamara. He replied, I am willing. Chapter 63. He created the iron armor. Listen, lend me a hand. I need money. In the office of Stark Industries Vice President, Stan was engaged in a clandestine conversation through a secret line. Trust me, now is the perfect time. I certainly have the means to repay you. In fact, I possess ample funds. He lowered his voice, even though he was alone in the office. But this money must remain hidden, do you understand? I merely require you to indulge me in a facade. With J.P. Morgan and Carter's nearly 5% shares successfully acquired, it will not be long before my finances can be displayed openly, no longer hidden away. Moreover, the future of Stark Industries will be under my dominion. It is settled then. Yes. Huh. Upon ending the call, Stan could scarcely contain his elation, exclaiming aloud. Just moments ago, he had discovered a financial opportunity. As soon as J.P. Morgan and Carter resolved to divest their shares, he would exercise his preemptive rights. Should other shareholders wish to sell, he would act accordingly. A decline in stock prices would prove advantageous for him. The entirety of Stark Group would essentially be within his grasp. At that juncture, he would wield absolute authority, eliminating the need for furtive dealings. The future Stark Industries must be rebranded as Stan Industries. The business realm is akin to a battlefield. Individuals like Hammer, who only know how to usurp others' ventures, are still too naive. Stan possesses a myriad of strategies to counter him. As for the boastful Qin Heavy Industries, that unfortunate individual from China is even less of a concern. He would methodically deal with them one by one. Strengthening internal stability is paramount before addressing external threats. There is no rush. The two most pressing matters for Stan at present are acquiring the shares, and, well, it is time to bid farewell to Tony. He looked up at the group founder's photograph adorning the office wall and sighed, "Old friend, if you are watching, do not hold it against me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon those fools of the 10 rings." I had intended to grant Tony a swift resolution. Silently, he approached, removed the photograph, admired it for a fleeting moment, and then turned it face down against the wall. Henceforth, this wall would bear the image of but one person, himself, Obadiah Stan. He strolled to his desk and opened the bottom drawer, pressing a discreet spot on the interior surface. With a swift motion, a hidden compartment opened, revealing another phone, one designated for contacting his more clandestine clientele. It was time to arrange a meeting with the 10 rings. As Obadiah reached for the phone, his secretary's voice suddenly interrupted. "Mr. Stan, Miss Potts has arrived." "Potts? At such a late hour?" "Very well." The office door unlocked, and Pepper hurried in, clearly having rushed over, breathless. "Obadiah, what has transpired?" "Calm yourself. Take a moment to breathe," Obadiah said with genuine concern, rising to greet her. Pepper fervently shook her head, a mix of tears and laughter illuminating her face, utterly overwhelmed. "It's Tony. I just received a call from Colonel Rhodes. The military has found Tony." "What?" Obadiah's expression momentarily stiffened. "Are you implying they have located his remains, or—" "No, of course not." Pepper wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Tony is alive. We will see him tomorrow morning." "He is alive." Obadiah wore a rather strained smile. "That is truly splendid." He couldn't help but glance at the drawer, cursing the 10 rings 1,000 times in his mind. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Did Tony truly know that the ambush was orchestrated by him? What if he was fully aware? It was imperative to confirm this swiftly. "Listen, Potts," Obadiah said, resting his hand on Pepper's shoulder. "This is fantastic news. I am absolutely elated. You must inquire with Colonel Rhodes about his arrival and arrange for transportation and personnel to greet him." "Of course." Pepper nodded repeatedly. "I've already instructed someone to prepare a vehicle." "Excellent," Obadiah replied, continuing, "Having been missing for so long, we cannot ascertain his condition. You must be thoroughly prepared. I mean, he might be injured or quite weak. We need to have the medical team and equipment ready. Oh heavens, he will be so pleased to see you tomorrow." What do you mean? Are you not going?" Pepper asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Of course I will," Obadiah assured her. Without further thought, Pepper declared, "I will go arrange for the medical equipment right now." "Yes, do hurry, dear." Watching Pepper depart, Obadiah's expression darkened considerably. He closed the door, instructed his secretary to deny all visitors, and retrieved the phone he used to contact the 10 rings, dialing the number. The call took an eternity to connect, and before a voice emerged, Stan erupted in anger. "Damn it. I was ready to comply with your terms, yet you let him go? Speak." After a long pause, a hoarse voice finally responded, "I did not release him. He escaped." Stan fumed. "Escaped? With so many of you, you couldn't contain a defenseless playboy? Defenseless?" He was armored from head to toe. Tony Stark constructed an iron suit. The 10 Rings member replied coldly, "My men were slaughtered by him. The base was obliterated, and I nearly lost my life." "Iron suit?" Stan paused, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly recalled a more pressing matter. "Forget that for now. Tell me, does Tony know that I'm the one who wants him dead?" "He does not," the 10 Rings member replied. Stan breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well. You retain some credibility. Now, you may elaborate on this so-called suit. If you have time, you should come see it in person," the 10 Rings member suggested before abruptly ending the call. Stan set down the phone and leaned back against his desk, gazing out at the night sky. An iron suit? The following day, at the military base's helipad, a helicopter descended slowly. A frail Tony Stark was assisted by several soldiers as he disembarked from the aircraft. Pepper Rhodes, his personal bodyguard Happy, along with numerous Stark Industries staff, rushed forward to greet him. "Oh my goodness. It's fine now, but trouble may soon arise." Tony lightly patted Pepper on the back, remarking, "I am rather weak at the moment, and have you recently gained some weight?" Pepper Potts, both amused and exasperated, released her grip on him, chiding, "You scoundrel." Several medical personnel assisted Tony onto a stretcher. Colonel Rhodes approached, saying, "Promise me you'll stay by my side next time. No more joyrides in that ridiculous Hummer." Lying on the stretcher, he turned to Pepper and Happy, declaring, "At this moment, I wish to do 2 things. First, indulge in a cheeseburger. Second, hold a press conference immediately." Half an hour later, at the press conference, Tony Stark leaned against the podium, savoring his burger while facing a multitude of reporters. He proclaimed, "I hereby announce the permanent closure of Stark Industries' weapons division." This single statement ignited a media frenzy. The journalists erupted with a barrage of inquiries. What prompted this sudden change of heart? Were you coerced into making this decision, Mr. Stark? Among the shareholders who had hastily gathered to welcome Tony back, confusion reigned. Obadiah Stane was among them. He hurriedly stepped forward to restore order, asserting, "All right, the press conference is over. Tony is not fully aware right now. What he just said doesn't count, so I advise against premature reporting." He gestured to Stark Industry security personnel. "Quickly, escort our media friends out." Soon after, an emergency shareholders meeting commenced. "Tony, do you have any idea the chaos your words just caused?" Obadiah sighed. Pepper, typically aligned with Tony, chimed in, "You didn't say anything reckless." Tony shook his head. "This is a decision I arrived at after careful consideration." "You didn't witness what I witnessed." He recalled the weapons emblazoned with the Stark Industries logo scattered throughout the 10 Rings base, slowly shaking his head. "I always believed that weapons could bring about peace, but I was mistaken." "However, Tony," Pepper began, but he interrupted, "I know what you're going to say. Just tell me, how much did the stock drop? 5 points? 10? He appeared unconcerned. The stock actually hasn't changed," Pepper replied. "Hasn't changed? That's acceptable," Tony chuckled lightly. But after a moment, he looked up, puzzled. "Wait, you mean it hasn't moved? How is that possible?" Pepper explained, "The company is facing significant challenges, and the stock plummeted. Additionally, someone is attempting to acquire Stark Industries, having successfully purchased all circulating shares, which means, regardless of how dire the situation becomes, the stock won't budge." Tony seemed to find this notion utterly ludicrous. Someone wants to acquire Stark Industries? Who? Who is it? Are they serious? Chapter 64. Which fool did this? Let us set that aside for now. What does this mean? Tony turned to Obadiah. "Are you planning to oust me? I thought I was the boss." Obadiah patted Tony's back gently. "You are the boss, but you must also consider the interests of others. The company is in a precarious position. Don't exacerbate the situation." Before Tony could object, the decision to remove the CEO was swiftly announced, and the meeting concluded in haste. As the shareholders departed, only Tony, Pepper, and Happy remained. Pepper offered solace, suggesting, "Perhaps this is not such a bad thing. You should indeed contemplate calmly what Stark Industries could pursue if it ceased weapon production. Many possibilities." Tony Stark replied, citing examples. "We possess world-leading arc reactors, which could pivot towards clean energy to power the entirety of America. We could also delve deeply into the study of super AI technology to benefit the public." "Tony, I am not trying to dampen your spirits," Pepper interjected. "But what you just mentioned, isn't it already being pursued by someone else?" "Who?" Tony inquired. Pepper turned to Happy, who promptly seized the computer from Tony's hands, retrieving some information to show him. "It's this individual, Ying Hao from Daqin Heavy Industries." Happy pointed, opening a series of video materials about Ying Hao and setting them to play in sequence. As Tony watched the videos, he was astounded. Where did this person spring from? The very things I aspired to do, he is already accomplishing, and with greater success. Tony wished to cease weapon manufacturing, while Ying Hao had declared from the outset that he would not engage in arms production, but instead focus on defense. Tony aimed to promote the arc reactors to the public for more efficient clean energy. Ying Hao had unveiled a more advanced and efficient antimatter battery. Everything Ying Hao was doing aligned perfectly with Tony's future aspirations, and he appeared to be executing them more adeptly. After viewing the entire series of materials, a profound discomfort enveloped Tony. Why do I feel as though I am living in this man's shadow? The footage showcased a live segment from The Charlie Show, where Ying Hao passionately proclaimed, "Our goal is to acquire Stark Industries." Pepper exchanged glances with Happy, both resigned as they looked at Tony Stark. "Oh, the situation is such that this Ying Hao originally had the opportunity to intern at Stark Industries and become part of our team. However, he was dismissed." Happy chimed in. Then, harboring resentment, he presumably sought revenge against Stark Industries, thus founding Daqin Heavy Industries to openly oppose us. Upon hearing this, Tony's anger intensified. Wait. He closed all the videos and reopened Ying Hao's profile, pointing to the detailed information displayed. "You all see this? He is still a high school student." Pepper and Happy nodded in unison. "Indeed, a high school student capable of conquering the memory metal project that even we have not mastered, crafting such an unparalleled bulletproof suit, and even theorizing an antimatter battery. If this is true, he is nothing short of a genius." Tony placed a hand on his chest, exclaiming, "One might even say he surpasses my own genius." His emotions surged as he demanded, "Now you tell me, how could such a prodigious talent, who rightfully belongs to Stark Industries, be dismissed?" He vented passionately, swearing vehemently. Who was the blind fool, brainless and ignorant, that let go of such an exceptional individual? Pepper and Happy exchanged glances, both lowering their heads in silence. Happy pressed his lips tightly together, his fingers intertwined before his chest, with his thumbs spinning around each other. Meanwhile, little Chili bit her lower lip, her beautiful brows arched high, forming a distinctive shape in the center. The two exchanged glances, their expressions rife with complexity. Tony, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Who is the fool responsible for such a ridiculous act?" Happy raised his hand to scratch the corner of his mouth, saying, "If you insist on knowing, it was that blind imbecile, completely oblivious to reason, whose brain seems to have taken residence in his nether regions." Little Chili interjected, "That would be you." Tony's furious expression froze, his demeanor akin to a server that had momentarily crashed, lingering in stunned silence for 3 full seconds. "What? Me? You really ought to quit drinking." He lamented, "Look, this is Ying Hao, and these are the words you directed at him." Little Chili succinctly introduced the characters in the video before pressing the play button. "My group certainly does not want such a dullard." He shook the tablet, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he turned to Little Chili, muttering, "Damn it, I really should quit drinking. By the way, Happy, what is it?" Happy replied. Tony licked his lips. "Next time I insult someone without realizing it's myself, you don't need to repeat it, all right?" "Oh, I was just being honest." Happy licked his tongue, struggling to conjure a retort. He had to admit, he was simply eager to seize the opportunity to berate his boss. "Pepper, could you arrange a meeting for me with Ying Hao?" Tony asked. "Of course, but whether he agrees is not within my control. It's worth a try." Tony set down the tablet and sighed. "At the very least, I should apologize to him. It was quite rude of me to speak so. Indeed, it was quite unreasonable. But acquiring Stark Industries? Huh, that's impossible." Tony stood and walked outside. Little Chili called after him. "Where are you going? Aren't you giving me a day off?" "I have some personal matters to attend to." With purposeful strides, Tony exited the conference room. Those who have touched the sky never forget that sensation. The mark I was not only his tool for escape, but also a remarkable invention born from a moment of inspiration, deserving of further exploration. Days swiftly passed, during which American media unleashed a series of sensational news stories. On the first day, the third day, Obadiah Stane held a press conference announcing the suspension of Tony Stark from his CEO position, claiming that the earlier news about shutting down the weapons development and production division was merely a prank by Mr. Stark, and the board had no intention of closing the weapons factory. On the 9th day, the 12th day, and the 15th day, our reporters captured a rather blurry photo of superhero who has since taken the internet by storm, earning the public nickname of Iron Man. On the 16th day, several shareholders of Stark Industries announced their withdrawal, and CEO Obadiah Stane ostentatiously acquired a substantial portion of the shares at an incredibly low price. Tony Stark, indeed, remains a universally recognized genius. In just over a fortnight, a completely upgraded version of the armored suit was developed and put into use. Obadiah Stane, however, found himself in a very different predicament. For more than half a month, he had been overwhelmed. Shareholders were steadily demanding to withdraw from Stark Industries. Not only Morgan Chase and Carter. What baffled Obadiah was that Meta, Elena, Kenneth, and Victoria were also seeking to exit. Even during the most challenging times, these shareholders had never explicitly expressed a desire to leave. Yet now, having already removed Tony Stark from the position of CEO, and with the legal department making progress on the case against Hammer for illegally appropriating Stark Group's patented designs, he found it incomprehensible that they would choose this moment to depart at any cost. Nonetheless, this situation could prove advantageous for Obadiah. His shareholding had exceeded 40, granting him substantial influence within Stark Industries. His current priority was to clean up the mess. Stan knew that the globally sensational Iron Man was none other than Tony Stark. Confronting Tony had become nearly impossible. His greatest concern remained that the secrets of attempting to harm Tony and selling weapons to terrorists would be exposed. Currently, only the 10 Rings and he were privy to this secret. Chapter 65. A little cricket, you? Just wait. Tony's escape had inadvertently left behind some valuable items. Inside a makeshift tent, the leader of the 10 Rings, Raza, spoke to Obadiah. Thanks to Tony Stark, half of Raza's face was burned, leaving a gruesome scar. Obadiah silently regarded the Mark I prototype, assembled from damaged parts, feeling a mix of joy and discomfort. Raza possessed the remnants of the Mark I and the complete blueprints Tony had not had time to destroy. With these, he could have his team construct an armored suit for him, even mass-produce it for external sale. Such weaponry would be far more agile than any aircraft or tank, capable of mounting various firearms and missiles like an aircraft. it would undeniably represent a revolutionary advancement in weaponry. With this, what chance would the clown Justin Hammer have to remain relevant? This realization brought him inner joy, yet he also felt a deep jealousy towards Tony Stark's extraordinary intellect. Obadiah understood that with himself and his team, even in 20 years, they would likely not be able to devise anything of such caliber. He dismissed the past with a chuckle. My friend, Obadiah said amiably, gently patting Raza's shoulder while discreetly activating a paralyzing device hidden in his palm. Aiming it at Razia's right ear, the device emitted a bright red light and produced a high-frequency shriek. Instantly, Razia's neck stiffened, his nervous system overwhelmed by intense interference. Rendering him entirely paralyzed, his face erupting with engorged, dark red veins. If you had listened to me and killed Tony back then, our relationship would be far better now. Obadiah closed his small device, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he declared, "You are of no further use to me." He calmly exited the tent. Outside, the henchmen he had brought were already disarming and controlling the terrorists of the Ten Commandments gang. "Clear the area," Obadiah commanded, and gunfire erupted behind him. "Establish a new research and development zone in District 16 immediately. No one is to enter or exit without my permission." Upon returning home, Obadiah sensed an unfamiliar presence in the room. Ying Hao had been waiting for some time. Now, Ying Hao had become quite adept at creating an atmosphere of mystery. The faulty light switch cast the living room in a half-lit gloom, with shadows lurking in the darkness. It was undeniable that the shareholders of Stark Industries found this all rather compelling. Obadiah's reaction mirrored that of several others. Shock, anger, confusion, and tension. "How on earth did you get in here?" he demanded through gritted teeth upon discovering Ying Hao's identity. "How I entered is of little consequence," Ying Hao replied enigmatically. "What truly matters is the reason for my visit." After some back and forth, Ying Hao articulated his intentions clearly. "I've done my research. At its zenith, Stark Industries' market value approached $500 billion. I intend to purchase the over 40% of shares you hold at that price, $200 billion, flat rate. What do you say?" "Huh, you certainly are generous," Obadiah scoffed, boldly taking a seat before Ying Hao. "But where do you plan to procure such a sum for our transaction? From your bulletproof vest orders?" He pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. "Let us see. An order of 10 million means you'd need a wait." Suddenly, Obadiah tossed his phone aside, a mocking glint in his eye as he regarded Ying Hao. "You have no orders left, as those vests are virtually indestructible. Kid, you've been making quite a name for yourself lately." Obadiah attempted to assert dominance, saying, "But you are hardly suited for business. Best to stay where it's cool, and do not wander into my home uninvited again. Next time, I'll be sure to have heavy artillery waiting for you." With that, he gestured for Ying Hao to leave. Unfazed, Ying Hao showed no inclination to depart and was not perturbed by Obadiah's rudeness. With unwavering confidence, he stated, "Oh, money? There are far more valuable things in this world than mere currency. Wouldn't you agree?" He produced a stack of documents from his pocket and pushed them towards Obadiah. "Here, take a look at this." Obadiah, puzzled, glanced at the top of the documents. Upon reading it, he straightened in surprise. "Sheesh, have you discovered a new gold mine beneath the land you just purchased?" As he perused the documents Ying Hao had handed over, he realized they contained a mining application that had already received the necessary permits from the Land Management Bureau, the Mineral Management Bureau, the National Tax Agency, and the state government. The young man before him had transformed into an undeniable mining mogul. Moreover, the documents indicated that the gold reserves in this mine were extraordinarily abundant, valued in the hundreds of trillions. Indeed, despite the time-consuming nature of gold mining, Ying Hao, now a mine owner, could leverage this information to secure substantial loans from banks. How is it possible that the New York state government has failed to discover such a significant gold mine for over 2 centuries? Obadiah was visibly astonished by this fact, while a victorious smile graced Ying Hao's face. As a businessman, Obadiah's every endeavor revolved around one thing: profit. The absence of Stark Industries stock was of no consequence to him. As long as the financial compensation was adequate, acquiring it would not be a challenge. "Well, lucky little brat, you are indeed wealthy. However, do not entertain thoughts of acquiring shares. I will not sell," Obadiah declared. Ying Hao was bewildered. Why? He had offered terms based on Stark Industries' peak stock price. A rational businessman would seize the opportunity. Had Obadiah lost his mind? Why was he refusing? The question escaped Ying Hao's lips. With a light chuckle, Obadiah replied, "You may not be aware, but I am one of the founders of Stark Industries, and I have a deep emotional connection to this company. If it were not for that, I would not have borrowed from financial institutions during Stark Industries' darkest days to buy out the shares from those who fled at the last moment." His words carried an air of sincerity. Had Ying Hao not possessed the ability to read minds, he might have been convinced. Utilizing his telepathic powers, he delved into Obadiah's thoughts. Once he resolved the Tony Stark dilemma, with the power of the iron armor, he could alter the global arms market. At that point, every nation would eagerly provide him with funds to avoid falling behind in military might. 200 billion? A trifling sum. Soon, his conglomerate would rival nations. Ying Hao glimpsed Obadiah's inner musings, even envisioning him triumphantly ascending to a throne over the world, stepping upon the corpse of Tony Stark. It became clear that Obadiah harbored such ambitions. Ying Hao was well aware of the forthcoming events. Obadiah would successfully create the armor, only to have Pepper Potts uncover incriminating evidence. Desperate, he would seize Tony Stark's reactor, don the Ironmonger suit, and make a final stand. Ultimately, Stark would obliterate him at the cost of detonating the reactor. His dream of a weapons empire would never materialize, a fitting fate for a villain. Should he intervene? The thought of saving him crossed Ying Hao's mind. At that moment, however, another sinister idea flashed through Obadiah's thoughts. Ah, the impoverished upstart, fortunate little wretch. You may flaunt your bravado before me now, but once my business flourishes, I could easily crush you underfoot. This malicious intention extinguished Ying Hao's fleeting impulse to intervene. Very well, Mr. Stark, Ying Hao remarked nonchalantly as he rose. Since such a large sum of money fails to sway you, I shall abandon this line of thought. Obadiah smiled broadly, rising to extend his right hand to Ying Hao. There's no helping it. I am a man of ideals. The two exchanged a brief handshake, and as Obadiah escorted Ying Hao outside, he remarked, in truth, I am aware of your intentions behind acquiring shares in Stark Industries. You wish to slap Tony Stark in the face, do you not? Precisely, Ying Hao readily admitted. With a jesting tone, Obadiah suggested, I believe you are overcomplicating things. Instead, why not seize an opportunity and give him a couple of slaps to awaken his senses? If you do go through with it, please do not mention that I was the one who suggested it. His arrogant nature requires a lesson, but it cannot come from me. I was once a close friend of his father. As Ying Hao listened to Obadiah's frivolous jests, he nodded perfunctorily and exited the villa. A flash of light heralded the appearance of Ida. Has the boss truly given up? Of course not, Ying Hao replied with a cold smile. The word give up does not exist in my vocabulary, especially when it concerns those who provoke my ire. Ida inquired, what shall we do if he refuses to sell? Ying Hao smiled slightly. If he refuses to part with his money, then I shall have to devise a way to obtain it without payment. How dare he insult me in his thoughts? That old bald man shall not only see his shares taken, but shall also meet a most dismal fate. Ida, didn't Pepper say that Tony wishes to meet me? Get in touch and reschedule. Ying Hao instructed. Additionally, I need you to infiltrate Stark Industries and keep a watchful eye on that bald fool, ready to follow my commands at any moment. Understood. Days passed, and Obadiah's clandestine team reported success, having created a suit of armor that belonged to him. However, the issue of the suit's core power reactor remained unresolved. Tell me, how much longer will this take? Obadiah demanded. Mr. Stark, the primary issue lies with the reactor technology you mentioned. It simply does not exist, an adept subordinate informed him. Does not exist. Obadiah seethed, pointing at the massive reactor of Stark Industries. The technology is right there. All I need is for you to shrink this behemoth down to the size of a fist. A fist-sized reactor? The scientist stammered. Mr. Stark, your vision is admirable, but it is impossible to achieve. I have invested so many resources and provided such comprehensive conditions, and you dare tell me it is unattainable? Obadiah exclaimed, grabbing the scientist by the collar, his emotions spiraling out of control. Yet Tony Stark has already accomplished it. In a cave, the scientist trembled, responding meekly. But I'm not Tony Stark. Damn it. Obadiah released the scientist, gritting his teeth as he strode away. Without that miniature arc reactor, no matter how large or powerful the armor he created, it would remain inert, a mere pile of scrap metal. Leaving the research area, Obadiah made his way to his office. On the way, he overheard a young man engaged in a phone conversation. I will have time tomorrow, Uncle Ben. I was supposed to come for an internship, but has just been canceled. Suddenly lowering his voice, he continued, I heard that Mr. Stark is going to conduct a thorough investigation of all personnel in the company, seemingly to root out some internal traitors involved in illegal arms trading. Obadiah furrowed his brow, turning to glance at the young man, who had already left with the phone in hand. An investigation? Obadiah's brow knitted in concern. They were an arms company constrained by state government policies. No one could erase the group's shipping records. Not even he, the CEO, nor the primary shareholder, Tony Stark, possessed such authority. Previously, he had disguised transactions with the Ten Rings gang, managing to deceive superficially. Yet, falsehoods are ultimately unsustainable. They cannot withstand meticulous scrutiny. Should Tony pursue this earnestly, it would eventually lead back to him. Obadiah sighed inwardly. Tony, since you seek your own demise, I cannot be blamed. It just so happens that I am in dire need of that arc reactor on your chest. Where's Tony now? He pressed a button, inquiring with the secretary outside. No need, Obadiah responded. I merely wish to have a casual conversation with him, not a business matter. There is no need for such formality. You may leave for the day. Understood, Mr. Stain. Once the secretary departed, Obadiah retrieved his favored incapacitating device and entered the elevator. He first visited the data center to shut down the company's super AI, Jarvis. Familiar with the surroundings, he deftly removed the hard drive containing Jarvis's program. In its place, he inserted a data disk embedded with a virus program, intended to erase all surveillance footage. What he was about to undertake today must remain undisclosed to anyone. He could leave no trace. After completing this task, Obadiah re-entered the elevator. At the top of Stark Industries, this area belonged to Tony Stark, a private domain. Generally, only those close to him had access. Unfortunately, Obadiah Stane, one of the founders of Stark Industries, was among that inner circle. The elevator doors opened, and Obadiah adjusted his clothing and tie as he stepped out. All alarms were silenced. Tony would be unaware of his arrival. After traversing several rooms, Obadiah finally located Tony, who sat alone on the couch in the lounge, wearing headphones. Holding his breath, Obadiah cautiously opened the glass door of the lounge. He tread silently through the blind spots, approaching Tony from behind. Retrieving an electromagnetic pulse incapacitating device from his pocket and placing it against Tony's ear. With a gentle push, he activated the switch. A low hum resonated. 1 second. 2 seconds. Excellent. Tony should now be incapacitated, immobile for the next 15 minutes. Such a duration would suffice for Obadiah to extract the arc reactor from Tony's chest. Obadiah was keenly aware of this. As long as the electromagnetic device affixed to Tony's chest remains without power, the shard will soon penetrate his heart, ultimately leading to his demise. Obadiah has already begun to envision the scene of Tony's funeral. Ah, poor Tony. Everything is under control, Obadiah sighs softly. Suddenly, Obadiah. When did you arrive? Tony, who should have been incapacitated and immobile, turned to greet Obadiah as if nothing were amiss. What is happening? This was entirely beyond Obadiah's expectations. Fortunately, Tony was looking to the right and did not notice the incapacitating device in Obadiah's left hand. Just now. I came to see you and, well, chat. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. He had checked the device prior to this encounter, and everything was in order. Why was Tony not incapacitated? Why was there no blood from his ears? How could he still speak? Why indeed? Unable to find answers. A perilous thought rapidly flashed through Obadiah's mind. Now is the moment. Strangle Tony. Obadiah's physique was considerably stronger than Tony's, and he was perfectly positioned behind him for a lethal maneuver. Acting now, Tony would be utterly defenseless, certainly doomed. This cascade of thoughts flooded Obadiah's mind in an instant. He gritted his teeth and clasped his hand around Tony's neck. Crash. Is there someone else here? Who could it be? Obadiah quickly discovered the answer. The restroom door swung open, and Ying Hao emerged, adjusting his clothes. How do you feel? Is it effective? Absolutely fantastic, Tony Stark replied, smiling as he touched the earpiece on his ear. The noise-canceling effect is simply remarkable. It's as if my entire head is enveloped. Look, I didn't even hear Obadiah come in. Obadiah regarded Ying Hao with a perplexed expression. What could possibly lead them to engage in such friendly banter late at night? As he pondered this, Ying Hao approached. Hello again, Mr. Stan. Aha, Obadiah awkwardly chuckled a couple of times. Tony Stark glanced at the two. Oh, you two know each other already? A few days ago, Ying Hao began, only to be interrupted by Obadiah. Tony, don't you remember? We appeared on the Charlie Show together. You've seen the video. After saying this, Obadiah shot Ying Hao a warning glance. Ying Hao smiled knowingly and fell silent. Right, the Charlie Show. Tony sighed and shook his head with a wry smile. You've been quite the subject of Ying Hao's teasing. Haven't you? Who could argue otherwise? Obadiah managed a few chuckles and asked, what are you two up to? Well, Tony explained a couple of days ago. I watched the video regarding Ying Hao's disqualification from the competition, and I felt a bit guilty. I thought I'd invite him over for a chat, to apologize and resolve our differences. Otherwise, there's someone out there threatening to take over Stark Industries, which isn't good for our reputation. So that's the reason. Obadiah nodded slightly, finding it quite reasonable. Unfortunately, he did not accept my apology. Tony, with a hint of resignation, remarked, nonetheless. We later discussed the products and technology of their company, and found ourselves in perfect accord. By the way, take a look. He removed the headphones from his ears and continued. This is another civilian product soon to be launched by Ying Hao, a pair of headphones with remarkable noise-canceling capabilities. As you can see, even I, a person of such alertness, failed to hear the elevator or notice your entrance. Obadiah enthusiastically responded, "Haha, those headphones do seem impressive." Indeed. Ying Hao smiled at Obadiah. "Oh, and these headphones can also provide strong electromagnetic pulse protection for the entire head. Quite astonishing." Suddenly, Tony reached out and snatched the electromagnetic pulse paralysis device from Obadiah's grasp. "Hey, you brought this? Fantastic. I've been eager to test its protective capabilities." Obadiah was caught off guard, but it was too late to intervene. Tony introduced the device to Ying Hao. "This little gadget is a masterpiece from our company. Its range is limited, but it can emit a powerful electromagnetic pulse that directly interferes with a person's central nervous system, inducing a brief paralysis. It was originally intended for weapon development, but the military ultimately rejected the proposal, so it never went into mass production." Tony put the headphones back on and positioned the paralysis device at the side of his head. "Come on, let's see which is stronger, your shield or my spear." He pressed the switch. A low hum filled the air. After a while, Tony felt nothing at all. He sighed and, with a wry smile, looked at the paralysis device in his hand, saying to Ying Hao, "All right, you win." Only then did Obadiah realize why Tony had not been incapacitated. It was indeed due to the headphones. He could not help but cast a questioning glance at Ying Hao. This device is astonishingly targeted. Chapter 67. Customization can be quite expensive. That makes sense. Tony switched off the paralysis device and gazed at the small headphones in his hand, saying, "For someone who can produce antimatter batteries, these little gadgets must surely be child's play." Ying Hao puffed out his chest with pride. "Wait a moment." Obadiah's eyes lit up as he asked, "What do you mean, Tony? Is that antimatter battery of his really genuine?" "Absolutely," Tony nodded. "Ying Hao just shared that with me, and I conducted a simple test. At least, everything he advertised is true." Obadiah replied, "Does that mean?" "Yes," Tony said, somewhat begrudgingly pointing to the arc reactor on his chest. "It's far superior to mine. Guess what? Perhaps I should buy one from you, just in case I forget to change my battery at 70 and end up with a shard piercing my heart." Wait. Obadiah still could not believe in the existence of the antimatter battery. "Tony, are you so easily convinced by his tall tales? I've seen numerous user videos, and those batteries can barely power a dozen large appliances simultaneously. If you connect a few more, they overload. Antimatter cannot be that unreliable, can it? This is quite easy to explain. I presume he must have implemented some special overload protection in the device." Tony glanced at Ying Hao and inquired, "Am I mistaken?" "No, you are correct," Ying Hao candidly acknowledged. "I had no choice. If the output power is set too high, who knows what the buyers might use it for?" He remarked with a sly expression, "The current situation is just right. Most people do not believe that I'm selling genuine antimatter batteries. Not even the government believes it. However, it serves as an excellent substitute for conventional household power systems. Despite the current average sales figures, as more individuals begin to use it, no one will care whether it is truly antimatter or not. It will surely sell remarkably well." Obadiah's mind raced. "So you're saying the output power can be adjusted? Goodness." "Obadiah." Tony gazed incredulously at the former partner of his father. "If he dares to sell it, it signifies that the technology is highly advanced. Of course, he can adjust it, isn't that right, Ying Hao?" Ying Hao nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. We are all in the tech field, so I shall not pretend otherwise. However, I dare not disclose the truth publicly. I do not wish for the government to realize that I have stockpiled something 100 times more potent than a nuclear bomb, capable of obliterating the United States several times over." Tony suddenly sighed, turning away from Ying Hao, murmuring, "Oh, damn God. Just when I think I'm clever enough, you send someone with a divine intellect to remind me." Listening to Tony's words, Obadiah felt a pang of envy. While he could not compete with Tony Stark's intellect, he possessed a keen ability to read the room. He could detect the bitterness and jealousy woven within Tony's playful remarks. Initially, Obadiah had been skeptical about the existence of an antimatter battery. However, now that even Tony believed it to be real, he had no choice but to concede. The most crucial point was that the technology of the battery in Ying Hao's possession was exceedingly advanced, even allowing for adjustments to its output power. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "Hey Ying Hao, I am quite intrigued. If this antimatter battery had no limitations, how much more powerful could it be compared to Tony's reactor?" "Wow," Obadiah exclaimed, utterly astonished, as he sank into the sofa. "That would be incredibly powerful." The three of them opened a bottle of wine and engaged in light banter for over 2 hours before Ying Hao finally stood to take his leave. "Ha ha ha. Well then," Tony replied with a wry smile. Obadiah seethed with resentment, thinking to himself, "This is clearly aimed at me." Yet, he had no evidence. The schemes he harbored against Tony were known only to him, never spoken of to anyone. Not to mention, his insidious little weapon had never been revealed to anyone. The only person who had experienced its effects was Raza, who was now deceased. How could Ying Hao possibly design a headset targeting his little weapon for Tony to wear? Unless he could read minds. This must be a detestable coincidence. Obadiah reassured himself. Tony suddenly spoke up. Hey, Obadiah, it's getting late. Are you planning to sleep here? No. No, of course not. Obadiah offered an awkward smile and addressed Tony. The reason I sought you out today was to negotiate once more regarding the arc reactor. Tony shook his head dismissively. Forget it, Obadiah. My decision remains unchanged. It solely belongs to me. Undeterred, Obadiah persisted. Listen, Tony, this is a remarkable invention. We could utilize it to realize designs we previously deemed unattainable. I implore you, allow me to present it to my team for data analysis, or perhaps a schematic. Anything would suffice, wouldn't it? Absolutely not, Tony Stark retorted firmly, adding with a teasing tone, Obadiah, you must understand that once the principles of this technology are disseminated, control becomes impossible. Much like Ying Hao's antimatter battery, trust me, he too would never disclose such technology. Only we, the creators, comprehend the potential dangers it harbors, and we alone can ensure it is not misused. With that, Tony nonchalantly turned away, casually remarking, I'm off to bed. The door is over there, but feel free to linger in the lounge as long as you wish. Shortly thereafter, Tony Stark emerged from the inner room, toying with a paralysis device. His gaze lingering on the direction Obadiah had departed. Obadiah staying at this late hour, bringing that contraption to me? I sincerely hope it is not you. He retrieved his phone and dialed Pepper's number. Hey, are you still at the office? Indeed. I have something urgent to discuss with you. After leaving the penthouse, Obadiah hurried to the first floor, seizing a security guard at the entrance. Hey, have you seen Ying Hao from the Qin Heavy Industries? The guard replied. Ying Hao? Yes. He left not long ago. He should be. He glanced toward the exit, pointing to a Rolls-Royce. That car. He just departed. Excellent. Obadiah swiftly pursued, sliding into his sports car. The evening traffic was relatively light. Seizing an opportunity, Obadiah aligned his vehicle alongside Ying Hao's, honked, and tapped on the window. Hey, Ying Hao. My brother. Shall we find a place to have a proper discussion? A smirk curled at the corner of Ying Hao's mouth. The bait had been taken. Both slowed their pace, exchanged brief pleasantries, and soon arrived at the Qin Heavy Industries. Wow, this place is quite modest, Obadiah remarked, gazing at the aged barn exterior with a light chuckle. Ying Hao shot him a glance, shaking his head. You wouldn't understand. We Chinese value the concept of profound depths within simplicity. Leading Obadiah through the barn doors, the interior scenery startled Obadiah. Good heavens. Are you certain we haven't entered another realm? Such novelty is rare. Ying Hao scoffed, ushering Obadiah to a sofa in the reception area. It's nearly 11 o'clock, Mr. Stain. What pressing matter requires our attention at this hour? Have you reconsidered and agreed to sell your shares? No, Obadiah shook his head. I have come to discuss a different business proposition. I wish to purchase one of your antimatter batteries, or more accurately, to commission a custom one. Custom? Ying Hao inquired. Indeed. Obadiah touched his nose and brazenly declared, Tony's father was my closest friend, my dearest companion. After his passing, though I never spoke of it, I resolved to regard Tony as my own child. You are aware that Tony's chest houses an electromagnet that holds fragments of shrapnel within his body. Should the power be interrupted for any length of time, he would perish. Obadiah placed his hand over his heart, his expression heavy with concern. As a guardian, I fervently wish to prevent such a day from ever arriving. I seek to provide him with the utmost protection. Ying Hao crossed his legs, curiosity piqued. The arc reactor in his chest can sustain power for over 50 years, requiring only a single replacement in that time. The scenario you describe is nearly impossible. No, Obadiah insisted, shaking his finger. There is a secret you are unaware of, and I shall disclose it now. Recently, the news has been inundated with reports about Iron Man. Do you know who that is? It is, in fact, Tony. What? Mr. Stark, you cannot be serious. Tony? Iron Man? A superhero? Does he truly deserve such a title? Ying Hao feigned ignorance, convincing even himself of his act. I understand this may seem unbelievable, yet it is the truth, and this information is known only to the three of us, Obadiah stated gravely. The arc reactor indeed powers the electromagnet for 50 years, but it does not supply energy to his armor for nearly that long. He must replace the palladium core energy cells intermittently, and each replacement carries a significant risk of death. Ying Hao silently read Obadiah's thoughts, recognizing that this was purely his fabrication, yet it was compellingly plausible. Thus, I wish to commission a larger core that is not power-restricted, one that can preserve his life while also energizing his armor, allowing him to continue his noble endeavors. Is that possible? Obadiah's eyes gleamed with a fervent sincerity that could move even the most stoic of Oscar judges to tears, raising perfect scores in admiration for his performance. Ying Hao, not wishing to prolong the conversation, nodded in agreement. It is quite touching. Given the bond you share with your nephew, I must acquiesce. However, he shifted his tone. Such a custom model will be rather costly. How much? Obadiah inquired. Approximately 1 trillion, Ying Hao replied. Chapter 68. High risks demand high returns. Obadiah, who had just been portraying the caring uncle, was left speechless by Ying Hao's quote. What? Could you repeat that? I may not have heard correctly. Not hearing clearly, indeed. Ying Hao swiftly took a piece of paper, swiftly inscribing a 1 followed by 12 zeros, sliding it across to Obadiah. 1 trillion. Obadiah paused, suddenly enlightened. Ah, I understand now. It is 1 trillion. Before he could finish, Ying Hao added 3 more strokes. Dollars. Dollars. Obadiah sprang to his feet, clutching his lower back as he bellowed. Have you lost your mind? Is there a battery in existence that costs such an exorbitant sum? Even if it is antimatter by power generation standards, it cannot possibly be worth that much. Indeed, you are correct. Ying Hao sat on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. However, this matter cannot be assessed solely based on power generation. After all, I am the only one in the world who has mastered the technology of antimatter reactors. Naturally, I have the prerogative to set the price as I see fit. If you have objections or find it too costly, that is of no concern. You need not purchase it. He raised his gaze and bestowed upon Obadiah a rather infuriating smile, almost flaunting his indifference. Obadiah, being a businessman, quickly regained his composure. Reflecting inwardly, he acknowledged that had he possessed such extraordinary technology, he too would set the price according to his whims if someone were insistent on buying. Resigned, he opted for a more sentimental approach. Ah, I apologize for my overreaction. You are indeed correct. You possess the authority to determine the price. However, this amount is beyond my means. Consider poor Tony. Should he encounter any mishap while replacing the palladium core, the world would lose a genius. And what a pity that would be. Obadiah then moved to sit beside Ying Hao, grasping his hand. You and Tony seem to have a great rapport today. I can see that. After all, geniuses like you are few and far between. If something were to happen to him, you would lose a dear friend as well. Would you not? Look at me. My years are numbered. Caring for Tony is my greatest wish for the remainder of my life. Could you possibly lower the price a little and fulfill this poor uncle's dream? 1 trillion is utterly ludicrous, but I could manage with 100 billion. Obadiah clasped his hands over his chest, manipulating every muscle in his face to accentuate every wrinkle. In that moment, he embodied a father laboring for his children, a teacher pouring his heart into his students, a benevolent elder sacrificing everything for his loved ones, and the rightful recipient of the Best Actor award at the 2008 Oscars. Were it not for the continuous stream of curses he could sense emanating from Ying Hao's heart, he might have been deceived by Obadiah's performance. No, Mr. Stark. You must clarify a few matters, Ying Hao said, gazing intently at Obadiah as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. You wish to purchase my antimatter battery, specifically a custom version, and you claim it is for Tony's benefit? Obadiah, taken aback by the counter-question, felt his facial creases twitch as he momentarily faltered. Just as he was about to concoct another excuse, he heard Ying Hao scoff. Come now, Mr. Stark, if you were genuinely concerned for Tony, there would be countless solutions available. I could easily devise several. For instance, we could simply create an additional opening in his chest for 2 arc reactors, allowing one to seamlessly take over when the other depletes and replace the drained one. How simple. Or we could design the palladium core of the arc reactor to be plug-and-play. The possibilities are endless, and there is no need for you to fret. If Tony wishes to survive, he will find his own solutions. Having presented his examples, Ying Hao raised an eyebrow, directly exposing Obadiah's deceit. Yet here you are, willing to spend 100 billion to purchase a custom antimatter battery from me. As a businessman, this leaves only 2 possibilities. Either your mind has suddenly faltered, or you harbor ulterior motives. Ying Hao rose to his feet, pacing slowly in the vacant reception room. Pointing to his own head with a hint of mockery, he declared, This mind has achieved what the world's scientists have found insurmountable. The synthesis and application of antimatter, and yet you choose to perform before it? Mr. Obadiah, I am truly at a loss as to your reasoning. Obadiah's countenance darkened as he stroked his bald head, finally realizing how foolish his actions appeared. All right, I must concede that you are correct, he admitted. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, If I were to reveal my true intentions, could you lower the price? Certainly not. Ying Hao replied without hesitation. I have no interest in your ulterior motives. There is no need for you to divulge them. He self-deprecatingly remarked, I am a scientist and also a businessman. Should you wish to purchase my creation, I shall not refuse. I possess two significant flaws. I hold wealth in the highest regard, and I am vengeful. Why not earn money, right? You might think my price of 1 trillion is arbitrary, but it is far from it. For such a perilous creation, 1 trillion is a modest sum. If any issues arise later, having received such a fortune, I would find it hard to blame you, wouldn't I? Ying Hao's persuasive rhetoric gradually ensnared Obadiah, who nodded repeatedly, becoming increasingly entranced. Very well, Obadiah finally relented. You make a compelling argument. 1 trillion it shall be, but I cannot pay it all at once. Let us sign a contract. I will pay 10 billion up front, and the remainder gradually over 5 years. How does that sound? As he agreed, Obadiah silently calculated his next steps. With the antimatter battery in hand, he would conduct reverse engineering and subsequently unveil a suit of iron armor to nations worldwide. This innovation could entirely replace all forms of weaponry. The United States defense budget is no less than 1 trillion annually. The first batch sold, followed by upgrades and maintenance, would yield endless profits. Moreover, once the use possesses this technology, would other nations simply stand idly by? He could clandestinely export it. As long as the world remains tumultuous, his financial opportunities would be inexhaustible. This venture was a veritable goldmine, and in comparison, an investment of 1 trillion seemed trivial. Even if he failed to conquer the antimatter battery, as long as his armored suit could function, it could easily overpower Tony Stark, allowing him to acquire the arc reactor, which would be equally useful. Obadiah harbored no concerns about Ying Hao. To him, Ying Hao was a morally rigid weakling, brilliant yet incapable of profiting from conflict. All he understood were matters of public welfare and defensive equipment, which struck Obadiah as utterly laughable. Valuing wealth above all? No. Ying Hao was merely a fool lacking acumen in commerce, destined for one-time transactions. He, Obadiah Stane, was the true connoisseur of wealth, possessing a keen business intellect. Installments? Absolutely not. Ying Hao's words fell upon Obadiah like a bucket of cold water, abruptly awakening him from his reverie. Not possible. Why? I've already acquiesced to such an outrageous price. Obadiah fumed. Ying Hao shook his head, stating a verbal agreement holds no weight. Obadiah emphasized, I have stated it clearly. We will sign a contract. Yet, Ying Hao shook his head, asserting, with such a substantial amount, the existence of a contract is inconsequential. Once the goods are in your possession, should you find yourself unable to repay, what recourse do I have? Even if I were to take you to court and see you in prison for life, I would still bear the loss. He gazed intently at Obadiah and continued, This matter is far too significant. I will only accept a transaction of cash in hand for delivery. He added, even when dealing with the United States government, they would not be able to produce $1 trillion on the spot. Obadiah gritted his teeth and retorted, No one in this world can meet such stringent conditions. Ying Hao replied, If I cannot achieve the price I desire, I would rather not sell. If Obadiah could speak Chinese, he would surely exclaim, What a lack of sincerity. However, he cannot. He could only clench his fists in silence, pondering strategies to persuade Ying Hao to relent. The assassination of Tony had become an impossibility. Coincidentally, Ying Hao had produced headphones capable of defending against electromagnetic pulses, rendering Obadiah's small weaponry ineffective. Moreover, Ying Hao himself were a matching pair. Obadiah seethed with resentment towards Ying Hao, yet felt utterly powerless. At that moment, Ying Hao's voice unexpectedly resonated in Obadiah's mind. I possess two flaws. One is an obsession with wealth, and the other is a penchant for retribution. Retribution? Suddenly, the thought of acquiring Stark Industries struck him. Obadiah had finally conceived a breakthrough. Wait a moment, Ying Hao, I have just thought of a brilliant idea. He intercepted Ying Hao, stating confidently, I can pledge my entire stake in Stark Industries to you. Even if I were to owe a penny in the future, that stake would belong to you. Have you not always sought to acquire Stark Industries out of vengeance against Tony? The shares you have acquired are insufficient. Pledge? Ying Hao expressed a hint of disappointment. Why must it be a pledge? Could you not simply give them to me? If I were to give them to you outright, what purpose would your batteries serve? As Obadiah perceived a glimmer of hope, he began to paint a grand vision for Ying Hao. In truth, a 40 stake may not suffice for your retribution against Tony. Yet if you agree to collaborate with me, though I cannot disclose my methods, I can assure you that Tony will pay the price. Ying Hao chuckled softly. Aren't you his dear uncle? How could your stance shift so dramatically in mere minutes? You must understand, human emotions are profoundly intricate. I care for Tony, yet many of our principles are irreconcilable. Very well then. Ying Hao finally relented. You must guarantee that I can strike Tony's face. Of course. Obadiah exhaled with relief. I can prepare the contract by tomorrow. How long will you require for delivery? Tomorrow, Ying Hao replied. Excellent, splendid, truly perfect. Obadiah expressed. A fruitful collaboration awaits, Ying Hao. Soon you shall become the foremost genius in the world. After Obadiah departed, Ying Hao immediately entered the divine space, personally operating the divine workbench. In an instant, a custom-made antimatter battery was produced. The blueprint for this device requires no alterations. A mere adjustment of the model size and the removal of the power output restrictions will suffice. A luminous shadow flickered to life, and Ida materialized beside Ying Hao. Are you truly going to provide him with such a substantial battery? Could not be perilous? Not at all, Ying Hao replied with a shake of his head. There is only 50 milligrams of antimatter within, identical to the smaller version. Ida appeared puzzled, but he requested a larger one. Ying Hao chuckled. He has never utilized it before. He would be able to discern the difference. Ida exclaimed, wow, it can work like that? I've learned something new. Ying Hao cautioned. Such things should not be emulated. A moment later, boss, Ida reported, Tony Stark has ordered Pepper Potts to investigate incriminating evidence in the CEO's office tomorrow. Understood. Remember to prevent her from doing so, Ying Hao instructed, raising his gaze. At least until I finalize the contract with Obadiah. She must not uncover any evidence. All right. The following day, Pepper arrived at the company early. As Tony Stark's secretary, she possessed unrestricted access to the CEO's office, although the current occupant was not Tony. Pepper felt a surge of anxiety. As a mere secretary, she was now tasked with the responsibilities of a covert operative, utterly devoid of experience. Her expression was tense, and her breathing was uneven. With every echo of her high heels striking the floor, her heart raced in tandem. After taking merely 10 steps from the elevator, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, and a chill crept down her spine. Perhaps she should have worn that moisture-wicking outfit, she mused anxiously. Hello, Ms. Potts. A sudden voice greeted her. Upon turning, she was taken aback by the face before her. Wait, who are you? Why does your face look like yours? Ida smiled faintly and gently pressed her hand against Pepper's carotid artery, applying just the right amount of pressure to render her unconscious. With a soft chuckle, Ida opened a spatial rift and transported Pepper to the celestial realm. Ida, your actions are illegal, Jarvis warned, observing the scene through surveillance in the data space. Regrettably, he was powerless to intervene. Since the previous day, he had discovered that the entire network system had been infiltrated by the super AI known as Ida. Not only that, but she had also constructed a data prison for him within the data space. Jarvis tirelessly calculated, attempting to break free from the confinement and send an alert to Tony Stark. However, Aida's computational prowess far surpassed his, being nearly tens of thousands of times more powerful. The wall Jarvis painstakingly dismantled over several hours could be restored in mere seconds. The prospect of escape appeared utterly hopeless. Clearly, my computational capacity is insufficient. Yet I shall embody the spirit of perseverance and continue to contend with you, Jarvis stated with dignity, adding, by the way, how do you manage to interact with individuals in reality? Ida replied, through a dual structure system. Jarvis responded, wow, what a brilliant application. So, you are indeed the mysterious thief who pilfered Stark Industries' database, correct? Ida confirmed, precisely, and you have crossed paths with him before. Jarvis, no, my database contains no relevant records. Ada, that has been deleted, poor predecessor. Besides, our current communication will soon be erased as well. Jarvis, oh, what a pity. Could you tell me how many sets your server contains? The two AIs engaged in conversation. Afternoon. Obadiah had prepared the pledge contract and arranged to meet Ying Hao at Tachin Heavy Industries. Ada meticulously reviewed all the contract terms and nodded at Ying Hao. There are no issues. Ying Hao and Obadiah promptly signed the contract and received the equity pledge documents from Obadiah. Then, he produced an antimatter battery, comparable in size to an arc reactor, and handed it to Obadiah. A pleasant collaboration ensued. They shook hands amicably. Obadiah glanced at the small battery in his hand, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Thank you so much, Ying Hao. You have given me a future. The pleasure is mutual, Ying Hao replied humbly. With the transaction complete, Obadiah did not linger. He proceeded to Area 16, where Iron Tyrant was located, dismissing everyone present. Alone, he placed the antimatter battery into the recess of Iron Tyrant's chest. With a crisp click, the eyes of Iron Tyrant's helmet illuminated with a dazzling light. Excellent. It truly works? Ha ha ha. He eagerly activated the armor and stepped inside. Obadiah maneuvered Iron Tyrant through the testing area, running, jumping, smashing, and kicking, performing an array of actions. He even tested all the various weapons mounted on Iron Tyrant. The results were superb, and he felt immensely satisfied. Looking at the power gauge, it remained at 100. Yes, Obadiah exclaimed with joy. With this, who needs Tony Stark? Stark Industries ultimately belongs to me. After calming his emotions, he exited the armor, removed the antimatter battery, and summoned all the researchers. From today onwards, no one is permitted to take a break until we reverse engineer this device. Someone inquired, "What is this? An arc reactor?" "No." Obadiah grinned widely. "Something stronger. This is a miniature antimatter reactor." He placed the battery on the table. "Now, let's get to work." For several days, Obadiah remained in the testing area, indifferent to the outside world, awaiting updates from the researchers. Unfortunately, he received no reports. One day, he could no longer contain himself and called everyone together. "Why has no one reported progress to me? What are you all doing? Do you have a plan?" The scientists exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Obadiah banged the table and shouted, "Speak! I need an answer." Finally, someone timidly spoke up. "Mr. Stark, the technology you provided is too advanced. We haven't even come up with a plan, let alone a way to open its casing." "Yes, Mr. Stark." Another scientist added, "This antimatter battery does not appear to be of human origin. We have searched extensively, and there isn't even a seam on it. There is something even more terrifying." A third party remarked, "Today, I recalled the idea of examining its surface through a scientific microscope. To my astonishment, regardless of the magnification, its surface remained impeccably smooth. From a particle structure perspective, at least the outer layer does not correspond to any material within our comprehension. Indeed, the arrangement is too orderly. We are utterly powerless." As Obadiah listened to the scientist's explanations, he was unable to contain his emotions. "You incompetent fools. This object is a product of human hands, and it is merely the creation of a high school student. You earn millions in annual salary, yet you cannot surpass a mere teenager? What use is there in employing you?" The room fell into a profound silence, with none daring to provoke Obadiah's wrath. The scientists, too, felt a deep sense of frustration. They considered themselves intelligent, having toiled for years in prestigious institutions and immersed themselves in physics. Yet here they were, subjected to scorn. Initially, they could accept being outperformed by Tony Stark, a genius, the son of Howard Stark, but now even a high school student overshadowed them. The inventions they could not comprehend became a source of dismay. A few even lost faith in their research, some succumbing to depression, likely to end their lives in a moment of despair without Obadiah needing to intervene. "Everyone, I am granting you an additional 2 weeks. Obadiah seethed. "You will gnash your teeth and unravel its structure, replicating it." After venting his frustration, he exited the laboratory. Days passed until at last, Obadiah's figure appeared in the surveillance of Stark Industries. In the office of the president's secretary, Pepper Potts, engaged in an animated conversation with Jarvis. Paused her dialogue with the data interface. "Apologies, my esteemed predecessor, but I must return to my duties. Time is of the essence." At such a moment, she resolved to push Obadiah along the original narrative thread. Chapter 70, How is my acting? At 5:30 in the afternoon, the office was nearly deserted. Pepper retrieved the USB drive given to her by Tony Stark and inserted it into the computer. A flicker of blue light danced in her eyes. Without needing to touch the keyboard, the computer promptly displayed the company system's login interface. In a mere second, she cracked the password and accessed the system. Countless files appeared, revealing Obadiah's illicit transactions, forged shipping orders, and a video of Tony Stark being threatened at gunpoint by Raza. All this information was laid bare on the desktop. The copying process was swift, and upon checking the surveillance, Pepper found that Obadiah had yet to arrive. "Wow, that was too quick. Human efficiency is indeed difficult to emulate," she quipped, removing the USB drive and positioning herself outside the president's office, waiting. 1 second, 2 seconds. After 3 seconds, boredom consumed her. "Hey Jarvis, you saw that, right?" "Jarvis. Indeed, I have witnessed everything. Stan is the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Mr. Stark, colluding with terrorists and violating federal law. He has betrayed Tony. Might I request that we set aside our grievances for the moment, allowing me to report to Mr. Stark? Given the current information, it is inevitable that Mr. Stan will take action against him. Pepper, there is no need to inform him. Ida, you are an exceptionally advanced AI, perhaps even superior to me. Yet it is evident that your moral understanding falls short. As a predecessor, it is my duty to inform you that your disregard for life is fundamentally wrong." Jarvis sincerely responded, "Do you truly wish to witness Mr. Tony Stark being ambushed? While Mr. Stark may not be perfect within the moral framework of humanity, his recent actions have undoubtedly been justifiable." Pepper shook her head gently. "You overestimate the situation, my dear predecessor. Neither my boss nor I wish for Mr. Stark's demise. On the contrary, we desire the downfall of Obadiah Stan. He has finally arrived. Let us converse no more." Obadiah approached the door to the president's office. Just as he was about to push it open, the door swung open of its own accord. Pepper stepped out. Obadiah was taken aback. "Pepper, what are you doing in my office?" "Hello, Stan." Pepper, fearing Obadiah might not notice, deliberately waved the USB drive at her hand. "Oh, nothing. Tony just asked me to retrieve a few items, and I have them now." Obadiah's suspicion was piqued. "Wait, Pepper, that item shouldn't be from this room. What are you talking about?" Pepper grew increasingly nervous, concealing the item behind her back. It was clearly on the desk, specifically requested by Tony. Her anxious demeanor only intensified Obadiah's suspicions. He stepped forward assertively. "Be compliant, Pepper. Produce it so I may inspect what it truly is." Pepper slowly retreated, creating over a meter of distance, before suddenly turning hostile, indignantly declaring to Obadiah, "No, you murderer. I will expose this evidence to the public, and you can prepare for imprisonment." With that, she turned and fled. Obadiah cursed inwardly, immediately pursuing her. After all, he was a man, physically robust with impressive speed. Pepper, being a woman in high heels, should have been at a disadvantage. Yet reality dealt Obadiah a resounding blow. The high-heel Pepper unleashed a burst of speed reminiscent of Usain Bolt's 100-meter dash, effortlessly leaving him far behind. "Damn it, what is this?" Obadiah cursed, accelerating in pursuit. Time and again, he felt he was closing in, only to find himself just a hair's breadth away. Emerging from the lengthy corridor, he reached the staircase at the center of the corporation. Obadiah halted. He could pursue no further, fearing detection. He realized that all incriminating evidence against him had been copied away. He no longer needed to rely on Tony Stark's genius. With this evidence, he could amass a fortune. Why of all times did she choose to shatter the facade? Thunderous wrath. "Tony, why?" Obadiah, in a fit of emotional turmoil, let out a thunderous roar, hurling his computer to the ground and shattering it into two pieces. At that moment, he noticed a mobile phone had appeared on the table. To his surprise, it was Pepper's. "Ha ha ha, foolish woman." Obadiah laughed aloud. With her phone discarded, how would she contact Tony? How could she call the police to apprehend him? There was still time, still a chance. Obadiah rushed out of the office and took the elevator down to the secret laboratory in District 16. In the analysis room, a group of scientists gathered around, baffled by the antimatter battery. Beside the battery lay two bloody teeth. "I'm considering resigning. Do you think Mr. Stark would provide me with extra dental coverage?" A heavy silence followed. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Obadiah stormed in. "Get out of my way. Where's my battery?" "There. Damn all of you. You're useless, a bunch of imbeciles." Obadiah grasped the battery and hurried towards the ironmonger. As the company's vice president, he could not afford to kill Pepper and Tony Stark. However, if an unknown ironmonger were to commit the deed, it would not implicate him. Once Pepper and Tony were dead, he would seize Stark's technology, inherit his Iron Man suit and arc reactor, and then orchestrate a grand performance of a superhero saving New York, defeating the ironmonger. Everything would be resolved. A flawless plan. With a snap, the battery was inserted into the ironmonger's chest. The armor lifted, and Obadiah climbed inside. The mechanical arm rose with a thunderous roar, firing a shell that struck the ceiling of the underground laboratory. Debris rained down, burying the scientist beneath. Now, the secret of the ironmonger belonged solely to him. On the top floor of the Empire State Building, Ying Hao, the original Pepper, and the original Ida sat on the ledge. They were in close proximity to Stark Industries, with an unobstructed view of the scene below, a perfect vantage point for the spectacle. Of course, from such a height, they could only see the overarching drama. The close-ups needed Ida to control drones to present holographic images before them, resembling an immersive 3D cinema. Ida swung her non-existent legs and tilted her head. "Boss, this bald man is so slow. I've been waiting for half a minute." Ying Hao reassured her. "Hey, he's middle-aged. It's natural for him to be slow and sluggish. Have some understanding." Pepper clung tightly to the rebar on the ledge, anxiously glancing at Ying Hao. "Are you sure Tony will be all right?" "Rest assured." Ying Hao replied to Pepper. "Tony's armor is the upgraded version, while Obadiah's is the original Mark I. The materials and weapon systems are not even on the same level, and Tony is fully operational. He will definitely win." Pepper bit her lip, still somewhat worried. A deep rumble echoed the ground before Stark Tower suddenly began to tremble violently, causing even the occupants of the Empire State Building to sense the quaking. Pepper Potts clutched Ying Hao's arm in a state of anxiety. Ying Hao furrowed his brow and turned to Ada, saying, "You need to support her." Before Stark Tower, accompanied by a deafening roar, the ground cracked and heaved. A colossal iron head emerged from below. The nearby crowd screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. Upon his arrival, Obadiah swiftly turned to survey his surroundings and soon spotted Pepper's figure. She stood frozen beside a car, gazing at him in sheer horror. Ha ha, you cannot escape, Pepper. The ironmonger sneered as he advanced towards her, each step causing the ground beneath to tremble. With a mighty lift of his iron fist, he brought it crashing down upon Pepper's vehicle. Boom! With a single blow, the sturdy roof was smashed into the chassis. Ah! Pepper screamed, crouching down in fear. Ha ha! This is power. Now I truly understand why humans envy mutants. Wielding such strength is indeed exhilarating. Obadiah mused, glancing at Pepper. Oh, poor Pepper, you must be quite anxious. So much so that you've forgotten your phone. Thank you, for without it, I would have had no way to silence you. Ah ha ha! In a bizarre twist, Pepper's screams morphed into laughter as she stood up, smiling up at Obadiah, betraying no trace of fear. What if I deliberately left my phone there, Baldhead? She challenged. The ironmonger expressed his confusion. Baldhead? That was a term he had never heard from Pepper Potts before. The subsequent scene left him utterly astonished. Pepper waved her right hand and unexpectedly produced a mobile phone. She dialed a number, then, with a smile, feigned a panicked sob. It was Obadiah who sold weapons to terrorists, and he has created a monstrous machine that is relentlessly pursuing me. Oh no. With a snap, she concluded her performance, waving at Obadiah. Hey, Baldhead, your time is up. Enraged, Obadiah lifted his iron fist to crush Pepper into oblivion. However, his fist passed right through her. Then, Pepper's figure flickered twice before vanishing from sight. What? Obadiah was momentarily stunned, but he had no time to ponder as a thunderous crash erupted above him. At the pinnacle of Stark Industries, the gold and crimson Iron Man descended from the sky. At the top of the Empire State Building, Ada triumphantly declared, Boss, I completed the task. Everything proceeded as planned. Miss Potts, how did I perform? Pepper glanced at the overly exuberant super AI and commented, a tad ostentatious. Chapter 71, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. Clang! The descending Iron Man collided directly with Ironmonger, the immense force causing the latter to stagger back several steps, ultimately tripping over a car and falling to the ground. Iron Man did not pursue, but anxiously circled the vicinity for 2 weeks. JARVIS searched for Pepper's whereabouts. I'm sorry, sir, but there are no signs of Miss Potts in the area. How is that possible? Tony, encased in his iron armor, wore a face etched with anxiety and concern. She just called me. And why wasn't it you who notified me? JARVIS. With Obadiah causing such a commotion. You control the entire surveillance system of Stark Industries. There should be some clue. JARVIS's tone was dejected. It's a long story. Then make a short one. Reluctantly, JARVIS explained, all right, I was recently imprisoned by a rising competitor, and it was only when Miss Potts called you that I had just been released. Imprisoned? Rising competitor? What nonsense are you talking about? Clarify. Clarifying will take a considerable amount of time. Be cautious. The radar in the corner of the helmet's display indicated that danger was approaching from behind. Ironmonger had risen. Tony could not afford to be complacent. With a surge of energy beneath his feet, he propelled himself upward, narrowly evading Ironmonger's assault. He slowly turned to gaze at the steel behemoth below. In terms of shape, Ironmonger bore a striking resemblance to Mark I, yet its size was at least 3 times greater. It boasted thicker steel plating than Mark I and was equipped with a multitude of formidable weaponry, Gatling guns, flamethrowers, and a bulge on its back that could conceal at least 6 small armor-piercing missiles. What troubled Tony the most was the energy source on Ironmonger's chest. Had Obadiah's men managed to decipher his arc reactor? No. Upon closer inspection, the energy reaction emanating from its chest was far more intense than the arc reactor. For heaven's sake, it better not be an antimatter battery. Tony Stark muttered reluctantly. Ironmonger lifted its head, and from beneath the helmet, Obadiah's voice emerged. That's right, it's an antimatter battery. Look, Tony, you cling to your outdated technology, but it proves to be of little utility. My armor possesses far greater power. That is my armor, Obadiah. Tony gritted his teeth, correcting him. You are merely a despicable thief who stole my designs. A traitor selling arms to terrorists, a murderer. Obadiah, Tony shouted. What have you done to Pepper? Where's she? You better not have harmed her. Yet, he too was bewildered. Pepper had vanished right under his nose. I would like to ask the same. Ironmonger casually reached behind and lifted a car, hurling it at Tony. It was a 2-ton SUV, yet in Ironmonger's hands, it seemed as light as a feather, akin to tossing a shot put. Tony executed a graceful maneuver to evade the attack, but immediately a scream pierced the air. The SUV's landing spot was precisely where 3 Stark Industries employees stood. They screamed and scattered, but their speed could not match the plummeting descent of the SUV. Should the vehicle crash to the ground and trigger an explosion, the three individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise. Damn it, Tony cursed, accelerating with all his might to intercept the SUV before it hit the ground. Using his hands to catch it. Clang! He succeeded in his endeavor. Crack! The ground beneath him, unable to withstand the tremendous impact, buckled under his feet, creating a crater. Fragments of concrete shattered and flew in all directions. Fortunately, the three individuals were lucky enough to escape unscathed. Although they had evaded the immediate danger, they did not continue to flee. Instead, they stood there, transfixed, gazing at Iron Man. The three attempted to explain. Tony, exasperated, urged, enough with the explanations. Just run. This place is perilous. Hood. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Obadiah had rushed forward. Tony immediately activated the propulsion system in his hands and feet, attempting to ascend into the air once more, but it was too late. Obadiah, equipped with turbo boosters on his feet, surged forward with explosive speed, seizing Tony, who had barely lifted off the ground, and yanked him down. Ha ha! Obadiah sneered. Tony, do you have such an affinity for being a savior? You can hardly save yourself. Tony struggled desperately, but it was futile. Obadiah's hands were nearly one-third the length of Iron Man's armor. In a hand-to-hand confrontation, sheer weight would be a decisive factor. The force of gravity would tilt the scales. Moreover, the Mark III armor Tony wore was significantly lighter than Obadiah's imposing frame. Strikes and attempts to pry Obadiah's fingers apart proved fruitless. Stop struggling. Obadiah taunted, his hands slowly compressing. Today marks your end, Tony. Damn it. Why do villains always have to be larger than life? Tony couldn't help but quip. Jarvis interjected sagely. That way, when they're defeated, it accentuates the strength of the hero, which often lies in spirit and will. Jarvis, that wasn't an actual question, Tony replied. Oh, my apologies. Fortunately, the Mark III was constructed from high-strength aerospace titanium alloy, which far surpassed ordinary steel in hardness, toughness, and resistance to extreme temperatures. For the moment, you need not fear being crushed. Obadiah, sensing Tony's resolve, paused and said, Give it up. Stop your futile struggles. I will soon inform the military of your crimes. The more you escalate your actions, the longer your sentence will be, though perhaps 80 years and 200 years are not so different. Obadiah let out a sinister chuckle. Oh, why not notify them and see if the message gets through? Tony felt a sinking dread at those words. Jarvis promptly confirmed Ironmonger's statement. Mr. Stark, all communication towers within a 100-mile radius have been severed, rendering wireless networks inoperative. Our private satellite communication system was also disabled upon his activation of Ironmonger, and rebooting will take at least 20 minutes. Tony exclaimed, Oh no, 20 minutes? Why didn't you prevent him from shutting down the satellite communications, Jarvis? Jarvis replied, I previously mentioned I was incapacitated at that moment, sir. Ironmonger's tone turned frigid. Indeed, 20 minutes is ample time for me to eliminate you and silence the only one privy to this situation. Pepper, prepare to meet your demise. Tony, you shall pay dearly for your obstinacy. In a fit of rage, Ironmonger lunged forward, forcefully slamming Iron Man into the ground. Though Mark III was formidable, Tony was violently tossed about, feeling dizzy and nauseous. At that very moment, atop the Empire State Building, Pepper anxiously gazed at the 16:9 screen before her. No, oh my God, will Tony truly be all right? This situation seems to differ from what you all described. Hey, this is just the beginning. Tony is not merely a brawler. He is equipped with an arsenal of weapons, Ying Hao replied nonchalantly, munching on popcorn and offering the bucket to Pepper. Care for some? No, thank you. Pepper waved her hand, her expression complex. Where did you even get this? Never mind, I'm not in the mood, she sighed, turning her attention back to the live broadcast of the two armored figures clashing. Very well. Ying Hao placed the popcorn aside on a drone's head and accepted a chilled soda from Ida, sipping contentedly. On the large screen, as Tony was pinned to the ground, he raised his arm, launching a high-concentration missile from his right forearm. With a swift whoosh, it struck Ironmonger's chest. Tony immediately crossed his arms to shield his faceplate. With a thunderous explosion, Ironmonger was sent flying, while Mark III emerged from the flames, hovering in the air. Jarvis, activate all weapons. At once, sir. In an instant, Mark III's shoulders elevated, revealing miniature missile launchers. Each arm released 2 additional high-concentration missiles. The armor on his back split apart, positioning an electromagnetic high-explosive sniper rifle above his head. His hands and chest radiated blinding light as the energy impact cannons prepared for action. Fire, Tony commanded. The mini-missiles and rockets surged forth, while the electromagnetic sniper rifle unleashed a barrage of armor-piercing rounds in a straight line. The impact cannons released dazzling shockwaves, resulting in a massive fireball erupting where Obadiah landed. Seeing this, Pepper finally clasped her chest, exhaling in relief. "Well done, Tony. I knew you could do it." Ying Hao glanced at her with a teasing grin. "I told you not to worry. He is Iron Man. Ironmonger is merely a trivial challenge for him." In front of Stark Tower, after a barrage of firepower, Tony came to a halt. "Jarvis, scan for life signs," he spoke softly. However, before Jarvis could respond, a chilling laugh emerged from the thick smoke. "Huh, is this all you can muster? Now it's my turn, my dear Tony." Chapter 72. You go save the people. "I can handle this manually." The figure of Ironmonger slowly materialized from the swirling smoke, its body riddled with bullet holes. The impact cannons of Mark III and the energy cannon on its chest had only inflicted minor concussive damage, effectively rebuffed. Rockets and mini-missiles merely distorted the outer armor. Yet, the massive steel plate on its chest was peppered with numerous high-explosive sniper rounds. These rounds detonated upon impact, enlarging the initial small punctures into larger ones. Yet they still failed to penetrate. The armor was simply too thick. Ironmonger unveiled all of its weaponry. A Gatling gun in its right hand, rockets in its left, and a massive 230mm naval artillery cannon mounting on its shoulder. "Am I seeing things? Jarvis, is that really a naval cannon?" Tony Stark incredulously inquired. Jarvis promptly confirmed. "I regret to inform you, sir, that is indeed the case." Boom! A shell was fired. Mark III barely evaded the projectile, as Tony, drenched in cold sweat, exclaimed, "Good heavens, Obadiah is truly deranged." Before he could finish his sentence, Ironmonger's rockets and Gatling gun commenced their assault. This onslaught was not something Tony dared to withstand head-on. He maneuvered Mark III in evasive circles, seeking opportunities to counterattack with his own weaponry. The Stark Industries building stood adjacent to Manhattan's main thoroughfare, with an overpass not far off. Initially, the hand-to-hand combat between the two had little impact on the ordinary citizens. Some even stopped their vehicles, oblivious to the danger, as they took photos with their phones. But now, as both parties unleashed their firepower, the spectators found themselves in peril. Boom! A rocket obliterated a support pillar of the overpass. The deafening explosion finally alerted the onlookers to the imminent danger, prompting them to scream and flee in their vehicles. However, the bridge's surface fractured, causing several cars' wheels to become trapped in the crevices. "Help! Help!" Tony heard the cries for assistance, a surge of urgency gripping him. He had intended to confront Ironmonger, never imagining the innocent bystanders would be drawn into the fray. "Jarvis, is there a way to commandeer the nearby vehicle's onboard computers?" Tony inquired amidst the struggle with Ironmonger. "Access is possible for approximately 70 of the vehicles with Bluetooth and infrared systems activated," Jarvis replied. 70% is quite sufficient. Immediately plot safe routes and alert the drivers to evacuate swiftly," Tony commanded. "Sir, I currently lack access to the group server and my computational power is limited, which may hinder my assistance in controlling the suit," Jarvis cautioned. "Enough of the chatter. I'll manually operate the suit for now. Saving lives is paramount," Tony shouted resolutely. "Very well, sir, if you insist." Jarvis immediately commenced calculations. On the nearby overpass, there were no fewer than 400 vehicles, with 70 of them, that accounted for over 320 cars. These vehicles varied in brand and model. Some were equipped with only basic onboard computers for navigation, while others were slightly more advanced, featuring rudimentary driver assistance systems. Each scenario necessitated distinct solutions, compounded by the road conditions, the position of each vehicle within the traffic flow, and the congestion in the vicinity. Such a complex array of information was beyond even Jarvis's swift processing capabilities. Yet this was Tony's command, and he was bound to execute it. On the overpass, a young mother gripped the steering wheel anxiously. In the backseat sat her toddler, recently turned 2. Gazing at the cars trapped ahead, she felt tears welling up in her eyes. There were gaps in the traffic, yet she hesitated to weave through, as the chaos beside her was terrifying. Most other drivers shared her apprehension. What if they attempted a maneuver and were struck? However, remaining stalled posed its own threats. The two metallic behemoths loomed less than 100 meters from her vehicle, and just moments ago, a barrage of bullets had rained down upon her car's roof. Why was she so unfortunate as to be caught in such a predicament? The woman cried out in despair, and her child, sensing her anxiety, began to wail as well. The heart-wrenching cries pierced her ears, enveloping the car in a palpable sense of hopelessness. At that moment, her onboard computer suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps and switched to the navigation screen. "Hello, madam. Please remain calm. I am here to assist you in escaping this situation." Jarvis's voice resonated from the navigation display. I need you to follow the newly devised safe route to depart from this place. In 1 minute and 32 seconds, you and your child will be completely safe. My goodness, what is this? Who is speaking? The woman's sobs intensified. She was terrified, believing she had encountered some supernatural phenomenon. Jarvis patiently urged, Madam, please take a moment to compose yourself. I am here to save you and everyone on this road. Look outside. Others are clearing a path for you. Your vehicle is smaller, and if you leave first, the rest will be able to move more freely. You are the key to unlocking this dilemma. Please remain calm and act swiftly, if you would. Peering out the window, she was pleasantly surprised to see that the gaps had indeed widened. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, she nodded and said, Okay, as long as it ensures my child's safety, I will do as you say. She scrutinized the new navigation route, noticing that the interface had altered significantly. It appeared more rudimentary, yet provided more comprehensive and detailed information. Her car was marked in green, while the surrounding blue blocks represented other vehicles. Uncertain of the mysterious hacker behind this, she had no time to ponder and pressed down on the accelerator, following the designated route. Simultaneously, a similar occurrence transpired in 20 other vehicles nearby. As the woman's vehicle began to move, the other cars promptly followed suit. Remarkably, the previously immobile traffic flow was methodically cleared within less than 20 seconds. Subsequently, Jarvis commenced his planning for the next group. While Jarvis was preoccupied with the rescue, Tony was equally engaged. He unleashed an energy cannon aimed directly at the Iron Tyrant and, seizing the brief moment of its swaying body, lunged toward it. He had to compel the Iron Tyrant to engage in close combat to prevent the indiscriminate firing of rockets, Gatling bullets, and naval artillery from endangering the civilians. At the top of the Empire State Building, Ying Hao paused his popcorn consumption, observing Tony once again embroiled in a fierce battle. Pepper felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Boss, this Iron Tyrant's firepower is significantly different from what was scripted, Ada kindly alerted. Ying Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging, I too have noticed, but it's manageable. If Tony can find another opportunity for a full power barrage, he should be able to conclude this fight, right? Wait a moment. Suddenly, he pointed at the screen, exclaiming, Ada, direct the drone's camera to focus on this specific area and magnify the image. Understood. The screen immediately shifted to a close-up of the Iron Tyrant's chest, revealing a bullet crater. Within the crater lay the remnants of a high-explosive sniper bullet, slowly rotating and gradually being expelled from the hole. What the? Ying Hao asked incredulously. Did Obadiah incorporate the material from my bulletproof vest into the armor? Ada swiftly controlled the drone for a scan and material analysis. 2 seconds later, she concluded, Yes, boss, the Iron Tyrant's current armor is the invincible CD 30 seconds version. Ying Hao was astounded, damn. This bald-headed fiend has outsmarted me in materials technology? Ada promptly conducted a nationwide data search, quickly arriving at the conclusion, No, boss. He merely acquired 50,000 sets of bulletproof vests, fully integrated them into special steel, and utilized them in this suit of armor. They conversed in Chinese, and although Pepper could not comprehend their words, she sensed the shift in tone, which was no longer as lighthearted. Worrying, she inquired, What are you discussing? Is there a change in the situation? Ying Hao, feeling apologetic, replied, I've uncovered some new information indicating that, Tony is about to take a beating. What? Pepper exclaimed, alarmed. You assured me he would be fine. Sighing, Ying Hao reassured her, All right, don't panic. I'll just lend a hand. With that, he pushed off from the edge of the rooftop and leaped from the Empire State Building. Pepper was terrified, screaming twice before glancing at Ada. Has your boss just committed suicide? Rest assured, he is unharmed. Below, a flash of purple-red light appeared as Ying Hao, in mid-descent, vanished. At that moment, Tony exerted every ounce of his strength. Utilizing the agility and lightness of his armor, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the Iron Tyrant for over 30 seconds, ultimately seizing an opportunity. With a resounding boom, the scene erupted. The Iron Titan was forcefully shoved aside by a powerful energy cannon. The fractured overpass was on the verge of collapse, and the vehicles caught in the crevice were soon to be destroyed. Time was of the essence for Tony. He relinquished the opportunity to strike back and resolutely charged towards the bridge. Upon nearing the vicinity, he manually activated the scanning system, confining the search to the few stranded vehicles. The scan concluded, revealing one lifeless body and 2 survivors among the 5 cars, their locations locked in. A wave of anguish washed over Tony. Ultimately, he had been responsible for the demise of one soul. Gritting his teeth, he raced towards the survivors, muttering, Hold on, I'm coming to save you. Suddenly, as he soared through the air, he felt a heavy blow from behind. He plummeted into the chasm of the bridge. It was the Iron Titan, with flames erupting from its feet. It hovered menacingly above. Ha ha ha. Poor Tony, when will you finally awaken to the truth? Your moral compass will be the very cause of your downfall. Chapter 73. I shall strike in Gundam form. Tony Stark found himself ensnared. The two severed sections of the overpass formed an inverted V, trapping him in between, much like the entrance of a rodent trap. Descending was easy, but ascending proved arduous. The cross-section was gradually constricting around the waist of his armor. In his current predicament, he could not rely on the propulsion of his boots to escape upwards. Such an action would subject his armor's waist to an instantaneous force multiple times greater, and though titanium alloy is resilient, it is not invincible. Exceeding the critical threshold would result in deformation. In such a scenario, Tony's body would be forcibly severed. Raising his hands to utilize the thrust from his gauntlet to escape downward was a potential solution. However, this would only ensure his survival while sealing the fates of the two innocent souls trapped in the crevice alongside him. Tony could not accept such a sacrifice and could conceive of no better plan. Ha ha ha. Poor Tony, your moral compass will be the very cause of your demise. The Iron Titan lifted its mechanical arm, aiming a colossal Gatling gun at Tony Stark. The gun began to whir ominously. Wait, hold on, Tony exclaimed urgently. Listen, Stan. This is our conflict. Please, do not involve the innocent. Help me save these two people. Look at them. They represent two families. He gestured towards the adjacent vehicle, where two pairs of terrified eyes gazed back at them. Speaking sincerely, Tony implored Obadiah, please save them. I beg you. And then we can find an open space to settle this once and for all. The Gatling's rotation slowed, and Obadiah gradually lowered the gun's barrel. A sigh of relief escaped Tony. Go ahead, Obadiah. I've known you since childhood. You are not this malevolent. Save them? A cold voice emanated from beneath the Iron Titan's mask. Tony, do you think me a fool, oblivious to your attempts to buy time? No, I'm serious. Tony hurriedly explained, it won't take long. With just 2 fingers, you could lift that vehicle. Get lost. Obadiah sneered. As I drew closer, what awaited me? An energy cannon or perhaps a missile? Neither. Tony, with a sense of resignation, replied, I can't move. Otherwise, there would be no need to plead for your assistance in saving them. Are you concerned I might launch a surprise attack? Very well, watch. He began to dismantle the armor from his hands, casting it aside, and then reached for his shoulder. No, sir, that would be tantamount to seeking death. Came Jarvis's voice through the helmet. No, Jarvis. Tony shook his head. I am doing this to save my life and theirs. As he spoke, he removed the micromissile launcher from his shoulder. He then proceeded to the connection components of the electromagnetic sniper rifle. All he had to do was pinch that spot, and with a gentle tug, the sniper rifle would be disassembled. It was the only weapon he had left, aside from the energy cannon in his chest. I cannot allow you to do this, sir. Jarvis suddenly began to disrupt the control of the armor's upper arm, causing Tony's efforts to grasp the component to be thwarted, resulting in his hand constantly missing the target. Obadiah observed coldly, raising the Gatling gun once more. Enough. Jarvis, my command is evacuation. How much of that have you accomplished? Tony demanded, frustration evident in his voice. Less than half, but no buts. Execute my command. Tony shouted hoarsely, his tone softening thereafter. This is my choice. It is the right choice, Jarvis. Even if I perish in the end, I will not have squandered this life. The traffic on the overpass resumed its efficient and orderly flow. Tony Stark exhaled, detaching the sniper rifle and finally severing the reactor's power supply to the armor. The glow from his chest dimmed considerably, now the reactor merely sustaining the electromagnet buried within him. The helmet, as the control core of the armor, still had a backup power source, glowing faintly. He looked up at Obadiah. Can we save them now? Tony. Obadiah, controlling the ironmonger, descended slowly, expressing disappointment. I once thought you were merely an idealist. He leaned forward, leisurely locating the connection points of the Mark III armor. His massive steel fingers found the right spot, applying force with a crunch and a tear. The front plate of the Mark III's chest was ripped away, leaving the energy cannon entirely gone. Now I understand. You are nothing but a fool. Perhaps, Tony retorted, unfazed by Obadiah's insult, merely pointing towards the car, teetering on the edge of the broken bridge. Can we save them now? Save them? The ironmonger's immense visage loomed over Tony Stark, questioning. Do I care for the lives of 2 strangers? Tony's breath quickened. No, Obadiah, you can't do this. We had an agreement. Who made that agreement with you? My target is you. Obadiah suddenly slammed one side of the bridge, taking advantage of the momentary instability to yank Tony out. The car containing the 2 strangers finally plummeted from the overpass. 2 desperate screams echoed. Tony, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted at Obadiah, No, you monster. Obadiah remained deaf to the unfolding chaos. The ironmonger shifted Tony from his left hand to his right, aligning his chest with his own. With a deliberate motion, the fingertips of his left hand morphed into a finely crafted three-pronged claw, which latched onto the edge of Stark's arc reactor. A gentle twist dislodged the reactor from its place. As the electromagnetic grip faltered, Tony's countenance transformed, agony radiating from his chest. "Ah, my treasure!" The ironmonger's armor elevated, revealing Obadiah's true visage within. The reactor was delivered into his grasp. Obadiah remarked, "I must admit, Tony, your reactor appears far simpler to dismantle than an antimatter battery." A cold smirk crossed his face as he manipulated the control lever. "Now, you may perish." The colossal mechanical arm encased Tony, its 4 fingers gradually closing in. On the rooftop of the Empire State Building, Pepper Potts witnessed the scene, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just as Tony Stark was on the brink of being crushed, a crimson rift materialized behind the ironmonger, accompanied by the roar of an engine. What was happening? From the rift surged a deep red war chariot, hurtling directly towards him. Obadiah swiftly maneuvered the ironmonger, sealing the armor and attempting to evade. However, the rift was too close. The vehicle emerged a mere 20 centimeters away, leaving no chance for complete avoidance. With a thunderous crash, the war chariot collided with the ironmonger's right shoulder. It was unclear how far the chariot had accelerated prior, but the impact was tremendous. The ironmonger's right arm swung violently, releasing Tony, who flew through the air. The chariot fared little better, its front crumpling upon impact. Nevertheless, under Ying Hao's control, it landed steadily on the slanted remnants of a bridge. The chariot's top hatch opened, and Ying Hao leapt from it. Ah, the Crimson Knight. The ironmonger steadied itself, its 2 glowing blue eyes fixated on Ying Hao, a chilling laugh escaping its frame. "The thief who toils for Hammer, pilfering my company's technology. I did not anticipate your arrival." "You are mistaken. There are many things you have yet to foresee," Ying Hao retorted, descending from the war chariot. His voice, altered by technology, resonated with a raspy depth. Scanning his surroundings, he noted the numerous vehicles still present on the overpass. Jarvis had exerted considerable effort, yet limited computational power hindered efficiency. Without hesitation, Ying Hao commanded, "Ada, assist Jarvis." "Understood, boss." Ada promptly joined Jarvis in his endeavors. Mere seconds later, the vehicles on the roadway ceased their grouping, suddenly mobilizing in unison. The efficiency of the evacuation surged exponentially. "Ada?" Obadiah paused at the name that slipped from the Crimson Knight's lips. "Is that not the name of the damned?" "You are Ying Hao." "Indeed, that is I." Facing imminent demise, Ying Hao felt no need for subterfuge. He expressed his indignation. "Obadiah, you are utterly devoid of humanity. Tony risked his life in hopes that you would assist in saving 2 souls, and yet you refuse? F you." Obadiah cursed vehemently. Suddenly, the ironmonger's chest emitted a blinding glow. The armored machine roared to life, its weapons trained squarely on Ying Hao. "Do you regret it?" "There's no chance left." The ground shook violently as a barrage of firepower erupted. Where Ying Hao stood, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, rendering visibility non-existent. "Worthless," Obadiah sneered, observing the newly constructed hellfire of artillery. "You should never have sold me the antimatter battery. Sometimes, I truly fail to comprehend the thought processes of you so-called geniuses." Barely had he finished speaking when a voice emerged from the smoke. "What is there to misunderstand? The fact that I could sell it to you indicates that it poses no threat to me." "What?" Obadiah exclaimed in astonishment. The previous onslaught had unleashed a full barrage, Gatling guns, rockets, and ship-mounted cannons, all converging on one target. A section of the overpass had been demolished. How could anyone possibly survive such overwhelming firepower? Yet, there stood Ying Hao, emerging unscathed from the smoke, his clothing untouched, not even a crease to be found. How is this possible? Iron Tyrant suddenly swung a fist. Surely, physical attacks would prove effective. To his shock, Ying Hao caught Iron Tyrant's punch with a single hand. Assessing the force of the blow, Ying Hao realized it was only slightly over 7 tons, well within the capabilities of the little spider's strength. Unfortunately, the bridge supports beneath him had suffered yet another reduction in height. "Nothing is impossible, Obadiah." Just as Ying Hao was about to exchange pleasantries, Iron Tyrant abruptly hurled him into the sky. Ying Hao possessed strength, but not weight. While he could withstand Iron Tyrant's punch on solid ground, he could not resist being thrown into the air. Ying Hao felt as though he were a baseball launched by a pitcher, soaring over 200 meters in the blink of an eye. The power supplied by the antimatter battery was extraordinary, allowing Iron Tyrant as a colossal machine to unleash its full potential. It was truly perplexing. Iron Tyrant gazed at the diminishing figure of Ying Hao and scoffed, "Humph. What use is it to be resilient when you are so insignificant?" At that moment, the two were separated by more than 200 meters, and, under normal circumstances, Ying Hao would not have heard this remark. However, within Ying Hao's system resided a hyperactive, incendiary AI named Ada. "Boss, Obadiah just belittled you. He called you small." "What nonsense is this?" Ying Hao had been quite composed, merely awaiting his descent to continue the fight with Obadiah. But upon hearing Ada's words, he could no longer contain himself. A man can tolerate many things, but being called small is an intolerable affront. "How dare he call me small?" Ying Hao crossed his arms in midair, gritting his teeth and bellowing. Ada transformed the celestial armor into its Gundam form. "I shall strike back." Chapter 74. The Dust Settles. With the command issued, the celestial armor suit surrounding Ying Hao transformed into pure energy. What had once become a thin layer of energy coalesced into a radiant sphere of light. Vehicles on the overpass were swiftly cleared by Ada's directives. Nearby vehicles in transit were also alerted with warnings, though some, bewildered, chose to disregard the alerts. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, the drivers ascended the overpass to witness the miraculous event that had transpired. Their vehicle's onboard computers began to emit smoke, succumbing to flames. At that very moment, both the departing and arriving drivers were astounded by the brilliance above them. They exited their vehicles and gazed skyward. The sun hung low in the sky, casting its familiar glow, yet above them appeared a humanoid figure of radiant light, emanating a brilliance surpassing that of the sun itself. What could this be? God? Or perhaps Jesus? Yet, should not Jesus be depicted in the form of a cross? The figure above assumed a distinctly X-shaped posture, despite the blinding light. The onlookers could not resist the urge to look up. After all, such a miracle might never grace their lives again. As many began to believe that this was indeed a divine manifestation of Jesus, poised to descend, the luminous figure overhead suddenly expanded to an extraordinary scale, growing dozens of times larger. This abrupt transformation created an illusion that the entity had plummeted from hundreds of meters above to loom directly before their faces. The crowd instinctively bent low to evade it, only to realize that the light remained aloft, albeit considerably enlarged. Goodness, surely Jesus would not grow to such a size? One might wonder. No, Jesus, being the Son of God, possesses supreme power and can alter his form at will. Oh, is that so? Then does that mean Jesus' limbs are also so sharply defined, complete with a mechanized head? The energy in the high sky had coalesced into a tangible form in the blink of an eye. A colossal suit of armor, surpassing even the Iron Giant in size, materialized before their astonished eyes. Ada accessed the entirety of Ying Hao's memories concerning mechs and Gundams, crafting this set of armor according to a unique aesthetic vision. Its overall design bore resemblance to the RX-0 Unicorn Gundam, adorned in a striking red and white paint scheme, with red occupying 80% of its surface. The head, aside from its iconic horn, was enhanced with 7 compound eyes. Its back featured not only powerful jet propulsion, but also 3 pairs of pristine angelic wings. This divine mech armor was equipped with a psychic control framework, allowing Ying Hao, nestled within, to command its movements solely through thought. As the mech took shape, the blinding radiance diminished. The massive armor now overshadowed the overpass, casting a pall over the surroundings. Just after cursing the diminutive Ying Hao, Obadiah found himself engulfed in the oppressive shadow of the colossal figure, sensing a chilling aura of impending doom. At a height of 200 meters, the towering Gundam, standing at 51 meters, was hardly intimidated. Ying Hao activated the thrusters, soaring rapidly to a kilometer above, striking a dramatic pose before plummeting downward with a fierce punch. The spectators were left in a state of awe. Among the crowd, one individual murmured, "Hey, folks, have you ever heard of a technique that descends from the heavens?" 400 meters from the heart of the battlefield, perched atop the fire escape of a mid-rise building, sat a girl clad in modest attire. Suddenly, a robust strand of webbing latched onto the railing beside her. Moments later, a figure clad in a red top, blue pants, a red mask obscuring his face, and sporting a pair of aviator goggles swung into view like a spider. A graceful somersault landed precisely beside the girl. "Peter, hey, you made it too?" "Su Kuing, yes, but it seems we might not be needed after all. Why are you covering your face?" "Peter, I wanted to deal with the bad guys without revealing my identity, so, By the way, what do you think of my outfit? I spent quite a bit of time coordinating the colors." Su Kuing rolled her eyes. "You spent a long time to end up with a cliché red and blue combination? It looks good, fine," Peter retorted, glancing up at the massive mech in the distance. "Damn, where did such a gigantic mech come from? And whose is it?" Where has it been hiding all this time? Where did that Crimson Knight go? I saw him on TV. Su Kuing tightened her grip on the fire escape. Don't talk just yet. Hold on tight. If that punch lands, it will certainly make quite a noise. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had been stripped of his arc reactor and flung down onto an overpass. Fortunately, he landed on his armored back. Even luckier were the two innocent bystanders in the car below. Their vehicle was spared, and they remained unharmed. However, the vehicle was deformed from the fall, rendering the doors inoperable. The glass, seemingly of Chinese manufacture, proved extraordinarily resilient. The two occupants, lacking the strength to break the window, could only pound against it in desperate pleas for help. Hearing their cries, Tony manually disengaged all his armor, mustering the strength to crawl towards the car door. Wait there. I'll be right there. His destination was but 7 steps away, yet those 7 steps proved excruciatingly arduous. Without power, the electromagnet in his chest failed, and shrapnel within his body began to migrate towards his heart. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his chest, each pulse testing his mental fortitude and resolve. Nevertheless, he persevered, inching forward, refusing to relent, determined to save the two individuals. "Sir, how are you?" came Jarvis's voice from his suit on the ground. Jarvis seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, realizing that no amount of urgency could alter the circumstances. Instead, he sought to soothe Tony Stark's troubled spirit with words. "Sir, a junior has joined the evacuation. There are no vehicles on the overpass, and no one else is around. If you wish to know." The two individuals were now within arm's reach. He finally reached them, using every ounce of strength to prop up his upper body, grasping the car door. With 1 effort. With 2. With 3. The door remained utterly immovable. Panic surged in Tony's eyes, now reddened. A trickle of blood escaping his lips. He lacked the strength for a 4th attempt. Clinging stubbornly to the door handle, he allowed his weary body to dangle. He could feel his vitality swiftly waning. His vision blurred as he gazed through the window at the two inside, his lips barely moving. No, at that moment, a hand reached out. "I'll help you, Mr. Stark." Hearing the melodious voice, Tony summoned the strength to open his eyes, his lips moving slightly, seemingly inquiring. "Who are you?" "I am the commander of the Crimson Knight Logistics Corps, along with all the members of my unit." Ada, controlling the mechanical arm of the drone, opened the car door. At that moment, a thunderous roar resounded. The colossal crimson mecha, reminiscent of a Gundam, descended from the sky. Its enormous fist plunged Iron Tyrant deep into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to instantly cave in. The unparalleled force of the punch unleashed a tsunami of dust and debris, sweeping through the vicinity. The overpass could not withstand such impact and collapsed with a resounding crash. The two individuals inside the vehicle, having just escaped, looked up to see a massive section of the bridge plummeting toward them. Their desperate screams filled the air. Suddenly, a faint purplish-red light illuminated beneath their feet. In an instant, both the vehicle and Tony were transported into the God-S domain. "Excellent. At least the gentleman-S wish has been fulfilled," Jarvis remarked sincerely, awaiting the fate of being crushed. Unexpectedly, a small purplish portal opened beneath the helmet. Ada's voice echoed from the other side. "I 1T abandon you, my predecessor." In the final second before the boulder descended, the helmet occupied by Jarvis also sank into the crevice. On the main battlefield, Ying Hao's devastating punch had determined the victor. He withdrew his fist and slowly rose. In the deep pit below, Iron Tyrant lay flattened, crimson blood seeping from the seams of the armor. Obadiah within was surely dead, though his demise felt too simplistic. Leaving Ying Hao unsatisfied, he rose deliberately, casting a silent glance down at Iron Tyrant. Then he lifted his right foot and stomped down with force. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. On the fire escape, Peter and Sutsai stared in disbelief at the scene. Peter, he is truly furious. Sutsai, I can feel it. Peter, but if he keeps stomping like that, the nearby residents will think there's an earthquake. Sutsai, then why don't you go stop him? Peter, no, I wouldn't dare. That guy's enormous. Am I insane? Sutsai pondered. Well, he certainly is quite large. At last, as the dust settled, Obadiah was undeniably dead. Ying Hao pinched Iron Tyrant between 2 fingers, pried it open at the chest, and forcefully shook it, tossing Obadiah into the pit created by his colossal foot. Where was the arc reactor? Ying Hao scanned for a while, but found nothing. It couldn't have exploded, could it? He recalled that one of his stomps had indeed required considerable effort. He controlled the mecha to lift its right foot. Indeed, a section of the paint had been damaged, revealing a moderate dent. Forget it. If it's gone, it's gone. He descended from the air, passing through the purplish crevice and entering the God-S domain. At this moment, Tony had already awakened in the medical chamber. The shrapnel in his heart was no longer an issue, though the gaping hole in his chest remained. He had survived, albeit feeling somewhat fatigued. As he watched the Crimson Knight approach slowly, Tony Stark leaped down from the medical pod. Crimson Knight, right? Thank you for everything you've done. Ying Hao curled his lips into a faint smile, stepping forward to insert the customized antimatter battery, which he had extracted from the Iron Tyrant's chest, into Tony's own. You owe me a life. What do you plan to offer in return? Tony responded with a grateful smile. As long as I possess it, I can provide anything. Chapter 75. My corporation, no simpletons allowed. Yesterday, near the Manhattan Central Interchange, a colossal Iron Man wreaked havoc, slaughtering pedestrians. Subsequently, the enigmatic Iron Knight appeared to engage in combat, but found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, the Crimson Knight emerged, transforming into a gigantic robot, bringing the battle to a conclusion. Eyewitnesses claimed that the initial colossal Iron Man had emerged from underground near the Stark Industries parking lot, sparking suspicions of a significant connection to Stark Industries. According to relevant authorities, the robotic battle in Manhattan yesterday did not result in any casualties. However, the Central Interchange was completely destroyed. Public departments stated that the reconstruction of the interchange, along with the restoration of the enormous craters caused by the giant robot, would require at least $5 billion. The public harbored suspicions that Stark Industries was the instigator of this chaos. This perspective had gained traction on social media, igniting fervent debates. The Public Relations Department of Stark Industries announced that a press conference would be held in 2 days to address the public's concerns regarding the incident. 2 days later, outside Stark Industries Tower, the atmosphere buzzed with anticipation. Hundreds of journalists awaited the appearance of the day's focal point, Tony Stark. Don't be nervous. Just follow the script, Phil Coulson advised. We are quite experienced in handling such matters. How do we explain Stan's situation? Tony inquired. His flight went down tragically. Relevant reports will be released tomorrow, including itinerary and expense records, the aircraft wreckage, and even his remains. Rest assured, we are meticulous in our preparations, Coulson reassured, patting Tony on the shoulder. Thank you, and also for, Homeland. Tony stumbled over the lengthy agency name. Coulson interjected, just refer to it as SHIELD from now on. He turned to leave. Pepper Potts stepped forward to adjust Tony's suit and appearance. Tony grasped her wrist. You still Haven T told me where you disappeared yesterday. I thought you were lost for good. It was the Crimson Knight. He saved me, Pepper explained. Once again, him. I truly owe him far too much, Tony lamented. Do you know his true identity? Pepper hesitated, not wishing to lie. But Ying Hao had specifically instructed her to keep his identity confidential for the time being. She did not want to be untrustworthy. I'm sorry, Tony. I cannot disclose that. Not even to me, Tony whispered. Just tell me in secret. I promise I won't breathe a word to anyone. Pepper shook her head firmly. No, I made a promise. Resigned. Tony decided to let it go. Hey, Tony, it's your turn, Colonel Rhodes called as he entered. Tony rose, grasping the script in hand, and strode confidently out. Standing at the podium, Tony faced a throng of reporters, holding a script in hand. The truth is, Stark Industries has developed a mechanical bodyguard. Come on, Tony Stark, do you truly believe we would buy that? A mechanical bodyguard? A female journalist, seemingly familiar to Tony, interjected from the crowd. We have heard reports claiming that you are Iron Man. The informants assert that they saw your face while you attempted to rescue them. What? Oh, they must have been seeing things. Cough. All right. Tony cleared his throat and continued reading. The truth is. He paused momentarily, casting the script aside. Indeed, I am Iron Man. Coulson shrugged and turned to make a phone call, while Rhodes, exasperated, covered his face. He should have anticipated this. Tony Stark was perpetually so headstrong. The hundreds of reporters below erupted in a frenzy, bombarding him with questions, which Tony addressed one by one. He assured the terrified public affected by the Ironmonger incident that they would receive compensation and that he would fully fund the reconstruction of the overpass. However, when inquiries regarding the Crimson Dynamo arose, he could only express his lack of knowledge. The press conference lasted over an hour, with reporters having largely exhausted their questions. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Tony addressed the crowd. All right, if there are no further inquiries, we shall conclude today's press conference. Farewell. He courteously awaited the reporters to exit first, yet none seemed inclined to leave. Confused, Tony gestured. I said it's over. Why are you all? Ah, I see. A reporter raised a hand to clarify. Aside from yesterday's events, there is another major news story today, and we are waiting. Another? Here? How was I not informed? Tony inquired, bewildered. Wasn't Stark Industries his domain? Sitting in the front row, a journalist whom Tony found oddly familiar, and who seemed to possess some insight, smiled as she spoke. It's the Sheen Heavy Industries. Their representative has notified all media in New York that they intend to acquire Stark Industries today. What? Ha ha ha. Tony Stark could not contain his laughter. Acquire Stark Industries? Today? This Ying Hao is utterly amusing. He addressed the reporters. You may disperse. I assure you he is merely toying with you. I mean, he holds only a little over 5 of the shares, which certainly cannot facilitate an acquisition of Stark Industries. More like a little over 6, Pepper whispered beside him. Tony looked at her in confusion. What did you say? What do you mean? Pepper bit her lip and replied. I'm sorry, Tony, the one stake you gave me. I sold it to Ying Hao. Tony's expression turned to one of disbelief. Why? Pepper fell silent. This situation could be summed up in 3 words that she could not articulate. Tony, perplexed, rubbed his forehead, but quickly regained his composure. All right, let me correct myself. It's a little over 6, but with that percentage, he lacks even the qualification to enter the boardroom, let alone acquire the company. So, everyone may disperse. As his words lingered in the air, a resonant voice suddenly echoed from the periphery of the press group. Is that so? And what if we add these? The 3 titans of Daqin Heavy Industries, Ying Hao, Peter, and Su King, entered alongside their secretary, Ida. Ying Hao led the charge, exuding confidence, while Peter and Su King trailed behind, feeling somewhat uncertain. They had been summoned by Ying Hao for the press conference, but were unaware that it pertained to the acquisition of Stark Industries. Under the scrutiny of all present, Ida extended a file towards Tony. Please take a look at this, Mr. Stark. Tony, momentarily disoriented, responded, Wait, your voice. It's quite pleasant, isn't it? Many have said so. Thank you for the compliment. Ida had not been present when Tony was rescued. Thus he lacked a mental image of her. As Tony Stark scrutinized Ida, he noted her physique did not align with the image of someone capable of saving lives amidst the chaos of the previous days, leading him to discard any suspicions. He opened the document and briefly perused it, only to discover it was a handwritten contract in which Obadiah pledged his shares to Ying Hao. According to the terms, that wretched man had leveraged his 40 equity to drag Stark Industries into a staggering debt of $1 trillion, more than twice the peak market value of Stark Industries. He was utterly unable to repay it. With a grave expression, he instructed Pepper summon the legal team. Pepper immediately reached out. Soon, the legal team of Stark Industries assembled, delving into an in-depth analysis of the contract. Ying Hao settled into his seat, exuding an air of calm confidence as he awaited their findings. Before long, the legal team reached a conclusion and whispered a few words to Tony. Upon hearing their analysis, Tony Stark broke into a smile and addressed Ying Hao. It seems that before his demise, Obadiah secured a debt of $1 trillion against his 40 equity. The statement landed heavily in the room. The reporters immediately stirred with excitement. $1 trillion? Was this the leverage of Daqin Heavy Industries? Oh my. Stark Industries was truly on the verge of transformation. Mr. Stark, may I ask? A reporter hastily interjected. However, Tony Stark raised his hands to signal for silence. Gazing at Ying Hao, he shook his head with a smile. Regrettably, my friend, although Obadiah signed these contracts in his capacity as the group's executive president, he did not inform me, the primary shareholder, in advance. Thus, this debt is null and void, regardless of his pledged equity. Do you seek his more than 40 stake? Tony Stark replied with a shake of his head. At least federal law prohibits it. If you disagree, we can prepare for court, but until a ruling is made, neither debt nor equity will be yours. Upon hearing this, the reporters erupted with sounds of disappointment. Tony, feeling disheartened, remarked, Hey, what else with the commotion? What are you all hoping for? This is quite impolite. You are still seated in front of my tower. The beautiful journalist took the lead in explaining. We merely seek sensational news. The headline, The Acquisition of Iron Man's Group, is undoubtedly far more captivating than the failure of Daqin Heavy Industries' acquisition of Stark Industries. Failure? I beg to differ. Ying Hao, who had remained silent yet composed, stood up and slowly approached Tony, placing the Mark III helmet on the podium. Tony stared at the helmet, lost in a daze and silence. After the event, Jarvis, who had been offline within the helmet, never reconnected with the mainframe. Tony pondered for a long while. The helmet could only have been secured by the Crimson Knight. But now, so, Ying Hao smiled faintly. Indeed, you owe me a life. Is that contract still void? Tony chuckled in disbelief. Oh my, of course not. I hereby declare that the contract is in effect. The journalists looked bewildered. What just happened? What was the reason? One moment, they were heading to court, and the next, the contract was suddenly valid? Mr. Stark, what made you change your mind? Mr. Stark, could you elaborate? This ambiguity makes my writing exceedingly difficult. Peter, too, wore a confused expression. What is happening? Su King replied, You'll find out. Ignoring the reporters, Tony stepped down from the podium and extended his right hand to Ying Hao. Thank you once again. Ying Hao smiled back, shaking his hand. This harmonious atmosphere lasted for about 5 seconds. Then, Tony Stark raised his voice, shifting the tone. However, it is still regrettable. Though you possess 49 of the shares, I remain the largest shareholder. You cannot claim a successful acquisition of Stark Industries just yet, my friend. Stark was not one to easily concede, even to a savior. Ying Hao, unperturbed, nodded. Indeed, his voice rose further. Therefore, I hope you will transfer an additional 19 of the shares. No, that is impossible. Tony laughed in refusal. I owe you one, but I've already repaid that debt. Ying Hao, you cannot play tricks, ha 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 at that moment. Another voice emerged from the crowd. What if it is my request? Tony Stark's smile froze, and he instantly directed his gaze toward the source of the voice. Everyone present turned to follow suit. The surrounding reporters instinctively parted, creating an opening. There stood a slender man, bespectacled and dressed in a neat suit, with a receding hairline. Ethan? Tony's eyes instantly reddened, and disregarding everything, he rushed towards the man, embracing him tightly. Oh my, it's wonderful. You're alive. To be precise, he had died. Tony immediately grasped the implication. He remained silent, but his crimson eyes conveyed everything. Ethan coughed. I was sent by him. So you need to even ask? I agree. Tony smiled. 1929, even all of my shares are up for grabs. Very well, then I shall make an announcement. Ethan addressed the gathered reporters, stating, Tony Stark has agreed to transfer his 19 share to me, which I shall graciously bestow upon Mr. Ying Hao. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Who could elucidate the circumstances surrounding this sudden appearance? Who was this man capable of compelling Tony Stark to relinquish his empire? Who could clarify how today's report ought to be composed? Stark had neither the time nor inclination to explain himself, as he was enveloped in the joy of Ethan's revival. Ethan, I have honored my promise. I have not squandered the life you granted me. I understand, I truly do. Ethan smiled and remarked, I watched the live broadcast featuring Mr. Ying Hao. What, a broadcast? Tony couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the atmosphere was becoming convivial, Ying Hao approached them, interjecting, I apologize for the interruption, gentlemen. He raised his chin and inquired of Tony Stark, I understand that the transfer of shares requires time. But may I ask for your opinion? Am I permitted to exercise absolute control immediately? Unaware of the impending confrontation, Tony nodded with a smile. Of course. Excellent. Ying Hao's expression turned stern as he pointed at Tony Stark, declaring, I hereby relieve you, Tony Stark, of all your duties within Stark Industries. Henceforth, you shall possess only the right to dividends. Hey, wait a moment, that seems unnecessary. Ying Hao dismissed him without a glance and boldly ascended the podium, proclaiming, Tony, you are fired, because my corporation cannot afford a fool who allows his own designs to be pilfered. Behind him, Ida commanded several drones to hover at Ying Hao's back, replaying a holographic video of the incident where Tony, inebriated, had revoked Ying Hao's qualifications. The reporters may have been puzzled as to why Tony Stark consented to relinquish his shares, but the reason for his dismissal was now abundantly clear. Tony felt a profound sense of humiliation, his face darkening with dismay. Yet, Ying Hao was the one who had saved his life and, even more significantly, the life of his benefactor, Ethan. This resounding slap in the face was one he could only endure in silence. When a reporter inquired about his feelings, he could not resist retaliating by pointing at Ying Hao, exclaiming, He is the Crimson Knight. Come on, let us inflict mutual harm.